Chapter 321 Boundary Mountain. In front of Li Yuanba, the guardian of Jieshan town, the Wanjianfeng magic weapon was placed, and the Wanjianfeng magic weapon became 5 meters high. He closed his eyes and practiced the sword intention Chong Shao Ju. Countless sword intentions flowed out from the magic weapon of Wanjian Peak and lingered around him, which combined with the sword intent Chong Shao Ju strengthened his sword intention. In his body, a medicinal power spread and turned into strands of spiritual power, which flowed into the golden elixir through the transformation of the technique. The medicinal power of the third-grade high-grade elixir significantly improved the spiritual power in his elixir. In recent months, his strength has been improving rapidly, and he does not need to worry about insufficient training resources. With the communication channel with the main body Li Shiming, cultivation resources will be sent over every once in a while. Of course, he gave some symbolic gifts of spiritual objects, which were all his useless trophies, as well as the 100,000 mountain-specific spiritual objects given to him below. With sufficient training resources, his strength is in a period of rapid growth. His position on the Boundary Mountain Pass has been stabilized by several battles. Whether it is the 3 Jindan elders on the Sunluo Sect side, or the 3 Jindan elders on the other side of the Zhengdao, they will give him face. He earned this face with his strength. Last time he almost killed 2 Zhengdao Jindan elders. It was precisely because of his holding back that the 2 Jindan elders of Zhengdao accepted his favor, and the materials flowing through his channels never encountered any difficulties. After a round of practice of the sword intent to the sky technique, the medicine in his body has not been consumed, and it will naturally enhance his physique. If it were other golden elixir monks, they would not waste the medicinal power like this. They would use secret methods to store this part of the medicinal power and save it for use in the next practice. Although the remaining medicinal power is not much, no matter how little it is still a precious third-grade high-level spiritual elixir. Potency. Li Yuanba had a different idea. It was also extremely important to enhance physical fitness. A little bit of medicine would be wasted. He waved his hand at the Wanjianfeng magic weapon in front of him. After shrinking, the Wanjianfeng magic weapon fell into his palm and was put into the space ring by him. Wanjianfeng's magic weapon does not need to be fully released. The sword intent flowing out of the current 5-meter high state is enough for him to practice. Everything else is good here in Jieshan City, except that it is inconvenient to release the Wanjianfeng magic weapon into its complete form. There is not such a large space available in the city, and if it is placed outside the city, it will leave the main formation of Jieshan City. So he came up with this compromise method without delaying his cultivation. He stood up, and part of his mind stayed at the golden elixir. Therefore, when he has nothing to do, he will usually devote part of his mind to the golden elixir. In this regard, he is still extremely envious of the original Li Shiming. With 191 brains, Li Shiming can concentrate on doing many things at the same time. And when he was practicing the sword intent climbing to the sky technique, he couldn't release his mental energy to cultivate a sword. Of course, his current effect of cultivating the Xingyi sword is very weak, mainly because the Xingyi sword itself is already very strong. But cultivating his own flying sword is a matter of perseverance. The former master of Xiang Xingyijian, Yuan Xingyi, has been practicing the ritual of Xingyijian for hundreds of years. With Li Yuanba's lifespan at the golden elixir stage, his next sacrifice will follow Yuan Xingyi's sacrifice, with a very high starting point. Perhaps a few hundred years from now the power of Xingyi's sword will be several times what it is now. However, this kind of improvement in the power of the natal flying sword cannot be achieved overnight. In the future, refining the natal flying sword will be his daily work. In addition, he also has to find a way to get more Xingbai Yanjin, which is the main material of Xingyijian, to improve the natal flying sword. You also need to absorb the essence of the third grade Star White Evolution Gold to improve the basic level of the natal flying sword itself. Many golden elixir monks will not make this expenditure because the quality of the magic weapon is improved by absorbing the essence of the main material of the magic weapon in order to prepare the magic weapon to break through its own level. If Jindan cultivators, who are not sword cultivators, can advance to the nascent soul stage, they will choose to give up their original magic weapon. Doing so will damage one's own spirit, and at the same time, the cultivation of the natal magic weapon in the golden elixir stage will be in vain. However, compared with the cost of increasing the level of the natal magic weapon in the golden elixir stage at the cost of a large amount of the main materials of the natal magic weapon, the loss is nothing. Therefore, when most monks reach the nascent soul stage, They will choose to use 4th grade materials to refine their natal magic weapons. But the Sword Cultivator is different. The Sword Cultivator's natal flying sword has a great impact on the Sword Cultivator's combat power. A Sword Cultivator who loses his natal flying sword will lose almost twice as much combat power. For example, when Li Yuanba uses Xingyi's sword and does not use Xingyi's sword, Xingyi's sword alone can increase the sword intention by 135%. In other words, if Xingyi's sword is not used, the sword intention will lose most of its power. Besides spiritual power, sword intention is the most important means of attack for a sword cultivator. It is also the foundation for a sword cultivator to be able to break through all kinds of magic with one sword. Therefore, even if a sword cultivator becomes a nascent soul cultivator, he will usually retain his natal flying sword at the golden elixir stage and enhance his natal flying sword through various methods. Even if this method costs more, he will still choose this way. Li Shiming, the main body, has already been considering the matter of Star White Evolved Gold. Star White Evolved Gold is extremely precious, and even as an alchemy master, it would be a bit troublesome to obtain it. Li Shiming, a master of alchemy, currently has the easiest access to 3rd grade spiritual teas, spiritual fruits, elixirs, and some 3rd grade resource materials. However, the particularly precious part of 3rd grade resources needs to be obtained through Beishu Trading Company or Shushan Sect. There is a corresponding price to be paid for obtaining precious resources from Beishu Trading Company and Shushan Sect. Li Shiming is also waiting for the opportunity. When his realm improves, and he can refine 4th grade elixirs for the Yuani Ancestor, perhaps these 3rd grade precious resources can be easily obtained. Li Yuanba was planning to call Yu Xing to inquire about the recent situation in Jieshan City, when a piece of news came from the Identity Jade Disc. During his time in Jieshan City, he experienced the life of a normal Jindan monk. Every day you guard Jieshan City, you will gain certain benefits. Daily practice will improve your own strength. From time to time, you will also get together with several Jindan Taoists to exchange practice experiences. Especially the exchanges with Jindan Taoist friends have improved his knowledge through repeated exchanges. The 3 golden elixir monks who participated in the party were all middle-stage golden elixir monks. Their hundreds of years of life experience were not comparable to Li Yuanba's. He was not surprised by the invitation from Jiang Pu. Such invitations would come every once in a while. He typed a message tactic to Yu Xing, telling him to go to the Jieshan Pass. The reason why it is said that the guarding task of Jieshan City is a fat one is because the guarding task of Jieshan City is very easy. It is close to the Jieshan Pass, and there are 3 middle-stage Jindan monks there. When doing things in Jieshan City, you must take into account the threat of the 3 middle-stage Jindan monks at Jieshan Pass. The benefits of Jieshan City are extremely rich. If you are not greedy, you can get a lot of resources, coupled with a great income from the cooperation with the 3 golden elixir elders at Jieshan Pass. The task of guarding this place is what most sect monks look forward to. Task? Li Yuanba left Jieshan City. His flying speed was not very fast. He was getting used to keeping part of his mind on the golden elixir and maintaining the cultivation of Xingyi's sword at all times. Even if the flight speed is not fast, it is not far from Jieshan City to Jieshan Checkpoint, and it does not take long to reach Jieshan Checkpoint. The formation had long been open to him, but he soon discovered that the meeting place was not within the Jieshan Checkpoint, but in the middle of the Jieshan Checkpoint and the Qingdao Checkpoint, in the 200-mile buffer zone. Everyone is very elegant. Li Yuanba saw Jiang Pu. There were not only the 3 middle-stage Jindan elders from the Sunluo sect, but also the 3 Jindan elders from the Zhengdao. Junior Brother Li, come here quickly. Brother Ing got some spiritual deer meat from the sect. Come to us to share it and eat it. Jiang Pu laughed and waved. Li Yuanba looked at the middle of the Jindan elders, where there were some sliced meats, and those meats exuded strong spiritual energy fluctuations. He has heard of the spirit deer, which is a kind of spiritual animal raised by monks. The spirit deer meat has a good effect on the monks' Taoism. And most importantly, the taste of the spirit deer meat is unparalleled. Spirit deer usually consume spiritual grass, and mature spirit deer are second-grade spiritual beasts. Spirit deer are extremely difficult to raise. The growth period is too long and takes decades. They are just for food, except for large sects who raise spirit deer to entertain distinguished guests. No ordinary monks will raise spirit deer. You do take advantage of Brother Ing, Li Yuanba said with a thick smile. Ing Ho is a righteous golden elixir, but after getting along with each other during this time, especially after that battle, not only did it not affect the friendship between the two parties, but it actually made the relationship between them closer. If any monk saw the situation here, his jaw would probably drop in shock. The Golden Elixir monks, who were Jingma, sat together and laughed and chatted like close friends. After Li Yuanba sat down, he saw Jiangpu pouring him a glass of third-grade spiritual wine. In addition to spiritual deer meat, there were several plates of third-grade spiritual fruits in front of him. He couldn't help but take a look at the expressions of the Jindan elders. Not only did the 3 Golden Elixir elders of Zhengdao come to this party, but there were also many more entertainment items. In terms of value alone, this was enough for 5 or 6 gatherings. You must know that at normal gatherings, several of their Jindan elders take turns giving out gifts. But no one would give out so many gifts at once. The gift in front of him was probably brought out by the 6 Jindan elders present. But there must be some reason why he was not informed of the gift this time. However, he didn't sense any evil thoughts. So he just pretended that he didn't know and thanked Jiang Pu with a smile. As before, there were more Jindan elders at this gathering. But they still exchanged some cultivation experiences first. Although due to the differences in the righteous magic skills and the restrictions of the sect, Elder Jindan cannot talk about some secrets in depth. But every time Elder Jindan speaks, it will be more or less helpful to the elders present, especially for Li Yuanba. These experiences have helped him the most. Li Yuanba also talked about some experiences related to sword cultivation. He was professional in this area, which also attracted the attention of other Jindan elders. When the atmosphere was at its hottest, Jiang Pu and Ning Ho looked at each other, secretly exchanged ideas, and reached a consensus. Junior Brother Li, do you have any channels to obtain Shushan Sect Master Li's elixir? Jiang Pu asked. Li Yuanba was slightly startled. He saw that the eyes of the other 5 Jindan elders were full of inquiry. However, it is understandable that Jiang Pu and the Jindan elders have this question. Through the channel of Jishan Pass, third-grade elixirs have been sent from Jingdao many times, and the jade bottle originally bears Li Shiming's mark. Li Yuanba had no intention of hiding this matter. In the Beishu continent, there were not many alchemy masters with the ability to stably refine third-grade high-level elixirs. Among them, only Li Shiming had the largest amount of alchemy. Third-grade elixirs required 6 golden elixirs, passing under the supervision of the elders. There is no way to hide it from the golden elixir elders on both sides. These 6 golden elixir elders had not come to him until now, and he felt that the 6 golden elixir elders had very strong endurance. Although I have the same surname as Shushan Sect Master Li, we have nothing to do with each other. Li Yuanba shook his head and said. When he said this, the faces of the 6 Jindan elders showed disappointment. Regardless of whether what Li Yuanba said was true or not, they all heard the rejection in it. With their equal status, it is almost impossible to force Li Yuanba to do anything. So if Li Yuanba refuses, their idea of benefiting from it will not be realized. But I have a friend on the right side who met Master Li. It was through that friend that I obtained Master Li's elixir. Li Yuanba saw the expressions of the golden elixir elders, and then said with a smile. Jiang Pu's eyes lit up. Since Li Yuanba admitted that he had a relationship, they could hope to benefit from it. I wonder if you can ask your good friend to come forward and ask Master Li to make elixirs for us. Jiang Pu asked eagerly. Except for Li Yuanba, the other Jindan elders present were all in the middle stage of Jindan, and they were all monks with substantial wealth. They also have long-term cooperative alchemy masters. Their previous third-grade elixirs were all produced by the cooperative alchemy masters. However, according to the news from Shushan Sect and Beishu Trading Company, Li Shiming was promoted to the golden elixir stage, and his alchemy level has not dropped at all. The third-grade elixir in the middle stage of refining the golden elixir still maintains the level of producing a third-grade high-grade elixir. Compared with the cooperating alchemy masters of the 6 golden elixir elders present, the third-grade high-level elixir refined by Li Shiming is more effective. Not to mention the elixir yield rate. It is almost guaranteed that each elixir will definitely yield 2 third-grade high-level elixirs. Dan. The level of their cooperating alchemy masters fluctuates, and if they are unlucky, they may even fail to make alchemy. In many cases, a single elixir can only allow them to get a third-grade elixir, and the grade cannot be guaranteed. At most, I can only win the elixirs that are taken by the few people present. I cannot make elixirs for other monks. My good friend also needs to pay favors. Li Yuanba thought for a while and replied. Of course, in addition to the cost of Master Li's action, we will repay you and your friend. Jiang Pu said happily. Chapter 322 Meeting. In the days that followed, it was the period when the relationship between good and evil at Jishan Pass was the closest. Through Li Yuanba's relationship, 6 middle-stage golden elixir elders from both the good and evil sides sent their respective third-grade elixirs and elixir prescriptions to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba sent it to Yi Lingyun through channels. And then Yi Lingyun sent it to Shushan's sect holding Sword Peak. Even the 3 golden elixir elders of the righteous path had no intention of prying. They know very well that if such a channel is to be maintained, it must remain as it is. If anything is discovered, it is very likely that even the relationship with Li Yuanba will be severed, regardless of whether they believed it or not. Li Yuanba's friend really existed. After receiving the 2 successfully refined third-grade high-grade elixirs for the first time, and sensing the full spiritual energy in the third-grade high-grade elixir, their only choice was the idea is to stabilize the relationship with Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba got a lot of benefits from this. Not only did he stabilize the channel at Jiashan Pass, he also got more money to make the move. The income from him and his friends is not much. But these 2 benefits are for the gene and cultivator, which is not too bad. Otherwise, if he can't get it, plus Li Shiming's reward, he will get 3 shares. The 6 golden elixir elders also knew that the amount of elixirs they refined was very small, and their agreement with Li Yuanba was not spread. If this cooperative relationship is stabilized, it will be a long-term cooperation and is the key to their cultivation. No gene and elder will destroy this relationship, and will only maintain it with all his strength. Half a year later, Li Yuanba's practice of the Scorching Sun Jade body art has reached a small level. He urgently needs the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk to improve his body training. In addition, the 3rd grade Fierce Ghost and the Ghost Banner magic weapon in his hand is in constant decline because it has not been supported by its owner for a long time. And it needs to be delivered to Li Shiming as soon as possible. So he sent messages to both sides of the Jiashan checkpoint, requesting a trip through the Jiashan checkpoint. In the past, no matter who wanted to cross the Boundary Mountain checkpoint, especially the Golden Elixir stage monks who wanted to cross the border, they had to either sneak across through special channels, or go through formal procedures and be supervised by the opposite party. The Golden Elixir monks have the power to cause certain damage. Under the tense and hostile relationship between good and evil, it is extremely difficult for the Golden Elixir monks from both sides to pass the test. In fact, Li Yuanba could have smuggled himself in and used the sky covering technique to hide his aura from being discovered by the formations on both sides and pass through the formations on both sides. With his formation level, it is not difficult to pass through the formation, but he has the task of guarding Jiashan City. He needs to report his departure from Jiashan City. In addition, in half a year, he has formed an alliance of interests with the Gened and Elders on both sides of the Jiashan Pass. Passing the 2 sides of the Jiashan Pass is nothing. Event. Besides, after he passes, he will only stay for 3 hours before returning. In this time, Zhendao doesn't care what big things he can do. 3 hours is probably not enough to fly to any key location, let alone cause much damage to the righteous side. In fact, the 3 Gened and Elders of Zhendao all believe that Li Yuanba passed the border to meet that friend, who was the monk who helped them contact Master Li Shiming. The relationship between friends needs to be maintained. The 3 Gened and Elders strongly support Li Yuanba's meeting with his friends, which is also related to their own interests. After everything was agreed upon, Li Yuanba drove his sword light to the Boundary Mountain Pass. The Sanlua Sect's Boundary Mountain formation had already opened the passage for him. As he passed the formation, he nodded to Jiangpu, who was guarding the formation, and Jiangpu responded with a smile and waved his hand. After passing the Sanlua Sect's formation, they flew through the 200-mile buffer zone and arrived outside the Zhendao formation. As early as when Li Yuanba approached the formation, the aura of the Golden Elixir was discovered by the formation. However, Ingho and other 3 elders of the Golden Elixir presided over the formation. After confirming Li Yuanba's identity, the formation opened the passage. Fellow Taoist Li, if you don't have enough time, you can stay longer. It doesn't matter if you come back tomorrow, Ingho said with a smile when Li Yuanba passed through the passage. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist. I will try my best to return on time so as not to cause any more trouble to you, Li Yuanba replied with a smile. Fortunately, there are no other monks at the checkpoint at this time. Otherwise, who would believe that this is a conversation between the hostile Jingma Gened and monks? When Li Yuanba passed through the Zhendao formation, he was surprised to find that the Zhendao formation did not even scan. This was a sign of respect and trust for him. After leaving the formation, he accelerated his sword escape and flew towards the depths of the righteous forces. Once he was out of the sensing range of the formation, He activated the sky covering technique and found a place to stop. Not long after, a figure appeared with white lotus on its feet. It was Li Shiming, who came from Shushan's sect. When Li Shiming came here, he threw out the 4th grade Sumeru mustard seed formation plate and placed the 2 people in the formation. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Li Shiming looked at his clone and said with a monk salute, "Okay. No matter how many times I experience it, the weird feeling cannot be eliminated every time I face the clone. It's like facing a mirror. But the other self in the mirror exists in reality and can move independently. Fellow Taoist, long time no see." Li Yuanba replied to the monk's greeting. Li Shiming took out a wooden table from the space ring and poured the prepared 3-grade spiritual tea. Li Yuanba sat on the other side, took off his mask, and picked up a cup of 3-grade spiritual tea. "When we meet again, we have become elixirs. Fellow Taoist has 4 more elixirs than me." Li Yuanba took a sip of the spiritual tea, put down the cup and said, "Only 3 more." Li Shiming corrected immediately. Although Li Shiming and Li Yuanba are the same person's body and avatar, they have relatively independent thinking abilities, which is why such a dialogue occurred. Li Yuanba couldn't help but laugh when he sensed the message from Li Shiming. 3 indeed. He nodded. His Tai Chi Dao body has a human body that is yang, and a body that is refining to yin. The human yang body has a sword repairing gold elixir, and the body that is refining to yin has a corpse refining corpse elixir. But the sword repairing gold elixir is there. The elixir and the corpse refining elixir will not exist at the same time. They will only appear when he switches Taoist companions. The 2 sat facing each other and drank the spiritual tea in the cup seriously. Li Shiming placed a storage bag on the table, and Li Yuanba then took out a storage bag and placed it on the table. The 2 smiled at each other and put away each other's storage bags. "You also put away the Sumeru mustard seed formation disc. I am less likely to encounter danger with my current formation ability. Even using the 3rd grade formation flag can exert the same power as the Sumeru mustard seed formation disc." Li Shiming pointing to the Tumi mustard seed formation plate on the ground, he said. This was something he had already considered. The 4th grade Tumi mustard formation disc was the most powerful defensive method in his hand. If he had not become a formation master, perhaps he would still have kept the 4th grade Tumi mustard seed formation plate by his side to protect himself. But now he is a master of formations, and with the existence of the natal magic weapon Z15, his strength in formations is probably something that few monks in this world can match. "Fellow Taoist, be careful," Li Shiming said as a white lotus appeared at his feet, and then disappeared. Li Shiming has practiced the secret technique of charming soul concealment. Even during the day, he can use various shadows to become invisible within the range of his mind and cast step-by-step lotus. In this aspect, Li Yuanba, a sword cultivator and golden elixir master, has much less unique skills. But Li Yuanba's natal flying sword is so strong, and if Li Shiming fights head-on, it's really hard to say who will win and who will lose. Li Yuanba waved his hand, and the Tumi mustard seed array on the ground was put away. Although the Tumi mustard seed formation plate was refined by the main body Li Shiming, due to the relationship between the main body and the clone. This Tumi mustard seed formation plate can be used directly by Li Yuanba without even refining it. Li Yuanba looked at the time. It only took an hour for him to meet his real body, Li Shiming, and most of that time was spent sitting quietly facing each other and sipping tea. He did not stay in the right path sphere of influence for long, but he remembered that he had a lot of trouble with Shinya Temple. Fortunately, since the last time he found out that he was being probed by Chiba Temple using Fate Path, and the effect of Fate Path was broken through the sword. Chiba Temple also understood that there was little hope of tracking him through Fate Path, so the actions against him seemed to have stopped. He sometimes feels lucky that there is no Arha from Chiba Temple guarding the right pass at the Xiangjia Mountain Pass. Otherwise, whether he would be able to open a safe passage as he does now is a question. Most likely, he had to be careful about what methods Qianba Temple would use every day, and did not dare to be easily exposed to the formation. As he was about to approach the right path, a warning arose in his heart. When monks encounter danger, they will more or less generate warnings. The stronger the spirit, the more accurate this warning will be. He had doubts in his heart, based on his understanding of the 3 elders guarding Jin Dan, Ing Ho, Xin Tong and Mu Peng. They were not the kind of people who would betray him. They are the elders of the major sects in the middle stage of Jin Dan. Although their agreement with Li Shiming is private, it is impossible for them to break the agreement without reason. Li Yuanba activated the hiding the sky, which allowed him to avoid being discovered by the formation at the Righteous Path level, and he entered the range of the Righteous Path formation. At this moment, a communicator in his space ring reacted. This liaison device is the liaison device between him and Ning Ho. It does not use the liaison array of the major sects, but the liaison array of the Beiju Trading Company. The advantage of this contact device is that as long as you are in the 6 major sects, as well as in less remote areas of the northern Shu continent, you can contact people through this contact device. His mind scanned the communicator, and a message was received by him. Fellow Daoist Li, 2 great arhats have come to Qinya Temple. We will open the passage to the 5th formation for you. You can return from there as soon as possible. You can really do whatever you want. Li Yuanba couldn't help but shook his head and muttered. Just when he thought of Qinya Temple, the Great Arhat from Qinya Temple arrived. Big Arhat is an honorific title for an Arhat who has reached the peak of the late Arhat realm. Corresponding to the late peak of the Golden Core realm is the honorific title of Great Elder. No matter which major sect you are in, there are very few monks with peak strength in the late Golden Core realm. These are nascent soul seeds, and are the most important foundation of the sect. Unless there is no hope of promotion due to longevity issues, such beings will only deal with some affairs of the sect. Otherwise they will concentrate on cultivation. Just like Li Yuanba's master, Elder Jian. He is actually also a great elder. However, Elder Jian's own name is so famous that he does not need the title of Great Elder to increase his status. As for the Great Arhat of Qinya Temple, his strength is not much weaker than Elder Sword. Even with the background of Qinya Temple, there may be a Great Arhat with similar strength to Elder Sword. This is entirely possible. Qinya Temple has a profound foundation, especially in terms of martial arts, and is in the upper reaches of the 6 major sects. Even if Li Yuanba had the magic weapon of Wanjian Feng, he would not have the confidence to fight against the Big Arhat, let alone 2 Big Arhats. How much did Qinya Temple value him that they would send 2 Great Arhats to deal with a monk who had just been promoted to the Golden Elixir? In fact, he still misjudged the importance Qinya Temple attached to him. If the 6 major sects were not dealing with the Tianqing Trading Company recently, which required each major sect to be guarded by powerful beings at the level of the Yuaning Ancestor, perhaps at this time, a Venerable came to him. Since the fake baby seal manager of Tianqing Trading Company has disappeared, he has not been found yet. Sun Luo's sect also reported that the Yuaning Ancestor of Tianqing Trading Company had appeared near the Beiju continent, which forced every major sect to invite the Yuaning Ancestor to guard it. Every major sect has multiple Yuaning Ancestors. In normal times, the Yuaning Ancestors are mostly in seclusion practicing or acting freely. Although there are Yuaning Ancestors in the Mountain Sect, if they really want to invite them to take charge of affairs, I'm afraid it takes many days in advance to wait for the Ancestor of Nascent Soul to come forward. Of course, if there is an emergency, you can also force the Yuaning Ancestor to come out. But in that case, unless there is a life and death crisis in the sect, what you are waiting for is the wrath of the Yuaning Ancestor. Therefore, knowing the possible threat of a fake infant and a nascent soul, all major sects of course invited the nascent soul ancestor in advance. The 6 major sects also know very well that it is almost impossible to block the nascent soul ancestor just by relying on the 4th grade sea beasts in the sea. The reason why the 4th grade sea beasts were able to block the Yuaning Ancestor before was because the Yuaning Ancestor was not familiar with the waters near the Beiju continent. The nascent Ing Ancestor used some methods, and tried a few more times to discover the division of the 4th grade sea beast's territory. It is completely possible to sneak quietly between the territories, and avoid the 4th grade sea beasts. Therefore, under the current circumstances, the 6 major sects cannot guarantee whether the Yuaning Ancestor has entered the interior of the northern Shu continent. As long as the nascent soul ancestor does not enter the monitoring range of the major formations, it is really impossible to find traces of the nascent soul ancestor with 100% chance of using hidden secrets. It is very good that the 4th level sea beast can block the ancestor of nascent soul once. It is equivalent to informing the major sects of the situation in advance. This is also the reason why the major sects have formed an alliance with the 4th level sea beast. Chapter 323 Arhut. Li Yuanba changed the aspect. The 5th formation was 100 miles away from the Zhengdao Pass. The large formation at the boundary mountain level is made up of formations connected together. The 5th formation is the name of a single formation here. He played a magic formula, and Ing Ho, who is in charge of the formation, should receive this magic formula. Ing Ho allowed him to pass through the 5th formation just to reassure him. If they passed the Zhengdao Boundary Mountain Pass. If Ing Ho and the others really betray Li Yuanba, or are discovered by the great Arhat of Qinye Temple, then it will be difficult for Li Yuanba to escape with the defense of the Zhengdao Boundary Mountain Pass. But it was different at the 5th formation. If Li Yuanba felt a crisis, he could use his means to escape at any time. Just 3 breaths after he fired the spell, the 5th formation in front of him opened a passage. Without hesitation, he used sword escape and flew towards the 5th formation. This corresponds to Ho's trust in him. And at the same time, it also reflects his trust in his own formation level. Although Li Yuanba is not a formation master, and does not have a Z15 with him, he can call on the resources of Li Shiming at any time. Whether it is the formation Starlight C, or the computing power of the natal magic weapon Z15, they can help him. If Zhengdao really wants to deal with him through a large formation, they will definitely be extremely disappointed. Not to mention that he had already conducted extremely in-depth research on the formation on the righteous path. But without much research, it would not take long for him to forcefully break through the formation with the formation ability he could mobilize. He passed through the formation without encountering any trouble, which made him feel relaxed. This was not because he could safely leave the righteous path forces, but because Ing Ho and other 3 righteous golden elixir elders were his friends. Although there is an interest relationship in this, at the golden elixir stage, it is difficult to make friends with each other without an interest relationship, even if they are monks from the same sect. If there is no interest relationship, which golden elixir monk will waste precious time on making friends? Just like Li Shiming's master, Elder Su. Elder Su has a good relationship with a group of Jindan elders. This is also based on the fact that they are Jindan elders of the same lineage in the sect. Let's see if Elder Su has made friends with other Jindan elders in the sect. The elder Jindan who knows the pulse will know. Elder Su usually doesn't even have enough time to practice. And his relationship with other Jindan elders in the sect who have no interest relationship is average. He quickly passed through the 200-mile buffer zone, greeted the elder Jindan who guarded the Sanluo sect's Boundary Mountain Pass, and returned to Jieshan City. He took out the storage bag and knew what was inside without opening it. The most precious thing in the storage bag is the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk. It is precisely because of the preciousness of Tianlu Immortal Milk that he must go and retrieve it in person. The second most precious thing is the Chumi Mustard Seed Formation Disc. This is a 4th grade formation disc. As long as you don't encounter a formation master, you can rely on the Chumi Mustard Seed Formation Disc to block any Jindan stage attack. There are also a bunch of resources. The 10 jade bottles are all filled with 3rd grade elixirs. With these 3rd grade elixirs for cultivation, he will not need to transport 3rd grade elixirs through the channel of Jieshan Pass for a long time. In fact, the number of 3rd grade elixirs transported recently was quite large, which was why the 6 elders guarding the elixirs of Jingma came to him. Li Yuanba was able to obtain a large number of 3rd grade elixirs refined by Master Li Shiming. So he must have some contact with Master Li Shiming. This time I received 10 jade bottles of 3rd grade elixirs. I will have training resources for a long time in the future, which can weaken the impact of the 3rd grade elixirs. The rest is the 3rd grade spiritual tea, which is the 3rd grade spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming himself, as well as some products that combine technology and immortality. The 3rd grade spiritual tea cooked by Li Shiming himself is no less famous in the Beishu continent than the 3rd grade spiritual elixir he refined. What's more, because Li Shiming rarely roasts 3rd grade lingsha, and only a small amount appears within Shushan Sect and Beishu Trading Company, the value of such 3rd grade lingsha far exceeds the value of the actual 3rd grade lingsha itself. Li Yuanba took part of the 3rd grade spiritual tea and divided it into 6 portions. This was a gift to the 6 golden elixir elders on both sides of the good and the evil. He personally sent it to Sanluo Sect, and shopkeeper Xian Shun sent it to Zhengdao Pass through channels. There are also some corpse refining resources in the storage bag to increase the strength of the silver corpse. 3rd grade corpse refining materials also need to be consumed with Li Yuanba's ability alone. If you want to obtain 3rd grade corpse refining materials, you can only accumulate them slowly. Yu Xing, call shopkeeper Xian Shun over. Li Yuanba sent a message to Deacon Yu Xing. Not long after, Deacon Yu Xing came outside with shopkeeper Xian Shun. Li Yuanba walked outside. These 2 people were his direct subordinates, so there was no need to be polite. There was no need to invite them in, so they just talked outside. Shopkeeper Xian Shun sent these 3 gifts to me respectively for 3 Taoist friends. Ing Ho, Xian Tong and Mu Peng. He took out 3 sealed jade boxes and ordered, "Yes, Elder!" Shopkeeper Xian Shun responded as he bowed and took the 3 sealed jade boxes. He has been in Jieshan City for a long time, and he naturally knows the connection between the Jin and Elders on both sides of the Jieshan Pass. Many privately traded resources are still carried out through his trading firm. In addition, let someone inquire whether the 2 arhats from Qianye Temple stayed or left when they arrived at the checkpoint, and in what direction they left. Try to find out as much as possible, Li Yuanba then ordered. It is difficult for my people to grasp the whereabouts of the 2 arhats, and they may not be able to get accurate information. Please forgive me, Elder. Shopkeeper Xian Shun did not guarantee it, but bowed and said, most of the people under him are Qi Chain monks, who are a bit far away from Arhat's circle. Not to mention that they don't have the authority to look around when they get to the checkpoint there. Don't tell me that after all these years, you have no intelligent source over there, Li Yuanba said in a deep voice. He also knew some things, but it didn't have any big impact, so he just turned a blind eye. Shopkeeper Xian Shun controls the Sanluo Sect's trading house in Jieshan City, and he also gets some profits from the circulation of goods. Li Yuanba did not object to Shopkeeper Xian Shun getting some benefits, but he allowed Shopkeeper Xian Shun to get some benefits. When things needed to be done, he had to get things done. Otherwise, he didn't care about changing the shopkeeper. At least recently. No one dared to provoke him in the Sanluo sect. And his master, Patriarch Lu, was guarding the mountain gate. Otherwise, why would Elder Sita give this lucrative job in Jieshan City to him? It was not because Patriarch Lu paid attention to him. Elder, I'll do it right away. Shopkeeper Xian Shun was frightened by Li Yuanba's threatening tone and agreed without further argument. After so many years of cooperation with the other party, how could it be possible that we don't have some relationships? And these relationships are very solid. And they are acquainted through interests, and continue through interests. Yu Xing, find someone to send this gift back to the sect, and into the hands of Elder Situ. Li Yuanba ordered Deacon Yu Xing after Shopkeeper Xian Shun left. Ancestor Lu is there, but he still has to maintain the relationship by himself. If he wants to keep his current position guarding Jieshan City, he needs the support of Elder Situ. In fact, Li Yuanba wanted to find out the traces of the 2 great arhats of Qianye Temple, so it would be more direct and faster to find Ning Ho, the 3 golden elixir elders. But he didn't want to embarrass the 3 golden elixir elders Ning Ho. He needed to consider the 3 golden elixir elders. The purpose of reporting the news to him was to prevent him from accidentally encountering the 2 arhats and avoid danger. But leaking the itinerary of the 2 great arhats to him would be a betrayal. As the righteous golden elixir elders, they cannot do anything that betrays the righteous path. Shopkeeper Xian Shun didn't let Li Yuanba wait long, and sent the news an hour later. The 2 great arhats were not seen leaving from the rear, and it was not certain whether the 2 great arhats were still in the Zhengdao boundary mountain pass, because the 2 great arhats had not shown up again since their arrival. When Li Yuanba heard the news, his heart sank. It is impossible for the 2 great arhats to come to the Jieshan Pass to practice. The spiritual energy at the Jieshan Pass is not a very good training environment for the great arhats. They must have something important to do when they left Chiba Temple. Li Yuanba felt that it was for him, and that he needed to be prepared to deal with possible attacks. He did not inform Jiang Pu and the other 3 golden elixir elders, although they had a mutually supportive relationship with Li Yuanba. If the 2 arhats really attacked, Jiang Pu and the 3 golden elixir elders would not be able to deal with it. He took out the hard band and put it on, and took out a few second-grade formation flags, and set up the Chi Preservation Formation, which was a formation that could retain a certain breath for a long time. This formation has a single function, and it was obtained by Li Shiming from the monk Ichio Dan Jinden. The function of the formation is to make a breath exist for a long time, and the formation will continue to use spiritual energy to nourish this breath. Li Yuanba didn't know what method the 2 great arhats would use to determine his location. He didn't want to be found by the 2 great arhats. After setting up the Chi-preserving magic circle, he injected his own breath into the inside of the Chi-preserving magic circle. Then, without telling anyone, he used the sky covering technique to hide his aura and left Jieshan City when it was getting dark. As for his responsibility for protecting Jieshan City, I believe that the sect will not hold him accountable after learning that it was due to the attack by the 2 great arhats. When monks encounter an enemy they cannot resist, they have the option of fleeing immediately. Even the sect would not let a Jin and elder fight against an unmatched enemy because of a city. Li Yuanba left Jieshan City and released the 4th grade. Tumi Mustard Seed Formation Disk. 10 miles outside Jishan City. The interior of the Sumeru Mustard Seed Formation formed its own space, and could not be discovered unless the ancestor of nascent souls scanned it nearby. Hiding in the Sumeru Mustard Seed Formation is his. He also released a drone. This drone was driven by a spirit stone motor. This is the latest research result of the main body Li Shiming. The spirit stone is converted into stable electricity through a small thunder array, which can be used by the drone for a long time. Flight. In addition, the elixir motor also provides energy for various equipment on the drone, allowing the drone to stay in the air for a maximum of 100 days. This is still an early product. Once Li Shiming masters the automatic replacement technology of spiritual stones, it will become possible for the drone to remain in the air for several years. This drone is a reconnaissance type and can fly up to 10,000 meters. Li Shiming, the formation master, has personally engraved the formation patterns so that the drone has its own concealment function and cannot be discovered by monks. Of course, the concealment function is relative. If a monk knows that there is a drone in a certain area, he can still find it by searching with his spiritual mind. But this possibility is too low. The drone uses a method that combines immortality with technology. The aura response of the immortality part is extremely weak, mainly because the energy required by the drone itself is not high. Most of the energy consumed is electricity. This kind of mortal energy will not be noticed by the monks at all. Coupled with the existence of the concealment formation, the drone is very safe. In the past, drones were used by the main body Li Shiming. This meeting finally allowed Li Yuanba to get technical help. The drone flies into the sky, and the high-precision camera and micron-level chip allow all conditions in an area to be displayed on the goggles. Li Yuanba can be sure that Qianye Temple definitely has a special channel to pass through the Boundary Mountain Pass. Many Arhats have sneaked into Shirwanda Mountain before. He didn't know what channels the two great Arhats would use to sneak across. Even if he stayed in Jishan City for a while, he still couldn't fully grasp the situation at Jishan Pass. In addition to the 6 elders guarding Jindan on both sides, there are several other forces at the Boundary Mountain Pass, such as the trading houses of various sects, such as the forces united by medium-sized sects, etc. These forces have their own channels. The drone switched to night vision and turned on infrared thermal imaging. Li Yuanba controlled the drone through an eye mask and narrowed the monitoring range to a 50-mile radius of Jishan City. All lives within this range will be marked. At the third watch of the day, 2 figures appeared outside the formation of the Jishan town guards. The appearance of these 2 figures was extremely sudden. If Li Yuanba hadn't been paying close attention to the town guard mansion, he would have missed the appearance of these 2 figures. The drone did not detect these 2 figures in advance, whether it was infrared thermal imaging or night vision. It did not detect the 2 figures before they took the initiative to appear. This discovery made Li Yuanba slightly shocked. The drone's night vision and infrared thermal imaging can only be effective when the monks have no protection against such methods. Obviously, these 2 figures were very careful, not only to achieve invisibility, but also to hide their body heat. Li Yuanba saw 2 bald heads through the night vision of the drone. These 2 bald heads are particularly obvious when looking down from the sky. He was 100% sure that these 2 bald heads were the 2 great Arhats of Chiba Temple. He immediately took out the Identity Jade Disc and reported to the Sect that he discovered that 2 great Arhats from Qianye Temple had sneaked into Jishan City. The discovery of the 2 great Arhats in advance gave Li Yuanba an explanation for his duty of guarding Jishan City. Li Yuanba, a monk in the early stage of the Golden Elixir, could not be allowed to fight against the 2 great Arhats. As for how these 2 great Arhats will deal with it, it depends on what the Sect says. Chapter 324, Falling Short. Shishang Arhat and Jihai Arhat. They are the true heritage of Qianye Temple, the peak of the Golden Elixir, coupled with sufficient talent and the investment of a large amount of resources from Qianye Temple. What awaits them is the final sprint. They had not traveled outside in the past 10 years or so, and had always stayed in retreat in the temple, hoping to find opportunities for breakthrough. But a sudden mission interrupted their practice, and they were asked by the temple senior officials to bring back a Li Yuanba. Sanluo Sect Li Yuanba, the newly promoted Jindan elder, also recorded in the database of Qianye Temple that Li Yuanba is very likely to be reincarnated as a certain bodhisattva, because it took Li Yuanba a very short time to master the magical power of Buddling Lotus step by step. According to the records of Qianye Temple, unless he was the reincarnation of a Buddhist senior, he would not be able to master a Buddhist magical power so quickly. Chiba Temple's research on Buddhist magical powers is extremely profound. Even though there are many monks in the temple who have mastered Buddhist magical powers, Only Chiba Temple itself knows what price the temple has paid for these monks. Every monk who masters Buddhist magical powers is selected from countless geniuses. And only after targeted training can he begin to learn the basics of Buddhist magical powers. This targeted practice alone will take decades, or even hundreds of years. In addition, Qianye Temple tried to bring back Li Yuanba many times, and even sent many arhats for this purpose. But nothing came of it. This is also in line with the high blessings of the reincarnation of Buddhist bodhisattvas, who can avoid danger on their own. Li Yuanba was sent to Jieshan City by Sun Luo's sect, which actually gave Qianye Temple an opportunity. In the eyes of most monks, Jieshan City is close to Jieshan Pass, and it is guarding and helping each other with Jieshan Pass. It is also protected by a large formation, so it is an extremely safe place. But in fact, Chiba Temple and Sun Luo's sect have been at odds with each other for many years, and they have invested countless efforts in studying the Jieshan Pass and Jieshan City. This time, in order to deal with Li Yuanba, Qianye Temple focused on conducting research on the Jieshan City's formation. Shishang Arhat and Zhihai Arhat passed through the channels of the merchants affiliated with Qianba Temple at the border mountain pass of the Righteous Path. No one informed them of their actions. Not even Ningho of the Righteous Path and the other 3 elders guarding the Jin Den were aware of their actions. The 2 great arhats have mastered Qianye Temple's special concealment skills. The Buddhist sect is better at this than the demon sect. Even the 3 golden elixir elders at the Sun Luo sect's boundary mountain level failed to discover the secrets of the 2 great arhats. Sneak into. They maintained the secret method of concealment until they entered Jieshan City and approached the tutelary mansion before revealing themselves. Even if they showed up, they did not disturb the formation. If Li Yuanba hadn't deployed drones in the sky, perhaps Li Yuanba wouldn't have been able to notice the arrival of the 2 arhats until now. I'm here to seal the space. I only have 5 breaths of time. Once I'm successful in entering, I'll evacuate immediately. Zhishang Arhat took out a formation disc and said to Zhihai Arhat through sound transmission. The formation disc in Zhishang Arhat's hand was thrown out, and the formation disc was immediately activated, wrapping the garrison in an instant. This array is to prevent Li Yuanba from using Ubu Shanglian to escape. As for catching Li Yuanba, Zhihai Arhat, as a great arhat, can easily handle a monk who has just entered the golden elixir, even a sword cultivator. Just when the formation disc was activated, the formation in Jieshan City was alarmed, and the alarm sound emitted by the formation resounded through every corner of the formation. In Jieshan City, the mortals and the Changqi monks were hiding in the building, and all the Foundation building monks came out. Foundation building monks need to be responsible for participating in protecting the mountain city when encountering situations. The palm of Zhihai Arhat turned into gold, and he pressed gently on the formation of the garrison. The formation that could withstand the attack of the golden core cultivator was forcibly broken by this light blow. The formation that Li Yuanba thought was pretty good at first actually only blocked the time it took for Arhat Zhihai to breathe. The figure of Zhihai Arhat turned into an afterimage. He ignored the alarmed monks in front of the townhouse and rushed into Li Yuanba's residence behind the townhouse. His spiritual mind had long been locked on Li Yuanba's aura. In one breath, he came to where the aura was and saw a formation. With another casual blow, the formation was broken, and his face looked ugly. As he broke through the Qi preservation formation, the aura deliberately left behind by Li Yuanba quickly dissipated without the blessing of the Qi preservation formation. I've been fooled. Li Yuanba is not here. Zhihai Arhat sent a message to Zhishang Arhat outside. Mission failed. Retreat. Zhishang Arhat said without any hesitation. They did not come here to destroy Jieshan City. Jieshan City was not only the Jieshan City of Sun Luo's sect, but also the 3 major righteous sects, including Qianye Temple's Jieshan City. There are a large number of monks from the 3 righteous sects here, although they are all low-level monks doing business. This resource channel is still very important to the 3 righteous sects. The 2 great arhats ignored the other monks in Jieshan City. They didn't sense Li Yuanba's aura, so they knew their visit was in vain, since the formation was not controlled by Li Yuanba, and the 2 great arhats were familiar with the Jieshan City formation. The formation was not able to stop the 2 great arhats. The 2 great arhats left forcefully, and many of the Foundation building monks in Jieshan City felt the 2 extremely terrifying auras. The Foundation building monks were suppressed tightly, and those who were closer lost control of their bodies and could not move at all. No one knew what happened. The monks in Jieshan City could only let the 2 great arhats leave, but there was no way they could do anything about it. Chiba Temple has a detailed plan for this mission, and also has a response after failure. After they flew out of Jeshan City, they concealed their aura again and prepared to sneak back to the righteous forces through the channels they had prepared. Although the existence of the two great Arhats was still not discovered, it was impossible to return through the original smuggling channel. This was one of the reactions given by the Sanluo sect after Li Yuanba informed the sect that he had discovered the traces of the two great Arhats in Qianye Temple. The formation that sealed the Boundary Mountain Pass sealed the two Arhats in Shirwanda Mountain. These are two great Arhats. For Sanluo sect, killing these two great Arhats can really weaken the foundation of Qianye Temple. There is hope for a great Arhat to become a Venerable one, and to be able to become a great Arhat in the competition of thousands of armies. Each one of them is the core of the sect that has gone through hundreds of years of hard work. The great Arhats can no longer be called geniuses. They have a very high status in Qianye Temple, and are the strongest beings under the Venerable. The most important thing is that most of their potential has been realized, and only the last step is left. Once successfully promoted, they will become one of the strongest beings in the northern Shu continent. Therefore, after receiving the news from Li Yuanba, Sanluo sect immediately ordered the Jeshan Pass to be closed. Strange. How could Sanluo sect react so quickly? Zhishang Arhat said with a look of surprise on his face. They acted extremely quickly so that Sanluo sect would not have time to react. They have penetrated deep into Sanluo sect, and as long as they move quickly enough, they will not encounter any trouble. Sanluo sect would never have thought that Chiba Temple would send such two great Arhats. These great Arhats, who are related to the sect's heritage, will not easily take risks. I sense danger. Please leave quickly. Shihai Arhat looked into the distance and said in a deep voice. To make Shihai a great Arhat feel the danger, Zhishang Arhat knew that reinforcements from the Sanluo sect were about to arrive. And this reinforcement is the nascent soul ancestor. And only the nascent soul ancestor can make the Arhat feel in danger. The two Arhats flew in the same direction. Since they could not pass the Boundary Mountain checkpoint, they would first find a place to hide and wait for the next order from Qianye Temple. They didn't realize that there were drones hidden in the sky 10,000 meters away, tracking their movements. Because they were worried about the arrival of the nascent soul ancestor, they did not use the secret method of concealment, but ran away at full speed. When using the secret method of concealment, it is impossible to reach full speed. These two great Arhats have not practiced the magic foot power. They have practiced the method of flight. When flying at full speed, they cannot maintain the secret method of concealment. Their choice is easy to understand. The concealment and secret methods they use can deceive both the Golden Core cultivators of the same level and the large formations. But this does not include the Yuaning Ancestor. The strength of the Yuaning Ancestor is on another level. No Jin Dan monk would think that his hidden secret method can 100% deceive the Yuaning Ancestor. Therefore, the key point for the two great Arhats is to stay away from this place, and away from the nascent soul ancestor. This allows Li Yuanba to observe the movements of the two Arhats through the drone. As long as the two Arhats are not in a short time, they can escape thousands of miles away. For the drone with a height of 10,000 meters, it is just a matter of turning the camera. Stay in focus. It is impossible for Chiba Temple to really let the two great Arhats be involved in danger. So they have prepared multiple emergency measures. At a place about 1,000 miles away from the Boundary Mountain Pass, the two great Arhats stopped. They did not dare to go any deeper. They came to a boulder, and Jihai Arhat moved the boulder away, revealing a carefully arranged cave inside. The formations and various facilities of this cave cannot be built in a short time. This is the safe house that Chiba Temple sent people to build in advance as a second emergency plan. The carefully arranged formation can completely hide the auras of the two great Arhats in the vast area of Shuwandishan. Even if Yuaning Ancestor has no target, he cannot inspect every inch of the land one by one. Run away! Li Yuanba was watching the two great Arhats disappear at a certain location when he received the message from Ing Ho via the communicator. It seemed that Ing Ho had discovered that the two great Arhats were missing from the Boundary Mountain Pass of Zhengdao. But Li Yuanba did not expect that Ing Ho would send him a warning at this time. Although Ing Ho's warning was too late, Li Yuanba needed to take note of this favor. Nothing! Li Yuanba replied with a message. He didn't say anything else in the communicator. After all, the communicator was relayed through the communication array of Beishu Trading Company. Who knows whether someone will trace it and give it to Ing Ho, bringing trouble over there. At the level of Zhengdao Boundary Mountain, Ing Ho looked at the reply in the communicator, and the worry on his face disappeared. Although there is hostility between the righteous way and the evil way, the interest relationship between him and Li Yuanba is equally close. In recent months, He had converted the third-grade elixir in his hand into a third-grade high-grade elixir from Li Yuanba's channel, which made his almost stagnant cultivation begin to grow again. On one side is the Alliance Jinya Temple, and on the other side is Li Yuanba, who has resources to improve his own cultivation. As long as he does not betray the Righteous Alliance, he will not be stingy in providing Li Yuanba with the help he can. "You're fine, fellow Daoisli," he said with a smile to the two Jinden elders, Xintong and Mu Peng, who were standing aside. It is estimated that even the two great arhats of Jinya Temple do not know that the three Jinden elders, who guard the Righteous Path Boundary Mountain Pass, are extremely concerned about Li Yuanba's life and death. The news said by Ing Ho was a joint decision of the three Jinden elders. "That's good. Jinya Temple is acting more and more without scruples," Xintong said with a slight complaint after taking a long breath. Jinya Temple smuggled in without passing through the three of them. This behavior made the three of them extremely uncomfortable. This distrust was also one of the reasons why they informed Li Yuanba. "Two great arhats. They attach too much importance to fellow Daoisli," Mu Peng continued. Although Li Yuanba has the Wanjian Feng magic weapon in his hand, which makes them unable to resist, it is still too exaggerated to say that Li Yuanba is worthy of Jinya Temple sending two great arhats. "Let's not mention this matter again, as long as fellow Daoisli is safe," Ing Ho waved his hand and said. He was worried that the walls had ears. The three Jinden elders changed the topic and stopped talking about the feud between Jinya Temple and Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba did not take it lightly because the two great arhats left. Who knows if Jinya Temple sent other arhats over? He knew that the Sect would definitely take action, and would never let Jinya Temple be so rampant in Shirwanda Mountain. The strength of the two great arhats at the Jieshan Pass, unless the hidden combat power that may exist is alerted. The combined combat power of the Sanluo Sect here is no match for the two great arhats. He didn't wait long. Not long after the two great arhats hid, he spotted a figure from the drone that was almost captured by the drone. That speed was really too fast. After Li Yuanba put on the hard band and used Lotus every step with all his strength, he could probably reach a similar speed. Li Yuanba used Lotus every step, and his hard hoop almost doubled the distance of Lotus every step. Only in this case can he catch up with this speed, judging from the direction in which the figure came and the way it flew without any cover. This should be reinforcements sent from the mountain gate of Sanluo Sect. Li Yuanba no longer hid, took back the Jumi mustard seed array, and flew towards Jieshan City. "Yu Xing, as well as the shopkeepers, please pay attention to maintaining order in Jieshan City," he said loudly with his spiritual power. His voice spread throughout Jieshan City. The monks who were originally in panic because of the enemy's attack and the disappearance of the guarding Jinden elders calmed down and followed the instructions of the foundation building monks. Chapter 325 Demon Buddha. "Yuanba, come here." Just when Li Yuanba returned to Jieshan City to regain control of the situation, a voice rang in his ears. He couldn't help but feel happy, because it was the voice of Patriarch Lu. The reason why he has been able to make waves in the Sanluo Sect recently, and to get such a guarding task, is because of Patriarch Lu. This was his thigh in the Sanluo Sect, and when he was attacked at Jinya Temple, the arrival of Patriarch Lu made him feel more at ease. There was still a little worry, but it disappeared. The voice came from the guard's mansion. Li Yuanba flew back to the guard's mansion and saw Patriarch Lu in the hall. "Yuanba has met the Ancestor." Li Yuanba stepped forward and bowed. "It seems that you are still somewhat prepared, but I don't need to think about how to explain it to your master," Patriarch Lu said with a smile. After receiving the notification from the Sect, Patriarch Lu flew towards Jieshan City at full speed without a moment's hesitation. He attaches great importance to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba is not only his direct disciple, but also has amazing talents. At Li Yuanba's age, he has the potential to be promoted to the Golden Core. Li Yuanba definitely has the possibility of impacting the nascent soul. In addition, Li Yuanba is the only successor of Elder Jian's lineage. Elder Jian spent so many years to find this disciple, and even Wan Jianfeng passed it on to Li Yuanba. If something really happened to Li Yuanba, Elder Jian's line would probably be cut off. After Patriarch Lu saw that Li Yuanba was fine, he was still very happy. The disciples have some connections with Zhengdao. They informed me in advance that two great arhats appeared in Jinya Temple, so I was prepared. Li Yuanba did not mean to hide it, and explained the reason in words. Jinya Temple has crossed the line this time. We must teach them a lesson. Patriarch Lu nodded. Don't look at it. The 6 major sects are divided into good and evil sides, and there are constant frictions between them. But in fact, the relationship between Sinluo's sect and the righteous Shushan sect and Qianhuan sect is pretty good. On the contrary, the relationship between the three major sects of demon sect is not that good. This is also related to the geographical location of the three major demon sections. The three righteous sects occupy the middle area of the northern Shu continent, and the three major demon sects occupy three edge directions, and are not connected to each other. There is no trust between the demon sections. The three major demon sects do not have much cooperative relationship with each other unless they encounter major events involving good and demons. There are some agreements between Xiang Sinluo's sect and the three major sects of Zhendao, and everyone does not want to spend too much money. It is almost impossible for the six major sects in the Beishu continent to start a full-scale war, because the six major sects all have a certain number of nascent soul ancestors. If the nascent soul ancestors take action, they have the power to destroy an entire region. Just like the nuclear threat in the previous life, the ancestor of nascent soul is the nuclear weapon of this world of cultivating immortals. He would not dare to launch a full-scale war without being sure of victory. No major sect wants the environment it relies on to be destroyed, thereby losing the supply of resources for cultivating immortals. Ancestor, I found the hiding place of the two great arhats. Li Yuanba heard that Ancestor Lu didn't want to let it go easily, so he told what he knew. You are so brave that you dare to detect the traces of the arhat. Take me there. Patriarch Lu looked at Li Yuanba and smiled. The great arhat is the strongest being under the nascent soul. When Patriarch Lu saw that Li Yuanba was fine, he just reminded Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was in front, and Patriarch Lu followed behind, flying hundreds of miles away. You are too slow. Tell me the direction and I will take you there. Patriarch Lu said impatiently as he disliked Li Yuanba's sword escape speed. In fact, Li Yuanba's sword escape speed is not slow, but it depends on who he compares with. Compared with Yuaning ancestors such as Patriarch Lu, he is naturally slow. Of course, Li Yuanba did not expose Lotus every step. Otherwise he would have shown Ancestor Lu what speed is. Patriarch Lu grabbed Li Yuanba, but Li Yuanba had no choice but to point in one direction. Ancestor Lu's flight was very domineering, relying entirely on his unparalleled spiritual power to drive himself. The air in front of him was broken open by the spiritual power in advance. During the extremely fast flight, Li Yuanba did not feel any wind sound. Right in the middle of that mountain peak, near that big rock. When he approached the target location, Li Yuanba pointed at the big rock on the mountain peak and said, "The two big arhats disappeared here, presumably hiding somewhere nearby. Now Qianye Temple is heartbroken." Patriarch Lu laughed. He sensed the existence of the cave as he approached the mountain peak without Li Yuanba's guidance. In particular, this cave has an obvious Qianye Temple style, and each sect has its own formation characteristics. This is related to the types of resources within each sect's sphere of influence. The formation masters within the sect's research on formations will tend to favor formations with more unique formation material resources. In addition, among the formations of the six major sects, only Chiba Temple has Buddhist characteristics. Amitabha, my master, Venerable Huijing, and Brother Poor Monk are willing to withdraw from Shirwanda Mountain and compensate fellow Taoist Li Yuanba for a bottle of purifying liquid. The voice of Zhishang Arhat came from the cave. In the cave, Zhishang Arhat and Zhihai Arhat looked miserable. They never expected that the two great arhats would be blocked in the cave by Patriarch Lu. They couldn't even imagine how their whereabouts would be exposed. They had to know whether there was anyone following them along the way. With their two cultivations, it was impossible for them to be followed by monks without being discovered, unless they were followed by the Yuaning Ancestor. But if they were followed by the Yuaning Ancestor, it would be better to deal with them on the spot. Now that they were blocked in the cave, they had no chance of escaping. You are Huijing's disciples. But it doesn't matter. My relationship with Huijing is not good anyway. So what can he do if he kills two of his disciples? Patriarch Lu has no intention of establishing any friendship with the two juniors. He thought and spoke without any scruples. Li Yuanba felt it more deeply on the side. Ancestor Lu stood in the air. In fact, a terrifying energy had already enveloped the mountain peak. This was not some formation, but Patriarch Lu used his unparalleled strength to forcibly block the entire mountain peak with his spiritual power. No matter what methods the two great arhats had, there was not even the slightest possibility of escaping from the spiritual blockade of the Yuaning Ancestor. Ancestor Lu stretched out his hand and patted the big stone. The big stone suddenly exploded into powder, revealing the hole behind it. The power of this blow did not end because the boulder turned into powder. The spiritual power continued to attack the entrance of the cave, and the formation of the cave was instantly broken. Even Li Yuanba could sense the unstable aura of the two arhats due to their fluctuating moods. The two arhats had not yet reached the stage where they would regard death as home. Zhishang Arhat took out a string of Buddhist beads, activated his spiritual thoughts, and an illusory figure appeared inside the beads. I have met Patriarch Lu, and my two disciples have offended me. Please let them go. The figure of the illusory old monk said to Patriarch Lu. Have done the Buddhist ritual. Hui Jing, you'd better accept 2 more disciples. I'll help you deliver these 2 disciples to Lord Buddha in advance. Patriarch Lu replied with a sarcastic face. He didn't seem to see the Buddhist seals forming on the hands of the illusory figure of Venerable Hui Jing. Li Yuanba saw it, but he couldn't interrupt the conversation. Venerable Hui Jing felt helpless. He knew that Patriarch Lu would never let the 2 great arhats go. If it were other Yuaning ancestors, they might even give him some face and negotiate terms. But who said Li Yuanba was the disciple of Patriarch Lu? The 2 great arhats attacked Li Yuanba, whether it was because of face issues or to protect his own dignity and orthodoxy. Patriarch Lu wanted to kill anyone who dared to provoke his lineage. Venerable Hui Jing is an energy clone. If he faces the Golden Pill Cultivator, or even the False Baby Cultivator, he has the power to fight. But facing a real nascent soul ancestor like Ancestor Lu, it is simply not enough. Therefore, Venerable Hui Jing used all the spiritual power of this clone to open an escape channel for the 2 disciples. He spoke to attract Patriarch Lu's attention. Every additional Buddha seal in his hand increased the chance of his disciples escaping. While speaking, a golden light burst out from the energy clone of Venerable Hui Jing, and countless golden Buddha seals shot into the distance, colliding with the spiritual power arranged by Patriarch Lu before. The golden Buddha seal that burst out from the energy clone of Venerable Hui Jing was like a needle, and the spiritual power arranged by Patriarch Lu to wrap around the mountain peak was strong. But in the end, the spiritual power was scattered. The golden Buddha seal quickly traveled outward through the spiritual power of Ancestor Lu, forming a golden passage. The 2 great arhats were about to walk out of the golden passage with happy faces. The 2 great arhats understood clearly that they both had life-saving talismans in their hands. As long as they escaped from Patriarch Lu's spiritual blockade, they would use the life-saving talismans to escape in 2 directions. No matter what, at least one of them would survive. Facing a nascent soul ancestor, it is impossible not to pay the price. The golden Buddha seal was about to break through the spiritual blockade, but Patriarch Lu showed no other expression on his face, nor did he have any thoughts of remedying it. At this moment, a golden figure appeared in front of the golden Buddha seal and punched the golden Buddha seal hard. There was a loud boom, and Li Yuanba felt the violent shock waves scattering from the collision point. Fortunately, he was beside Patriarch Lu, and the shock wave disappeared when he approached Patriarch Lu. But there was no such luck in other directions. Wherever the shock waves swept, whether it was rocks or trees, they were reduced to tiny fragments. Li Yuanba's eyes were fixed on the golden figure. It was a monk with a golden body, but he knew very well that this was not a monk from Qianye Temple. Perhaps this golden monk was a monk from Qianye Temple during his lifetime, but at this time, his identity is that of a golden corpse. This was the first time he saw the golden corpse, but he still recognized the golden corpse at a glance. The golden corpse is different from the other refined corpses. The golden corpse no longer has the terrifying fangs of the other refined corpses, and it does not exceed the height and sharp claws of humans. The golden corpse looks no different from normal humans. The only difference is that the whole body of the golden corpse is golden. This golden color is not just a color. The golden color on the surface of the golden corpse is also emitting golden light. This is Patriarch Lu's golden corpse. At some point, Patriarch Lu released the golden corpse. No wonder he wasn't in a hurry. The golden corpse's punch did not seem to use any energy, but the punch was so powerful that it directly obliterated the golden Buddha seal. Perhaps Venerable Hui Jing's true body is here, and the Buddha's seal he emits can still compete with the golden corpse. But with an energy clone, it is completely impossible to fight against the golden corpse. The golden corpse scattered the golden Buddha seal with a punch, and then turned into a golden light and rushed forward. Zhishang Arhat and Zhihai Arhat still wanted to make some move, but when the golden light appeared, their movement stopped. There is a small hole in the chest of Zhishang Arhat and Zhihai Arhat each. There are 2 broken defensive magic weapons and 2 jade tablets in front of them. The vitality of the 2 great arhats has disappeared, and the gap between the golden corpse and them is quite big. To attack them is definitely an adult bullying a child. Even the defensive magic weapons and the protective jade tablets were not able to delay their death. Li Yuanba truly saw how terrifying the Yuan-Ing Ancestor was. And this was because the Yuan-Ing Ancestor did not take action with all his strength. He had heard that the Ancestor of Yuan-Ing would not use all his strength when moving on the ground, because using all his strength would cause irreparable damage to the ground. You have cultivated a silver corpse. You are the first to kill 2 of them this time. So these 2 corpses will be given to you. In addition, my golden corpse will leave a drop of golden blood in the 2 corpses. You can sacrifice a corpse and refine it into a silver corpse, so you don't have to worry about the disaster caused by thunder. Patriarch Lu said to Li Yuanba with a smile. These 2 are big arhats. They use the corpses of the big arhats to refine the corpses. If they are at a high level, they can make silver corpses in the middle stage of silver corpses. And they also have great potential to evolve into late stage silver corpses. What's more important is the golden blood left by the golden corpse in the 2 corpses. The blood of the golden corpse is the life essence of the golden corpse, which means that Li Yuanba is the direct disciple of Patriarch Lu. And at the same time, he is someone whom he values. Otherwise, Patriarch Lu would never do such a wasteful act. In addition, there is also the grudge between Li Yuanba and Jinya Temple. Although Patriarch Lu cannot protect Li Yuanba all the time, it is still necessary to give Li Yuanba some help. The corpses of these 2 great arhats, plus a drop of golden blood from each of the golden corpses, can make the 2 great arhats some assistance to Li Yuanba. Go back by yourself. I still have things to deal with. Patriarch Lu waved his hand to Li Yuanba and said, the 2 arhat disciples of Venerable Huijing were killed this time. Venerable Huijing will definitely take revenge due to his false compassionate nature. He needs to let the sect know about this and respond. After he finished speaking, the figure turned into a phantom and disappeared. When Li Yuanba came to the 2 corpses, he was shocked to find that the space rings on the 2 corpses were still there, and the previous caves had not been damaged much. The spiritual objects arranged inside were valuable. After all, it was prepared for the 2 great arhats. With Qianba Temple's handiwork, there was no intention of saving at all when building this cave. In particular, he discovered a special treasure in the cave, the Phoenix and Dragon Seal, which actually contained a golden elixir spiritual vein. Chapter 326 Inventory. Li Yuanba inspected the 2 corpses. There was a very special energy inside the corpses. This energy flowed slowly inside the corpses and seemed to be changing the corpses. He had no intention of immediately cultivating these 2 corpses. It would be too wasteful. Now he is refining the corpses of these 2 great arhats. And what he can get at most is the initial combat power of the 2 silver corpses. And if he waits until his realm reaches the middle stage of golden core, and then performs the sacrifice, he can get the combat power of the middle stage of silver corpse. The later the sacrifice, the stronger the combat power he will get. Other Jinden monks would not consider this aspect, because other golden elixir monks will stay in the early stage of the golden elixir for tens or hundreds of years. During this time, the help of the early stage combat power of the silver corpse will provide them with considerable help. But Li Yuanba was different. Not to mention his combat power. 1 or 2 more silver corpses in the early stage of combat would not be of much help. But he had sufficient training resources, and it was impossible to stay in the early stage of the golden elixir for too long. And if silver corpse wants to be promoted, it also takes time to accumulate. Even if the 2 great arhat corpses have extremely strong foundations, it will take many years to advance to the middle stage of silver corpse stage with the help of sufficient resources. At this time, Li Yuanba was worried about whether he could match the speed of his own realm improvement. Besides, it was hard to say whether he would refine these 2 arhats by himself. These 2 arhat corpses were given to him by Ancestor Lu. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Li Yuanba to send them to the real body, Li Shiming. But if Patriarch Lu went into seclusion later, Patriarch Lu would not care whether Li Yuanba sacrificed the corpses of 2 arhats to make corpses. Li Yuanba took off the 2 space rings, and his spiritual thoughts entered the space rings. There are not as many spiritual objects in the 2 space rings as he imagined. This is also the style of Chiba Temple. He has obtained many space objects from Chiba Temple. The spiritual objects inside are all useful to the owner, and the rest are miscellaneous. Very few things. Among the 2 space rings, he found a jade bottle labeled Purifying Bottle Liquid. Pure Bottle Liquid. This is Qianya Temple's spiritual rejuvenation item. A drop of purified bottle liquid can restore the entire spirit of any golden elixir stage monk. Of course, using it to restore energy is the most wasteful use of bottle cleansing liquid. Its real use is to break through bottlenecks. when breaking through bottlenecks. Taking some bottle cleansing liquid can continuously keep one's spirit in the most vigorous state, make the brain extra clear, and have a miraculous effect in improving the success rate of breaking through bottlenecks. Although the pure bottle liquid is a third-grade spiritual object, it is extremely valuable and is a specialty of Chiba Temple. It is available at a price, but not available in the market. Even the quoted price has reached the price of an ordinary fourth-grade spiritual object. The reason why the pure bottle liquid is of such high value is that another function is the most important. That is, it has a slight improvement effect on breaking through the nascent soul realm. At that time, the two great arhats wanted to trade their lives with Patriarch Lu with the purifying bottle liquid, precisely because the purifying bottle liquid was the only spiritual object in their bodies that could attract Patriarch Lu's eyes. It is estimated that the two great arhats did not expect that Patriarch Lu did not even look at the purifying bottle liquid that they considered valuable, and even left their bodies with Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba put away the purifying bottle liquid. There were 6 drops in this bottle of purifying bottle liquid. According to his judgment, it was most likely a resource prepared by one of the two great arhats for his breakthrough to the nascent soul. The rest of the space ring is 2 great divine movement talismans, which are extremely spiritual, far beyond the category of third-grade talismans, and should be fourth-grade talismans, especially from the great divine walking talisman. He sensed the aura of the divine foot tongue. Although he could not be sure, there was a high possibility that the great divine walking talisman had something to do with the divine foot tongue. These 2 fourth-grade life-saving talismans are real life-saving items. In the Golden Core stage, the third-grade life-saving talismans in the hands of ordinary Jin Dan monks are almost enough. The third-grade life-preserving talisman is equivalent to allowing the golden elixir monk to instantly cast some long-distance escape spells that require long-term preparation, and enhance the effect of the remote escape spells through various third-grade spiritual objects, thereby achieving the effect of leaving quickly. However, the effect of the third-grade life-preserving talisman on Li Yuanba is somewhat unsatisfactory, mainly because he himself has the magical power of building lotus step by step, and his speed is faster than that of the third-grade life-preserving talisman. The third-grade life-saving talisman seized from him was most useful in concealing the existence of lotus every step. The fourth-grade life-preserving talisman is a distant escape spell that can only be cast by the Ancestor of nascent soul. It is enhanced by fourth-grade spiritual objects and can be cast instantly. This allows the fourth-grade life-saving talisman to be deployed, and there is a certain chance of escaping from the hands of the Ancestor of nascent soul. This effect alone makes the value of the great divine movement talisman immeasurable. In fact, the value of the great divine walking talisman far exceeds Li Yuanba's estimate. Even in Qianye Temple, the great divine walking talisman is extremely precious and rare. There is currently no venerable person in Chiba Temple who can make the great divine walking talisman. That is, Venerable Hike, who has mastered the divine foot power. Since his mastery of the divine foot power is still at a relatively low level, he cannot make the great divine walking talisman. Every time one of the great god's talisman in Chiba Temple is consumed, one will be lost. Even if Venerable Hike has made great progress in the divine foot power, he cannot make many great divine walking talismans. Just by using the fourth-grade materials for making great divine walking talisman, there was a magic weapon in each of the 2 space rings. Originally, there was more than one magic weapon. However, when resisting the attack of Patriarch Lu, all the defensive magic weapons were reduced to pieces. Only 2 flying sword magic weapons were left. The quality of the flying swords was excellent, and they were definitely top-grade magic weapons. After counting, there were no other spiritual objects in the 2 space rings. This made Li Yuanba a little disappointed. He originally thought that he could get some jade slips or the like in the Arhat space ring. But then I thought about it. It was not him who killed the 2 great Arhats this time, so the benefits gained were quite a lot. He cleaned the cave again and put everything that could be moved away into the space ring. When he left, there were not many valuable things left in the cave, so he moved the boulder to its original position to block the cave. Maybe sometime in the future, a monk will discover the existence of this cave. He is a Jin Dan elder, and a particularly wealthy Jin Dan elder. Things that he despises may, in the eyes of ordinary monks, have the potential to change their fate. Qianye Temple. Let's see if we can take revenge. Otherwise I will be furious, Li Yuanba thought in his heart when he returned to Jieshan City. Of course, although he is already a golden core sword cultivator, Even a late golden core cultivator is capable of fighting. But if he wants to cause trouble for a large sect such as Chinya Temple, it is still a matter of throwing eggs at stones. Only this time, with the help of the drone, he had the opportunity to find the two great arhats. Thinking about the research done by Li Shiming on the main body, we might be able to use the research there to try to cause some trouble for Chiba Temple. Just when he was about to return to Jieshan City, he suddenly looked at the sky. It was already morning, and although the sunlight was not strong, it made the sky bright. Li Yuanba felt an indescribable pressure that made him almost fall off the flying sword. Fortunately, he had extremely strong control over the sword escape, so he did not drop the flying sword. The sense of oppression came from the sky. When he looked up, he found that the originally bright sky had turned into pitch black in a short period of time. It seemed as if a black cloud was blocking the skylight. But he knew very well that it was not a black cloud. He is very familiar with today's weather conditions. Drones at an altitude of 10,000 meters have been collecting various data. With a thought in his heart, his spiritual thoughts entered the eye mask and controlled the drone. The drone at an altitude of 10,000 meters flipped its body. The camera was originally pointed at the ground, but now it was pointed at the sky. Li Yuanba looked through his blindfold and saw two figures confronting each other in the darkness. Neither of these two figures concealed their auras, although they were blocked by darkness. The infrared thermal imaging returned two thermal imaging figures. The two of them were in the 33rd heaven, and they were still at an extremely high position in the 33rd heaven. "It's the nascent soul ancestor who is fighting," he murmured to himself. He even guessed that one of the Yuanying patriarchs should be Patriarch Lu, and the other one might be some venerable from Chinya Temple. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to worry. He didn't want to put Ancestor Lu in any danger because of his own affairs. With his strength, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to pray. Praying for Patriarch Lu to win. Obviously, Li Yuanba was not aware of the affairs between the two Yuanying ancestors. There was no big war between the two Yuanying ancestors as he imagined. But the conflict ended after testing each other. It was just a stick of incense before and after. And the sky opened up again. The two figures under the drone's inspection also disappeared. A battle between the nascent soul ancestors that perhaps most monks were unaware of started and ended quietly like this. Chinya Temple's losses this time were quite serious. The loss of the two great arhats made Venerable Huijing of Chinya Temple fly to the Jieshan Pass in anger. Patriarch Lu, who was about to return to the mountain gate, since the arrival of Venerable Huijing. And of course, he immediately greeted him. Venerable Huijing should not have been so irrational. As a venerable, he has been cultivating Buddhism for hundreds of years. But these two arhats are his successors, and are his most proud disciples during these hundreds of years. This time everything was lost here. His hundreds of years of hard work were ruined in one moment, and no one could remain indifferent. However, when Venerable Huijing and Ancestor Lu confronted each other in the 33rd heaven, calmness returned to Venerable Huijing's mind. If we really want to escalate the battle to the level of Yuanying, especially because Chinya Temple takes the initiative to provoke, I am afraid that the other two righteous sects will not intervene immediately. The time of wrangling alone is enough for Chinya Temple and Sanluo's sect to fight. Both sides suffer losses. Although the relationship between Qianba Temple and the two righteous sects is an alliance, the issue of cultivation resources needs to be taken into consideration. Once the losses of Qianba Temple are too great, the two righteous sects will definitely compete for the resources belonging to Qianba Temple. Alliances require strength to maintain, and Chinya Temple cannot at least launch a nascent soul-level war with Sanluo's sect alone. Not to mention, Venerable Huijing's move this time was not intended by Chinya Temple. He has a huge influence in Chinya Temple, but there are other sages around, so it is hard to say whether they will really support his actions. In the end, the thunder was louder than the raindrops, and Venerable Huijing stopped fighting after exchanging moves with Patriarch Lu. Furthermore, because he did not hold on to reason, Venerable Huijing did not say anything like Patriarch Lu. The pride in Li Yuanba's heart could no longer rise after seeing it a few times. From the aftermath of the battle between the two nascent souls at sea, to the attack by Patriarch Lu's golden corpse, and finally to the aura suppression of the confrontation between the two nascent soul ancestors in the 33rd heaven, Li Yuanba realized his own power again. Small. Not long after returning to Jieshan City, the three Jindan elders Jiangpu, Xinqing and Shirkan from Sanluo's sect's Jieshan Pass sent messages one after another asking what happened. First, Li Yuanba sent a request for help to the sect, and then the Yuanying ancestor suppressed his momentum. Of course, the first thing the three Jindan elders thought of was that something happened to Li Yuanba. which attracted the Yuanying elder, Ancestor. Afterwards, the three Jindan elders Ingho, Shintong, and Mu Peng from the right side of the Boundary Mountain Pass also sent greetings. They also sensed the confrontation between the two nascent souls in the sky just now. Li Yuanba thanked them one by one for their concern, and did not elaborate on what happened today. He just said that he was attacked. Fortunately, his master appeared in time, and relieved him of danger. After the 6 Jingma Jindan elders heard that Master Li Yuanba had appeared, they didn't ask any more questions. They knew who Li Yuanba's master was. The aloof ancestor Lu was one of the cornerstones of the Sunluo sect. They couldn't help but envy Li Yuanba. Having a Yuanying patriarch, and having the Yuanying patriarch take action for him were two different things. There are also some whose master is the ancestor of nascent soul. But unfortunately, they can't even see their master, let alone ask him to help. After Li Yuanba finished his work, Li Shiming rarely went out. He did not return to the sect immediately. He took out the magic weapon Meteor Ink boat. He sat in the flying boat magic weapon, and flew at a leisurely speed. This is the first time he has used it since he obtained the Meteor Ink boat, and refined it into his own magic weapon. The biggest advantage of Meteor Ink boat is its strong defense, followed by its speed. If Li Shiming uses his own spiritual power, it will be enough for Meteor Mo Zhou to withstand the attacks of monks of the same level. This is considered a defensive magic weapon. But what is stronger than a defensive magic weapon is that Meteor Mo Zhou can still maintain a certain level when being attacked. Speed. Sitting in the Meteor Ink boat, he can also use attack magic weapons or cast spells, as long as the spiritual power in his body is sufficient. He does not need to think about defense before attacking with all his strength before the Meteor Ink boat is broken open. Therefore, this kind of flying boat magic weapon is extremely precious. It is more complicated to make than ordinary magic weapons. It requires many professional masters to make it. His Meteor Ink boat is also a high-grade magic weapon. That is to say, the original owner, Elder Lu, is the powerful elder of Sunluo sect. So he has the financial resources to refine a high-grade magic weapon, like the Meteor Ink boat. The Meteor Ink boat flies in the air without the need to reveal its identity, and no monk dares to intercept it. None of the golden elixir monks, who can possess the magic weapon of the flying boat is simple. Chapter 327 Heavenly Ghost. While sipping the third-grade spiritual tea, Li Shiming took out the storage bag given by his clone Li Yuanba. He took out the ghost flag magic weapon and a jade slip from the storage bag. The jade slip contained a method of controlling ghosts called Wuxiandi Lumingyan, found by his clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba relied on trade channels and had a good relationship with the elder who guarded the golden pill. Each of these elders guarding the golden elixir has considerable influence in the sect. If you want to get the skills to control ghosts, the best choice is probably the demon sect. Li Yuanba is in the Sunluo sect, and he was such a good relationship. He used the relationship to get this. Wuxiandi Lumingyan. Li Shiming sent a spiritual thought into the jade slip, and the contents of Wuxiandi Lumingyan were instantly recorded by him. In just the time it took him to finish the cup of third-grade spiritual tea in his hand, he had completed the study of Wuxiandi Lumingyan and fully mastered it. Although the third-grade fierce ghost in the Oni banner magic weapon lives in the magic weapon and does not need to worry about being affected by the strong winds of heaven and earth, it also needs to continuously replenish energy. Otherwise the energy in its body will continue to be lost, unless some special circumstances can breed ghosts, or the demon cultivators cultivate themselves through special means. Ghosts cannot be seen in ordinary times. The reason for this is the environment. Under the influence of the strong wind between heaven and earth, no ghost can survive in the world. The third-grade Ligui is already at an extremely powerful level among Ligui, which is equivalent to the Golden Core realm, but is also bound by the rules of heaven and earth. If it were not for the ghost flag magic weapon as a defense, the energy in its body would be lost faster. There are two ways for demon cultivators to cultivate fierce ghosts. One is to raise fierce ghosts directly. Li ghosts and demon cultivators coexist, sharing the essence, blood and spirit of demon cultivators. The fierce ghosts will no longer have the risk of losing energy in their bodies. But it is also easier. This caused the monk to become possessed. The second is to bind the evil ghost into the magic weapon to enhance the power of the magic weapon. At the same time, the evil ghost can be summoned when necessary. This requires using one's own essence and blood to feed. This is also one of the means to deepen the connection between the evil ghost and itself. Due to its the magic weapon is the link, and the risk is relatively small. Wuxiandi Lumingyan is a technique that directly raises ghosts. But Li Shiming is not too worried about how much influence the ghosts will have on him. On the one hand, He found Li Gui just to experiment. And after cultivating Li Gui to a certain level of strength, he could try to drive the fake baby body of Director Feng Yi. On the other hand, he has a large number of third-grade elixirs in his hand to replenish himself. And he really does not need to worry about the consumption of a third-grade ghost. He was thinking, "What's the Andy looming yin?" and drew an extremely complex pattern in the air with his fingers. The cumbersome flow of spiritual power in the lines of the pattern makes it difficult for monks to control it. It would take less than a few months to learn and use such a technique. But Li Shiming watched the exercises in the jade slip and performed them in less than an hour. This is the effect of the natal magic weapon Z15. As he experiences more, the effect of the natal magic weapon Z15 gradually becomes more prominent. Inside the ghost banner magic weapon, the third-grade ghost was extremely weak. After the master of the third-grade ghost died, this third-grade ghost suffered a certain backlash. If the ghost banner magic weapon can be refined by monks, and the third-level ghost can be nourished by the blood of its new owner, it may be able to recover soon. But after Li Yuanba obtained the ghost banner magic weapon, he had no intention of refining it, and kept throwing it in the space ring. This left the third-grade ghost without any energy replenishment. If the third-level ghost hadn't been restrained by the ghost banner magic weapon, it would have found a way to escape. How could a third-grade fierce ghost in this state be able to withstand the refining of Waxiangdi Lumingyan? Li Shiming's mental strength was countless times higher than that of the original owner of the third-grade fierce ghost. The weak third-grade ghost allowed the recognition pattern to wrap him up. The spiritual lines formed a large net in the body of the third-grade ghost. The recognition pattern and the third-grade ghost merged into one, and could no longer be separated. Waxiangdi Lumingyan is indeed good. After successfully identifying its master, Li Shiming sensed the situation of the third-grade ghost. Under the influence of Waxiangdi Lumingyan, the third-grade ghost has no secrets from him. And the life and death of the third-grade ghost can only be determined by his thoughts. This third-grade ghost had been refined by a monk before. Although it retained a certain ferocity, it still maintained sufficient fear and respect for its master. This is the fear and respect that the former master gained from teaching the third-grade ghosts through various means. But it allowed Li Shiming to spend less time. Of course, techniques such as Waxiangdi Lumingyan that directly raise ghosts will teach third-grade ghosts more profound lessons. But this does not require the transfer of magic weapons. Li Shiming drew out a drop of blood essence from his body. With a flick of his finger, the blood essence flew into the body of the third-level ghost. This blood essence not only contains vitality, but also a lot of spiritual power. After the third-level ghost received a drop of blood essence, it immediately came to life. The drop of blood essence was digested in its body and converted into its own energy. The third-level ghost sensed the situation it was facing, and it was very smart. After sensing Li Shiming's strong mental power, it immediately expressed its loyalty to Li Shiming. The intelligence of a third-level ghost is not very high. It is about the IQ of a child of several years old. But its fighting instinct is extremely powerful. The growth of a third-level ghost is by constantly devouring its own kind. Fighting is almost its only way of communication other than its master. Li Shiming doesn't need to worry about the backlash of the third-grade ghost. He separates a brain to keep an eye on the third-grade ghost. If there is any change, he will immediately activate Waxiangdi Lumingyan to teach the third-grade ghost some lessons. He reached out and grabbed the ghost banner magic weapon. Without the third-grade Li Gui, the ghost banner magic weapon would have no effect. However, the connection between Anaba's magic weapon and the third-grade ghost still existed. The heart sword flew out from the space ring. The high-grade magic weapon heart sword did not need the blessing of the sword and easily cut the Anaba's magic weapon into pieces. The ghost banner magic weapon is destroyed. So the only one who has a binding relationship with the third-grade ghost is Li Shiming, who uses Waxiangdi Lumingyan. It is estimated that only a wealthy alchemy master like him could do such a thing. Although the grade of a magic weapon is not very high, it is still a magic weapon. And it is a magic weapon that many poor golden elixir monks want to possess. The golden elixir cultivators from large sects are relatively good. No matter how poor they are, the sect will always give them an entry-level magic weapon, so that the golden elixir cultivators will not have to fight with spiritual weapons from the foundation building stage. But among the casual cultivators, those who were very lucky and succeeded in becoming a golden elixir with only a few resources, many casual cultivators have not been able to use the golden elixir for decades after they became golden elixir cultivators. The third-level ghost felt that it had lost its connection with the ghost banner magic weapon, and its low-wisdom thoughts included the pursuit of freedom. But just as this thought arose, Li Shiming used his free brain for the third-grade ghost to sense the thoughts of the third-grade ghost through the secret method of What's Andy Lumingen? Then a stinging feeling spread all over the third-grade Li Gui's body, making him understand what he should think and what he shouldn't think. The third-grade ghost became obedient again and flew around Li Shiming. No one would have thought that this was a third-grade ghost that was as powerful as the golden core. You're quite obedient, Li Shiming said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and gently patted the third-grade ghost. In order to make his pat more sensational, the third-grade ghost deliberately turned his body into substance. Otherwise, his hand will pass through the third-grade ghost, and there will be no feeling of capturing the entity. The moment his hand touched the third-grade ghost, the third-grade ghost disappeared from the meteor ink boat. The third-level ghost came to a room inexplicably. The room was filled with the aura of the master, which prevented it from going crazy. Suddenly, the third-level ghost discovered something. It wanted to touch the object. But how could Li Shiming let it move around in the computer room space? When he put it into the computer room space, he had restrained the third-level ghost's body and made it couldn't move an inch. The third-level ghost sent a message to Li Shiming, praying that Li Shiming wanted to touch an object over there. Li Shiming was slightly startled. He found that what attracted the third-level ghosts was the MTSH L of the demon. He originally thought that the body of a false infant would be the most attractive thing for third-level ghosts. It is said that ghosts like powerful beings and possessing powerful bodies. The state of the demon's SH.L is a bit strange. It can be seen, but cannot be touched with spiritual thoughts, magic weapons, or physical bodies. This state cannot explain its principle, but it does indeed exist in the computer room space. Even if he wants to move the SH.L of the demon, Li Shiming can only use the income from the computer room space to achieve it. Otherwise, he will not be able to affect the SH.L of the demon. He sealed the outer SH.L of the demon with thunder and lightning. After a period of time, the outer SH.L of the demon did not change at all. Li Shiming thought for a moment, put away the lightning that blocked the demon's SH.L, and then sent the third-level ghost to the demon's SH.L. As the third-level ghosts got closer and closer to the demon SH.L, the emotions of the third-level ghosts became more and more excited. Li Shiming didn't have to worry about any accidents. The third-grade ghosts were under his control, and he let go of the restrictions on the third-grade ghosts. The third-level fierce ghost let out a cheer and pounced on the demon SH.L. The third-grade fierce ghost and the demon SH.L are both illusory existences, and they look weird in comparison. After the third-grade Li Gui came into contact with the heavenly demon's SH.L, he easily passed through the heavenly demon's SH.L and entered the interior of the heavenly demon's SH.L. Li Shiming saw a scene that surprised him next. The demon SH.L started to move that day. In the past, no matter how many methods he used, he could not make the outer SH.L of the demon move at all. But now, right in front of his eyes, a third-level ghost made the outer SH.L of the demon move. Through the induction with the third-grade ghost, he discovered that the third-grade ghost was having some kind of connection with the SH.L of the demon, and the SH.L of the demon was becoming a part of the third-grade ghost. During this process, the relationship between the third-grade Li Gui and Li Shiming did not change at all, and they were still under Li Shiming's control. The fusion process took more than half an hour, and what finally appeared in the computer room space was an illusory life with the appearance of a demon. It can no longer be called a Li Gui. This is the fusion of Li Gui and Heavenly Demon. However, Heavenly Demon cannot be controlled, but Li Gui can. This fusion product still regards Li Shiming as the main product. Let's call you Tian Gui. Li Shiming came up with a new name for this new fusion monster. The strength of the Heavenly Ghost is still level 3, and its attack methods are the same as before. It can release ghost mist to affect the enemy, emit ghostly howls to attack the enemy's spirit, or enter the enemy's body to attack the soul. But what has changed is that the Heavenly Ghost has a strong defense. First of all, the energy in the Heavenly Ghost's body is no longer lost. The Heavenly Demon's SH.L is like a defensive magic weapon. The environment inside makes the Heavenly Ghost no longer affected by the rules of heaven and earth. In fact, the Heavenly Ghost can freely switch between real and virtual. In real time, the Heavenly Ghost can be like an ordinary third-grade fierce ghost. In the virtual state, it is like the previous state of the Heavenly Demon's SH.L, unable to be sensed by spiritual thoughts and unable to be attacked. It is a pity that the Heavenly Ghost did not inherit the strongest attack of the Heavenly Demon. The howling of the Heavenly Ghost is still one level lower than the howl of the real Heavenly Demon. However, The heavenly ghost is already very strong, and its weaknesses are made up by the heavenly demon's SHL, so it will not be as fragile as a third-grade fierce ghost. The reason why third-grade ghosts are said to be fragile is because when the monks have no means of resistance against the third-grade ghosts, the monks cannot defend against the attacks of the third-grade ghosts. But when the monks have the means to fight against the evil ghosts, the weak defense of the third-grade evil ghosts is highlighted, and they may be scattered at any time. Each time they are scattered, their origin will be weakened by 1 point. Especially when a third-level ghost encounters an opponent like Li Shiming, it is almost impossible to survive. Li Shiming is a thunder cultivator, and the power of thunder and lightning is the nemesis of the third-level ghosts. If a thunder falls, the third-level ghosts will not even have a chance to be resurrected, and they will be completely destroyed by the thunder. Of course, today's sky ghosts are still afraid of sky thunder, but their resistance to sky thunder has improved a lot. At least they will not be wiped out by a random sky thunder. The third-grade fierce ghost turned into a heavenly ghost. This was not what Li Shiming had originally thought. He wanted a third-grade ghost, but he was going to try to drive the body of a fake infant. He issued an order to the ghost to try to get close to the fake baby's body. He had previously speculated that perhaps, when a third-level ghost approached the fake infant's body, he would be repulsed by the fake infant's body, and would not dare to approach again. If you want a third-grade ghost to be able to enter the body of a fake infant, you need to use resources to cultivate a stronger third-grade ghost so that it can withstand the power of the fake infant's body. The ghost obeyed his order, and got closer to the fake baby's body. The body of the false baby is in the state of the living dead. The false baby does not return after leaving the body. The false baby's body does not need to eat. It is enough to maintain the survival of the false baby's body by simply relying on the false baby's body to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In fact, even Li Shiming's current golden elixir realm can survive simply by absorbing spiritual energy without using the body of a fake baby. But he didn't want that. Food was a part of his existence. If he didn't eat, he wouldn't know whether he was really alive. Even though the ghosts came into contact with the fake baby's body, they were not affected by the power of the fake baby's body. Chapter 328 Ambush. Li Shiming looked at Tiangui with excited eyes, watching Tiangui enter the body of the fake baby. The heavenly ghost was not affected by the power of the fake baby's body, which was extremely rare. You must know that although ghosts have the ability to possess people, the limitations of possession are extremely great. Too much mental power, too strong strength, too high a realm, mastering spiritual exercises, etc. will all affect the possession of ghosts, even if the fake baby's body no longer exists. In terms of its power, if a third-level ghost dares to come into contact with the fake baby's body, the consequences will most likely be that the third-level ghost will be scattered, not to mention the third-grade fierce ghost. Even Li Shiming did not dare to come into contact with the body of the fake infant too much when he was in the foundation building stage. The heavenly ghost has inherited the talent of the heavenly demon in this aspect. Losing the body of the false infant is equivalent to losing the powerful mental power. Only the body is strong. This kind of fake baby's body is unable to resist the possession of the devil. The devil possesses part of the talent of the devil, which allows the devil to successfully enter the body of the fake baby. Possessed! Li Shiming gave the order, and he couldn't wait any longer. He understands what kind of combat power it represents by controlling the body of a fake baby. At least during the golden elixir period. Even if you encounter those two big Arhats, if you let the fake baby's body get close, you can definitely defeat the two big Arhats. In addition, the fake baby's body is the best shield, which can stand in front of him and become a stronger defense than a defensive magic weapon. The heavenly ghost obeyed his orders and used his possession ability. Then the eyes of the fake infant body slowly opened, and there was a hint of agility in the eyes. Although the wisdom of the ghost is not high, it is wise after all, which makes the eyes of the fake infant body bring intelligent life. Unique light. Li Shiming clenched his fist vigorously, as if the ghost had really succeeded in possessing him. However, he soon discovered something was wrong. The fake baby's body wanted to stand up, but its movements were extremely slow. Just one movement of standing up took more than 10 breaths. This reminded him of the previous action of the fake baby's body opening its eyes, and he thought that was the process of the ghost getting familiar with the fake baby's body. He sensed the powerlessness of the heavenly ghost, who controlled the body of the fake baby like a child pulling a cart. The possession of the ghost makes it impossible for the fake baby's body to move normally, let alone fight. Li Shiming took a long breath. He felt that he was too anxious and Tiangui had done a good enough job. If it weren't for the sudden change in the heavenly ghosts, Maybe the third-level ghosts could still only surround the fake baby's body at this moment, and they would still be far away from entering the fake baby's body. One of his brains continued to pay attention to the situation of Tiangui. After more than an hour, he made a new discovery. There is no time limit for a ghost to possess the body of a fake baby. This is different from the third-grade fierce ghost. The possession of the third-grade fierce ghost consumes its own energy. It is very similar to the devil. There is no time limit for possession by the devil, and the possessed object will feed the devil in return. The same is true for the heavenly ghost at present. As the body of the false baby is possessed for a longer time, the powerful chi and blood of the false baby's body nourish the heavenly ghost, so that the heavenly ghost does not need Li Shiming's essence, blood and mental power, and can slowly improve strength. This was an unexpected discovery. Li Shiming was preparing to take on some alchemy tasks to restore the essence and blood elixir after he returned. Cultivating the heavenly ghost requires blood essence and mental power, but he doesn't have to worry about the spiritual power. Judging from his strong spiritual power, the heavenly ghost will only devour a little bit, and his mental power will have enough time to recover on its own. What Li Shiming needs to do in the future is to spend a little time every day after practicing to strengthen the control of Wuxian Di Luming Dian on the heavenly ghosts. Originally there was no need for this, but the heavenly ghost is too special. The analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15 concluded that it is best to continuously strengthen the control of the heavenly ghost. There is no need to worry about the matter of heaven and ghosts. His eyes looked outside Meteor Emojo. This was a rare distraction. He was already in the golden elixir stage, and as an alchemy master, he didn't believe that he would still encounter trouble. He thought of Inshirlan. But unfortunately, since he told Inshirlan that he had been promoted to Jin Dan, Inshirlan sent back a message saying that he would practice in seclusion. Otherwise, he would have wanted to see Inshirlan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Does he know why Inshirlan goes into seclusion? He and Inshirlan have made an agreement to become Taoist couples after both of them achieve the golden elixir. Although Inshirlan didn't say anything clearly, he could feel the emotion in his words when replying. He was in a good mood and saw 4 flying boats approaching from the front. Looking at the map, it was close to a monk gathering area. It was normal to have flying boats, so he didn't pay much attention. He also encountered many flying boats along the way. Just as the 4 airships were approaching him, they suddenly changed direction and surrounded him. A formation wave rose from between the 4 flying boats, and soon covered the Meteor Ink boat. Li Shiming stared at the movements of the 4 flying boats in stunned silence. He scanned them from head to toe with his spiritual mind more than 100 times. The reason why he was able to scan more than 100 times in a short period of time was because he used more than 100 brains and controlled more than 100 spiritual thoughts at the same time. He wanted to see if there was any mark on his body, such as a curse. Otherwise, why would he be in trouble as soon as he left the sect? This is following him like a curse. He is a golden elixir monk, and he still controls a flying boat magic weapon. How could he be attacked by a monk? Naturally, nothing was found. He was clean, and there was no trace of a curse. The 4 flying boats were definitely designed to carry out ambushes against monks. The flying boats had special magic formations that were rare on flying boats. This made the monks on the 4 flying boats have ill intentions towards Li Shiming. But Li Shiming was not discovered in time. This kind of magic circle is extremely rare. At least Li Shiming has never seen it. A variant of the 4-phase array deployed by the 4 airships hides the energy fluctuations in this airspace and limits the escape of Li Shiming's Meteor Ink boat. When the 4-phase array was deployed, due to the mobilization of spiritual power, the effect of the array that could isolate evil spirits was destroyed, allowing Li Shiming to sense the monks in the 4 flying boats. There are 12 Jindan monks, 2 of whom are late-stage Jindan monks, and the rest are all early-stage Jindan monks. These combat powers are indeed very strong, and can almost suppress Li Shiming's silver corpse. However, he did not intend to use the silver corpse. The 4-phase formation was indeed effective, but these monks did not seem to know that he was also a formation master. Arrange a formation in front of the formation master to restrict the formation master's actions, unless there is also a formation master on the opposite side. Li Shiming discovered many flaws in the 4-phase formation with just a sweep of his spiritual thoughts. If he wanted to break the formation, he only needed to use his spiritual thoughts. He did not do this. Instead, his several spiritual thoughts guided several formation spiritual power lines to change their original positions within one breath. When the 12 golden elixir monks flew out of the flying boat, took out their magic weapons, and prepared to attack Li Shiming, they did not know that the 4-phase formation surrounding Li Shiming also surrounded them. Who are you? Why do you want to intercept me? Li Shiming asked in a deep voice. Before taking action, he hoped to know the identity of the other party. He didn't have many important enemies in Beishu continent, and these monks were obviously not arhats from Qianye Temple. Master Li, you could have cooperated with Tianqing Trading Company, but you made the wrong choice, causing Tianqing Trading Company to suffer heavy losses. We, Tianqing Trading Company, need to use your life to tell Beishu continent what will happen if you offend us. One of the two late Jindan monks answered his question without any scruples. Obviously, the recent attacks on Tianqing Trading Company by major sects in the Beishu continent have not caused Tianqing Trading Company to completely disappear. Moreover, Tianqing Trading Company still maintains a strong intelligence system. Otherwise it would have been impossible to discover the matter as soon as Li Shiming left the sect, and even be able to intercept him here. The monks from Tianqing Trading Company obviously thought that Li Shiming had no way to escape, so they told him the truth. Only then did Li Shiming realize that he seemed to have offended Tianqing Trading Company, a cross-continental trading company. Most of Tianqing Trading Company's power in the northern Shu continent was destroyed because of his piece of information. It's no wonder that Tianqing Trading Company kept chasing him and blocked him whenever there was an opportunity. There was no worry in his heart, but the blood flow in his body accelerated and the light in his eyes flashed. He has experimented with many abilities of the natal magic weapon Z15, and they have really helped him greatly. But he has not experienced the effect of the natal magic weapon Z15 in actual combat. He issued a battle order to the magic weapon Z15 in his heart. This time, he mobilized 100 brains to participate in the battle. This was already a battle that he attached great importance to. Since he is inside the meteor black boat, his defensive power is still good. This flying boat magic weapon has the defensive power of a top-grade defensive magic weapon, which can at least withstand several blows from late-stage Jindan monks. Such a strong spiritual reaction. Be careful! The leader, a late-stage Jindan cultivator, was originally preparing to use the flying sword magic weapon to launch an attack after the conversation ended. But he sensed a strong spiritual reaction from Li Shiming. This spiritual reaction was so strong that he immediately switched to a defensive state and used all his spiritual power to inject into the defensive magic weapon. Because Li Shiming was inside the meteor ink boat, the 12 golden elixir monks opposite him did not see his movements. What he cast was not a forbidden spell, nor was he using a talisman that was beyond his level, but a third-grade single-target thunder spell called Tai Xian Shen Lei. Casting the Tai Xian Divine Thunder would not cause a late-stage Jindan monk to react like this. Each of his 100 brains controlled his spiritual thoughts to cast the Tai Xian Divine Thunder once. That is to say, he has 5 golden elixirs. Otherwise, if he puts them on other monks who have just been promoted to the golden elixir, he can cast 100 third-level spells at once, which is enough to drain away all the spiritual power in the golden elixir of the early-stage golden elixir monks. In just one breath, Tai Xian Divine Thunder completed preparations for use. In the cabin of the small meteor ink boat, the light of 100 spell patterns almost made it impossible for the bright eyes in the cabin to see. As the late Jindan monks issued a warning, the other Jindan monks also sensed the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations in the flying boat magic weapon. They immediately continued to attack without losing both sides. Li Shiming had been trapped in the 4-phase formation and could not escape. They also had a numerical advantage and could drag Li Shiming to death. They have the advantage as long as they block Li Shiming's first attack. Li Shiming will not be able to attack again. After that, it will be time for them to deal with Li Shiming. The two late-stage Jindan monks looked at each other, and there was doubt in their eyes during this exchange. They did not perceive the power of the talisman's explosion. The strong fluctuations of Thunder Attribute spiritual power were many times more powerful than the Thunder Attribute spells they knew. They did not think that this was Li Shiming casting a Thunder Attribute spell. In actual combat, especially when there were fewer enemies and more enemies, there was almost no possibility of practical application of third-grade spells, because the lead time required to cast third-level spells is too long. Not to mention monks like Li Shiming who specialize in elixir refining and are new to golden elixirs. Even if they are old-fashioned golden elixirs that have been in the golden elixir stage for hundreds of years, few people will be able to cast third-level spells. How much effort goes into the spell? It's not that third-level spells are not strong, but that it takes hundreds of years to practice a certain third-level spell to the extreme. The time and energy spent on it does not match the effect of the spell. If you have this time and spend it on researching talismans, you can completely make third-grade spells into talismans, so as to achieve the effect of rapid casting. With the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, Li Shiming was able to practice a third-level spell to the fastest theoretical speed. The most important thing is that the natal magic weapon Z15 gives him more usable brains. One brain can only cast one spell at the same time. This is not only restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, but also the limit that the monk's brain can bear. The 100 brains used in the battle of the natal magic weapon Z15 skipped the rule restrictions, allowing him to cast 100 third-level spells at one time, in one breath, because Tianqing Trading Company did not take action immediately, but answered Li Shiming's question. Li Shiming had the advantage of making the first move. Just when the 12 golden elixir monks took back their magic weapons and defended with all their strength, the meteor ink boat burst out with bright magic light from the inside to the outside. The extremely dazzling Tai Xian Divine Thunder spell pattern was repeated 100 times and exploded simultaneously, creating a scene with great visual impact. But it was too late for the 12 golden elixir monks to appreciate the ultimate beauty of thunder attribute. As 100 thunder and lightning crashed towards them, the thunder and lightning cast by Lei Fa is the fastest among the spells. Unless you have magical powers within the attack range, you cannot dodge it at all. Even if you have magical powers, you must prepare them in advance so that you can activate them with a single thought. It is obvious that none of the 12 golden elixir monks here have mastered magical powers. 100 thunder and lightning. The monks in the early and middle stages of the Golden Court each had 8 thunder and lightning, and the 2 late Golden Core monks were given special attention. Each had 10 thunder and lightning. Thunder spells, known as the strongest attacks alongside sword cultivators, showed a unique style in the hands of Li Shiming. One of his thunder spells was almost equivalent to 100 thunder spells attacking at the same time. Chapter 329 Battle. Although each of the early and middle Jindan monks from Tianqing Trading Company was only attacked by 8 lightning strikes, but one must consider that this is the third-grade single-target attack spell of Lei Fa. The power of this third-grade spell is even more terrifying than the full blow of the magic weapon. When a monk uses a magic weapon, he uses a certain power solidified inside the magic weapon, and uses the monk's spiritual power to quickly stimulate it. Using the magic weapon to fight can allow the monk to fight for a long time. In fact, the strongest point of a monk is his spell. The power of the magic weapon comes from the magic weapon itself, but the power of the spell comes from the power of the heaven and earth caused by the monk. The higher the level of the spell, the greater its power. The third level spell is, to a certain extent, the strongest power that a golden elixir monk can unleash. Although Li Shiming is only at the early stage of the golden elixir, due to the 5 elements receiving chi array in his body, the spiritual power in his 5 golden elixirs has reached the peak of the early stage of the golden elixir. In addition, the Tai Xian Divine Thunder is another powerful weapon. It is a third-level spell called the most powerful thunder repair method. Therefore, the Tai Xian Divine Thunder is still a very strong threat to the early and middle Jindan monks. If there is no powerful defensive magic weapon, 1. Tai Xian Divine Thunder can defeat the defense of an early Jindan monk, and 8. Tai Xian Divine Thunder were aimed at a junior and middle Jindan monk at the same time, posing a threat that was unimaginable. The battle had just begun, or it hadn't really started yet. In Li Shiming's first round of attacks, the defensive magic weapon of the early Jindan monk was shattered, and his body was hit by the Tai Xian Divine Thunder, and turned into coke and fell downwards. The monks in the middle stage of the Golden Core didn't last long. They only lasted 1/10 longer than the monks in the early stage of the Golden Core. The main reason was that the 8 Tai Xian Divine Thunder fell at the same time. Even the monks in the early and middle stage of the Golden Core couldn't stop it. Next, the defense was broken almost at the same time. The battlefield was originally 12 against 1. But in a flash of lightning, it became 2 against 1. The 2 late-stage Jindan monks blocked 10 Tai Xian Divine Thunder, but they all paid a certain price. Looking at the defensive magic weapon in front of them, you know that the price is not small. The defensive magic weapon was under the 10 Tai Xian Divine Thunder. Although they persisted, their spirituality was greatly lost. If Li Shiming attacked again, they would no longer be able to use the defensive magic weapon to block Li Shiming's attack. The 2 late-stage Jindan monks no longer had the excitement they had when they successfully trapped Li Shiming, and their expressions were extremely frightened. They couldn't imagine what kind of talent was needed to use the thunder method like this. If they hadn't only sensed that Li Shiming was the only one in the meteor ink boat, they would have thought that there were 100 monks practicing thunder in the meteor ink boat. And they had no choice but to make the same choice, to run away from this terrible Li Shiming, who said that Li Shiming was only an alchemy master. With his talent for thunder, he killed 10 monks in the early and middle stages of the golden elixir alone, and even beat 2 late-stage golden elixir monks to the point where they lost their temper. The fighting spirit in their hearts was eliminated in the thunder and lightning, leaving only horror and fear. But when the 2 late-stage Jindan monks wanted to escape, something even more horrifying happened. The 4-phase formation they arranged themselves blocked their escape. Originally, they were supposed to leave through the Shengmen of the 4-phase formation. But when they entered the Shengmen, they found that they were still where they were. Li Shiming took a 3rd-grade elixir to restore his nearly exhausted spiritual power. He used 100 brains to cast 100 Tai Xian Divine Thunder at the same time, which was accurately calculated by the natal magic weapon Z15. Each golden elixir consumes almost 2/3 of its spiritual power, although the remaining 1/3 of the spiritual power cannot fight as carelessly as before. It is still no problem to deal with the 2 late-stage golden elixir monks. However, he underestimated the discomfort caused by losing 2/3 of his spiritual power in an instant. So he took a 3rd-grade spiritual pill to quickly restore his spiritual power. Feeling the rapid recovery of spiritual power in his body, he was very satisfied with the effect of the 3rd-grade elixir. That's him. The 3rd-grade elixir he takes is almost 3 to 4 times more valuable when placed outside than the 3rd-grade elixir that assists in cultivation. This precious 3rd-grade elixir is, for normal golden elixir monks, it is a life-saving thing, not used for ordinary combat. Li Shiming mobilized 2 spiritual thoughts, and 2 sword lights flew out from his space ring. The hard sword and the white feather sword flew towards the 2 late-stage Jindan monks respectively. The thunder and lightning sword intent in the sword light lingered on the surface of the flying sword, revealing a violent aura. Although he had sacrificed 3 flying sword magic weapons, he could only use these 2 now. The other silver sword had lost a lot of its spirituality because it had been stored for too long and could not be used in battle. Even his only defensive magic weapon, the Mou Ling umbrella, had the same problem. Fortunately, there was Meteor Mojo. Otherwise, he would have encountered an extremely embarrassing situation. There were obviously many magic weapons, but there was no defensive magic weapon available. The main reason is that his requirements for magic weapons are too high. He can't even look at magic weapons that are not high grade. Of course, with his status and wealth, he has the qualifications. In addition, he really never thought that he would encounter a battle in the Golden Core stage so early. He thought that in a few years, the Black Feather Spirit Umbrella, an ancient magic weapon found in the ruins of the 5-Chi Sect, would be able to exert a powerful effect in his hands and be able to withstand attacks from enemies. Although the defensive magic weapon of the Black Feather Spirit Umbrella has lost its spirituality, with this defensive magic weapon, he really can't look down on the other defensive magic weapons. The most important thing is that he doesn't pay much attention to defense. He prefers to attack, which can be seen from the fact that he has refined 3 flying sword magic weapons. The 2 late-stage Jindan monks found that there was no way to retreat. Before they could panic, each had a flying sword magic weapon flying towards them. They quickly mobilized their offensive magic weapons to attack. With their wealth, they would not have any extra defensive magic weapons. They could only fight with attack. In addition, they felt that they could no longer let Li Shiming launch a lightning attack. If it happened again, they would need to use their bodies to resist. They did not believe that their bodies could resist the 3rd-grade thunder attack. Hey! A late-stage Jindan cultivator was about to use a secret method to approach Meteor Mojo, but he suddenly screamed in surprise. His flying sword magic weapon came into contact with Li Shiming's heart sword. According to his judgment, with his late-stage golden elixir state, not to mention being better than Li Shiming in the flying sword confrontation, but at least being able to block the hard sword would not be a problem. Although Li Shiming is a genius, it is too short to reach the Golden Core realm. As for the use of the flying sword magic weapon, even if Li Shiming is a sword cultivator, he cannot suppress the magic weapon of the late Golden Core monks with just a flying sword at the early stage of the Golden Core. But the hard sword behaved too strangely. When the hard sword crossed with the flying sword magic weapon of the late Jindan monk, it strangely cut into the interior of the flying sword magic weapon, causing damage to it. The cultivators in the late stage of the Golden Core could not understand that although the hard sword contained thunder and lightning sword intent, it was only the peak spiritual power of the early stage of the Golden Core, coupled with the not too strong thunder and lightning sword intent. It was impossible to create such an effect. The 2 sides' flying swords and magic weapons clashed. This was the most normal way of fighting among the Golden Core monks. With the combat experience of a monk in the late Jindan period, It is impossible for his flying sword magic weapon to be damaged at the first contact anyway. His hundreds of years of cultivation career are not like living on a dog's body. But at this time, the late Gene Dan cultivator felt this way. As if his hundreds of years of cultivating immortality were in vain. The damage to the flying sword magic weapon, coupled with the destruction of the previous defensive magic weapon, made him unable to hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood. The flying sword magic weapon was his natal magic weapon, and the damage suffered by it was greater than the backlash suffered by the defensive magic weapon. He couldn't help but look at his companion beside him. And he saw his companion, who was also vomiting blood. Just like him. Li Shiming's white feather sword severely damaged his companion's flying sword magic weapon at the moment of sword duel. Li Shiming was very satisfied with the results of his battle, with a proud smile on his face. In the frontal magic weapon confrontation, his flying sword magic weapon could easily damage the opponent's magic weapon. This was not due to his original ability, but with the help of his natal magic weapon Z15. The unparalleled computing power of the natal magic weapon Z15, when controlling the flying sword magic weapon, calculated the attack route of the opponent's magic weapon in real time, and analyzed the spiritual power line of the opponent's magic weapon itself. You must know that Li Shiming is a weapon refiner, especially after his realm reached the golden elixir stage. Although he did not refine magic weapons, his knowledge accumulation in this area was already sufficient. The natal magic weapon Z15 will analyze everything about the magic weapon in detail based on the knowledge of the weapon refiner in an instant. Of course, the accuracy of controlling the flying sword of the natal magic weapon Z15 is the guarantee for inflicting heavy damage on the enemy's magic weapon. When Gene Dan monks fight, the competition is usually not about fine operations, but about using stronger spiritual power and the power of magic weapons to attack the enemy. Fine operation is not impossible, but the benefits brought by fine operation are not great. On the contrary, it makes it more difficult to control the magic weapon, which will make the monk waste his energy and make mistakes in other places, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. But Li Shiming is different. The person who controls the flying sword is the magic weapon Z15. He only needs to give a target command to the magic weapon Z15, and the rest will be left to the magic weapon Z15. The natal magic weapon Z15 will automatically use all the knowledge mastered and use all the flying sword techniques learned by Li Shiming to achieve the target order issued by Li Shiming. If we use an example to compare the difference between Li Shiming's fighting style and the fighting style of ordinary Gene Dan monks. Other monks use sledgehammers to attack targets, but Li Shiming uses scalpels to break down targets. It's not that the sledgehammer's attack method is bad, but the scalpel attack can achieve greater effects with minimal spiritual power. Just like just now, Li Shiming, who is only in the early stage of the Golden Core, used 2 flying sword magic weapons to destroy the magic weapons of the other 2 late-stage Golden Core monks in a one-on-one situation. If Li Shiming also uses the sledgehammer attack method, then he must at least be at a higher level than the 2 late-stage Gene Dan monks to achieve it. The 2 late Gene Dan monks felt desperate. In their hundreds of years of experience in cultivating immortals, they had never been so desperate. Their attack magic weapons have also lost their combat effectiveness. They still have some talismans on them, but with the talismans, they may not even be able to break through the defense of the meteor ink boat. With no way to escape, they can only struggle feebly. They no longer hesitated. The 2 of them got closer together, and several talismans appeared in their hands. Now they rely on the talismans in their hands to hold on as long as they can. Li Shiming waved his hand, and the 2 flying sword magic weapons flew back to the meteor ink boat, without taking advantage of the previous advantage to launch an attack. He has many methods, but he can't find any monks in Shushan's sect to try his power. Nowadays, these 2 late-stage Gene Dan monks have no treasure in their hands, so they are the best experimental subjects. He smiled slightly, swept his hand in front of his face, and the Tian Inya Dao Qin appeared in front of him. There was a subtle change in the aura on his body, which was because he had activated the Secret Book of Heavenly Sound. He did not play the music in the Secret Book of Tian'in, but played the song he was most familiar with. The first appearance of Buddha's light. When they heard the sound of the piano, the 2 late Gene Dan monks were startled. They could not understand why Li Shiming wanted to play the piano during the battle. Immediately they knew the reason. The brilliant joy penetrated directly into their souls, making their fighting will quickly fade away. The thought of surrender instantly rose in their hearts. Immediately, they realized something was wrong, and Chi and Gong wanted to resist the invasion of Qinin. How many methods does he have? He even dabbles in sonic skills. This is what they are thinking. And as the sound of the piano continued, they discovered that Li Shiming was not involved in sonic skills at all, but had the inheritance of sonic skills. But what reassures them is that although the effect of the piano sound is amazing, Li Shiming's level of cultivation is still low, and it is impossible to suppress them with the piano sound. Li Shiming also discovered this. He used the Tianyin Nian No Qin to pop up sonic attacks, perhaps in a group attack. The effect is extremely strong on monks who are weaker than himself, but it cannot harm monks with higher realms. He frowned. In this battle, he tried all his conventional fighting methods, from thunder spells to flying swords, plus sonic attacks. Now that the fighting methods have been tested, this battle should be over. He doesn't want to delay it any longer. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and made a sharp sound. This sound made the two late-stage Jindan monks who had lost their defenses look dumbfounded at the same time. Their minds were affected, and their spiritual powers were temporarily confused. The devil enters the ear. This is an attack created by Li Shiming himself. It is not considered a sonic skill, but is actually a secret spiritual attack method. At the moment when the two late-stage Jindan monks lost their minds, the sound of the first appearance of Buddha's light invaded their bodies, and the original brilliant righteousness turned into sharp blades, cutting the vitality in their bodies. The effect of the demon in the ear lasted for more than a breath. When the two late-stage golden elixir monks recovered from the effect, they found that their bodies had been destroyed by the sound of the piano, and even their golden elixir had been cut into pieces. They looked at the flying boat Li Shiming was riding unwillingly. They didn't even see Li Shiming's face during this battle. Chapter 330 Ancestor. At the end of the battle, Li Shiming put away the two still intact corpses of late-stage Jindan cultivators, and the corpses of the remaining 10 early-stage Jindan cultivators fell below and were held up by the four-phase array. After a dozen divine thoughts swept over them, all the corpses were put away, and the space items were stored separately. There is no spiritual object that he likes among the space items. This is not surprising to him at all. There is a gap between ordinary golden elixir monks and big sect golden elixir monks. Not to mention that he is also one of the richest among the Jindan monks in the sect. Just when he was about to collect the 4 airships and remove the 4-phase array, his scalp suddenly became numb, and a feeling of extreme danger arose in his heart. He felt that as long as the 4-phase array was removed, there would be great danger. Damn it! Are there any monks outside Tianqing Trading Company? Li Shiming said to himself in annoyance. He stopped retracting the 4-phase array. With the 4-phase array, the monks outside could not detect the situation inside the array. But this time will not last long. If the outside world threatens his existence, he will find something wrong if he finds that the 4-phase array has not been removed. Fortunately, the battle between him and the 12 golden elixir monks was very short. If he hadn't wanted to test various fighting methods, he might have solved the battle in just a few breaths. Even so, the entire battle only lasted half a stick of incense. Li Shiming took out his identity jade plate and first sent a rescue message to the sect. The rescue message explained that there was a suspected Yuanying ancestor here. He was not randomly suspicious. With his strength, even if the monk outside was a golden elixir monk at the level of a great elder, he would not feel that kind of extreme danger. At least, he still had a way to get away when facing a golden elixir monk at the level of a great elder. Time was running out, and after he sent the message using his identity as Jade Disc, he began to think about how to escape. One of his hopes was for the sect to come to the rescue, but he could not place all his hopes on the sect's rescue. Li Shiming took out an eye mask, which is a controller to control the drone at high altitude. However, he did not place the drone above his head. He only deployed a drone 10,000 meters above the sect to monitor the situation around him. He did not expect to encounter trouble halfway, and did not use a drone to accompany him. Although the drone is not above the head, there are enhanced radio waves in the goggles, and the drone can still be controlled from this distance. This is the benefit of using the new elixir motor. You don't have to worry about insufficient power. In addition, the material of the signal transmission equipment is combined with the technology of previous generations to truly achieve ultra-long distance remote control. Li Shiming's original research direction was to consider deploying satellites in space. But due to the weirdness of the world here, he was unable to deploy satellites. But as his research deepened, especially in terms of weapon refining and technology, he finally found an alternative method. If he had waited a few more months, he might have deployed drones over the righteous forces in the northern Shu continent, allowing him to monitor anywhere on the ground at any time. Li Shiming set aside a brain to control the drone. and he took out 10 bombs from the mustard ring in the computer room. The 10 bombs were the failed products of his research. That is to say, the mustard ring was big enough, and the trillion cubic meters of space was enough for him to squander at will. So he would throw all kinds of research byproducts into the space regardless of whether they were useful or not. Although only more than 10 seconds had passed, the magic weapon Z-15 had already provided him with a variety of solutions. The natal magic weapon Z-15 will not make decisions for him. It is up to him to choose a certain plan. Although the bomb was a failed product, it still had a famous name. He named it Elixir Bomb No. 1. This is a kind of bomb that uses spiritual stones as its energy source. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones is too stable. He uses various methods to stimulate the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones, so that the spiritual energy can flow out instantly and explode with maximum power. But even if this is achieved, the power of the spirit stone bomb is impressive, and it is estimated that it can kill a chain of energy monks. In fact, spiritual energy is not a good explosive energy. The power that spiritual energy can explode without being transformed by formations or magic weapons is really limited. Take the 10 spirit stone bombs No. 1 he took out as an example. Although their explosions looked extremely impactful, they were not as powerful as explosives of their size. He took out Elixir Bomb No. 1 at this time, not relying on its explosive power, but the explosion of Elixir Bomb No. 1, which would cause strong fluctuations in spiritual energy and affect the monk's perception of spiritual energy. Normally, this effect would be useless. But at this time, Elixir Bomb No. 1 has the possibility of affecting the monks outside to accurately judge his location. The reason why it is said to be a possibility is because neither Li Shiming nor the natal magic weapon Z-15 knows how strong the ancestor of Yuanying is. Everything is based on possible analysis. White lotuses rose under Li Shiming's feet. At this time, he no longer cared about whether the lotus was born step by step, would be exposed. With his current status, it doesn't matter if Qianye Temple knows that he has mastered the Bu Sheng Lotus. Qianye Temple dares to capture Li Yuanba because Li Yuanba is a monk of the demon Sect and Luo's sect. Even if Li Shiming, a monk from the righteous sect, was suspected by Qianye Temple of being the reincarnation of a great Buddhist master, they would not be able to capture Li Shiming and take him back. Of course, he didn't want to go to that step unless he had to. The monks in Qianye Temple were a little too stubborn. He didn't know if those monks' ideas would be what he thought. He activated the hiding the sky and concealing the secret technique. This technique was obtained and learned by the clone Li Yuanba. It is the secret technique of Sun Luo's sect. However, if the clone Li Yuanba has learned it, it means that he has learned it in his true form. In addition, the spiritual attributes of the 5 golden elixirs in his body are the attributes of the 5 elements. Most of the secret techniques can be learned and applied. There is nothing special about the hiding the sky and concealing the secret technique. It is not difficult for him to perform the request. After waiting for a while, the rescue from the sect had not yet arrived, and the sense of crisis in his heart became more and more serious. He understood that he had no time. So he divided his spiritual thoughts into several channels. One to remove the 4-phase array, and the other to detonate 10 spiritual stone bombs. No. 1. Patriarch Wang Zhao, Supreme Guest Minister of Tianqing Trading Company. The last time he wanted to get close to the northern Shu continent, he was blocked by a 4th-grade sea beast and his whereabouts were exposed. This time, he restrained his aura and sneaked into the Beishu continent in a way that was inconsistent with his identity. After entering the northern Shu continent, he has maintained the secret method of hiding his aura, not wanting the major sects in the northern Shu continent to discover his existence. He found that the Beishu continent was built like an iron barrel by the 6 major sections. Even though the 6 major sects were divided into 2 factions, good and evil, they were still fighting with each other. But the Beishu continent is full of formations. These formations are connected through intermediary forces, such as the Beishu Trading Company. All the formations are actually related. He, the ancestor of the foreign nascent soul, would be immediately discovered by the formation as long as he stopped the secret method of hiding his aura. So when he came to the Beishu continent, he did not immediately take action for Tianqing Trading Company. Instead, he used his identity as Taishang Kiching to rebuild Tianqing Trading Company. This ambush of Li Shiming was proposed by the remnant forces of Tianqing Trading Company in order to announce to all the monks in the northern Shu continent that Tianqing Trading Company was not extinct. Ancestor Wang Zhao heard about Li Shiming's talent and became interested in Li Shiming. He asked to arrest him instead of ambush. Having such a young alchemy master in his hands would be of great benefit to him. It is for this reason that Patriarch Wang Zhao, the Yuanying Patriarch, also came. He maintained his identity and could not reveal his aura, so he did not take action. Of course, even if he can't expose his own aura, he still has the means to deal with a small early-stage Golden Core monk. If his suppression level is at the Golden Core stage, he is also an invincible existence at the Golden Core stage. With the Taoist body of the Yuanying Ancestor, even if he stood there motionless, the Golden Pill Cultivator would not be able to cause any harm to him. This is equivalent to the fact that Ancestor Wang Zhao is invincible in the face of any Golden Elixir monks. And the secret method he masters is not comparable to that of the Golden Elixir monks. He can absolutely crush all Golden Elixirs in terms of combat power by using the Golden Elixir stage spiritual power. Patriarch Wang Zhao was waiting quietly on the sidelines, waiting for the Jindan monks from Tianqing Trading Company to bring Li Shiming back, so that he could set a restriction on Li Shiming and keep Li Shiming under his control for the rest of his life. The longer he waited, the more he felt something was wrong. How could it take so long for 12 Golden Core cultivators, including 2 late Golden Core cultivators, and with the help of formations to control an early Golden Core cultivator for so long? Doubts arose in his mind. So he approached the 4-phase array. Just as he was approaching the 4-phase array, the 4-phase array suddenly disappeared, and an explosion occurred at the same time. Spirit Stone Bomb number 1 exploded, causing disorder of spiritual energy in the nearby area. If Ancestor Wang Zhao had not suppressed his cultivation, he could still have easily discovered Li Shiming, who was using Ubu Shang Lotus to escape from the explosion. But something happened suddenly. Patriarch Wang Zhao suppressed his cultivation again, making him unaware for a moment. When he realized something was wrong and stepped up his exploration of the explosion area, he only found a disappearing figure. Patriarch Wang Zhao's face turned red. He never thought that one day he would be teased by a junior who was in the early stage of Jindan. This was a provocation to Patriarch Yuanying. He wanted to lock Li Shiming's figure, but he suddenly discovered that Li Shiming was using the divine foot power. Even the Ubu Shanglian of the divine foot power could not catch up with him when he suppressed his cultivation. He almost chased after him desperately, trying to catch Li Shiming even if he risked exposing his existence. But reason prevented him from doing so. Being inside the Beishu continent, his mission this time was to rebuild the Tianqing Trading Company branch and receive the original intelligence system. This task is much more important than catching Li Shiming, and it is also his final task this time. He looked hard at Li Shiming's figure, which was already vaguely visible and disappearing from his sight, and remembered Li Shiming in his heart. When Li Shiming used Ubu Shang Lotus to escape, he found that the interval between uses of Ubu Shang Lotus was shorter, which allowed him to use Ubu Shang Lotus to move faster. This is related to his natal magic weapon Z15. Casting Ubu Shang Lotus is similar to casting a spell. He uses several brains to alternately activate Ubu Shang Lotus, achieving almost no time interval in casting the spell. After he successfully used Lotus every step 3 times and escaped some distance, he felt that he was being stared at. Then a strong malice came from his eyes, making the hair on his body stand up. Fortunately, he moved very quickly, and for some unknown reason, Patriarch Wang Zhao didn't even pursue him, and just let him leave. The continuous Lotus growing step by step took him away from Ancestor Wang Zhao, and the feeling of being maliciously stared at by a powerful being disappeared. At this time, he realized that his body was covered in cold sweat. This was not because he was timid, but because his body was an instinctive reaction after being targeted by a powerful being. He changed direction several times, and while he was still escaping, a message came from his identity jade disc. I am Zhuhao. Where is the nascent soul? When Li Shiming took out the jade plate of identity, the monk from the sect opposite him forced the chat mode on and asked by voice. Li Shiming almost threw away the jade plate of identity in his hand. Who is Zhuhao? That was another Yuanying ancestor of the sect. This nascent soul ancestor really thought highly of him, and even said his name. Zhuhaoqing's Patriarch, the master of Elder Zongminji, is also the nascent soul patriarch, who is as famous as Li Shiming's ancestor Fan Patriarch. Li Shiming didn't know what the relationship between Zhuhua and Fan was, but he knew that the relationship between Elder Ji and his master, Elder Su, was not good. His relationship with Elder Ji was even worse. Elder Ji's son Ji Hongba was disabled by him and became immortal. Ancestor Zhua. That ancestor Yuanying is in the south of Xiuguan Mountain, but he probably left at this time. Li Shiming stabilized his mind and replied. Fortunately, the contact was through the Identity Jade disc. So Laozu couldn't use the Identity Jade disc to jump out of the disc and hit him. You return to the Sect immediately. I still have 10 breaths to reach Xiaoguan Mountain. Zhua Ancestor replied in a deep voice. Obviously, Zhua Laozu was not what Li Shiming imagined. Zhua Laozu was concerned about Li Shiming's safety. In fact, Li Shiming didn't know what a talented alchemy master like Li Shiming meant to the ancestors of Yuanying. Although he is not yet capable of refining elixirs for the ancestor of nascent soul, with his cultivation speed, as long as he can break through to the late stage of the golden elixir, he will have the ability to refine 4th grade elixirs. If Li Shiming's level of alchemy can still be maintained when refining the 4th grade elixir, then I am afraid that any Yuanying ancestor in the northern Shu continent will treat Li Shiming politely. You must know that the ancestor of nascent soul's 4th grade elixir, at least one of its elixirs must be a 4th grade elixir. The 4th grade elixir is almost a natural treasure, even for the ancestors of the major sects who hold the greatest power in the northern Shu continent. It is extremely rare to obtain a 4th grade elixir with Li Shiming's alchemy ability. When it comes time to refine a 4th grade elixir for the Yuanying ancestor, the additional benefits he can gain for the Yuanying ancestor are simply too great. Even if Li Shiming cannot maintain the previous level in refining the 4th grade elixir, as long as he can improve his realm to the late stage of the golden elixir and be able to refine the 4th grade elixir, it is already extremely important for the ancestor of Yuanying. Something happened. Chapter 331 Return. Until now, the drone in the sky was finally able to shine its camera onto the battlefield just now. This is because Li Shiming did not wait for the drone to fly and change the direction of the camera first, which made the imaging unclear. The important components of the drone were not produced by machines, but made by him in the machine room using refining techniques and micron-level control. Therefore, in many functions, the surveillance capabilities of this drone have exceeded the civilian level of previous generations and reached the military level. He saw the figure of Zhua Laozu, who had no scruples and aroused a terrifying momentum in the air, which affected the drone images he saw in the blindfold. Zhua Laozu's figure is extremely blurry. This kind of blur is not a problem with the camera. Although this distance exceeds the best viewing range of the camera, it will never be so blurry. This is the fluctuation caused by Zhua Ancestor's own aura around his body, which affects the imaging effect of the camera. Zhua Ancestor is not the key target of his attention. What he pays more attention to is the nascent soul ancestor of Tianqing Trading Company. Li Shiming couldn't even wait for the chip built into the drone to perform calculations. His magic weapon, the Z15, was a large server. Its computing power had been enhanced many times after becoming his magic weapon. When Z15 no longer considers heat dissipation and energy consumption, the computing power it can exert is extremely terrifying. His mind was directly connected to the data transmission system of the eye mask, and his mind received the data from the drone, with the battlefield as the center. Hundreds of miles around are all within the surveillance range of the camera, and this range continues to increase as the drone continues to approach. If a drone were to find the nascent soul ancestor of Xing Trading Company that day in this area close to the gathering of monks, we don't know how long it would take to find him. But after Li Shiming used the magic weapon Z15, the data screen returned by the drone was analyzed pixel by pixel by the magic weapon, and this time only took 2 breaths. He found the nascent soul ancestor, and the reason why he used 2 breaths was because he also had the natal magic weapon to analyze the route the nascent soul ancestor left, and to determine who was the most likely monk in the area to be the nascent soul ancestor. Fortunately, there were not many monks who met this condition, and according to the flying speed of the monks, the natal magic weapon finally found the ancestor of nascent soul. As Li Shiming advanced to the golden core stage, he found that he could monitor the Yuanying ancestor through a drone, which would hardly cause any reaction from the Yuanying ancestor. This is normal. In the past, when he used drones or monitoring equipment to monitor the ancestor of nascent soul, the reason why the ancestor of Yuanying was sensed was because he himself was too weak. In addition, the drone equipment at that time also it was not as advanced as it is now. Li Shiming gave the order to the drone, and the drone focused on the Yuanying ancestor. The flight direction no longer ended with the battlefield, but followed the Yuanying ancestor to move in the air at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Obviously, Ancestors Wood did not meet Ancestor Wang Zhao. Ancestor Wang Zhao left in one step. Although he could not use the speed of nascent soul, his flying speed was not slow. Coupled with Zhua Ancestor's unscrupulous aura, Ancestor Wang Zhao spotted him from a long distance away. Li Shiming didn't know that Zhua Ancestor did this intentionally. Zwa Ancestor did not want to fight with an unknown nascent soul ancestor of unknown strength in Beishu continent. What Zwa Ancestor wants to do is to drive away. Of course, if he really finds Ancestor Wang Zhao, he will also negotiate with him. If they really want to fight, Zwa Ancestor will definitely find the nascent soul ancestors from other large sects to take action together. To deal with such foreign forces, the nascent soul ancestors will either not fight, or they must be killed in one fell swoop. If he cannot be beaten to death, but instead becomes a mortal enemy, the Shushan sect will face great trouble. This is not what Zwa Laozu wants to see. The nascent soul ancestors are indeed very powerful, but the behavior of the nascent soul ancestors in the world also needs to be paid attention to. The world is too fragile. If the nascent soul ancestors do their best, the damage to the world will be extremely terrifying. Therefore, the battle between nascent soul ancestor must be completed in a very short time, or the battle must be scheduled to the 33rd heaven. When he approached the gate of the Shushan sect, he found that the Shushan sect's formation was shining brightly. This was the full activation of the Sect Protecting Formation. When the Sect Protecting Formation is fully activated, it will consume a large amount of spiritual energy, and even the main spiritual veins are not enough to consume it. So additional spiritual stones need to be invested. Obviously, the appearance of the unknown nascent soul ancestor made the Shushan sect extremely nervous and entered a state of war readiness. Shiming, you are finally back! Elder Su greeted Li Shiming as soon as he flew into the mountain gate and said with concern. Li Shiming didn't tell him when he went out this time, but he knew about it. Li Shiming was strictly protected within the sect, but after Li Shiming became a Jindan monk, no senior sect member would prohibit Li Shiming from leaving the sect. Golden elixir monks are still very safe in Beishu continent. Besides, alchemy masters like Li Shiming will take the initiative to fawn over anyone they see. So how can they get into trouble? Even if there is some trouble, it will not be a problem to escape with Li Shiming's strength. It was for this reason that Elder Su did not stop Li Shiming from going out. Li Shiming is already a golden elixir monk. Elder Su cannot always control this disciple, especially since this disciple has a higher status in the sect than Elder Su. Elder Su needs to respect his disciple, but he never expected that Li Shiming would encounter trouble again. This time it was the Yuaning Patriarch, and it was not the Venerable Qianya Temple he met last time, but a hostile Yuaning Patriarch. Like the last time Li Shiming met the Venerable from Qianya Temple, it was impossible for that Venerable to do anything to Li Shiming. Qianya Temple would not do anything that would affect the relationship between the two sections. The so-called danger was at most a fright, but this time it was different. The news returned by Li Shiming, coupled with Zwa Ancestor's discovery after going to the battle scene, all showed that there had been a nascent soul ancestor who had hidden his aura there. Although Patriarch Wang Zhao's secret method of hiding aura is extremely effective, it cannot be concealed from the Patriarch of nascent soul at the same level. Even when Zwa Ancestor and Wang Zhao Ancestor are within a certain distance, the two nascent soul ancestors will still sense each other. The nascent soul ancestors' understanding of the rules of heaven and earth allows them to control the power of heaven and earth within a certain range. When two nascent soul ancestors appear in this area, the power of heaven and earth will be competed for. Ancestors came to the place where Ancestor Wang Zhao had stayed for a while, and relying solely on the aura left by Ancestor Wang Zhao, he was more sure of the identity of Ancestor Wang Zhao. Yuaning Ancestor. Only then did the Shushan sect's Sect Protecting Formation be launched. Not only the Shushan sect, but also all other major sects and all the forces attached to the major sects received notifications from the Shushan sect, and various countermeasures were initiated. Master, I've made you worry, Li Shiming responded sheepishly. Elder Su couldn't say much, and couldn't express his thoughts on letting Li Shiming stay in the sect. If Li Shiming is already a golden elixir monk and is still allowed to stay in the sect, Li Shiming may never be able to advance to the nascent soul stage. The state of mind is more important for monks, especially the higher level monks. Confining a genius like Li Shiming in a sect is equivalent to closing off his future possibilities for promotion. Not many monks can improve themselves by practicing in seclusion alone. Monks need to hone and fight in order to gain rich experience, improve their state of mind, and prepare for advancement. The bottlenecks in the golden elixir stage are more difficult to break through than in the foundation building stage. Each bottleneck may consume a monk's life's energy. If Li Shiming's state of mind cannot be rooted in, he may really stay in the golden elixir stage for the rest of his life. Looking at the sect's preparations, are you sure that person is really the ancestor of Yuaning? Li Shiming looked at the sect's formation and asked aloud. His guess about Patriarch Wang Zhao's strength was based on his own perception of the enemy's danger. It is estimated that it would be difficult for a Golden Core stage monk to create a sense of fatal danger in him, especially after the avatar Li Yuanba met the two great Arhats. He was even more certain that it would be difficult for a golden elixir monk at the level of a great elder to sense that fatal danger to him. Ancestor's Wa has already confirmed it. It should be the Ancestor Yuanying sent from the headquarters of Tianqing Trading Company. But I just don't know what Tianqing Trading Company wants to do. Could it be that Tianqing Trading Company wants to attack the Beishu continent? Elder Su didn't have anything to hide from Li Shiming. He said via voice transmission. What is the background of Tianqing Trading Company? Does the Sect know? Li Shiming was startled after hearing this, and then asked, I don't know what force is behind Tianqing Trading Company. Tianqing Trading Company entered the Beishu continent 300 years ago. The 6 major sects have been deliberately suppressing Tianqing Trading Company and preventing it from developing smoothly in the Beishu continent. However, Tianqing Trading Company is always able to come up with some rare resources that are not available in the northern Shu continent, which allows Tianqing Trading Company to take root in the northern Shu continent. Elder Su shook his head and replied. Li Shiming's identity already gave him the right to know some of the sect's secrets. When a force like Tianqing Trading Company comes to the northern Shu continent, it will naturally attract the attention of the 6 major sects. You must know that only the Yuanying Ancestor can cross the ocean. Tianqing Trading Company, which owns the Ancestor of Nascent Soul, entered the northern Shu continent as a foreign force. If Tianqing Trading Company had not only revealed a fake baby, Director Feng Yi, it would probably have received a more severe blow. However, after Li Shiming learned that Tianqing Trading Company had deployed spies in various sects to collect intelligence from the major sects, Tianqing Trading Company was truly suppressed by all the major sects. Li Shiming shook his head. He was not interested in the entanglement between such forces. If it was not related to his own safety, he would not even bother to ask. Be more careful when you go out in the future. I'm afraid this Yuanying Ancestor won't let you go. Elder Su finally couldn't hold it back and added one more sentence. When Li Shiming returned to sword-holding peak, he felt the pressure. This time, his record of killing 12 golden elixir monks in a row would probably make him famous throughout the northern Shu continent if word spread. But he didn't tell his master after returning to the sect. And as long as Tianqing Trading Company didn't tell them, he decided to keep the news in his stomach. His enemy is no longer a monk at the Golden Core stage, but an ancestor at the Nascent Soul stage. No matter how famous he is, he will not be able to affect the Yuanying Ancestor. On the contrary, it will make the hostile Yuanying Ancestor even more determined to kill him. Quick. In fact, he has always had the idea to make super weapons to deal with the Ancestor of Nascent Soul. But he didn't find uranium or in this world. Maybe it's because this world knows nothing about uranium, and he hasn't explored many places. Or maybe this world doesn't have uranium at all. If it's the latter, then his idea of making a big killer weapon will probably be difficult to realize. According to his judgment, apart from this super weapon, it is difficult for weapons from previous lives to cause any harm to the Ancestor of Nascent Soul. We must know that the Feng Yi supervisor, who is just a fake baby, can't break through the defense of the fake baby's body after it comes out of the body using various means. If the Nascent Soul body is stronger than the fake baby, then the defense, the strength was beyond his imagination. Li Shiming walked into the underground factory area while thinking about it. The equipment here is usually closed, and will only be turned on after he arrives. In a corner of the factory area, there are 10 rocket bodies that are 20 meters long. When he escaped from Tianhai Island before, he used rockets to escape to the Beishu continent. Nowadays, the rockets he made have been upgraded several steps from the original ones, changing from liquid fuel to solid fuel. Whether it is the outer SHL, the interior, or the engine, they all use a combination of refining and technology. The most critical thing is that the rocket's navigation system can be connected to a drone that is 10,000 meters away to achieve truly precise positioning. With the inventory of 10 rockets, the rockets are no longer a tool for him to escape. With his wealth, he can use rockets as disposable consumables as a means of attacking enemies from a distance. The number of rockets would not have been only 10 if it had not been for the extensive work on the rockets that required him to operate them himself. His relationship with Beishu Trading Company does not require him to worry about raw materials. However, after getting the magic weapon Z-15, he made rockets much faster. Even if he used all 10 rockets in his hand, he was sure to make another batch in a short time. Of course, the most important thing now is not manufacturing rockets. In the future, he will need to manufacture more drones and spread his drones over the entire Beishu continent. The drone that can stop below the 33rd level of the sky and at an altitude of 10,000 meters is actually his most carefully crafted machine. Elixir motor. Micron-level processing technology. Refining by the combination of formation master and weapon refiner. Micron-level formation inscription engraving. Micron-level lens polishing. Even the core CPU is made by him using 1 micron in the computer room space, handcrafted with precision. This is still thanks to his natal magic weapon. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve the ability to build a 1 micron CPU by hand if he was exhausted. If there were not 191 brains working at the same time. With unparalleled computing power and micron-level control of the computer room space. Even with the structure diagram of the CPU, it would not be possible to achieve this. Chapter 332 Launch. The 6 major sects in the Beishu continent were tints. The ancestors of the 6 major sects, nascent soul, patrolled within their sphere of influence from time to time. This was something that had never happened before. Even the recent conflict between Senluo Sect and Shinya Temple has been shelved. Internal problems in the northern Shu continent can be solved at any time. But external troubles need to be faced together. None of this seems to have anything to do with Li Shiming. He once again lived a life equivalent to seclusion in Jianji Peak. No one knows that every 1 or 2 days, an unmanned aircraft will be released. At present, Li Shiming has no intention of placing the drone outside the sphere of influence of the 3 righteous sections. Within the sphere of influence of the 3 righteous sects alone, his drone would need to fly for a long time to reach the farthest point. Time passes day by day, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Ancestor Wang Zhao, the supreme guest of Tianhang Trading Company, seemed to have disappeared, and the only one who knew where he was hiding was Li Shiming. After Patriarch Wang Zhao left that day, he disappeared on a mountain peak. Li Shiming was certain that the mountain peak must be a secret base of Tianjing Trading Company. He did not inform the sect of the news, mainly because his detection methods were not convenient for disclosure. In the past 2 months, he finally completed the first step of deploying drones, and 15 drones completed monitoring of the Righteous Path sphere of influence. Of course, he not only manufactured 15 drones, but also had some as backup drones. Once something happened to the drones in the sky, he would use the backup drones to replenish them. However, judging by the performance of the drone, the chance of being discovered is very small. As long as it is not deliberately scanned by the nascent soul cultivator, it will not be easily discovered. Each drone is equipped with a self-destruction device. Once it falls into the hands of other monks, the built-in intelligence system will trigger a self-destruction, causing the drone to be completely destroyed. He is not worried that the drone will fall into the hands of other monks and be cracked or used by others. The technology used by the drone is a completely different civilization system from that of the world of immortality. It is impossible to crack it, let alone use it. In fact, he can completely use the flying patterns of the immortal world, such as flying boats, which are formation patterns that allow spiritual objects to levitate or fly, to replace the flight of drones. But in that case, the spiritual power fluctuations of the drone will be much greater, which does not meet his requirement for the drone to hide itself. The technology of the past life used by the drone is almost a mortal thing, except for the energy conversion by the spirit stone motor. Most of the functions of the entire drone are made of the technology of the past life. But some refining techniques are used in it to make the drone more powerful. The machine does not need to consider the limitations of materials to achieve effects far beyond those of previous generations. It is estimated that the monks in the entire Beishu continent could not imagine that it took Li Shiming more than 2 months to establish a monitoring network covering the sphere of righteousness. Moreover, a network of 15 drones can completely replace the current contact methods and establish a new communication system. The system inside the drone is manufactured to satellite specifications, and the communication system is able to withstand the load of simultaneous video communications for 10,000 people. If Li Shiming hadn't relied on the ability of the Alchemy Master to make him a huge income, maybe he would have started selling the immortal version of his mobile phone in Beishu continent just like he did on Tianhai Island. Now he designs an immortal version of the mobile phone, which is supported by a drone satellite network and can become an independent closed communication system that will not be affected by the outside world. He just doesn't like the small amount of money from selling mobile phones. Selling mobile phones can only get spiritual stones, and spiritual stones are not important to monks when they reach the golden elixir stage. Most of the third-grade resources cannot be purchased with spiritual stones, and most of them need to be exchanged for spiritual objects. Of course, he also made several mobile phones for testing, although they may not be put into use. The technical reserves must keep up. He called Yi Lingyun in the morning, and Yi Lingyun became the supervisor of Qijian Peak, and all external affairs of Qijian Peak were handed over to her. Even the rewards of the 3 attendants were paid by Li Shiming to Yi Lingyun on a yearly basis, and Yi Lingyun paid them out regularly. From sowing to harvesting to trading, Li Shiming does not need to worry about anything in the spiritual field of holding Jianfeng. Yi Lingyun is also loyal. She is Li Shiming's follower. Whether in the world of cultivating immortals or in the Shushan sect, she is Li Shiming's subordinate and completely relies on Li Shiming for her existence. What happened to Wan Qian and Lu Yingtong? Li Shiming asked after seeing Yi Lingyun. Sir, Wan Qian has successfully broken through to the foundation building stage. In order not to affect work, Lu Yingtong has staggered the time with Wan Qian. It will take about 3 months to try to break through, Yi Lingyun replied respectfully. Her voice was full of gratitude. The 3 of them all had the opportunity they had today because of Li Shiming. From now on, Wan Qian's salary will be 10% less than yours. When Lu Yingtong breaks through, Wan Qian's salary will be paid according to Wan Qian's salary. Li Shiming thought for a while and ordered. The rule is remuneration. He needs to confirm the identity of Yi Lingyun's supervisor, and he will not let the 3 followers have the same remuneration. I would like to thank you, sir, on their behalf. Yi Lingyun bowed and said, I want you to make another trip, this time to Qinhuan Sect first, and deliver this to Intruders. If Intruders goes into retreat, ask Lian Yeshuan to accept it first and deliver it to you. Send this storage bag to the checkpoint. Use the most secret channel. Li Shiming took out 2 storage bags and explained. In the storage bag given to Intruders, there are some second-grade high-level elixirs in the foundation building stage, which can help her practice faster. The other is a Xiaoxian version mobile phone. Intruders has used similar products before, so there is no need to worry about her not knowing how to use it. The main reason why Li Shiming gave her a cultivator version of a mobile phone was that she could no longer contact Intruders after she retreated into seclusion. Li Shiming wanted to meet her through the video function of the mobile phone. As for the other storage bag, it was a test by Li Shiming. It was not convenient for him to test it, so he left it to his clone Li Yuanba. 3 days later, Li Yuanba received the storage bag in the mountain city of 100,000 mountains. The storage bag went through a special channel. It was not his normal smuggling channel, but a channel using other forces, which made the source of the storage bag impossible to trace. The reason why he is so careful this time is because what Li Yuanba will do next may be big. The storage bag has a large internal space. This storage bag is the largest among the storage bags, and the items inside are extremely confusing, making it impossible to see what the purpose is. Li Yuanba greeted Deacon Yu Xing and informed him that he would be leaving Jieshan City for 1 day, nearly 100 miles away from Jieshan City. He took out his Wanjianfeng magic weapon, let it grow in size, and then fell to the ground. He activated the formation of Wanjianfeng's magic weapon so that the outside world could not see the situation on the top of the mountain. He took everything out of the storage bag and started assembling it. As assembly proceeds, the shape of the rocket begins to appear on Wanjian Peak. Yes, what Li Shiming sent this time was a 20-meter-high solid-state rocket. However, in order to avoid trouble, it was put in a storage bag in the form of parts. Even if a monk checked the storage bag, it would not be the same. You'll find out what the parts actually do. Although Li Yuanba does not have 191 brains like the original Li Shiming, he still has no big problem in assembling the parts into a rocket. He also shared Li Shiming's weapon refining ability from the original body Li Shiming. But Li Shiming's weapon refining ability was realized with the Red Yang Spirit Fire, while he used the Dan Fire of the Golden Pill to realize it. Li Yuanba uses Dan Fire for welding, especially the assembly of rocket SH/LS, which requires the help of Dan Fire. After several hours, the rocket stood on a flat spot on the top of Wanjian Peak. He took a deep breath, excitement flashing in his eyes. If he succeeds this time, then he will have the means to attack the enemy from a super long range in the future, regardless of whether the attack is successful or not. The nausea alone can disgust the enemy to death. The cost of this rocket is not high. Most of it is made of mortal objects, with only some first-grade materials mixed in. The rest is mainly the time cost of the main body Li Shiming. After Li Shiming has the natal magic weapon Z15, this time cost will also be reduced 100 times. Li Yuanba took out a button from his storage bag with a very ceremonial sense and placed it in front of him. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, launch! With the last sound, he pressed the button, and flames spurted out from the tail of the rocket. pushing the rocket body slowly into the air. After the rocket lifted off several thousand meters, it turned around and flew towards the top of the Jieshan checkpoint. The goal of the rocket has been set long ago. In fact, all the clone Li Yuanba needs to do is assemble and launch it. The follow-up has nothing to do with him. The rocket trailing the tail flame was getting faster and faster. And when it approached the Boundary Mountain Pass, it was discovered by Jiang Pu, who was guarding it. Jiang Pu didn't do anything. He just paid attention to this weird rocket. The rocket had almost no spiritual response. Such a mortal object could not pass the blockade of the Boundary Mountain Pass. If it hit the shield of the Boundary Mountain Pass, it would immediately be shattered into pieces. There was a look of curiosity on his face. He wanted to see how this weird thing turned into pieces. He was even more curious about who created this thing, and what was its function. While Jiang Pu was paying attention, the rocket had arrived over the Sanluo Sect mountain pass. He thought the rocket would smash into pieces next. But what happened in front of him made him open his mouth. Because a spiritual wave was emitted from the arrowhead of the rocket. The formation at the Sanluo Sect's boundary mountain level opened a passage inexplicably. And the rocket passed through the formation at the Sanluo Sect's boundary mountain level without any impact. Jiang Pu stared dumbfounded as the rocket rushed past from above. He could not catch up with the speed. The formation breaking talisman. Which formation master's formation breaking talisman is that? How could it be possible to break the formation here? He murmured to himself. The formation breaking talisman is not a particularly rare talisman. Any formation master with the formation Starlight Sea can make it. What is sealed inside the formation breaking talisman is the formation master's knowledge of breaking formations. Not all formations can be cracked. But the formation needs to be within the range of the sealed formation breaking knowledge before the formation can be cracked. A normal formation breaking talisman requires some time to think and judge after being cast. It usually takes several dozen breaths to break the formation. The formation breaking talisman on the Elephant rocket is a formation breaking talisman specially designed to break the Sanluo Sect's boundary mountain formation. Only when activated can the formation be broken immediately. This was what frightened Jiang Pu. It took a lot of familiarity with his own boundary mountain formation to be able to create such a targeted formation breaking talisman. Jiang Pu looked at the direction of the rocket's flight. And he was more curious about whether the rocket would be blocked by the formation on the right side. This result does not take long. At the speed of the rocket, 200 miles can be reached almost instantly. When he saw the tail mark of the rocket, which passed through the Zhengdao boundary mountain formation without stopping at all, the look on his face relaxed. As long as the Sanluo Zone family is not embarrassed, everyone will be embarrassed. So they won't laugh at each other. His biggest question now is where is that weird thing flying to? The one who had the same question as Jiang Pu was Ying Ho, the elder of Jin Dan who guarded the right path. Ying Ho was also looking at the sky at this time. The speed of the rocket was too fast. Ying Ho watched the rocket flying from the Sanluo Sect and couldn't help it. The blockage flew overhead. Based on the direction of the rocket's flight, several Jin Dan elders from both the good and the evil sides were unable to determine the target of the rocket. After the rocket entered the sphere of influence of Zhengdao, the system in the rocket arrow automatically connected to the drone satellite system. The rocket began to change direction, deliberately avoiding the powerful Shanmen on the route ahead to avoid being intercepted in advance. This change of direction also made it impossible for the monks who spotted the rocket along the way to determine the ultimate target of the rocket. The movement of the rocket was a bit loud. Even if it deliberately avoided areas with many monks along the way, it still caused quite a stir. Many monks overestimated their capabilities and wanted to track it. Unfortunately, once the speed of the rocket started, it was not something that ordinary monks could catch up with. Holding Jianfeng, Li Shiming's natal magic weapon is connected to the drone satellite system. And through this system is also connected to the rocket's navigation system. Various data flashed before his eyes. And the data changed extremely quickly. But the magic weapon processed the data instantly and sent the analysis results to him, allowing him to clearly know the current detailed situation of the rocket. These data are important references. The only reference data for the rocket he built is the data from the last time he escaped from Tianhai Island. The data from this actual shooting will give him the theoretical basis for upgrading the rocket and know where to improve the performance of the rocket. This is the first time solid fuel has been used, and its combustion thrust-to-weight ratio is the basis for his updated technology. In fact, in the natal magic weapon Z-15, he has tested the rocket data through simulation technology. But there is still a gap between reality and simulation. Everything was fine. At least the performance of the rocket met his requirements. And there were no problems that could affect the performance of the rocket. Chapter 333 Attack. looking at Qianye Temple from the sky. This is the largest Buddhist sect in the northern Shu continent, with thousands of mountains forming a Buddhist flower. This Buddha flower is another huge formation that protects Chiba Temple. In Qianye Temple, Venerable Huijing is sitting in the Buddhist hall. He is not the only venerable person in Qianye Temple who is awake. He was not a venerable person who was awakened by Chiba Temple to guard him, but was awakened from seclusion due to the murder of 2 disciples. Even though he studied Buddhism deeply, he was still deeply saddened by the death of his 2 disciples. The 2 great arhats had been with him for hundreds of years, and were deeply valued by him. Therefore, after returning to Qianye Temple, Venerable Huijing could not immediately devote himself to cultivation. The one who is really responsible for guarding Qianye Temple is Venerable Huike. Venerable Huike's combat power is not very strong at the level of Yuanying Ancestor, but he is Chi Tianya, who has practiced the magic foot power. This makes his movement speed the fastest in Beishu continent. Venerable Huike is currently inspecting the sphere of influence of Qianye Temple to prevent foreign Yuanying ancestors from entering Qianye Temple's influence. Venerable Huijing was reciting Buddhist scriptures softly. If he had not eliminated the impact of the death of the 2 great arhats earlier, he might have developed inner demons in long-term seclusion. His mind was empty, and the Buddhist scriptures in his mouth formed the power to calm his soul. Suddenly he frowned, feeling a little annoyed that he was affected at the critical moment of repairing his mind, once again forcing down the slight annoyance in his heart. He realized that something was indeed wrong with him, with his state of mind. He shouldn't have been easily offended. He sensed what was affecting his mind, and found a strange fire-breathing thing flying near Chiba Temple. Although the object had an astonishing aura, it did not have much spiritual power response. Instead, it looked a bit like something created by mortals. Of course, the flying speed of that object was extremely fast. So fast that only the Venerable Huike could achieve this speed in Qianye Temple. Venerable Huijing withdrew his attention to the outside world. He did not need to take care of this situation. If the Venerable had to ask about such matters, he would not need to practice. The main task of the existence of the first level of nascent soul in a large sect is to practice. And all the resources of the complete sect must be provided for the cultivation of the nascent soul. Because only if nascent soul is powerful, it can ensure that the major sects gain a foothold in the northern Shu continent. Therefore, the ancestor of Yuanying occupies the most resources among the major sects, but never interferes with affairs. However, the monks of the major sects never complain. Everyone knows where the major sects can have the momentum and resources they have today. Come! Venerable Huijing just restrained his mind and reduced the influence of the outside world on his mind. The mortal object he discovered was naturally the rocket launched by Li Yuanba. When the arhats in Qianye Temple discovered the rocket had already arrived near Qianye Temple. Although Li Shiming had never seen the sect-protecting formation of Qianye Temple, he knew something about it. This is thanks to the intelligence work done by Tianqing Trading Company. Although the jade slips obtained from the fake Infiltration supervisor were handed over by Li Shiming, they would be recorded by Z15 as long as they were glanced at by him. The jade slip contained part of the record of Qianye Temple's sect-protecting formation. For other formation masters, those records are at best a glimpse into the world, and are of little practical significance. But for Li Shiming, it was through the analysis and calculation of the natal magic weapon Z15 that he found a flaw in the Qianye Temple's sect-protecting formation. Moreover, he also used this flaw to draw a formation-breaking talisman, which was located at the arrow of the rocket. Li Shiming used the sonar and camera systems in front of the rocket as his eyes and ears, sharing the view in front of the rocket. Originally, the sonar system alone required more energy than a rocket could carry. But with the introduction of the elixir motor, this situation changed. The reason why we use a sonar system that is relatively different from this world, instead of using traditional array scanning and other methods in the world of immortality, is because the sonar system is an undefended detection method in the world of immortality. The rocket's attack on Chiba Temple this time was not only an experiment, but also an important data record. After this time, the flaws in Qianye Temple's sect-protecting formation will probably be made up by the formation masters. It will be difficult to easily break through Qianba Temple's sect-protecting formation again. But relying on the information about the Qianye Temple formation recorded by the rocket, Li Shiming can get more data about the sect-protecting formation, so that he can still break through the sect-protecting formation next time. The rocket flew to the front of the Qianye Temple's sect-protecting formation. A formation-breaking talisman in the arrow of the rocket was activated, and a hole appeared in front of the sect-protecting formation that could accommodate the rocket body. The rocket penetrated into Qianye Temple. In Li Shiming's shared vision, he saw the real Qianye Temple, with its huge area and countless Buddhist temples. He did not choose the center of the Buddha flower. There must be a powerful presence there. He just conducted an experiment and taught Shinya Temple a lesson to relieve his hatred and avenge his repeated attacks on his clone Li Yuanba. You can't just send a gift thousands of miles away and send a rocket in front of a powerful being, only to be picked up casually. He chose the corner of the huge Buddha flower in Shiba Temple as his target of attack. He didn't know where it was, but there were more Buddhist temples there. The rocket flew there and rushed downwards. While in the air, all 3 third-grade talismans in the rocket were activated. This is the Thundercloud Magic Talisman, made by Li Shiming using the third-grade materials that he finally obtained. It's not that he doesn't want to make more, but the materials for making third-grade talismans are actually too scarce, especially the materials for the third-grade Thunder Attribute Talisman. He couldn't make a big purchase, so he could only buy these third-grade materials mixed with other third-grade materials. 3 Thundercloud Techniques were activated, and 3 overlapping thunder clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the corner of the huge Buddha flower. The thunderclouds gathered at an extremely fast speed. Even when the rocket was still flying downward, the thunderclouds had already completed charging. This is also thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in Shiba Temple. In this environment, the process of absorbing spiritual energy of Thundercloud Technique is extremely smooth, which not only shortens the preparation time for casting, but also makes the power of Thundercloud Technique more powerful, bigger. With such a big movement, several arhats were already rising into the sky. Just as they were rising into the sky, the arrows of the rockets exploded. Li Shiming didn't want the rocket to hit the target physically, no matter how strong the impact force was. Any building in such a large sect had its own defense formation, using physical impact alone, regardless of the power of the attack. Even the formation would be difficult to break. The rocket exploded when it was still more than 100 meters away from the building on the ground after releasing the Thundercloud Technique 3 times. This explosion did not use the method of cultivating immortals, but used thermite bombs. A 65-kilogram thermite bomb contains nearly 200 small warheads, each of which is filled with thermite. Thermite can produce a high temperature of up to 2,500 degrees, and a thermite bomb can cover thousands of square meters. With the explosion, the rocket arrow body also exploded. When Li Shiming made the rocket, he considered not leaving any traces of the rocket after the explosion. The explosion was triggered by the arrow, and the special self-destruction pattern in the overall formation pattern of the rocket was triggered, causing the rocket body to turn into countless tiny fragments in the air. These small fragments and the nearly 200 small warheads of thermite bombs dispersed the exploded thermite at the same time, forming a rain of fire in the air. Originally, with the power of thermite bombs, it was simply impossible to cause any damage to large sects such as Shiba Temple, even if the rocket breaks through the sect protecting formation outside. The formations in each Buddha's temple are enough to protect themselves from such mortal objects. But the initial Thundercloud Technique broke out, and countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky. The speed of thunder and lightning was faster than the falling fire rain, hitting everything below it heavily. The weak Arhat was directly killed without any defense. Even Arhat, who had activated his defensive magic weapon, was suppressed by 3 Thundercloud Techniques, and was unable to do anything, let alone help others. The scariest thing about the Thundercloud Technique is not the attack on the flying Arhats in this area, but the attack on the Buddhist temple below. Terrifying thunder and lightning struck the formations in the Buddhist temple. At most, these formations could only defend against the damage caused by the monks in the early stages of the Golden Core. The large-scale attack spells such as Thundercloud Technique were as powerful as those of the monks in the later stages of the Golden Core S attack. Therefore, the magic circles in the Buddhist temple below were broken one after another, and the continuous thunder and lightning continued to attack. After losing the protection of the defensive array, the thunder and lightning attacked the living monks as if they were alive. This is actually the instinct of thunder and lightning. Every monk is attracting thunder and lightning to attack. On the contrary, when it comes to attacking the Buddhist temple itself, the Thundercloud Technique is not very destructive. After that, the fire rain fell, no matter what the Buddhist temple was built with, even if it was made of spiritual materials. Without the protection of the defensive circle, the 2,500 degree high temperature would instantly ignite the Buddhist temple. If a place is ignited, the monks here can still put out the fire. Even if they are attacked by the Thundercloud Technique, they will do their best to save the Buddhist temple. Many monks were hit by the aftermath of the Thundercloud Technique, The aftermath of the thunder and lightning power was not fatal, but it would make the monks incapacitated. And then an inconspicuous spark would fall on them. This point of Mars is thermite. As long as they are not monks in the Arhat stage. This point of Mars is a fatal threat if they are unable to resist. Even the number of monks killed directly by thundercloud technique is not as many as those killed by thermite. A huge Buddha shadow appeared in the sky. The Buddha shadow grabbed Lei Yun, but Lei Yun was caught and dispersed. Then, the entire burning area was covered by the energy emitted by the Buddha shadow, and the flames disappeared in an instant. The thermite, which was said to not be extinguished until it burned out, became as docile as a lamb in front of this force. Venerable Huijing looked at the miserable situation in the temple, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance in his heart. If he hadn't closed his mind, how could there be such a loss in the temple? A monk who died tragically could not even preserve his complete body under the thermite or thundercloud technique. Although the fire was saved, the overheated building could not be used much. Thermite's burning effect is too good. In addition, the Buddhist temple is made of wood. No matter what kind of wood it is, it will be ignited at a high temperature of 2,500 degrees. The red light flashed in the eyes of Venerable Huijing, and a bit of uncontrollable spiritual power swept across the fire, and the building was damaged again under his terrifying power. He had been removing mental obstacles originally because of his mental state problems. If it hadn't been for this attack, maybe after a while, he would have been able to clear his mental state problems with his powerful Buddhist practice. But luckily, at the critical moment, when he was clearing up his mental problems, rockets attacked Chiba Temple. At first, Venerable Huijing had no intention of intervening. His mental troubles were more important than anything else. However, when he found that he had to intervene, he forcibly stopped dealing with the mental issues, which actually aggravated the impact of his mental state. When he took action, he found that due to his delay in rescue, Chiba Temple lost at least hundreds of monks, including several Arhats. His state of mind was shocked again. You must know that his state of mind was caused by the death of 2 disciples who had been trained by him for hundreds of years before they reached the realm of Arhats and were expected to become new sages. Problems with mood. Under another blow, this mental problem worsened and became an inner demon. When he first became a demon, he was unable to fully control his power. A slight instability in his power caused all the buildings he had just rescued to be destroyed by his own hands. Venerable Huijing, who was sitting in the central Buddhist hall, had a face as golden as paper, and a stream of blood spurted from his mouth. There was a red light flashing in his eyes from time to time, which was the inner demon affecting his mind. Although Buddhist monks are not easily affected by inner demons due to their martial arts, if inner demons arise, the impact will be more serious than that of other monks. Venerable Huijing took out a 4th grade elixir and drank it to suppress his inner demons. He also cast several spells to convey messages. The Dharma image in the sky outside has disappeared. If the Dharma image is maintained after the inner demon appears, I am afraid it will not only cause the previous damage, but also the entire Chinya temple may be destroyed by it. Amitabha! The Buddhist call came, and 4 figures rushed into the Buddhist hall. These are 4 Arhats who have studied Buddhism intensively. Their combat power is not stronger among the Arhats, but they practice Buddhism, and even surpass the Venerable Master in Buddhism. The research direction of Buddhist practice is different. For example, those who practice the Dharma Protector Vajra path are to protect the Buddha with combat power. Others, like these 4 Arhats, specialize in practicing Buddhism, and their level of strength is just a byproduct of practicing Buddhism. These 4 Arhats are the Arhats of Chiba Temple specially designed to fight against inner demons, and they are always on call. In a large sect such as Chiba Temple, there are too many Buddhist practices, and there will always be inner demons of monks. Moreover, the inner demons of cultivating Buddhism are particularly intense when they come, and one bad thing is a disaster. So there are such full-time Arhats. For Arhats surrounded Venerable Huijing and chanted Buddhist sutras. As he chanted, golden lotus flowers fell from the air. The 4 Arhats all reached the state of spitting out golden lotus. The red light in Venerable Huijing's eyes disappeared. He slowly closed his eyes, and his face regained its tranquility. Chapter 334 Influence. Li Shiming didn't know what happened at Chinya Temple, and he couldn't find out the situation at the scene after the rocket exploded. However, the strategic plan was executed perfectly, and the magic weapon Z-15 had already simulated the results. But he never imagined that his results would be greater than he imagined, and greater than the simulation of his natal magic weapon Z-15. The perfect Buddha flower array at Chiba Temple has lost a corner. The defense of that corner was first broken by 3 thundercloud techniques. And then, the fire was ignited by thermite. Venerable Huijing took action to extinguish the fire. But the inner demon exploded, and once again increased the damage, completely destroying all the buildings in that corner. Not even many monks there could survive. Compared with the inner demons that triggered Venerable Huijing, the destruction done by Li Shiming was nothing. Li Shiming probably didn't expect that a rocket of not much value would actually hurt a venerable person. Venerable sir, that is an existence of the same level as the Yuanying Patriarch in Buddhist cultivation. If you want to harm such an existence head-on, you must be an Yuanying Patriarch of the same realm. With the way frictions between Yuanying ancestors are resolved, it is almost impossible for Yuanying ancestors of this level to be injured. But Venerable Huijing's injury is still the most troublesome inner demon. Although Venerable Huijing's inner demons were suppressed by 4 arhats who specialized in Buddhism, this was just suppression. If the inner demons were so easy to eliminate, they would not be so fearful to the monks. It can be said that Venerable Huijing will not be able to take action for a long time from now on. He must retreat immediately. It is not an ordinary retreat, but requires 4 professional arhats to retreat with him. This time may be years, decades, or even hundreds of years. The inner demon is invisible and has no quality. Once it occurs, it is difficult to get rid of it. If the inner demon happens to coincide with the demon when it arises, and the demon invades the mind, the trouble will be many times greater. Chiba Temple was attacked. This matter could not be concealed or concealed at all. The thermite's rain of fire and the terrifying thunderclouds formed by the thundercloud technique can be clearly seen even hundreds of miles away. In addition, there are always some spies from other sects within each major sect. They may not be professional intelligence personnel, but they are channels for selling information. Shortly after Chinya Temple was attacked, the other 5 major sects knew about it, and later even some big forces knew about it. In the following days, the news continued to spread, although not every monk knew about it. As long as the monks were connected to the medium-sized or above sect, they all knew what happened in Chinya Temple. Of course, there are many rumors, and some monks even said that the attack on Chinya Temple was caused by a nascent soul ancestor who personally attacked Chinya Temple. This argument is regarded as fact by many monks, because not long ago, it was rumored that the ancestor of nascent soul from outside the mainland appeared in Beishu continent, combined with the attack on Chinya Temple. How could the monks not be convinced by the association of the two? Make that judgment. But not many monks believe the most real situation. A strange flying mortal creature flew from a distant place to Chiba Temple, broke through Chiba Temple's protective formation, and turned into a sea of thunder and fire to attack Chiba Temple. As long as a monk with a normal brain hears this rumor, he will laugh and accuse the messenger of joking, because this is simply impossible to happen. But thoughtful people from the 6 major sects knew that this rumor was true, and after several days of investigation, they also discovered the origin of the rocket. The rocket flew out from the 100,000 mountains, broke through the 2 formations of good and evil one after another, and attacked Chinya Temple from a very long distance across a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Chinya Temple's attack on Li Yuanba a few months ago was no secret among the 6 major sections. Ancestor Lu and Venerable Huijing had a fight over Li Yuanba's matter. At first, no one suspected Li Yuanba, but as the investigation deepened, someone discovered that Li Yuanba left Jieshan town alone on the day the rocket appeared. There are many monks in Shiwandishan who have enmity with Chinya Temple, but not many have the ability to launch such an attack. Li Yuanba theoretically does not have such an ability. But who can tell that Li Yuanba can come into contact with the boundary mountain formations on both sides of good and evil? And he has also shown a good level of formations. He became one of the objects of suspicion. If Patriarch Lu from the Saluo sect hadn't been there, he might have been called back for questioning by the sect at this time. The Saluo sect's question is not an ordinary question. The Saluo sect uses the large formation in the sect to summon a trace of the power of the demon to ask questions. And it is impossible to lie in front of it. It's just that the stronger the strength, the greater the risk of activating the power of the demon. If Li Yuanba was a golden elixir monk with no foundation, he might have already done the soul interrogation of the demon. But even so, in recent times, whether it is the 3 Jindan elders at the Saluo sect realm mountain level, or the 3 Jindan elders on the right side, they have looked at Li Yuanba wrongly. There was a deep fear in it. The better the friendship with Li Yuanba, the more he felt that this matter had something to do with Li Yuanba. The monk's feeling was extremely accurate. If the 6 Jindan elders had not been related to Li Yuanba through interests, they might have reported their suspicions long ago. The reason why they didn't do that was because Li Yuanba gave them too much. Through Li Yuanba's channels, They were able to ask Master Li Shiming to make elixirs. Not to mention the golden elixir elders of Sun Luo's sect. Even among the golden elixir elders on the right side, who are from Shushan's sect, they cannot always ask Master Li to make elixirs. In Shushan's sect, there are only golden elixirs from Elder Su's line. Only monks have this treatment. The other golden elixir elders of the Shushan sect all had to wait in line. But Li Yuanba's channels allowed him to jump in line. Almost as soon as the alchemy materials were given here, a Wednesday grade high-level elixir would be delivered. This kind of interest relationship is more solid than simple friendship and is less likely to be betrayed. Even if they betrayed Li Yuanba, it would only deepen their suspicions. They would gain more than they would lose. It took a full month for the impact of this incident to slowly subside. But not long after the impact subsided, another piece of news heated up the attack on Chiba Temple again. News came out from nowhere that Venerable Huijing was seriously injured in the attack. The source of this news cannot be verified. But since it involves the level of the Yuaning Patriarch, it is almost impossible to be false. Because no one dares to spread rumors against Yuaning Ancestor, or against a Yuaning Ancestor from a large sect. Chibaji Temple did not come forward to refute the rumors after the news came out, which further confirmed the authenticity of the news. After this news appeared, Li Yuanba, who was originally suspected by many people, no longer doubted him. No one thought that Li Yuanba could injure Venerable Huijing. On the contrary, Patriarch Lu became the biggest suspect. It is quite normal for an old devil like Patriarch Lu to have just had a fight with Venerable Huijing, and then find a way to retaliate. Patriarch Lu ignored the rumors outside. In fact, as the investigation into the attack on Xianya Temple deepened, the 6 major sects discovered that the attack was extremely random. The actual power of the rocket is just 3 thundercloud techniques, plus a rain of fire. The place that was attacked happened to be the residence of ordinary monks of Chiba Temple. In addition, Chiba Temple never expected that there would be an attack in the temple, and was not prepared at all. Which was why the rocket caused such a result. If the rocket were to attack again, no matter which major sect it was, it would attack the mountain gate. The defensive sects will mobilize the power of the formation to forcibly intercept the rocket when it approaches. The protecting sect formation not only has defensive capabilities, but also can actively attack under the control of the formation master. Of course, the peace of the mountain gate has been too long, reaching tens of thousands of years, which made the masters on duty at the mountain gate sect protecting formation lose their vigilance. The biggest loss of Xianya Temple did not come from the rocket, or not directly from the rocket, but from the sudden inner demon of Venerable Huijing. Compared to Venerable Huijing's inner demons, which only destroyed an area that was already damaged. In history, the losses caused by the inner demons of the Ancestor Yuaning were far greater than those of Venerable Huijing. Li Shiming stared blankly at the information sent by Beishu Trading Company, which contained the latest news about the attack on Xianya Temple. He rarely participated in the internal affairs of the sect, so the attack on Chiba Temple, under the control of the sect, was not reported to him. However, the information system of the Beishu Trading Company is no worse than that of the 6 major sections. As an important guest of the Beishu Trading Company, the Beishu Trading Company will take the initiative to send some information on major events in the Beishu continent every once in a while. Li Shiming saw that Venerable Huijing had inner demons. He didn't need to look further to guess that Venerable Huijing's inner demons were related to his clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba used a drone to discover 2 Arhat disciples of Venerable Huijing, and Patriarch Lu took action to kill them. For this reason, Venerable Huijing came to Patriarch Lu personally in anger, and the 2 sides fought. It is estimated that Venerable Huijing had planted the seeds of his inner demon at that time. The rocket attack on Xianya Temple was the catalyst for Venerable Huijing to have inner demons. Li Shiming suddenly laughed loudly, and at the same time, his clone Li Yuanba also laughed in his training room. They had been bullied by Chiba Temple. After learning that Chiba Temple had received revenge far beyond their imagination, their moods improved and their whole bodies felt refreshed. Even the realm of the 2 of them has improved slightly. If they were not still far away from the peak of the early golden elixir, they all doubted that they could use their current state to directly break through to the middle golden elixir. Li Shiming laughed for a while, and he called up a picture through his natal magic weapon Z15. One of his brains has been paying attention to this picture. One of the places in the picture is where the Ancestor Wang Zhao is hiding. Not only Ancestor Wang Zhao, it is also an important stronghold of Tianxing Trading Company. At this time, Ancestor Wang Zhao was coming out of that stronghold. The reason why he recognized Ancestor Wang Zhao at a glance was because of the current drone satellite system. The pixels of the camera are extremely high. and his identity can be identified through his posture. Of course, this presupposes that this person's posture has been collected before. Ancestor Wang Zhao was still flying at the speed of a golden core stage monk, and it seemed that he was still hiding his strength. Li Shiming's brain quickly judged where Ancestor Wang Zhao was likely to go based on his direction of travel. The person who can make Patriarch Wang Zhao personally take action should not be an unknown person. Since Patriarch Wang Zhao didn't know that he was being watched, his direction of travel must be related to the target. Li Shiming made some judgment, and saw a familiar name in this direction. 10,000 Buddha's Temple is a Buddhist cultivating force, and it is regarded as an above-average Buddhist cultivating sect in the northern Shu continent. But this is not the only 10,000 Buddha temple. As far as he knows, when he was on Tianhai Island, there was a 10,000 Buddha temple on the island. At that time, he heard that the 10,000 Buddha temple on Tianhai Island had the means to communicate with other continents, and the contact person was Bei, the 10,000 Buddha's temple in Shu continent. He became interested in the 10,000 Buddha's temple. You must know that even the 6 major sects have not established branch sects on other islands or mainlands, but the 10,000 Buddha's temple can. In addition, the 10,000 Buddha's temple only exists in Beishu continent and Tianhai Island. Or is there another 10,000 Buddha's temple in other continents? Anyway, in the direction of Patriarch Wang Zhao's movement, Wanfo Temple was the only target that Li Shiming suspected. Li Shiming thought for a moment, took out the jade plate of identity, and sent a message to his master, Elder Su. The content of the message was to tell the master that he had received information about the Yuanying Ancestor of Tianqing Trading Company from a monk who had been favored by him, and that the Yuanying Ancestor had appeared at 10,000 Buddha's temple. Elder Su did not doubt the news about his disciple. His disciple now has a larger network of connections in Beishu continent than he does. Whether it is the Golden Elixir elders of major sects, the Golden Elixir monks of small and medium sects, or casual cultivators, there is a discipleship relationship. The relationship between Li Shiming and those Golden Elixir monks was not equal. Those Golden Elixir monks were actively trying to curry favor with Li Shiming. Li Shiming was attacked by the Yuanying Ancestor before, and there was news in the world of immortality. This was mainly based on the theory of Li Shiming's good fortune, and the attack by the Yuanying Ancestor was just evidence of Li Shiming's deep good fortune. If a monk really discovered the whereabouts of the Yuanying Ancestor of Tianqing Trading Company, he might really tell the news in order to please Li Shiming. Not long after, Li Shiming saw Zhuo Laozu flying out of the mountain gate through the drone satellite system. Zhuo Laozu's trip did not cause fluctuations in the surrounding space like the last time. Judging from the images transmitted from the drone satellite system, Zhuo Laozu's figure can be clearly seen. Ancestors were restrained his aura. It seemed that he believed Li Shiming's information. Li Shiming did not stay in the sect anymore. Although he could not participate in the battle of the Ancestor Yuanying, he could bring some trouble to the Ancestor Wang Zhao. Shiming is a golden core cultivator after all. Let him be. Elder Su got the news from the sect's formation when Li Shiming left the mountain gate. He did not stop him, but just shook his head and sighed. Although Li Shiming did not report the last battle between Li Shiming and 12 Jinden monks, he found 4 flying boats at the scene and traces of formations on the flying boats. In other words, in that battle, at least 4 Jinden monks participated, and Evasion was left behind. So the Jinden monks were naturally killed by Li Shiming. Li Shiming's combat power was proved from this, and Elder Su did not want to restrict Li Shiming's development too much. Although good fortune is dangerous, it is also very likely to bring benefits to Li Shiming. Looking at Li Shiming's current achievements, it is not brought about by deep good fortune. Chapter 335, Group Out. The Master of Wanfo Temple, Fa Ning, performed a Buddhist salute to Patriarch Wang Zhao with a smile on his face. He did not look like a Buddhist monk, but instead smiled like a businessman. In fact, there is nothing wrong in saying this. The 10,000 Buddha's temple has a relatively special status in the world of immortality. This Buddhist sect aims to spread Buddhism in the world. The 10,000 Buddha's temple does not occupy one place and develop with all its strength, but spreads its inheritance throughout the entire world of immortality. As long as a powerful presence of the Venerable level appears in any of the mainland temples of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, they will travel to find new continents. In the new continent build another 10,000 Buddha's temple to pass on. This means that the 10,000 Buddha's temple has never been a powerful sect. And even most of the 10,000 Buddha's temples do not even have venerable sects. The way to survive for 10,000 Buddha's temple is not to participate in any struggle between forces. They only provide remote transmission of information. Of course, the premise is that a sufficient price is paid. Each 10,000 Buddhist temple is a transcontinental communication base station, and its information transmission method is the absolute secret of the 10,000 Buddhist temple. Patriarch Wang Zhao came to Wanfo Temple to deliver news to the headquarters of Tianqing Trading Company. To enable cross-continental message transmission, the 10,000 Buddhist temple had to pay a considerable price. And Patriarch Wang Zhao, who came to ask the 10,000 Buddhist temple to take action, had to pay an even greater price. Also, Patriarch Wang, please wait for 3 hours. I need some preparations here, Master Fanning said after inviting Patriarch Wang Zhao into the hall to sit down. Facing a nascent soul ancestor, Fa Ning's attitude can be described as neither humble nor arrogant, which shows that Fa Ning also has the confidence to preside. Perhaps 10,000 Buddhist temple is not as powerful as Tianqing Trading Company, but its information transmission capabilities across all continents give it a special status. In addition, the actual number of nascent soul ancestors in 10,000 Buddhist temple is unknown to the outside world. The unknown is scary. No force wants to exterminate 10,000 Buddhist temple, unless this force does not know the background of 10,000 Buddhist temple. The 10,000 Buddhist temple on Tianhai Island was expelled by the Mingxin sect and continues to oppress its living space. This is because they do not know the details of the 10,000 Buddhist temple. It is impossible for the 10,000 Buddhist temple to send out His Holiness to solve troubles for the sake of the power of a small island. So the 10,000 Buddhist temple on Tianhai Island has been retreating, and may even retreat to the Beishu mainland. However, it is unknown whether the Venerable Master of 10,000 Buddhist temple will take revenge on Mingxin sect when he has free time. I know the rules, Ancestor Wang Zhao said calmly. The activation speed of Wanfo Temple's ultra-long distance contact depends on the scale of the local Wanfo Temple. The Wanfo Temple in Beishu continent can only be regarded as a medium-sized sect. The resources it can obtain are limited. It is normal for the ultra-long distance communication formation to be built to start up slowly. This temple only has the second-grade spiritual tea. Please don't dislike it, Patriarch Wang, Master Fanning said with a smile as he served the spiritual tea to Patriarch Wang Zhao. Regardless of Patriarch Wang Zhao's attitude, he is still an important customer of 10,000 Buddhist temple. The 10,000 Buddhist temple on the Beishu continent has lived a very poor life, mainly because there are very few opportunities to use ultra-long distance information transmission. The Beishu continent is a relatively closed continent. The 6 major sects on the mainland have little contact with the outside world. So the main customers of the Wanfo Temple here are cross-continental trading companies. After Tianqing Trading Company was hit, the business of Wanfo Temple got even worse. The charges for ordinary message transmission are okay. Under normal circumstances, Wanfo Temple will transmit information to each other once a month. Those messages that do not need to consider time will be sent with this monthly information transmission. What Patriarch Wang Zhao needs is real-time contact, which consumes a lot of money, and the charges are naturally extremely high. The profits from opening an ultra-long distance cross-continental real-time communication are extremely lucrative. So much so that the 10,000 Buddhist temple here can have more resources to cultivate digital arhats. The left-behind Yuaning ancestors of the 6 major sects came to Wanfo Temple at the same time under the contact of Zhua ancestor of Shushan sect. Li Shiming underestimated his own influence. Perhaps during his foundation building period, his influence as an alchemy master had not had much effect on the Yuaning ancestor. But after he achieved the golden elixir and his potential was slowly realized, his influence could not be ignored even by the ancestor of nascent soul. At his age, it is difficult to say whether he can become the ancestor of the nascent soul. But becoming a late-stage Jinden monk is definitely not a problem. And once he becomes a late-stage golden elixir monk, he can refine 4th-grade elixirs for the Yuaning ancestor. He will be a monk that any Yuaning ancestor must treat properly. When he reported to the sect that he had discovered the whereabouts of Patriarch Wang Zhao of Tianqing Trading Company, Patriarch Zhua took it very seriously and sent the news to the other 5 sects. In normal times, the 6 major sects would distinguish their respective camps based on good and evil, and there would also be some minor frictions between the major sections. However, when dealing with the outside world, the 6 major sects are united. The 6 nascent soul stage ancestors of the 6 major sects all set out together, which was the first time in the past hundreds of years. Especially Chiba Temple, after being unexpectedly attacked, urgently needed a battle to boost morale. Chiba Temple is not suspicious of the attacker like other sects, but has its own judgment. From Chiba Temple's point of view, their enemies are unable to make such a big move. Only the 6 major sects can cause such damage to Chiba Temple. However, Chiba Temple has spies within the other 5 major sects. And the 6 major sects are bound by contracts with each other. So it cannot be the fault of the other 5 major sects. Then the biggest suspect is Tianqing Trading Company. Why is it Tianqing Trading Company? Who asked Tianqing Trading Company to send an ancestor of nascent soul? Tianqing Trading Company has motive and ability. The motive can be found in the jade slips that Li Shiming gave a few years ago and were seized from the hands of the monks of Tianqing Trading Company. It contains some information about Qianye Temple's sect protecting formation. As for ability, no one would believe a transcontinental trading firm if it didn't have any special means. Why was the rocket launched from Shirwanda Mountain, but attacking Qianye Temple? Shouldn't it be priority to attack Sunluo's sect? Even Shushan's sect and Qinhuan's sect are closer. Chibaji's judgment is that this is an attempt to stir up hatred between the large sects. After learning that there was a conflict between Sunluo's sect and Qianye Temple in the nascent soul stage, Tianqing Trading Company adopted this method. If Qianye Temple really believed that the attack came from Shirwandashan, they would have a fight with Sunluo's sect. Great War. In any case, according to Chiba Temple's final analysis, Tianqing Trading Company is the biggest suspect. Therefore, Venerable Hike was the most active. He took the initiative to discuss with Zhuo Laozu and let him take charge of this operation. The intelligence systems of the 6 major sects were also in operation. The fact that 10,000 Buddha's temple received a guest with high standards was quickly reported back to the 6 major sects. This also made the nascent soul ancestors of the 6 major sects trust Li Shiming's information even more. And Venerable Hike continued to contact and discuss with all the nascent soul ancestors. The battle involving the nascent soul ancestors cannot be without any plan. It is impossible to dispatch 6 nascent soul ancestors and achieve nothing in the end. In that case, not only will it continue to leave huge hidden dangers, but it will also allow the 6 major sects to attack Baishu. China's deterrence is weakened. The reason why the 6 major sects can rule the entire northern Shu continent is that the nascent soul ancestors of the 6 major sects work together to formulate a contract. At the nascent soul level, they have the obligation to jointly face enemies who are not from the 6 major sects. In addition to the 6 major sects that have nascent soul ancestors, there are also some major forces that have nascent soul ancestors. But those major forces are all under the 6 major sects. And the rules at the nascent soul level of the 6 major sects are an important reason. The distance between the 6 major sects and the 10,000 Buddha's temple varies. If the Jindan monks want to reach the 10,000 Buddha's temple in a short time, perhaps only the closest Qinhuan sect can do it. But the speed of the ancestor of nascent soul, when deployed at full strength, is beyond the imagination of the Golden Core cultivator. In fact, the 3 Yuaning ancestors of Zhendao arrived at the location in one step. They did not get too close to the 10,000 Buddha's temple, but stopped at a certain distance and surrounded the 10,000 Buddha's temple. As the ancestors of Yuaning, they naturally knew the range of danger that the ancestors of Yuaning could perceive, and they happened to stop outside this danger perception range. They were waiting for all 6 nascent soul ancestors to arrive, and then struck with thunder, leaving ancestor Wang Zhao with nowhere to escape. Li Shiming did not know the impact of the information he sent. He estimated that Zhuo ancestor would probably invite 1 or 2 righteous nascent soul ancestors to act together. He would never have thought that the nascent soul ancestors of the 6 major sects would act at the same time. You can't blame him. He doesn't have access to many sect secrets. And he doesn't know the contents of the contract at the nascent soul level of the 6 major sects. At this time, he came to a valley outside. This was the hiding place of Patriarch Wang Zhao, the secret stronghold of Tianqing Trading Company. Li Shiming stood in the shadow of the trees. The secret technique of charming soul concealment allowed him to hide in the shadows. Coupled with the secret technique of covering the sky, he believed that as long as Patriarch Wang Zhao was not here, he would not be able to hide in the shadows. A monk will find him. He did not use his spiritual thoughts, and only used his eyes to observe the valley in front of him. The valley seems to have no spiritual energy fluctuations, just like an ordinary valley. But in his observation, he saw the spiritual power lines of the formation blocking the valley area. A comparison of the birth magic weapon Z15 and the formations in Guanghai in this valley formation did not find any identical or even similar formations. The formation system here is completely different from the formation system in the Baishu continent. If another formation master comes over and discovers the formation here, it will be extremely difficult to break through the formation, and it will take a lot of time. Different formation styles and concepts will bring about differences in the layout of the formation, making it difficult for the formation master to use his previous experience and find the nodes in the formation. let alone break the formation in a short time. In Li Shiming's eyes, every spiritual line of the valley formation was clearly seen by him. Through the analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15, part of the design of the valley formation appeared in his mind. He smiled. Every time he used the natal magic weapon Z15, he felt that it was worth every penny. Although the natal magic weapon Z15 cannot directly attack the enemy, it can control more magic weapons. As long as he has enough spiritual power in his body, he can transform into countless monks of the same level and kill the enemy with many enemies. This is also the reason why he has the confidence to come here alone to the secret stronghold of Tianqing Trading Company. With his combat power, he is not afraid of any opponent in the Golden Core stage. Stay outside. Don't let anyone escape from here. He released the phantom changeling snake and ordered through the connection between his mind and his heart. The absolute spirit transformation snake clicked its head. Although it was still stuck at the peak of the second level, its combat power was enough to threaten the early Golden Core monks. The poisonous fangs in its mouth can break through the initial defense of the golden elixir. In addition, its main attack method is sneak attack. As long as it is bitten by the fangs in one blow, death is waiting for the enemy. Li Shiming did not let the changeling snake speed up its promotion. After seeing the dangers of Chengdan many times, he deliberately let the changeling snake stay in the second level for a longer period of time to lay a solid foundation. Even Li Shiming would have to rely on the contractual connection with it to discover the mysterious changeling snake if it didn't show up on its own initiative. The scariest thing about it is that it cannot be discovered by divine thoughts. And monks rely too much on divine thoughts to believe in divine thoughts, which makes it the most terrifying assassin. Li Shiming released the phantom changeling snake to seal off the periphery of the valley. White lotus appeared under his feet. And then his figure moved from the shadow of the big tree to the shadow of a large stone in the valley. This place was very close to the defensive shield of the valley formation. His spiritual thoughts penetrated into it without any scruples. Before the spiritual power lines of the formation could react, he changed the layout of the spiritual power lines. White lotuses rose under his feet again. And this time, he was no longer invisible and appeared in the valley, outside the formation. No matter looking down from the sky or from other angles, he could not see any buildings in the valley. However, after passing the formation, he saw the entrance to the cave in the valley. Li Shiming did not use too many brains this time. 2 brains controlled the hard sword and the white feather sword respectively. 1 brain controlled the silver corpse, and the other 10 brains prepared 10. Tai Shi and Divine Thunder. More than 10 spiritual thoughts spread out, clearly exploring everything in the area around him. He entered the cave in one step. The cave's hall was huge, and there were 2 middle-stage Jindan monks talking about something. When the 2 middle-stage Jindan monks saw Li Shiming, they looked startled. They did not think that this was a foreign enemy. Those who could enter and leave here were all important members of Tianqing Trading Company. With Tianqing Trading Company being suppressed, there are not many important remaining members of Tianqing Trading Company. They wondered why they had never seen this golden elixir monk before. But since he had the authority to enter this place, he must be one of them. We can't blame them. Since Patriarch Wang Zhao arrived and reorganized Tianqing Trading Company, some monks with secret identities in Tianqing Trading Company have also appeared one after another. This makes some strange faces always appear in Tianqing Trading Company. And the 2 middle-stage Jindan monks thought that this was one of them. They did not expect that Li Shiming would break through the formation and break in without even issuing a warning. They hesitated for a moment. But Li Shiming didn't hesitate at all. He opened his mouth and let out an extremely slight devil in the ears. When the 2 middle-stage golden elixir monks were affected by the heavenly demon's ears and entered a hazy moment, 2 sword lights passed through their bodies. Chapter 336 Breaking In. This cave is huge. It is not an ordinary cave, but a large cave built in the form of a base. Li Shiming's intrusion did not disturb the formation, so no monks noticed anything unusual. The 2 middle-stage Jindan monks were instantly killed by him, in order to prevent the blood in the corpses from flowing out and allowing the smell of blood to disperse. His mind swept over the 2 corpses, put away the storage bracelets on the corpses, and the corpses where he took in the space ring. His spiritual thoughts discovered other monks in advance, which was an early-stage Jindan monk walking in the aisle. It has to be said that the remaining monks of Tianqing Trading Company are still very high in grade. They met 3 golden elixir monks just after entering. Golden elixir monks are not a big deal, except for the 6 major sects. It is extremely difficult for other forces to produce a golden elixir monk, unless they are extremely lucky. With a huge base of the peak foundation establishment, there will always be some monks who can break through to the golden core stage with a small amount of resources. In particular, the 6 major sects often intentionally release some elixir resources to weaken the resentment of small and medium-sized forces and casual cultivators against the 6 major sects' resource restrictions. In addition, small and medium-sized forces and casual cultivators have also found ways to replace resources due to long-term resource shortages, using some taboo elixirs to forcefully break through the golden elixir stage. It can be seen that Tianqing Trading Company's branch in Beishu continent is very rich in resources. Otherwise, it would not be able to cultivate so many golden elixir monks. Major sects and forces rarely recruit Jindan monks, and most of the Jindan level monks rely on their own training. On the one hand, only self-trained Golden Core monks can be trusted. Golden Core monks control the main power of sects and forces. Once Golden Core monks cannot be trusted, it is likely to affect the ownership of sects and forces. On the other hand, there is the issue of spies. Who knows whether the Jindan monks recruited are spies for other forces? Behind the early-stage Jindan monk in the corridor, a white lotus appeared. When Li Shiming's figure appeared, he covered the mouth and nose of the early-stage Jindan monk with one hand. In his other hand, he held a third-grade sword-based magic weapon thorn refined from the secret book of the sword demon. Get to its core. In the early days of the golden elixir, a monk did not know who killed him until his death. The way Ubu Shang Lotus moved was too weird, and Li Shiming completed the assassination at the same time he appeared. Li Shiming separated the space objects from the corpse and collected them all. The battle was resolved without even a trace of blood dissipating. His spiritual thoughts continued to explore inside. In a room inside, 15 Foundation building monks were sorting paper information. Their strength was very different from Li Shiming's. As Li Shiming's mind moved slightly, 15 divine thoughts directly acted on the 15 Foundation building monks, breaking their necks. Li Shiming's figure flashed quickly in the huge cave, wherever his spiritual thoughts went. As long as he discovered the presence of a monk, he would then attack according to the monk's strength. From the entrance of the cave to the depths of the cave, he killed 36 monks in just a few breaths, including 11 golden elixir monks. During the battle, the 10 Taishian Divine Thunder he prepared were never used because there was no decent resistance. This was not bad. It did not cause any damage to the interior of the cave, except for the lack of monks. The cave was no different from when he first entered. He found that he was close to the core of the formation, and the protection of the front formation was even tighter. Of course, this had no effect on him. On the contrary, it isolated the aura fluctuations produced in other places in the cave. In other words, the possible impact of his previous battle in the cave did not alarm this place. In other places in the cave, he did not find the warehouse that the stronghold should have. With so many monks gathered, how could there be no warehouse? Based on his judgment, the warehouse is located in front, so the safety will be greatly improved. He passed through a formation barrier and saw a monk head-on. The monk was also looking at him in surprise, his eyes full of surprise. "Who are you? This is a forbidden area," the monk shouted, and then his aura surged, and a terrifying aura rose up from his body. Li Shiming's eyes tightened. He did not expect that there was a golden elixir monk at the level of a great elder here. The golden elixir reaches its peak in the later stage, and is only one step away from trying to break through the nascent soul stage. Such existences are extremely important to any force, so no wonder they are placed in the safest place in the cave. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is extremely rich, and it is not just the spiritual energy that can be emitted by the golden elixir level spiritual veins. Li Shiming did not hesitate at all, and made several moves at the same time. He opened his mouth and let out a high-pitched howl using the secret method of "The Devil Enters the Ear." This is the first of multiple attacks, and the second attack is his own. At the same time as he sends out Heavenly Demon's Ear, Step-by-Step Rising Lotus is also activated, and his figure appears almost as soon as Heavenly Demon's Inner Ear takes effect. At that time, he appeared in front of the Golden Pill Cultivator. The silver corpse appeared behind the Golden Elixir Monk. 2 flying swords attacked the Golden Elixir Monk from the left and the right. The third-grade sword-based magic weapon in Li Shiming's hand stabbed the Golden Elixir Monk's heart. 10 Taishian Divine Thunder were also activated. At such a close distance, Li Shiming activated Tian Lei Possession first, otherwise he himself would also be affected. In an instant, Li Shiming unleashed his most powerful attack. The Golden Elixir Monk at the level of the Great Elder His clone Li Yuanba had seen that he was as weak as a baby under the hands of the ancestor of Sunluo Zhonglu. But Li Shiming did not have any contempt. He was only at the early stage of the golden core. Even though the 5 golden pills in his body formed the 5 elements Qi receiving formation, his spiritual power was comparable to the peak of the early golden core. There is also a gap of 2 or 3 realms between him and the golden elixir monks at the great elder level. In the golden elixir stage, it was only through his super powerful means that he was able to cross realms and fight against mid to late stage golden elixir monks. Under normal circumstances, the difference in the first level between ordinary Jindan monks is a world of difference. This was the first time that Li Shiming actually faced a golden elixir cultivator at the level of a great elder. He went all out and left no stone unturned. The golden elixir monk at the level of the great elder was indeed affected by the devil in his ears. At this point, the effect of spiritual magic such as the devil enters the ear mainly depends on the monk's spirit. Li Shiming's spirit is completely comparable to that of a late-stage golden elixir monk, or even higher, who told him that when he broke through the foundation building stage, he produced 5 golden elixirs, which made him suffer 5 times of thunder and receive 5 heaven and earth rewards. The secret method of spiritual attack in the golden elixir realm is already rare, and this is the devil's special attack method. The golden elixir monks at the level of the great elders also fell into the trap. The silver corpse struck the great elder level golden core cultivator on the back. The hard sword struck the great elder level golden core cultivator's left shoulder from the left, and the white feather sword struck the right shoulder. This blow from the silver corpse will definitely penetrate the heart of an ordinary golden core cultivator, and the hard sword and white feather sword will also cut into the shoulder, continuing to penetrate deeper and increase the damage. Although Li Shiming's frontal sword was a little weak, but after practicing the secret book of sword demon and the diamond body protection divine art in the golden elixir stage, the power of this sword was enough to cause considerable damage. Not to mention 10 Tai Xian divine thunder, which is equivalent to the simultaneous attacks of 10 peak golden elixir early stage thunder spells. However, the result of the battle was beyond Li Shiming's expectation. The silver corpse's sharp claws did not enter the body of the great elder level golden elixir monk, but were pushed out by a terrifying countershock force. Fortunately, the silver corpse's own defense was strong enough, so it didn't suffer much damage. The hard sword and the white feather sword hit the body of the great elder level golden elixir monk, but the 2 high-grade flying sword magic weapons were blocked by his body. 10 rays of Tai Xian divine thunder converged on the body of the great elder level golden elixir monk, and the lightning turned him into a ball of lightning. Li Shiming was not affected by the thunder and lightning. This was not because he activated the Sky Thunder Possession in advance, but because he was also knocked out by the body-protecting spiritual power of the great elder level golden elixir monk. A great elder level body-refining golden elixir monk. When Li Shiming flew backwards, his mind sensed that the great elder level golden elixir monk had no injuries on his body, and only had marks from lightning strikes on his body. He was horrified. The secret passage. Such existences are extremely rare monks even in the northern Shu continent. Anyway, neither the Shushan sect where he belongs nor the Sunluo sect where his clone Li Yuanba belongs have ever heard of such existence. The great elder level body refining golden elixir monk is completely different from the ordinary great elder level golden elixir monk. The strongest point of this golden elixir monk is the body. Perhaps it is only in Qianya Temple that there are great elder level body refining golden elixir monks. To practice body refining to the point where it is only one step away from the nascent soul stage is much more difficult than practicing other techniques. The most important thing is the problem of resources. It is very common for body refining monks to be in the Qi chain stage and foundation building stage, but at the golden elixir stage, there are fewer and fewer of them. Even the golden elixir monks who have practiced the body training method only regard it as a part-time practice. Even a monk like Li Shiming, who has no shortage of resources, has never thought of reaching the level of a great elder through body training. This requires too many resources, and the third level resources may not be enough. In the late stage of Jindan, if you want to improve the body refining technique, you may need 4th level resources to be effective. Li Shiming thought about the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk he obtained. Perhaps only forces like Tianxing Trading Company, which can obtain the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk body refining resources, can have the resources to cultivate the great elder level, the body refining elixir. If possible, perhaps this great elder level body refining golden elixir can be promoted to the Yuanying stage, and he can be promoted to the Yuanying stage through body refining. Not only does he have the means to the Yuanying stage, but his body is also unmatched. I am afraid that in the Yuanying stage, they are top-notch existences in their infancy. Because of the Z15, he could think of many thoughts in an instant. The great elder level body refining golden elixir monk in front of him needs to be dealt with. Once the opponent attacks, he doesn't know how powerful the opponent's attack will be. But there is a high possibility that his defense will not be able to withstand it. As soon as his mind moved, the fake baby's body appeared outside in the computer room space. And it happened to be hugged by the great elder level body refining golden elixir. This was no coincidence. When he discovered that the ghost could control the body of a false baby, he was already thinking about how to use it. The fake baby's body directly participates in the battle, and has almost no effect other than scaring people. In this case, although the fake baby's body moves slowly, it made a hug in advance in the computer room space, and kept it there. After summoning the false baby body can directly hug the enemy. During the golden elixir stage, Li Shiming did not believe that any monk could escape the embrace of the false infant body. The great elder level body refining golden elixir monk woke up from the influence of heavenly demon in ears. He was shocked and angry. He did not expect that he was almost tricked to death. He is the secret weapon of Tianqing Trading Company. After he showed his extreme talent in body training, he was specially trained by Tianqing Trading Company. Later, he became part of the plan to deal with Beishu Continent, and was sent to Beishu Continent. He enjoys the best resources of Tianqing Trading Company, and strengthens his physical training strength step by step. Once, he is promoted to nascent soul in Beishu Continent. He can use the body of a local Yuanying monk to increase the influence of Tianqing Trading Company. The most important thing is that the body refining Yuanying is extremely terrifying in terms of combat power. There is no need to worry that using the full spiritual power of the Yuanying stage will cause irreparable damage to the environment. Refining the body of Yuanying can bring out the strength of Yuanying, but it can avoid too serious damage. Pure physical strength plus speed. Even Yuanying monks of the same level need to be careful to deal with it, let alone other low-level monks. It can be said that the body refining Yuanying has jumped out of the shackles, and is not affected by the Yuanying's inability to fight on the mainland. Therefore, the threat to various forces is greater, and its influence is also greater. Who would have thought that while he was practicing here honestly, Li Shiming suddenly appeared and almost killed him? If Li Shiming's realm was not too low, even if Li Shiming had the strength of the middle stage of Jindan, the power of 10 Tai Xian Divine Thunder would be able to severely damage him. The eyes of the great elder level body refining golden elixir monk were full of anger, and he was about to attack Li Shiming's retreating figure. But at this moment, a figure hugged him. He had absolute confidence in his own strength, and he tried his best to break free. But he suddenly discovered that no matter how he broke free, the monk holding him was as stable as a rock. He felt chills in his heart. He was 100% sure that no monk in the golden elixir stage could withstand his tremendous power. This was the confidence of a great elder level body refining golden elixir monk. Then there is only one possibility. The person hugging him is not the golden core cultivator. Director of Feng Yi, he exclaimed when he saw the face of the person hugging him. As an important member of the Northern Sichuan branch of Tianqing Trading Company, how could he not recognize Director Feng Yi? This was his immediate boss, a dignified fake infant. Director Feng Yi disappeared inexplicably not long ago. It was precisely because of this that Patriarch Wang Zhao came across the sea from the distant headquarters of Tianqing Trading Company. At this time, he saw Director Feng Yi. How could he not be shocked by this? Chapter 337 Possession. Li Shiming moved. He focused all his sword intention and spiritual power on the tip of the third-grade sword-based magic weapon in his hand. This blow hit the heart of the great elder-level body refining golden pill cultivator. Since the great elder-level body refining golden elixir monk was hugged by the fake baby's body, his arms could not be used and his body could not avoid it. So Li Shiming's blow hit the heart. The third-grade sword-based magic weapon made a ding sound when it came into contact with the skin of the great elder-level body refining golden elixir monk. The third-grade sword-based magic weapon was blocked by the skin of the great elder-level body refining golden elixir monk. And even its skin was not broken. This was not a surprise to Li Shiming. His attack was not once, but a series of sword strikes, with thunder and lightning sword intent continuously bombarding him. He originally thought that he could break through the defense of the great elder-level body refining golden elixir monk, but he stopped after attacking more than 10 times in a row. Based on the feedback from the attack, the natal magic weapon Z15 concluded that it was impossible to break through the opponent's defense. He also saw the sarcasm on the face of the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk. Although the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk was controlled by the fake baby body, he wanted to kill a Great Elder. It is still difficult for level 1 body refining golden elixir monks to achieve. Even Li Shiming couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. And for a while, he didn't know what to do. The natal magic weapon Z15 is analyzing all the means he can use, and is trying to find the best way to fight. At this time, the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk reacted. A flying sword appeared beside him, and flew towards Li Shiming. This time it was Li Shiming's turn to look sarcastic. The flying sword inspired by the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk looked good to other monks. But to Li Shiming, it was at an amateur level. In fact, a golden elixir monk who specializes in body refining, such as a Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk, acquires a flying sword magic weapon not for attack, but to use it as a flying prop. Sword escape is a relatively fast flying method in the world of immortality. As long as you have a good flying sword magic weapon, you can use sword escape. The flying sword magic weapon flew out. The white lotus appeared and disappeared under Li Shiming's feet, and the flying sword magic weapon shot into the air. Just when the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk controlled the flying sword magic weapon and was about to change its direction, the flying sword magic weapon showed a slight stagnation. At this moment, Bai Lian appeared next to the Feijin magic weapon. Li Shiming, who appeared at the same time, pressed a hand on the Feijin magic weapon, and the Feijin magic weapon disappeared. This is Li Shiming's special ability, using the computer room space to collect the spiritual objects recognized by other monks. If the enemy monk does not know this special ability, the opponent will suffer huge losses. Under normal circumstances, the flying sword magic weapon of a monk is not accessible to other monks. The flying sword magic weapon is extremely offensive. If it is collected, it is very likely that the flying sword magic weapon will be counterinjured by the other party, because the flying sword magic weapon is too close. Itself, the space in the computer room does not belong to the same space as the world of the immortal world. The monk's control of the flying sword magic weapon will be interrupted because of this, and they will not be able to perceive the existence of the flying sword magic weapon. When the flying sword magic weapon is taken into the computer room space, the flying sword magic weapon is like a dead object. The pride on the face of the Great Elder level body refining golden pill cultivator disappeared immediately. Although the flying sword magic weapon was not his most important magic weapon, in this state, it was the only magic weapon he could use. The magic weapon of the body refining elixir is a handheld magic weapon. Like his magic weapon is a heavy axe. When held in both hands, he has the Great Elder's body refining skills, which is enough to destroy all enemies in front of him. But his arms were restricted, and he couldn't get rid of the control of the fake baby's body, so he couldn't take out the heavy axe magic weapon. Li Shiming already has a way to deal with the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk. He keeps the white lotus of building lotus step by step under his body. This is to prevent the other party from making a surprise attack. He took out the Tian Yin Dao Qin and held it in front of him with a spiritual thought. His fingers swept across the strings, and a song called the Song of Destruction sounded in the cave. The Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk heard the sound of the piano and immediately realized that it was a sonic attack. His eyes flashed. The body refining technique is not only for defense of the body. After long-term training, his resistance to sonic attacks is improved. Sect is also extremely strong. Just when he was ready to defend himself and prepare to deal with Li Shiming's sonic attack, Li Shiming suddenly opened his mouth and let out a devil in the ear. The harsh and shrill demonic sound entered his ears and pierced into his soul. Even if he had endured it once before, he still had no way to resist this mental attack. The devil enters the ear made the defense prepared by the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk ineffective. The sound of the piano entered his ears, and his eyes began to blur. In fact, a Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk shouldn't be so easily attacked. Without the restrictions of the fake infant body, he has a variety of means to resist sonic attacks. As long as the opponent is in the golden elixir stage, with his speed and strength, without any restrictions, he can definitely kill the monk playing the piano sound before the sound has any effect. Even if he couldn't deal with the monk playing the piano, he could still retreat away from the piano. The problem is that he is now held in the body of a fake baby and can only passively listen to the music. What is even more frightening is that Li Shiming's demon ears broke the defense he had established and made him fall into the illusion created by the music. According to the analysis of the natal magic weapon Z15, the defense of the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk is almost impeccable. But there is no absolute defense. And its mental weakness has been obvious before. Of course, the spiritual weakness of a Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk is relative. For other golden elixir level monks, even compared with the other Great Elder level golden elixir monks, his spirit is considered inferior, qualified. But when facing monks like Li Shiming who have mastered the secret method of spiritual attacks, his spirit is a little weak. Sure enough, after blasting away his defense with heavenly demon ears, the sound of heavenly sound Nye Dao Qin showed its effect. The Dao Mieting song brought him into the illusion. Li Shiming rarely used the Tianyin Nye Dao Qin to bring the enemy into the illusion. When Li Shiming used the Tianyin Nye Dao Qin, he mainly used sound waves to directly damage the enemy and lead the enemy into the illusion. It was really a waste of time. The enemies he had encountered before were either too strong for him to face, or they could be dismissed casually and would not require him to take them seriously. The eyes of the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk lost focus, and he fell into the illusion created by Li Shiming for him. The illusion was created by the natal magic weapon Z15, which restored the disco scene in his previous life before his eyes. For him, who was born in the immortal cultivation office, a group of women in cool clothes, twisting their bodies to reveal their figures, conflicted with it. A huge blow. Even a witch from the demon sect would not do this in public, let alone with hundreds of women. He forgot everything about himself and, driven by the music of the piano, joined these men and women. He was as indulgent as these men and women. Li Shiming has studied the creation of illusions. The main ways to create illusions in the world of immortality are either through sex and appearance, wealth or cultivation resources, power, or mobilizing the desires in the monk's heart. The last item is the most difficult to mobilize the desire in the monk's heart. You need to understand the monk's original heart first. At least Li Shiming has not reached this level yet. He uses the most basic methods to create illusions of sound and color. The reason why I chose the disco scene of my previous life instead of the methods commonly used in the world of cultivating immortals was a choice made after comparison. The sensual and sensual illusions created in the world of cultivators are usually created based on the female cultivators of the demon sect performing the heavenly demon dance, with more or less details added to it. Li Shiming, who had experienced the explosion of information in his previous life, did not like the illusion created by this method at all. The disco scene in the previous life was the real dance of demons. Even most people who had experienced it would be lost in it, let alone monks who had never seen this type of entertainment. In just one cup of tea, the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk fell into a deep state of confusion, and his mind was completely opened. Through the induction with the heavenly ghost, Li Shiming could not feel the resistance from the body of the nascent soul from the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk. Li Shiming issued the order, and the heavenly ghost flew out of the nascent soul's body and entered the body of the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the heavenly ghost to control the golden elixir monk at the level of the Great Elder. But when he was lost in his mind and had no sense of resistance, he did it easily. As soon as the heavenly ghost entered the body of the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk, it continuously devoured his spiritual power. Li Shiming increased the intensity of his illusion, dragging him tightly in the illusion. The ghosts devoured his mental power, making his spirit slowly weaken, and the influence of the illusion on him was also increasing. The powerful Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk, under such attacks, kept sinking, falling into the abyss, and unable to extricate himself, until his consciousness disappeared. He did not make any resistance. The powerful defense protected his body, but failed to protect his consciousness. The ghost successfully possessed him. From the feedback from the ghost, Li Shiming felt that the ghost was relaxed and at ease, which was far different from the difficulty of possessing the body of a fake baby. Since during the whole process, Li Shiming did not really harm the body of the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk. Tian Gui devoured the spirit of the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk, but also did not cause any harm to the body. This makes the body of the Great Elder level body refining golden elixir monk not only free from any injuries, but also still alive. If the living dead state in which the soul disappears from the body can be considered alive. Li Shiming shook his head. He finally saw the strength of the Great Elder level golden elixir monk. He was a frog in the well before, and looked down upon the monks in the world. He didn't even know the name of the great elder-level body-refining golden elixir monk in front of him. It was estimated that very few people in the Baishu continent knew who this monk was. But such a golden elixir monk was so powerful that if Li Shiming hadn't used various methods, he might have had no choice but to escape today. He walked up to the great elder-level body-refining golden elixir monk and penetrated his body with his spiritual thoughts. That is to say, at this time, the body-refining golden elixir monk at the level of the great elder has no soul. Otherwise, he would not be able to use his spiritual thoughts to explore the body of the monk at the level of the great elder without any scruples. He didn't know what kind of body-refining technique this great elder-level body-refining golden elixir monk practiced. His body tissues were filled with patterns composed of spiritual power from the inside to the outside. This kind of body is almost the same as the fake baby's body he has seen. But the fake baby's body is at a higher level than this body. So it surpasses this body in terms of strength and defense. What surprised Li Shiming the most was that the golden elixir in the body of the great elder-level body-refining golden elixir monk was still there. And it was not destroyed due to the dissipation of the monk's soul. And it still maintained full spiritual power. This body-refining monk's golden elixir is connected to all parts of the body, with countless spiritual power lines. If you look closely, it is connected to the body-refining patterns all over the body, and can provide spiritual power to the patterns at any time. This phenomenon is also extremely rare in the world of immortality. Before the death of an ordinary golden elixir monk, the golden elixir will perish together with the monk. Even if the golden elixir monk is attacked by his soul and his soul disappears. Before his soul consciousness disappears, his body will instinctively let the golden elixir die naturally. But the situation of the great elder-level body-refining golden elixir monk is the most special. When he entered the illusion, he was possessed by the ghost. When possessed by a ghost, the ghost uses deception to make the body think that the ghost is the soul of the original owner. Therefore, after the soul of the original owner died, the body did not let the golden elixir die naturally. Instead, it believed that the soul of the owner of the body was still alive. Of course, there are too many accidents in this. First of all, creatures such as Tiangue are fusion creatures that are rare in millions of years, and their ability to possess is quite special. Secondly, the great elder-level body-refining golden elixir monk mainly cultivates the body, and does not practice any spiritual exercises. This makes his soul have no sense of resistance when he is possessed by a ghost. We will study it slowly in the future. Li Shiming casually took off the space ring of the body-refining elixir, and stopped studying his body anymore. The space ring has the spiritual protection of the body-refining elixir. Unfortunately, due to the death of its own soul, the spiritual protection on the space ring is quickly dissipating. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts easily entered the space ring, and he saw the spiritual objects in the space ring. The spiritual objects in the space ring are very simple. The two jade bottles are both jade bottles with space inside. One has body-refining liquid written on it, and the other has body-refining elixir written on it. There is no detailed explanation, but it looks like you can tell what it does by its name. A large axe magic weapon is a heavy axe that can be held in both hands. It is an extremely rare heavy close-range magic weapon among monks. A jade slip. Spiritual thought entered it, and discovered that the jade slip was a body training technique. Kaishan Hegemony Kung Fu. Kaishan Hegemony Kung Fu is a top-level body training technique that can be practiced to the nascent soul stage. And the jade slips also contain the training experience of previous generations. This is a body training that can be considered complete even for large sections inherited. Chapter 338 Surrounded. Li Shiming read the contents of Open Mountain Hegemony Kung Fu, and recorded all the contents with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15. He paused for a while, and the natal magic weapon Z15 had already conducted research and analysis on the technique, since he had a lot of previous practice experience for reference. The analysis results were quickly sent to him. The data transmitted by the natal magic weapon Z15 to Li Shiming is many times faster than his own personal observation and memory. It can even be said that the data stored in the natal magic weapon Z15 is equal to Li Shiming's memory. Li Shiming had a sudden idea, and he transmitted the spiritual energy movement root of the peak of the golden elixir of Open Mountain Hegemony Kung to Tiangue. The heavenly ghost controls the body of the body-refining golden pill to try to practice. The body of the body-refining golden pill seems to be extremely familiar with this technique. Once it is running, it does not require too much control from the heavenly ghost. After the heavenly ghost gets up, it had started running on its own. Think about it as the main method of body-refining golden elixir. After hundreds of years of continuous practice, It is normal for the body to form memory. The reason why Li Shiming thought about the body-refining golden elixir monk practicing the mountain-opening body hegemony kung fu was to refine the golden elixir in the body of the body-refining golden elixir monk. If there are no exercises to help restore the spiritual power in the golden elixir, then once the heavenly ghost controls the body of the body-refining golden elixir monk to fight, and the spiritual power in the golden elixir is consumed too much, it will be impossible to restore the spiritual power of the golden elixir through exercises. The time required is extremely long. In this way, the body-refining golden elixir monk will lose the ability to continue fighting. This body of the body-refining golden elixir monk is Li Shiming's current important combat power, and he could also let the ghosts join his combat system in advance. Li Shiming did not leave the body-refining golden elixir monk behind. He took all the body-refining golden elixir monks and nascent soul body into the computer room space. The heavenly ghost now has two bodies to use. When the body-refining golden pill cultivator enters his body, he can keep the strength of the body-refining golden pill cultivator stable. During the rest of the time, the heavenly ghost enters the body of the nascent soul and uses the nascent soul body to nourish itself. Tian Gui also gained a lot of benefits this time. He devoured all the spiritual power of the great elder level body-refining golden elixir monks, and Tian Gui's strength increased a lot. Without the protection of the great elder level body-refining golden elixir monks, there is no longer a living monk in this cave. Li Shiming looked at the door guarded by the great elder level body-refining golden elixir monk. This door was protected by a magic circle, without a corresponding method of passage. This door could not be opened. But this was only for ordinary monks. Li Shiming found a way to crack it after scanning it with his spiritual mind. He opened the door casually, and as he guessed, there was a warehouse behind the door. In the world of immortality, almost all forces will keep warehouses if there are space items that can be stored. It may be that for one warehouse item, one space item can be collected, but the various forces still put the items into the warehouse instead of collecting them into a space item. This is because the items stored in the warehouse can be clearly seen, and under the joint supervision of several people, the possibility of someone taking the items in the warehouse is greatly reduced. When monks face a large amount of cultivation resources, their self-control is not very high. If there is no supervision, the resources of the force are likely to fall into the hands of a certain monk. Another important role of the warehouse is to calm people's hearts. With the warehouse there, the monks in the influence know that their cultivation resources are in the warehouse, and there will be dedicated personnel to take out the resources from the warehouse every day. Li Shiming looked at the warehouse. It was obvious that Tianqing Trading Company had trouble in Beishu Continent, which caused Tianqing Trading Company to concentrate its resources. Most of the spiritual objects here are cultivation resources. Among them, there are nearly 5,000 second-grade spiritual pills in the foundation building period placed in a wooden box. The number of third-grade elixirs is also nearly 500. It's just that the quality of these third-grade elixirs is different, and they are refined by different alchemy masters. Li Shiming looked at so many third-grade elixirs with some pity. He could see that there were almost none that he could use, even though he is taking a third-grade high-grade elixir now. It was refined by himself, and there are very few impurities left in it, which is almost the limit of a third-grade high-grade elixir. He didn't like the elixirs refined by other alchemy masters at all, and the impurities in them made him uneasy about taking them. The difference between this is actually the reflection of the micron-level control power in the computer room space. Before refining the Z15 as a natal magic weapon, he refined the elixir in the computer room space. He has micron-level control power, which makes the third-grade elixir quality at its best. If top-level elixirs didn't require a large amount of medicinal essences of similar elixirs to be collected, he would be able to refine a third-grade top-level elixir with his level of alchemy. Later, with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, even if he was refining elixirs outside, the quality would be almost the same as in the computer room. There are nearly 500 third-grade elixirs, all of which are training auxiliary elixirs. He can't use them himself, but he plans to find opportunities to exchange them for some useful spiritual items. There are also some second and third-grade elixirs. These are great wealth for ordinary Jin monks, but they are nothing to him. Based on his level of alchemy, the portion he deducted from the monks seeking elixirs was enough for him to practice with his clone Li Yuanba. He put away the spiritual objects in the warehouse, and after collecting the cultivation resources, he began to collect the weapon refining materials. There are no formed spiritual weapons or magic weapons here, but some refining materials. Why are they all second-grade weapon refining materials? Li Shiming said to himself, slightly dissatisfied while collecting them. As he was speaking, He opened a large wooden box placed in the corner of the warehouse, and his eyes immediately focused on the refining materials in the wooden box. "Is this a meteorite?" he said to himself in disbelief. Meteorite is a third-grade metallic weapon refining material, and metallicity is the best material for refining flying swords. For other weapon refiners, the flying sword magic weapon refined from the meteorite gold stone is sharp and hard, and extremely difficult to destroy. For Li Shiming, meteorite gold is a highly durable third-grade metal refining material. If he uses meteorite gold to refine the flying sword magic weapon, he can use micron-level engraving techniques on the flying sword magic weapon, as many as possible, add different effects to a flying sword magic weapon. Under normal circumstances, a high-grade magic weapon can accommodate 3 effects at the same time on one flying sword magic weapon. With the meteorite, he can make a high-grade flying sword magic weapon contain 6 effects at the same time, making the flying sword magic weapon more offensive and have diverse abilities. The most important thing is that the quantity of these third-grade meteorite gold stones here is enough for him to refine 10 flying sword magic weapons. Meteor gold stones are extremely rare in the Beishu continent. I don't know where Tianqing Trading Company got so many meteorite gold stones. Maybe at the headquarters, or a certain branch of Tianqing Trading Company. Meteorite gold stones are not as rare as in the Beishu continent. This is also the benefit of cross-continental commercial banks, which can allocate resources across different continents to earn huge profits. That is to say, Tianqing Trading Company has been greatly impacted now, and most of its strongholds have been destroyed by the 6 major sections. Otherwise, there would never be only this little thing in this warehouse. But if Tianqing Trading Company was still in its heyday, Li Shiming would not have the strength to invade so easily. After clearing the warehouse of spiritual objects, Li Shiming discovered the core of the formation in a place inside the warehouse. What caught his attention the most was a jade plate placed next to the core of the formation. The jade plate spurts out rich spiritual energy from the inside out. This spiritual energy is the source of spiritual energy for the entire stronghold, and the energy support for the formation. "Is this the pulse locking plate?" Li Shiming had heard of this kind of treasure. This was a method that only the Ancestor of Yuanning could use. The Ancestor of Nascent Soul has many ways to move a spiritual vein. Just like the spiritual vein in the clone Li Yuanba's 10,000 Swords Peak was moved by the Ancestor of Nascent Soul, the pulse locking disc is one of the various methods of moving the spiritual veins of Yuanning Ancestor. It can move a spiritual vein into the pulse locking disc and move the spiritual veins at will. As for the pulse-locking disc in front of him, Li Shiming could tell that it was of the 4th grade just from the quality of its material. The spiritual veins inside it are suitable for the cultivation of the Ancestor of Yuanning, even if it is placed in a large sect. It is an extremely important resource. But this is normal, considering the situation of Tianqing Trading Company. Most of the strongholds are probably occupied or destroyed. It is not strange for nascent soul-level spiritual veins to be moved here. Given the size of Tianqing Trading Company, it definitely had nascent soul-level spiritual veins. When being attacked by the 6 major sects, even if the nascent soul-level spiritual veins are not removed, they will be snatched away by the 6 major sects. Li Shiming hesitated for a while, but still couldn't hold back his greed. He took out 108 middle-grade spiritual stones and clothed them into a spirit-gathering array, using this instead of the 4th-grade pulse-locking disc to provide energy for the formation. Of course, this replacement method does not last long. If you persist in the formation for 3 days at most, all the spiritual energy in the 108 middle-grade spiritual stones will be sucked out. He put away the 4th-grade pulse lock plate. This kind of resource is the most precious anywhere. In the 10,000 Buddha's temple, Patriarch Wang Jiao was waiting. Suddenly his whole body tensed up, and he looked outside. Master Fanning, who was sitting opposite him, didn't know what happened. When he was about to ask, he sensed a piercing alarm from his Sect protecting formation. Normally, even if the Sect protecting formation makes a discovery, the warning issued will not be like this. Such an alarm will trigger panic in the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Host Fa Ning had almost forgotten what this piercing alarm meant. Fortunately, as a monk, his memory allowed him to quickly think of the reason. This kind of alarm is due to the approach of an unknown nascent soul ancestor, and based on the sound of the alarm, it can be judged that the number of nascent soul ancestors exceeds 2. Host Fanning looked at Patriarch Wang Jiao. The only one who could attract many nascent soul patriarchs here was this Patriarch Wang Jiao. Fa Ning, no wonder you delayed for 3 hours. It turns out you betrayed me, Ancestor Wang Jiao said with murderous intent in his eyes. And he said angrily in a deep voice, "You can't blame him for doubting Fa Ning's presiding. With the strength of his nascent soul ancestor, It would be impossible for him not to notice if he was tracked by a monk. Before he came to 10,000 Buddha's temple, he contacted the master of Fa Nung. Judging from the speed at which these nascent soul ancestors arrived, it was definitely him who notified the master of Fa Nung, and the other party took action. You must know that these are 6 nascent soul ancestors. With this number of nascent soul ancestors, the first thing he thinks of is the 6 major sections. Then based on the aura characteristics of the 6 nascent soul ancestors surrounding this place, he can compare with the 6 major sections. The door corresponds exactly. In other words, the 6 nascent soul ancestors outside came from the 6 major sects. Everything points to Fa Nung. And only Fa Nung has the chance and ability to betray Patriarch Wang Zhao. Old Ancestor Wang, this temple will never betray its customers, Host Fanning explained quickly. As he explained, he activated the formation, hoping that the formation could protect him. How could Patriarch Wang Zhao say anything to him? He no longer hid his aura. The secret method of suppressing his own cultivation was unlocked, and a terrifying nascent soul aura filled the room. Ancestor Wang Zhao flicked his finger, and a fireball flew out. The magic circle that Fa Ning presided over hoped to protect himself was easily penetrated by this fireball. The small fireball seemed to fall slowly, but really quickly on Fa Ning's body. Fa Ning's defensive magic weapon, his own spiritual defense, or other life-saving means became meaningless in the face of absolute strength. The body of Fa Ning presided over the small fireball, and the flames rose up and enveloped him. His scream stopped before he could hold on for half a breath, and his body was reduced to ashes in just one breath. The small fireball did not disappear. After Fa Ning presided over the death of the fireball turned into countless fire spots and fell on the walls, windows, and furniture. The fire spread at an extremely fast speed. Patriarch Wang Zhao ignored the 10,000 Buddha's temple. He was inside the 10,000 Buddha's temple, and a fireball was enough to wipe out everything here without spending too much effort. What he had to face were the enemies outside, the 6 nascent soul ancestors. Just this lineup made him understand the danger of what happened today. He flew into the sky above the 10,000 Buddha's temple, and with his body as the center, a huge nascent soul Dharma appeared, protecting his body within it. After the appearance of the Yuanying Dharma, it turned into a fireman, corresponding to the fire burning in the 10,000 Buddha's temple below. Just like the nascent soul Dharma stepped on the fire lotus. The 6 nascent soul ancestors are naturally the 6 nascent soul ancestors from the 6 major sects, including Zhualazu, Haik Venerable, and Lu Laozu. They formed a Lioha formation in 6 directions, and surrounded the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Regarding the fire that broke out in the 10,000 Buddha's temple, they had no idea of rescuing it. For sects like Wanfo Temple to be connected with Patriarch Wang Zhao of Tianqing Trading Company, they are seeking their own death. You must know that the 6 major sects have long issued a wanted order for Patriarch Wang Zhao. It is impossible for Wanfo Temple not to know about this. Even if there is no fire in 10,000 Buddha's temple, the 6 major sects have no intention of letting 10,000 Buddha's temple go. Besides, if the 6 nascent soul ancestors plan to place the battlefield here, there will be no chance for 10,000 Buddha's temple to survive. How dare you resist? Venerable Huika thought of the tragic destruction of his own temple, and when he saw the situation of 10,000 Buddha's temple, he couldn't help but think of it, and he shouted angrily, "The 10,000 Buddha's temple has a way to get rid of death. But they are both Buddhist sections. The 10,000 Buddha's temple was burned by the fire, and the Chiba temple was also burned by the fire, which had to make him think more. He was even more certain that the attack on Qianye Temple was related to Patriarch Wang Zhao and Tianqing Trading Company. Looking at the style of setting fires, he must be a repeat offender." Venerable Haik let out an angry voice, and the 6 nascent soul Dharma images rose at the same time. The 6 illusory giants faced the huge flame Dharma image of Patriarch Wang Zhao. Chapter 339 Battle. Battles between the Yuanying ancestors, especially those on the ground, rarely happen in the northern Shu continent. After the 7 nascent soul ancestors showed their nascent soul appearance, all the creatures in the area were frightened by their explosive power. In the huge 10,000 Buddha's temple, the monks who were not swallowed up by the fire, no matter how powerful they were all lifeless at this time. These monks were so close to the power of the 7 nascent soul ancestors that they were killed by their power alone. None of the 7 Yuanying ancestors took sects like 10,000 Buddha's temple seriously, and the lives and deaths of monks were like ants in the eyes of the Yuanying ancestors. A fire sword appeared in the hands of Wang Zhao's ancestor Yuanying Dharma. The fire sword held by Yuanying Dharma was more powerful than the flying sword. at the nascent soul stage. If you have not practiced sword cultivation techniques and are not blessed by the sword, the power of the flying sword will not be as threatening as holding it with the nascent soul method. The spiritual power that can be mobilized by the nascent soul dharma is too huge. Only when it is held in hand can the huge spiritual power be blessed on the magic weapon to bring out the strongest power of the magic weapon. Ancestor Wang Zhao made a judgment on the strength of the 6 nascent soul ancestors. He focused on Venerable Hike, who was the weakest among the 6 nascent soul ancestors. Of course, he also understood that the 6 nascent soul ancestors had formed a Lioha formation. If he did not break this formation first, he would be extremely passive when the 6 nascent soul ancestors got closer. He let out a loud scream, and the scream turned into terrifying sound waves, spreading around. The 6 nascent soul ancestors did not expect that Ancestor Wang Zhao would start the battle in this way. In a situation of few versus many, Ancestor Wang Zhao should consider escaping first instead of taking the initiative to fight. Patriarch Wang Zhao used a secret method when he shouted, and it was also a very powerful sonic secret method. Even the 6 nascent soul ancestors need to be careful when facing the powerful secret method emitted by the nascent soul ancestor in the form of the nascent soul dharma. The 6 nascent soul ancestors did not want to risk their lives against the Wang Zhao ancestor while they had an absolute advantage. After Patriarch Wang Zhao shouted, the fiery sword was in front, and the Yuaning Dharma was behind. The huge Yuaning Dharma was thrown towards the Yuaning Dharma of Venerable Hike. Just when the fire sword was about to meet the Yuaning Dharma of Venerable Huiku, the Yuaning Dharma of Venerable Huiku suddenly disappeared and reappeared on the other side of the battlefield. Moreover, Venerable Huiku's movement did not affect the situation, Lioha formation, but stabilized the Lioha formation with another node. Ancestor Wang Zhao missed his attack, and the nascent soul Dharmaxiangs of the other 5 nascent soul ancestors all attacked him at the same time. Venerable Hike's nascent soul Dharma phase's subsequent attack was not slow, and he launched his own attack almost immediately after the attacks of the other 5 nascent soul ancestors. The most advanced and powerful spells from various sects such as the Buddhist sect, the demonic sect, and the Taoist sect gathered in their hands towards Ancestor Wang Zhao. This blow drained away all the spiritual energy within hundreds of miles, and the spiritual veins under the 10,000 Buddha's temple were directly drained. The nascent soul method's devouring of spiritual energy was extremely unreasonable in wartime. The nascent soul ancestors can mobilize a certain amount of power in the world, but if the 6 nascent soul ancestors take action together, the impact will be so terrifying. This does not include the damage after the attack, but the spiritual energy swallowed before the attack, which depleted the spiritual energy in this area. Needless to say, the spiritual veins. After the destruction of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, the spiritual veins could still be preserved. However, after the nascent soul dharma of the 6 nascent soul ancestors took action at the same time, the spiritual veins were directly drained and turned into waste. Even the spiritual objects in this area turned into mortal objects due to the aura being swallowed up. This change caused the original environment of 10,000 Buddha's temple, which had been transformed for countless years and was conducive to monks' cultivation, to turn into a mortal world without spirituality. This place will not be able to recover for at least a few hundred years. You must know that the nascent soul dharma attacks of the 6 nascent soul ancestors have not yet landed, which resulted in such consequences. Ancestor Wang Zhao watched the 6 attacks falling on him. A light flashed in his eyes, and the huge nascent soul body suddenly expanded. He took the initiative to trigger the self-destruction of the nascent soul dharma, and when he found that he was surrounded by 6 nascent soul ancestors, he thought of a countermeasure. Unlike the nascent soul ancestors from the Beishu continent, who rarely fight against nascent souls of the same level, the Wang Gao ancestor's combat power is not that strong among the nascent soul ancestors, but he has extremely rich combat experience. In addition, the northern Shu continent knew too little about him, but through Tianqing Trading Company's many years of operations in the northern Shu continent, he knew a lot of information about the Yuaning ancestors of the 6 major sects. How could he not know that Venerable Huiku has mastered magical powers such as the Divine Foot Power? Although he has not reached the advanced level of the Divine Foot Power, just mastering the south close to the end of the world is enough to protect himself. He didn't really want to do anything to Venerable Hike with that blow. He just wanted to stay away from the burning 10,000 Buddha's temple and create a gap in the Lioha formation composed of 6 nascent souls. Just as he imagined, Venerable Huiku did not directly receive his blow. Venerable Huiku's avoidance kept the stability of the Lioha formation with all his strength. However, Patriarch Wang Zhao was very knowledgeable about the formation. Venerable Huika's movement made it difficult for him to move. There was a gap in the Lyoha formation. Of course, Ancestor Wang Zhao also knew that he could not escape from the hands of the 6 nascent soul ancestors without paying a price. In that case, one would look down upon the 6 nascent soul ancestors. What he can take advantage of is that the 6 nascent soul ancestors are not familiar with him. Ever since he discovered the 6 nascent soul ancestors, he had made plans. He lit up the 10,000 Buddha's temple with his own infant fire, and then left the sky above the 10,000 Buddha's temple. After the 6 nascent soul ancestors closed in, the burning 10,000 Buddha's temple was outside the Lyoha formation formed by the 6 nascent soul ancestors. But who would have thought that when Patriarch Wang Zhao set the fire, he left a spiritual imprint in the infant fire. At the moment when Wang Zhao's ancestor Yuaning Darmaxiang self-destructed, his body turned into a ball of flame and disappeared into the battlefield. The self-destruction of Yuaning Darmaxiang blocked the combined attack of the 6 Yuaning ancestors Yuaning Darmaxiang. For a moment, his body was able to perform fire escape. Fire escape is a very special type of escape method among many, and few monks will learn fire escape. The main reason is that the conditions for using fire release are too harsh, requiring flames to be used, and the stronger you are, the higher the requirements for being able to withstand the flames of fire release. If the 10,000 Buddha's temple was not burned by Patriarch Wang Zhao's infant fire, but by ordinary flames, then the basic conditions for fire escape would not be met at all. Not to mention, the randomness of fire escape is too strong. If the mental imprint is not set in advance, every part of the flame may be the landing point of fire escape. Taking the burning 10,000 Buddha's temple as an example, the area closest to the battlefield was almost right next to the nascent soul image of a nascent soul ancestor. If Ancestor Wang Zhao used fire escape to appear here, he would be directly facing the nascent soul dharma of a nascent soul ancestor. No matter what the outcome of the battle, he would lose the possibility of escaping. Patriarch Wang Zhao's fire escape allowed him to appear in the center of the fire scene at 10,000 Buddha's temple, where Fa Ning hosted him. He calculated the distance of his first attack, and his attack could mobilize the Lyoha formation of the 6 nascent soul dharma appearances, making it 100 meters away from the Lyoha formation and the nascent soul dharma appearance of the nascent soul ancestor. The distance of 100 meters is a distance that can be reached in an instant for nascent soul dharma. But as long as Patriarch Wang Zhao is given this time, he can escape. Under the combined attack of the 6 nascent soul ancestors, they were all shocked when they saw the nascent soul form of the ancestor Wang Zhao self-destructing. They did not expect that the ancestor Wang Zhao would be so decisive and immediately self-destruct. The power of the self-destruction forced them to strengthen their defenses. The reason why they did not retreat was because they were worried that Patriarch Wang Zhao would escape. He can escape with fire, Zhuo Laozu exclaimed. Zhuo Ancestor didn't need to say anything. The other 5 nascent soul ancestors all discovered the disappearing flame under the self-destruction. Then in the burning 10,000 Buddha's temple, a ball of flame turned into the figure of Patriarch Wang Zhao. As soon as this figure appeared, Yuaning left the body without any hesitation. Yuaning held his body and turned into rainbow light and flew towards the distance. Venerable Huika moved the fastest. At this time, he could not maintain the Lyoha formation, and there was no need to maintain it. South close to the end of the world was activated. The nascent soul dharma disappeared, and his body pursued the direction in which Patriarch Wang Zhao escaped. The remaining 5 nascent soul ancestors put away their nascent soul dharma aspects one after another, and followed after him with ugly expressions. The reason why they looked ugly was because they felt that they were being tricked by Patriarch Wang Zhao. These nascent soul ancestors are each at the pinnacle of power in the northern Shu continent. How have they ever been teased by others? Normally speaking, their arrangement is extremely detailed, and there is no chance of any mistakes. But Ancestor Wang Zhao only used a few breaths of time to escape from the siege that they thought had no loopholes. Ancestor Wang Zhao is like slapping them in the face. This is not just a slap in their face. Ancestor Wang Zhao is the nascent soul ancestor from the outer continent. This is a slap in the face of the entire northern Shu continent. What's even more terrifying is that if Patriarch Wang Zhao escapes, after this battle, the two sides have completely torn apart their skins. If Patriarch Wang Zhao launches attacks regardless of the situation, with Patriarch Wang Zhao's cunning, to such an extent, it may cause unimaginable harm. And it is almost impossible to find another opportunity to carry out such an encirclement and suppression. No matter how stupid Patriarch Wang Zhao is, he will never give them another chance. Once Patriarch Yuaning becomes vigilant, no monk can track down Patriarch Yuaning. Even with this opportunity, If it weren't for the accurate information from Li Shiming, it would be impossible to surround the Ancestor Wang Zhao. In a 6-on-1 situation, they allowed Patriarch Wang Zhao to escape. If this matter spread, they would all become a laughing stock. Venerable hikes close to the end of the world is extremely fast. Patriarch Wang Zhao uses his nascent soul to support his body, and his speed gradually lags behind Venerable hikes close to the end of the world. The most important reason for this is that Patriarch Wang Zhao's nascent soul supports the main body. If the nascent soul flies alone, it can still get rid of Venerable hike. But how could Patriarch Wang Zhao give up his true body? He maintained the distance between him and Venerable hike by constantly changing directions. At the same time, in the mouth of his nascent soul, the golden blood transformed by energy was turning into a pattern. This golden blood was caused by his injuries. Even though he successfully escaped from the siege of the 6 nascent soul ancestors, the price he paid was not small. The nascent soul self-destructed, which caused a lot of damage to the nascent soul. When he used fire escape, the nascent soul self-destruction blocked most of the attacks of the 6 nascent ancestors, but some of the aftermath still fell on it. Above the body, that was an attack from 6 nascent soul ancestors, each of whom was about the same strength as him. If he hadn't used fire escape to escape, the combined blow of the 6 nascent soul ancestors would have turned his body into a pulp. The self-destruction of the nascent soul was a serious injury, and the aftermath of the attack during fire escape was a secondary injury. After performing fire escape and reaching the Sea of Fire at 10,000 Buddha's temple, he found that the injuries suffered by his body did not allow him to use the escape method anymore. So he chose to leave his body with the nascent soul and use this method to escape. When Patriarch Wang Zhao's nascent soul formed patterns composed of golden blood in his mouth, his heart was bleeding. Although this golden blood was shed when the nascent soul was injured, as long as it does not leave the body, it can still be slowly absorbed and used to restore the nascent soul's injuries. But if he uses golden blood to attack, he will be consuming the essence of Yuanying. No matter what, he will be seriously injured afterwards. But Venerable hike is like a gangrene attached to the bones. If it is not resolved, once Venerable hike is held back for even a few breaths, he will be in great trouble. Venerable hike kept using close to the end of the world, but Patriarch Wang Zhao in front was too cunning. He always changed directions unexpectedly, making it impossible for him to get close to Patriarch Wang Zhao. He was not in a hurry, for Ancestor Wang Zhao, who was in the out-of-body state of nascent soul, flying at full speed would consume much more energy than him. As long as you persist, the first person who cannot persist is Patriarch Wang Zhao. Patriarch Wang Zhao is in front. Venerable Huike is behind. Venerable Huike takes south close to the end of the world, step by step without thinking, mainly because he has no time to think, and uses south close to the end of the world, completely by instinct. Just when Venerable Huike thought that this pursuit would last for a long time, Patriarch Wang Zhao's nascent soul suddenly paused. This sudden pause prevented Venerable hike from holding back his so close and so far away momentum, and he appeared in front of Patriarch Wang Zhao's nascent soul in one step. Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul had already prepared an attack. As the nascent soul opened its mouth, a golden pattern flew out. Venerable hike really wanted to use close to the end of the world to dodge, but Patriarch Wang Zhao's combat experience was too rich, and he happened to be stuck at a rhythm point. Venerable hike was unable to use close to the end of the world at this moment. Fortunately, Venerable hike has maintained his own defense, and a Buddhist 10,000 character seal is standing in front of him. The golden pattern struck heavily on the Buddhist 10,000 character seal, and with a loud noise, Venerable hike's body flew backwards. Wang Zhao's ancestor Yuanying seemed to be a little more transparent. This attack also cost him a huge price. However, he was the first attacker and had already anticipated it. He used the rebound power of the attack to escape into the distance at a faster speed. Go! Chapter 340 Trap. Li Shiming was sitting cross-legged in a mountain peak about 50 miles away from the secret stronghold of Tianqing Trading Company. This was a temporary cave he dug. 108 third-grade formation flags were arranged by him in the cave to hide the aura of the cave. He was watching the live broadcast at the moment, and the live broadcast was a battle between 7 nascent soul ancestors. He saw the fate of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, which was considered a somewhat famous force in the northern Shu continent. Anyway, compared to the 10,000 Buddhist temple on Tianhai Island, the 10,000 Buddhist temple in Beishu continent is many times stronger, and the area alone cannot be compared. Although there are no venerables in the 10,000 Buddhist temple, it has trained many arhats. But even such a force can't even be considered an enemy in front of Yuanying Ancestor. Li Shiming didn't need to think too much. He could tell just by seeing that since the war between Yuanying Ancestors, no arhat could leave the 10,000 Buddhist temple. And the fire swallowed up the entire 10,000 Buddhist temple at an unimaginable speed. When I left the Wanfo temple, my family was exterminated. During this process, except for Patriarch Wang Zhao, no Yuanying Patriarch actually took action against 10,000 Buddhist temple. Just like that, such a large force completely disappeared. This is the power of nascent soul. Although Li Shiming was not at the scene, he could not help but sigh through the live broadcast of the drone and satellite. The subsequent battle was too fast. The energy reaction was too violent. And the drone satellite did not allow him to see the battle clearly. All he knew was that the 6 nascent soul ancestors were not able to stop Wang Zhao Ancestor from escaping, which made Li Shiming curl his lips in disdain for the abilities of the 6 nascent soul ancestors in Beishu continent. Of course, he only dared to express this when he was alone, and did not dare to express anything in front of the second person. The status of Yuanying Ancestor in the northern Shu continent is too high. So high that it is almost mythical. Next, he watched Patriarch Wang Zhao successfully escape the pursuit of Venerable Hui Ke, and fled away in desperation by the 6 Yuanying Patriarchs. However, as long as Patriarch Wang Zhao is still within the sphere of influence of the righteous path, he will not be able to escape Li Shiming's pursuit. He is already considering spreading the drone satellite system throughout the entire Beishu continent in the future. The other side of Sherwanda Mountain was a little easier to deal with. It was the sphere of influence of the other 2 demon sections. He needed to go there in person. If there was a large defense formation, he needed to send drones and satellites there before they could deploy them. Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul returned to his body. His face was pale, and even his figure had lost weight. The reason why he looked thinner was because he was injured inside his body. In order to suppress the injury, he used a lot of energy in his body. Although he was seriously injured, his face was full of pride. The faces of the 6 nascent soul ancestors must have been extremely ugly. They took advantage of his inattention and almost formed a fatal siege. But he broke it. Even if he paid a high price for this, being able to escape from the siege of the 6 nascent soul ancestors was enough to make him a legend among the nascent soul ancestors. He took out a jade slip, which contained a map of the northern Shu continent. He ran away too fast before and lost his direction. He found his position on the map and chose a direction to fly again. He chose that secret stronghold. His injuries needed to be retreated to recover. And there was the nascent soul level spiritual veins he needed for retreat. Without nascent soul level spiritual veins, relying only on healing elixirs would not be able to recover his injuries as quickly as possible. Being in the northern Shu continent, after this battle, the 6 major sects will definitely search everywhere for the remnants of Tianqing Trading Company like crazy. Although he was still in the nascent soul stage, after experiencing this battle, he was seriously injured, and it would take a long time to recover. Every time he was forced to take action, his injuries would be aggravated. He had always been very careful in flying, although his cultivation was suppressed. Through some secret techniques, he was still able to discover the traces of other monks in advance. He actively avoided other monks along the way, and did not meet any of them. In this way, he saw the secret stronghold along the way without incident. When he came to the valley, he activated the formation and entered it. As soon as he entered the hall, he noticed something was wrong here. There are no monks in the hall. It is possible that the monks are in other places and not here. However, the spiritual energy in the cave is deviated, and the concentration of spiritual energy is extremely low. When he sensed the situation in the cave, he found that there was no monk in the entire area he could sense. Something happened here? After he realized something was wrong, he immediately thought about turning around and leaving. But when he wanted to leave, he found that the formation that was still normal just now had changed into another formation. Of course, with the formation here, he could break it open with a single strike. Li Shiming had never thought about using the cave formation to trap a nascent soul ancestor like Ancestor Wang Zhao. He just wanted to let Ancestor Wang Zhao stay a little longer. When Ancestor Wang Zhao entered the cave, he saw Ancestor Wang Zhao through the surveillance probe and activated the detonation device set up. In order to give Ancestor Wang Zhao a surprise, Li Shiming also wanted to see if explosives were really useless to Ancestor Yuanying. In the huge cave, the area covered by the formation was underground. Above, and behind the 4 walls of the cave, any place where explosives could be stored was filled with them. This time he prepared high-explosive TNT explosives, and he frantically filled the cave with more than 200 tons of TNT explosives. This was the only time he had made so much TNT explosives. He took out all his inventory just for this operation. Each kilogram of TNT explosive can produce 4.2 million joules of energy. The energy generated instantly by more than 200 tons of TNT explosive is terrifying. This is the most powerful explosive that Li Shiming has ever detonated. Even for this explosion, he set up sensors inside and outside the cave to receive explosion data. Combining these data with Patriarch Wang Zhao's reaction, we can analyze the threatening effect of TNT explosives on monks. When Ancestor Wang Zhao was about to break the formation, an explosion occurred. The explosion occurred from all directions at the same time. There were many detonators. Under the action of the internal precision controller and the remote control of the natal magic weapon Z15, all detonators were detonated at the same time. Ancestor Wang Zhao immediately activated his spiritual power to defend himself. He did not sense any fluctuations in spiritual power, which made him not much more vigilant about the explosion. Instead, he was carefully prepared for possible attacks after the explosion. He believed that the explosion was just to attract his attention, and that the real threat would not be an explosion without spiritual fluctuations. But when the explosion completely exploded, he realized that he had underestimated the power that mortal objects could exert. The instant high temperature generated by the explosion engulfed him, and strong shock waves squeezed his body from all directions. The poisonous gas produced by the TNT explosive had no effect on him. Flames rose from his body, which was the body of fire that inspired his major skills, which made him immune to the damage caused by high temperatures to the greatest extent. The strong shock wave hit his spiritual shield, and the terrifying power shocked his original injuries, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood was evaporated by the high temperature in the air and turned into a mist that quickly disappeared. Li Shiming saw the power of the explosion through drone satellites. The explosion opened a huge gap in the middle of the mountain where the cave is located. Due to gravity and the gap being too big, the upper part of the mountain suddenly fell down and pressed downwards. Dust, gravel, and soil were flying, blocking the view of the drone satellite. After waiting for a while, with the help of strong wind, the dust was blown away, and the gravel and soil also fell to the ground. Is it really possible to blow up the ancestor of Yuanying to death? Li Shiming stared at the picture from the drone satellite and said to himself in disbelief. With surveillance from drones and satellites, he could be 100% sure that no one escaped from the cave. And under such an explosion, he could not imagine how anyone could withstand it, let alone half of the mountain peak, suppressing everything in the cave. However, he did not go over to check immediately. He was waiting for the temperature at the explosion site to be normal before flying a drone to take a close look. Through infrared thermal imaging and multiple waveband scanning, he first determined whether Patriarch Wang Zhao was still alive. Go over again. He has a reputation for self-awareness. No matter what the state of Ancestor Wang Zhao is, as long as he is alive, he does not need to take action. A thought may make him unbearable. While he was waiting, a figure flew out of the ruins, and a hole appeared in the ruins half of the mountain peak pressed down. Li Shiming determined through the drone satellite that this was the Ancestor Wang Zhao. Ancestor Wang Zhao is actually still alive. Not only did he survive the explosion, but he also opened a passage and came out under the crushing of half the mountain. It's just that Ancestor Wang Zhao was a little embarrassed at this time. Even if he was surrounded and killed by 6 nascent soul ancestors, he didn't feel as embarrassed as he is now. There was a large area of charred black on his robe, and the nascent soul ancestor couldn't even protect himself with his clothes, which showed that the explosion had no impact on him at all. The robe itself is a magic weapon, but few monks will make the robe into a magic weapon, and the main function of the robe is not defense. Based on the material of the robe, unless you find a 4th grade weaving material, it cannot be made into the magic weapon level robe of Yuanying Patriarch. 4th grade weaving materials are too precious, and even if such materials are available, they will be given priority. Make other more useful magic weapons. When it comes to defense, shield-type magic weapons have stronger defensive effects and materials are easier to find. Shield-type magic weapons are the first choice for monks. The robe worn by Patriarch Wang Zhao was made of 3rd grade materials, but it had not been refined into a magic weapon. It could only be regarded as a spiritual weapon. The 3rd grade materials could not protect it from the impact of the explosion. That is to say, drone satellites cannot take a closer look at his condition. Otherwise they will find that his brows and hair are burnt to varying degrees. There was still blood around his mouth, and his body was thinner than before. Within his body, nascent soul was extremely sluggish, and the impact of the sudden explosion made his injuries much worse. The most troublesome thing is that there is no place that can accommodate him to retreat. This is the only place that can accommodate Yuan monks to retreat. The remaining strongholds of Tianqing Trading Company and Beishu Continent have no spiritual veins corresponding to the Yuan stage. As for those strongholds, Ancestor Wang Zhao will no longer trust them. This stronghold is already the most secretive stronghold of Tianqing Trading Company in the northern Shu continent. The monks who can establish a stronghold here are all the core and most important members of Tianqing Trading Company. But even so, this stronghold was still discovered. Ancestor Wang Zhao looked at the ruins below. He didn't quite understand. This was obviously not the work of a large sect. If a large sect really discovers his hiding place, it should not use such methods. But just like before, a few nascent soul ancestors will come. With the experience of being escaped by him last time, it would be much more difficult for him to easily escape from the hands of several nascent soul ancestors. But now, he was seriously injured and escaped from the exploding cave without encountering any obstruction. This shows that the enemy only has the means of explosion and does not have the strength to deal with him. A monk in the nascent soul stage. No matter who you are, I have remembered what happened today, and I will repay you well in the future, he said in a deep voice. Using his spiritual power, his voice spread far away, and he believed that the person who arranged the explosion must be watching here somewhere nearby. He didn't search. He was suppressing his injuries now. He couldn't stay here any longer. You must know that this place is still within the formation induction range of the big sect. The realm of the nascent soul stage has been exposed just now. It won't be long before the Yuan ancestors of the big sect arrive. Li Shiming didn't care at all about Patriarch Wang Zhao's words. He was just a small early-stage Jin Dan cultivator, so he could secretly set up some traps. But if he really wanted to send him to the ancestor of nascent soul, he would be seeking death. It is definitely an honor for any Jin Dan monk to hear the threat from Patriarch Wang Zhao. Because if the Golden Core cultivator is an enemy of the Yuan ancestor, he will not hear such threats. The nascent soul ancestor can just slap the Golden Core cultivator to death. What Patriarch Wang Zhao said was a display of incompetence. Li Shiming would only smile at Patriarch Wang Zhao's incompetence and rage. Ancestor Wang Zhao did not rely on himself to fly this time, but took out a flying boat. After he entered the flying boat flew towards the distance. This action made Li Shiming feel weird. This was not the first day he monitored Patriarch Wang Zhao, and he had never seen Patriarch Wang Zhao use the flying boat. The flying boat is only a third-grade magic weapon, perhaps for the Golden Core monks. This kind of flying boat is extremely precious. Only the Golden Core elders of large sects have the financial resources to own a third-grade magic treasure flying boat. Is he seriously injured? Li Shiming had doubts in his heart, and immediately mobilized the magic weapon Z15 to analyze the possibility of being seriously injured based on the posture and movements of Patriarch Wang Zhao. At the same time, drones and satellites are always monitoring the movement of the flying boat. If Patriarch Wang Zhao is really seriously injured, maybe he can give Patriarch Wang Zhao a surprise. As for reporting the traces of Ancestor Wang Zhao to the sect so that the sect's Yuan ancestor could take action, he had not thought about it. Reporting the traces of the nascent soul ancestor once may be information obtained by chance. If the traces of the nascent soul ancestor are reported one after another, I am afraid that the nascent soul ancestors in the northern Shu continent will have ideas about his abilities. Chapter 341 Disturbance. Ancestor Wang Zhao's flying boat changed direction many times and finally stopped at a mountain waterfall. He did not go to any stronghold, but found this place without any spiritual energy, preparing to rest for a while to suppress the injuries on his body. He no longer believed in Tianqing Trading Company's previous strongholds. He was wondering whether Tianqing Trading Company had been targeted by someone in Beishu continent. So every stronghold had not escaped surveillance. In addition, he did not believe in his own perception. No one was monitoring him in his perception. But the previous explosion of the secret stronghold made him understand that he was definitely being monitored. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? As soon as he entered the cave, the formation of the cave changed, followed by an explosion. Patriarch Wang Zhao waved his hand, and a red sword light flew out of his body, digging a temporary cave behind a waterfall. It was only in emergencies like this that he would use the 4th-grade natal magic weapon to dig a temporary cave. It took more than 10 breaths to build the temporary cave. After entering the cave, he took out a 4th-grade formation disc and threw it. The 4th-grade formation disc was activated and a formation wrapped the cave in it. Patriarch Wang Zhao, who looked exhausted, took out another Putuan. This Putuan is a rare treasure that can increase the speed of cultivation. When he was injured, Putuan also had some effect on the recovery of his injuries. He sat cross-legged on Putuan, took out a jade bottle, poured out a 4th grade healing elixir and drank it. The nascent soul ancestor itself is extremely powerful, and it is extremely difficult to harm the body of the nascent soul ancestor. It is precisely because of this that it is even more difficult to recover once the nascent soul ancestor is injured. Ancestor Wang Zhao was seriously injured this time, with a joint blow from the 6 nascent soul ancestors. He self-destructed the nascent soul Dharma, and then withstood the horrific explosion impact. Any of these injuries combined would be enough to inflict damage to an ordinary person. The monks died countless times. Although he was still alive, his injuries were still suppressed. If he hadn't been in an environment surrounded by enemies, like Beishu continent at that time, he would have found a place to retreat to heal his injuries. Now every time he delays, his injury becomes more and more troublesome. He slowly closed his eyes, and the spiritual power in his body began to circulate. Red flames rose from his body, helping him to exert the power of the 4th grade healing elixir. Inside his body, the little nascent soul was doing the same thing, with a solemn expression on its little face. Li Shiming appeared 500 miles away from the waterfall. According to the analysis of the body posture and behavior of Patriarch Wang Zhao by the natal magic weapon Z15, the probability that Patriarch Wang Zhao was seriously injured was very high. When he saw Patriarch Wang Zhao digging a temporary cave, he judged that Patriarch Wang Zhao was preparing to heal his injuries. But he didn't want Ancestor Wang Zhao to have the opportunity to heal his injuries. The stronger the monk's realm, the less likely he is to be injured, and the more serious the damage after injury will be. He thought for a while, and released 3 peak iron corpses. These were 3 peak iron corpses with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 3-headed and 6-armed iron corpses had endured lightning attacks for a long time in the corpse refining space of a space ring, and their resistance to lightning had increased a lot. When he was in the foundation building stage, the peak iron corpse with 3 heads and 6 arms was still helpful to him. But after he became a golden elixir monk, the role of the peak iron corpse was much smaller. Especially this time, after he killed many Jindan monks in the secret stronghold of Tianqing Trading Company, he got a lot of Jindan stage corpses. He can refine more corpses at any time, or even directly use Jindan stage corpses, refined into silver corpse. Of course, Li Shiming didn't want the 3-headed and 6-armed iron corpses to die. He also had a plan. At least these 3 3-headed and 6-armed iron corpses still had a chance of survival. He separated 3 brains and controlled 3 iron corpses with 3 heads and 6 arms respectively. Each iron corpse carried a storage bag. The 3 iron corpses flew forward. This running was faster than their flying ability. The 3 iron corpses stopped when they were still 30 miles away from the waterfall. The 3 iron corpses were completely controlled by Li Shiming, and each took out 3 cannons from their storage bags. Cannon. This is a long-range and powerful heavy artillery. The 3 cannons were manufactured by Li Shiming based on the database, and are also the results of previous research. All such research results were placed in the mustard ring in the computer room space. He regarded these research results as collections, marking his research achievements. The 3 cannons did not have any magic skills. Under the control of Li Shiming, the 6 arms of the iron corpse flexibly loaded the blasting grenades into the cannons. For this kind of cannon, that required multiple people to control, the iron corpse easily completed the preparation. Li Shiming did not intend to achieve any results with 3 cannons. This was simply impossible, unless he can combine heavy artillery with immortal cultivation methods and develop a heavy artillery in LS to deal with monks. These heavy artillery will be nothing more than toys to monks, especially a nascent soul ancestor. With the precise calculation of the magic weapon Z15, the 3 cannons were fired immediately after being adjusted by the iron corpse. The 3 explosive grenades flew over a distance of 30 miles and hit the waterfall hard. It looked like rocks were flying, but the actual effect did not even shake the formation of the temporary cave. But Patriarch Wang Zhao still sensed these attacks, and he forcibly stopped the operation of the technique, which made his somewhat recovered expression look ugly again. Not only did his injuries not recover much due to the interruption of the healing process, but the forced suspension of the healing process made him feel that his injuries were getting worse. This place was discovered, and it was impossible for him to still have the intention to stay here and continue to heal. He took back the important items with a wave of his hand and flew out of the cave. He saw the destroyed environment and looked into the distance. He had sensed the cannon's attack route before. Even if he was in this situation, he did not escape immediately, but flew in the direction of the attack. I want to see who is tracking me, and what methods they are using, Ancestor Wang Jiao said softly. He was extremely careful along the way, but someone still found his hiding place. If he didn't find the person who was following him, he would never feel at ease. In addition, the attack power used by the opponent was extremely weak, which showed him that he was not a powerful being. If it were really the Yuaning ancestor, knowing that he was injured, he would either summon more Yuaning ancestors, or come over to take advantage of him. So how could he use such unflattering means? At a distance of 30 miles, Patriarch Wang Jiao arrived in a short time. He saw 3 iron corpses putting away strange mortal objects. Those who hide their heads and show their tails. Watch me behead your refined corpse. Ancestor Wang Jiao was angry. He didn't find the person he was following here, but only 3 iron corpses, which made him feel insulted again. It is equivalent to an iron corpse in the foundation building stage. To the ancestor of nascent soul, it is even worse than an ant. But it was something like this that disturbed his treatment of his injuries and made his injuries worse. Patriarch Wang Jiao did not dare to use his nascent soul stage strength, as that would trigger formation reactions throughout the continent. Besides, with the 3 iron corpses, he did not need to use his nascent soul strength at all. He flew closer to the 3 iron corpses, and 3 fireballs appeared in front of him. Just when he was about to take action, the auras on the 3 iron corpses suddenly changed, and 3 thunderclouds appeared in the sky. The appearance of 3 thunderclouds was extremely strange. There had been no movement before, but they appeared in an instant. Thunder tribulation! Patriarch Wang Jiao steadied his body, and he almost rushed into the iron corpse's golden elixir thunder calamity. If he hadn't been injured before, he wouldn't have cared about this Jinden thunder tribulation at all. But with him injured, any strong external stimulation would make his injuries worse. The 3 iron corpses all looked at Ancestor Wang Jiao, and then each of them stamped a Buddha's Light 10,000 Miles talisman on their bodies. These 3 Buddha's Light 10,000 Mile talismans were compensated to him by Qianya Temple. Li Shiming was probably the only one who would squander such life-saving golden elixir life-saving talismans with a Buddhist aura. Let the 3 iron corpses be used just to enhance the speed of the 3 iron corpses for a short period of time. The golden light of Buddhism appeared on the 3 iron corpses, and the golden light made the iron corpses become sacred. They rushed towards Ancestor Wang Jiao, completely ignoring the upcoming golden core thunder tribulation. They were not scrupulous, but Patriarch Wang Jiao was scrupulous. If the 3 iron corpses really fell on him, with his defense power, he would not have to worry about the 3 iron corpses being able to hurt him. But the 3 sky thunders will regard Patriarch Wang Jiao as the person who helped Iron Corpse survive the calamity, and will also include Patriarch Wang Jiao among the targets of the attack. Patriarch Wang Jiao no longer had the intention to kill the 3 iron corpses. He saw that these 3 iron corpses were released to die, regardless of whether he kills him or not. In this state, without the help of any magic circle, the iron corpse's chance of successfully overcoming the tribulation is very small. Failure to survive the thunder tribulation will mean destruction. Ancestor Wang Jiao turned around and ran away. It is estimated that if any monks in the world of immortality saw this scene, their jaws would drop. An ancestor of nascent soul was frightened away by 3 iron corpses. However, the 3 iron corpses that used the Buddha's Light 10,000 Miles talisman were also extremely fast. When Patriarch Wang Jiao suppressed his cultivation, the speed was even slower. This cannot be blamed on Patriarch Wang Jiao. He was injured and could not mobilize all his strength. The suppressed cultivation left him with only the middle stage of golden core at best. After all, the Buddha's Light 10,000 Miles talisman is the talisman used by Qianba Temple to save the lives of its disciples. Its only function is to be fast, and it can display extremely fast speeds in a short period of time. Just when the 3 iron corpses were about to catch up with Patriarch Wang Jiao, the aura of Patriarch Wang Jiao suddenly increased, and his suppressed cultivation level showed a little. His speed suddenly increased a lot, and he immediately killed the 3 iron corpses. The body was left far away. At the same time that Patriarch Wang Jiao revealed his nascent soul aura, the formation discovered the nascent soul aura and alerted the 6 major sects. Ancestor Wang Jiao understood this. So even after exposing nascent soul's strength, he did not waste any time destroying the 3 iron corpses. The time of a casual strike was extremely precious to him, and he could not waste the danger of his own survival on 3 iron corpses that were almost certain to die. Ancestor Wang Jiao's speed increased, and he quickly ran away. The 3 iron corpses turned around and flew in another direction. At this time, the effect of the Buddha's light 10,000 miles talisman on them still exists, so they can reach a distance of hundreds of miles in an instant. They rushed to a flat place, where 3 formations were arranged in advance, and 3 iron corpses rushed into the formation. Just as they stopped in the formation, 3 thunderbolts fell from the void and hit 3 iron corpses respectively. The terrifying sky thunder instantly turned the body surface of the 3 iron corpses into charcoal, and the inside of the iron corpse was invaded by countless tiny lightnings, constantly destroying everything inside the iron corpse. Even the corpse elixir of the iron corpse was surrounded by thunder and lightning. Right. Li Shiming did not go to see the situation of the 3 iron corpses, although he monitored Patriarch Wang Zhao flying into the distance through the drone satellite system. He could not guarantee that Patriarch Wang Zhao had no other means and could turn around to check. He prepared all the promotion requirements for the 3 iron corpses. In so many days, he consumed a lot of 2nd and 3rd grade corpse refining materials on them. However, in order to make the promotion of the iron corpse more secure, he originally planned to let the iron corpse prepare for at least a few more months before he would consider promoting the iron corpse. If it weren't for Patriarch Wang Zhao this time, he wouldn't have let the 3 iron corpses break through in advance. If the 3 iron corpses were not allowed to enter the promotion state, it is estimated that Patriarch Wang Zhao would not let go of the 3 iron corpses. With the strength of the 3 iron corpses, there is no way they could block Patriarch Wang Zhao's attack. Li Shiming's plan to risk death and survive was analyzed by the natal magic weapon Z15. Although it seems extremely dangerous, the success rate is still very high. Sure enough, the 3 iron corpses were safely preserved. It depends on whether they can survive the thunder tribulation. Patriarch Wang Zhao did not expose his nascent soul aura for long. After getting rid of the 3 iron corpses, he reactivated the secret method and restrained his nascent soul aura. He sensed 3 thunders in the distance, and couldn't help but feel a little horrified at the monk who controlled this matter. The other party knew that he was seriously injured and wanted to aggravate his injuries through the golden elixir thunder tribulation of the 3 iron corpses. The death of 3 iron corpses is also harmful to the owner, and according to his judgment, the opponent is at most a golden elixir monk. The 3 peak iron corpses, plus the extremely special 3-headed and 6-armed iron corpses, are difficult to cultivate. Not low. In order to aggravate his injury, the other party paid such a price. Is it the bald donkey of Qianya Temple? Patriarch Wang Zhao thought of the golden Buddha light on the 3 iron corpses. It might be a surprise if one of these Buddhist life-saving talismans wandered outside. But 3 Qianya talismans appeared at the same time. If the temple's Buddha's light 10,000 miles talisman is found, then it is very likely that he is from Qianya Temple. Life-saving talisman is extremely precious in any sect, and only the core disciples of the sect will have a life-saving talisman. And if a monk has 3 life-saving talismans in his hand, it can only mean that the monk is the most core and most favored disciple in the sect. And that is why the sect attaches so much importance to the monk's safety. Patriarch Wang Zhao thought of Venerable Huiku again. When the 6 Yuaning ancestors surrounded him, Venerable Huiku was the most active. He could easily sense this, and he believed even more that the person following him was someone from Chiba Temple. Chapter 342 Tracking. Within the 3 corpse refining formations, 3 corpses whose bodies were charred were lying motionless. Their owner Li Shiming was 100 miles away, but there was a look of surprise on his face. The golden core thunder tribulation has passed. The 3 refined corpses look miserable, but major changes are taking place in their bodies. As the master, Li Shiming sensed that all 3 refined corpses were alive. Thinking about it, the large amount of resources he had consumed before was not in vain. He gained 3 more silver corpses. A refined corpse moved slightly, and as it moved, the charred blackness on its body fell off, revealing the silver skin inside. The other 2 refined corpses also moved, and silver light flashed on them. Within their bodies, corpse elixirs took shape and became their new source of power. They stood up, waved their hands on the ground, put away the formation materials, and then took off into the air. Silver corpses flying became instinctive, and its speed was greatly improved. At this moment, Li Shiming was sure that Patriarch Wang Zhao had no intention of returning. He put away the formation beside him and flew over to meet the 3 silver corpses. He took the 3 silver corpses into the corpse refining space. In the corpse refining space, the 3 silver corpses could stabilize their own realm. He couldn't stay here anymore. When Patriarch Wang Zhao showed his nascent soul aura just now, he also felt the terrifying aura. It seems that the 6 major sects have discovered traces of Patriarch Wang Zhao. Regardless of whether Patriarch Wang Zhao is still here, the 6 major sects will send monks to check. White Lotus appeared at Li Shiming's feet, and he disappeared where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in a shadow. The secret technique of charming soul concealment was activated, and he became invisible in the shadows. And even the White Lotus under his feet disappeared. He continued to remain invisible in the shadows, using Boo Shum Lotus to chase in the direction where Patriarch Wang Zhao left. There was no way he was too close. He was hundreds of miles away from Ancestor Wang Zhao. Even his eyes never looked in the direction of Ancestor Wang Zhao. His mind was also empty, not thinking about Ancestor Wang Zhao. Ancestor Wang Zhao flew thousands of miles this time before he found a temporary place to stay. This time he didn't look for a mountain peak. After releasing the 4th grade formation on a flat ground, he didn't even dig a cave and just sat cross-legged in the formation. He didn't heal the injury immediately because he didn't want to have his healing experience interrupted again. Feeling the injury inside his body, he looked at his resources again, feeling a little helpless. As the ancestor of nascent soul, he prepared 2 4th grade healing elixirs for himself. This was for emergencies. In fact, he never thought that he would one day use these 2 4th grade healing elixirs. He is very confident in his own strength. Even if he cannot defeat him, no one can stop the nascent soul ancestor from escaping. But this time he was injured. So he took a 4th grade healing elixir, thinking that the injury would be alleviated. However, due to the interruption of the healing process, the effect of the 4th grade healing elixir was not as good as he had previously judged. There was only 1 4th grade healing elixir left, and his injury was far from that of a 4th grade healing elixir. It can be cured. He needs 4th level healing resources. He needs a safe environment with nascent soul level spiritual veins. And he needs to retreat without being disturbed. In the past, such a request was very easy to meet. As the Supreme Guest Minister of Tianqing Trading Company, he had the right to use some of the resources of Tianqing Trading Company, and 4th grade resources would be provided to him first. But now, these ordinary requirements have become extravagant wishes. Patriarch Wang Zhao waited for an hour, and did not find that this place was under attack. He breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the last 4th grade healing elixir and drank it, then began to use his skills to allow the medicine to spread throughout his body faster. And at the same time, through the movement of spiritual power, he repaired the injuries on his body. Since he does not have nascent soul level spiritual veins, he consumes entirely the energy of the 4th grade healing elixir and the spiritual power in his body. Such healing is actually weakening his own strength. But he must do this in order to treat his injuries. Li Shiming still stopped 500 miles away from Ancestor Wang Zhao, and the same arrangement was repeated. The 3 iron corpses were also peak-level iron corpses with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 iron corpses held 3 storage bags, and flew to a location 30 miles away from Ancestor Wang Zhao. The iron corpses took out the cannon, and adjusted the cannon shooting data, using the data calculated by the natal magic weapon Z15. The natal magic weapon Z15 has created a file for Patriarch Wang Zhao, which contains all the information about Patriarch Wang Zhao. This information started from the first surveillance of Patriarch Wang Zhao, and everything that could be collected about Patriarch Wang Zhao's behavior was recorded. Especially the analysis of the psychological activities of Patriarch Wang Zhao is a top priority. It was precisely because of this file that Li Shiming did not launch the attack immediately, but waited until the magic weapon Z15 gave it optimal launch time. After Ancestor Wang Zhao stopped there for an hour, Li Shiming controlled 3 iron corpses and launched a bombardment at the location of Ancestor Wang Zhao. Ancestor Wang Zhao, who was caught in the process of healing, left part of his mind to the outside world. This is what you would do in an unsafe place. If you want to maximize the convenience of healing, it is actually best to focus all your attention on healing, so that the healing can achieve the best effect. Not to mention healing. Even daily practice requires the monk's full concentration, and distractions will affect the effectiveness of practice. But Patriarch Wang Zhao had no choice. He was now in the gloomiest time of his life. He was in the northern Shu continent without any support. There were enemies everywhere, so he had to be careful at all times. Just after he waited for an hour, and did not wait for the enemy's attack, he thought it was safe, and started to heal his wounds. Only a moment later, he felt a familiar attack fall on the formation of the 4th grade formation. Even if he guessed that the opponent did not have the strength to break the 4th grade formation, he also knew that the opponent did not even have the courage to face him. But he didn't dare to bet. If the other party informed the 6 major sects of his location, then he would not be disturbed. Ancestor Wang Zhao once again interrupted his healing, which made him almost want to vomit blood. And his last 4th grade healing elixir was wasted. The power of the 4th grade healing elixir was working in his body. But he forcibly interrupted the treatment, which made his injury worse. The medicine only kept the injury from getting worse. Without the help of his movement skills, it would not be possible for him at the nascent soul stage. The injury didn't help much. There was great anger accumulated in his heart. And at the same time, there were waves of chills. The anger came from the fact that he was being teased by the same person over and over again. But he was helpless with that person. And he didn't even know who that person was. The chill came from the fact that he was found by that person again. The reason why he knew that it was still that person, and not someone else who found him, was the scene of being bombarded outside. This kind of attack without any fluctuation in spiritual power is powerful enough to compare with the power of a blow from a monk in the foundation building stage. But it is the power of an explosion from a mortal object. No matter how knowledgeable Ancestor Wang Zhao is, he has only seen such powerful mortal objects in Beishu continent. He put away the 4th grade formation disc. This SH. Ling did not cause much damage. Under the protection of the 4th grade formation disc, all the shrapnel exploded after the 3 SH. LS hit the formation were rebounded. He flew in the direction of the cannonballs, and saw 3 more iron corpses. Those 3-headed, 6-armed iron corpses with extremely distinctive features. If he hadn't known that the previous 3 3-headed and 6-armed iron corpses had already experienced the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, regardless of life or death, they would not be the 3 iron corpses in front of him. He would have thought they were the 3 iron corpses from before caught up again. It wasn't the 3 iron corpses, but the meaning was still the same. The person who was tracking him once again used the same method to break his healing process. He even felt like he was being seen through. He waited for a full hour, but no attack came. The attack came just as he was doing his exercises to heal his injuries. He couldn't help but check his body to see if anyone had left any surveillance objects on him. He quickly shook his head. The robe he was wearing had been replaced long ago due to the explosion. So how could there be anything left behind? Besides, with his strength, if the other party can really leave something on him silently without being discovered by him, then it won't be difficult for the other party to hurt him. Ancestor Wang Zhao looked at the 3 iron corpses. Before he could do anything to them, the aura of advancement arose from the 3 iron corpses, and 3 thunderclouds appeared in the sky. This time he didn't even think about getting closer. He turned around and ran away without any hesitation. He did not know that these 3 iron corpses did not have them. But his light 10,000 miles talisman, if it was the same as last time, the life-saving talismans used were those of other sects. He could then know that these iron corpses were not from the disciples of Chinya Temple, but from someone else. The 3 iron corpses did not pursue them. Without the use of life-saving talismans, the iron corpses could not compete with the Ancestor Wang Zhao, who had suppressed him to the golden elixir stage. The 3 iron corpses changed directions, and entered the prepared corpse refining circle as quickly as possible. Facts have proved once again that as long as you invest a lot of resources, you will be rewarded. Resources in the world of immortality are the most important. With resources, your strength will increase. These 3 iron corpses also withstood the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation and became silver corpses. Li Shiming has invested a lot of resources in corpse refining, and the returns have been gratifying. 6 iron corpses have been promoted to silver corpses without a single failure. This is actually normal, calculated based on the corpse refining resources he consumed. If placed in the hands of other monks, the corpse refining resources he used on an iron corpse would be enough for other monks to sacrifice more than 5 peak iron corpses. This gap in resources is the difference in the success rate of iron corpses promotion. Li Shiming put away the 3 silver corpses. At this time, the sky began to get dark, and the drone satellite also switched to the infrared thermal imaging function. Probably because Patriarch Wang Zhao was seriously injured. He did not use the secret method of isolating heat energy. He was more cautious this time. He kept switching directions, and used the secret method of invisibility regardless of the injuries in his body. But he didn't know that the thermal energy of his nascent soul body betrayed his position. Although the accuracy of thermal imaging by drone satellites is not high, the thermal energy of his nascent soul body is so strong that a high-altitude drone can see it extremely clear. Because Patriarch Wang Zhao didn't know how Li Shiming was being followed. He even traveled through multiple cities, constantly changing his clothes and appearance, just to get rid of the tracking. He also didn't expect that one day he would be tracked so embarrassingly. This kind of power has nowhere to go. He knows there is an enemy but can't find him. It almost makes him go crazy. After running around in the middle of the night, he once again found a place, and was ready to rest for a while. It's not that he wants to rest, but his body's injuries require him to rest. Ever since he was injured, he has been suppressing the injury. The secret method of suppressing the injury does not mean that the injury should be ignored, but it requires a price. The longer the injury is suppressed, the greater the price he will have to pay later. If he didn't find a place to rest and recuperate, he was afraid that his injuries would be serious enough to endanger his roots. Just when he stopped, he felt a false baby breath appear, and then disappear. He was suddenly startled. The fake baby's breath was extremely weak, just like the breath of the fake baby's body. There was no fake baby's breath in it, but the presence of the fake baby's body meant that there was a fake baby monk nearby, and the fake baby aura that suddenly appeared and disappeared was most likely aimed at him. The combat power of the fake infant monk is much inferior to that of the nascent soul ancestor, but that also depends on when. When the ancestor Wang Zhao is seriously injured, it is not difficult for him to defeat the fake infant monk, but he also has to pay the price of more injuries. His body can no longer experience fierce battles, and it cannot even mobilize more spiritual power. Once too much spiritual power is used, it will affect the injury. This breath of nascent soul body was naturally caused by Li Shiming releasing the fake baby body in the computer room space. Li Shiming thought of this method after discovering that Patriarch Wang Zhao had stopped intentionally. He did not consider using iron corpses to bombard him with artillery. According to the file set up for Patriarch Wang Zhao and the natal magic weapon Z15, if he used the previous method to force him, Patriarch Wang Zhao would probably do something irrational regardless. So Li Shiming switched to using the breath of the fake baby's body to scare Patriarch Wang Zhao. It was obvious that this method was very effective. Patriarch Wang Zhao, who had just stopped, started moving again, then ran away, never stopping to rest again. When the righteous forces in the entire northern Shu continent were looking for traces of Patriarch Wang Zhao, no one thought that this Patriarch Yuanying, who had escaped from the hands of 6 Yuanying patriarchs, would be pursued by Li Shiming, an early-stage golden elixir monk. Escape across the continent. One night, this kind of escape never stopped. At dawn, Patriarch Wang Zhao felt extremely tired. Even if he fought with the Patriarch of the same level of nascent soul for a whole night, he would not feel this tired. Seriously injured, he kept trying to get away from the pursuit, but the monk behind him was like a gangrene attached to his bones, and he couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. What disgusted Ancestor Wang Zhao the most was that no matter how he tried to seduce him, he could not make the monk behind him show up. And the monk behind him just hung him like this. In the second half of the night, the fake baby breath will appear from time to time. As long as Patriarch Wang Zhao wants to rest, the fake baby breath will appear, letting Patriarch Wang Zhao know that the strength of the pursuers behind him has changed, which makes old Patriarch Wang Zhao Zhu didn't even dare to stay. Chapter 343 Success. Patriarch Wang Zhao's head hurt. A feeling he had rarely experienced since he cultivated immortality. He had lost his direction a long time ago, which was unimaginable for monks, especially those in the nascent soul stage. But for him at this time, it was normal. His mind was only focused on escaping from the pursuit behind him, and he didn't care where he was, as long as he didn't force his way into the formation separating the forces of good and evil. The rest of the place was within the scope of the forces of the right path, and it was the same to him everywhere. There are no friends anywhere, and enemies wherever they are found. Just when he was frowning, he sensed 2 golden elixir monks appearing in front of him. A sharp look flashed in Patriarch Wang Zhao's eyes, and he discovered the identities of the 2 Jindan monks. They were 2 Arhats. Arhat was the Buddhist name for the Jindan monks to distinguish them from the Taoist and demonic sects. He took out the jade slip of the map, checked it according to the terrain, and found that he was about to approach the 1,000-mile range of Qinya Temple. Needless to say, these 2 Arhats were Arhats from Qinya Temple. Patriarch Wang Zhao guessed that the person following behind him was most likely a monk from Qinya Temple. So he acted like this after seeing the Arhats from Qinya Temple. He looked at the 2 Arhats, and thoughts flashed through his mind. He didn't want to kill the 2 Arhats, but he also had no intention of letting them go. His figure flashed, and appeared next to the 2 Arhats. Since this place is close to Qinya Temple, the distance of thousands of miles seems very far. But if the Venerable of Qinya Temple attacks, especially the Venerable Huiku who has mastered the magic foot power, attack and you'll be there in a moment. Therefore, Patriarch Wang Zhao only used the strength of the Golden Core stage. But the secret techniques he mastered, as well as other methods besides realm, were far beyond what 2 ordinary Arhats could match. As soon as he appeared, 2 fireballs in his hands hit 2 Arhats. The 2 Arhats' defensive magic weapons were not activated in time before they were hit by the fireballs. The 2 Arhats only felt that their whole bodies were being burned by the high temperature. The golden elixir in their bodies could not be mobilized, and they could not move at all. Patriarch Wang Zhao knew the result after he took action. The 2 Arhats did not die, but were penetrated by his flames. Life and death were only a matter of his thoughts. He turned around and walked away, but stopped again 5 miles away from the 2 Arhats. He hesitated slightly, but made up his mind. He needs to lure the person he is following to appear. If the person is indeed from Chiba Temple, then the person will definitely rescue the 2 Arhats. Even if the other party is not from Qinba Temple, he has prepared a bigger bait for the other party. He took out the 4th grade formation disc, activated the 4th grade formation disc, and sat inside the formation. He slowly closed his eyes, and a little person emerged from above his head. The little person was his nascent soul. After the appearance of the nascent soul, it did not cause many changes in the aura. This place was too close to Qinya Temple, and he did not want to attract the venerables of Qinya Temple. So he used a secret method to hide the aura of the nascent soul. In Yuanning's hand, he held a fiery red sword, which was his natal magic weapon. His Yuanning is not a fake baby. The real Yuanning can carry magic weapons, but the magic weapons that Yuanning can use depend on the realm of the monk. Given the state of Ancestor Wang Zhao, his nascent soul can only carry the natal magic weapon. But this is enough. Holding the 4th grade natal magic weapon long sword, with the speed of Yuanning, he can easily kill anyone who does not encounter the ancestor of Yuanning. The most important thing is that he is confident that as long as the enemy comes close to a certain distance, he can kill him with Yuanning's speed. Ying's speed can make the enemy unable to escape. In addition, once there is any movement at Qinya Temple, which is only a few miles away, nascent soul can immediately return to its true form, giving him enough time to escape. His second bait is himself, his true body. He leaves his true body here. If the fake infant monk comes too, and his nascent soul holds a 4th grade natal magic weapon and a long sword to attack from the side, he can definitely do it. Kill the fake infant monk on the spot, whether it is the fake infant cultivator or another person tracking him. With the protection of the 4th grade array, there is no need to worry about any problems with his body. Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul cast several spells on the main body, and the aura of the main body was also hidden. The nascent soul penetrated the 4th grade formation and appeared between the 2 Arhats and the main body. It was only a little more than 2 miles away from the position of the 2 injured Arhats and the main body. The trap has been laid, and he knew that with the speed of the pursuer, he might arrive soon. Nascent soul was like a hunter, waiting for his prey to fall into the trap. Li Shiming had the drone satellite system in the sky and saw clearly the movements of Patriarch Wang Zhao. The little nascent soul flew out of the formation. He immediately understood what Patriarch Wang Zhao wanted to do. He couldn't help but smile, as if his previous use of Qinya Temple's life-saving talisman caused Patriarch Wang Zhao to have some misunderstanding. He had 2 choices before him. One was to ignore Patriarch Wang Zhao. Patriarch Wang Zhao, who had left his body as a nascent soul, would not be able to sustain this state for long. When Patriarch Wang Zhao left on his own, he continued to play the cat-and-mouse game with him. Another option is to take some risks. When Wang Zhao's ancestor nascent soul left his body would not have any protection. Li Shiming has experience in dealing with this kind of situation. The last person to do this in front of him was Director Feng Yi. In his computer room, Director Feng Yi's fake baby body was still sitting quietly. I did it! He gritted his teeth. The body of the nascent soul ancestor was really a huge temptation. Even if he does not use the body of the nascent soul ancestor to transform it into his own combat power, just having the body of the nascent soul ancestor for him to study can make his cultivation goals clearer. The nascent soul stage is the ultimate goal of all monks, at least in the northern Shu continent. Li Shiming admitted that he could not stop this kind of bait. He also had something to rely on, and it was not just greed. He changed direction and made a big circle to come to this side of Patriarch Wang Zhao's body. Thinking of Patriarch Wang Zhao's behavior of setting 2 seriously injured Arhats as bait, Li Shiming changed into a cloak with a hood and covered his whole body, including his head. This cloak is a spiritual weapon that has the function of isolating the exploration of spiritual thoughts. This was originally a spiritual weapon designed by various auction houses in the world of immortality to protect customer privacy. Even though it is just a spiritual weapon, after countless years of development, this type of spiritual weapon, with a single function, has a comparable effect in preventing spiritual exploration. Its magic weapon level. Then he summoned 3 more iron corpses and 3 cannons. This time the distance of the cannons was set to 50 miles. The cannonball is also very special. There is a Thundercloud Talisman placed in the warhead. Li Shiming didn't know whether the Thundercloud technique could harm Yuan Ying. But Patriarch Wang Zhao was seriously injured. And the Thundercloud technique could at least harass the opponent. He has long been proficient in the use of the Iron Corpse. Ancestor Wang Zhao did not dare to get close to the Iron Corpse that might enter the promoted state at any time and endure the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. So he did not have to worry about the Iron Corpse being destroyed. Besides, now that he has found the best way to promote an Iron Corpse to a Silver Corpse, as long as he has time, he has the ability to cultivate more Silver Corpses. So there is no need to regret 3 Iron Corpses. Finally here! Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul sensed the flying cannonballs. The opponent's SH.LS were not aimed at the main body, but placed the attack position between the 2 arhats and the main body. That is, the Yuan Ying, the top of the baby's head. He didn't know that Li Shiming wanted to save the 2 arhats and use this method to block his body. It was Li Shiming who discovered the existence of Yuan Ying and deliberately attacked Yuan Ying in this way. Just as he was thinking about it, the cannonball came closer. Then he sensed that the cannonball was different from before. When he got close to Nascent Soul, there were obvious spiritual fluctuations in the cannonball. The gathering of thunder clouds almost made him think that this was another Iron Corpse going through a thunder tribulation. But he soon discovered that it was a 3rd-grade thunder spell called Thunder Cloud Technique. The thunder caused by Thunder Cloud Technique is not the same kind of thunder as the thunder caused by thunder tribulation. The thunder in the thunder tribulation is formed by the rules of heaven and earth, while the thunder in the Thunder Cloud Technique is ordinary thunder and lightning. If Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul was not injured, he really would not be afraid of ordinary thunder and lightning. But he was indeed injured. He thought about it, and flashed in the direction of the 2 injured arhats. This was the choice he made. He believed that Li Shiming's goal was probably to save the 2 arhats. Besides, even if his judgment was wrong, Yuan Ying could reach the distance of about 5 miles almost instantly. Just when he arrived at the 2 injured arhats, he felt a little spiritual energy wave coming from the direction of his body. Originally, he shouldn't have discovered it until now. With his strength, even if the other party used some secret method to hide himself, he could still find the other party from a greater distance. However, the impact of the Thunder Cloud Technique made his perception much worse. He was unable to achieve the perception of the nascent soul stage due to the suppression state. I found you! Ancestor Wang Zhao was not angry because he was deceived. Instead, excitement flashed in his eyes. He had suffered so much during this period. Li Shiming was hanging behind him like a ghost, constantly causing trouble for him. But he had been unable to find Li Shiming. Now, Li Shiming finally appeared. Judging from his perception, he was an early-stage Jindan monk, not an Iron Corpse or a Silver Corpse. The magical foot power is indeed the bald donkey of Qianye Temple. Patriarch Wang Zhao then sensed the magical foot power. Building lotus step by step. Used by Li Shiming. A white lotus appeared next to the 4th-grade array. Li Shiming's figure appeared at the same time as the white lotus appeared. His spiritual thoughts opened a channel on the 4th-grade formation. According to Patriarch Wang Zhao's opinion, these 4th-grade arrays can block Li Shiming for at least a while. Even for the strongest formation master, it is not easy to break through the 4th-grade formation. But this does not include Li Shiming. His natal magic weapon Z15 is beyond imagination in terms of computing power. Not to mention that this is a formation disk, not a complete formation arranged by the formation master. As soon as Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts came into contact with the formation, he mastered the spiritual power lines of the formation. He used the most brutal cracking method and forcibly changed the direction of the spiritual power lines of several formation nodes with his own spiritual thoughts. He had long known that Ancestor Wang Zhao had a 4th-grade formation disk. Ancestor Wang Zhao had arranged a 4th-grade formation disk before. Although he did not get close to check it, he was mentally prepared and placed the magic weapon Z15 before approaching the formation. The computing power is stimulated to the maximum. So in the end, he used Boo Shang Lotus to reach the 4th-grade formation. But his figure stagnated slightly before he penetrated into the formation. As soon as Li Shiming entered the formation, he saw the original form of Ancestor Wang Zhao sitting motionless. Because this nascent soul body was sealed by Patriarch Wang Zhao's own nascent soul, the aura of the nascent soul body was suppressed within its body. Therefore, even if he faced the nascent soul body this time, he was not suppressed to a certain extent by the fake baby body, like the last time he faced the fake baby body. Perhaps Patriarch Wang Zhao did not have the aura to seal the nascent soul body, so Li Shiming could waste a little more time here. In the current situation, Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts swept over the nascent soul body and took it into the computer room space. Not only the nascent soul body, but also the 4th grade formation disc was collected. After everything was done, his figure escaped again under the support of Bai Lian. No! Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul let out a shrill cry. There was strong regret in this cry. He should not have left his body, because his nascent soul had lost touch with his body. The moment he lost contact with his body, his mind went completely blank. He couldn't imagine what kind of situation he would face after Yuanying lost his body. However, he quickly realized that nascent soul's speed was extremely fast. If he tried his best, he could still catch up with the speed of Boo Shum Lotus. But when he sensed Li Shiming's figure, he couldn't help but be stunned. He knew about the divine foot power, but Li Shiming's divine foot power was very different from the divine foot power he knew. The interval between each use of the divine foot powers, budging Lotus step by step, is extremely short. But no matter how short this interval is, it should not be like the Lotus growing step by step, performed by Li Shiming in front of him, which has no interval at all. Li Shiming's figure was almost impossible to see clearly. The time it flashed every few hundred meters was too short. It was so short that if you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't be able to see the moment when the figure appeared. Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul didn't chase after him, because it couldn't compare with such speed. Moreover, after 3 breaths, a thundercloud technique appeared on the pursuit line, and as if there was no need to prepare, this thundercloud technique was continuously displayed at the speed of 3 breaths, blocking Li Shiming. On the line behind you. Even if Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul has a secret method that can accelerate the pursuit, it still needs to constantly fight against the thundercloud technique. This is Li Shiming's preparation. At this time, the spiritual power of the 5 golden pills in his body is consumed at an extremely fast speed. He used his 10 brains to perform Lotus growing every step, achieving an almost extreme speed of execution. The most consuming spiritual energy was the thundercloud technique. He used 30 brains to activate the thundercloud technique in sequence at a rate of 1/3 of a breath time. In this way, in addition to the initial 3 breath preparation time, after that he can continue to activate the thundercloud technique. His spiritual power dropped almost in a straight line. But fortunately, his speed was fast enough, and he was soon thousands of miles away. Through the drone satellite system, he saw that Patriarch Wang Zhao's nascent soul stayed in place and did not chase him. He also saw that Qianya Temple was alerted and monks were rushing over. Chapter 344 Return to the Clan. Li Shiming didn't want to meet the monks from Qianya Temple at all. And he didn't want to be caught up by Patriarch Wang Zhao again after receiving huge benefits. So he mobilized the little spiritual power he had left and exerted all his strength on Lotus growing every step, with the goal of returning to Shushan Sect. As long as he returns to Shushan Sect, even if Patriarch Wang Zhao knows who he is, there is nothing he can do to him. Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul chose a direction, and turned into a rainbow of light, and went away. Although only the nascent soul is left, he still has a chance. According to the habits of the nascent soul ancestor, as long as he stays in the nascent soul stage for a period of time, he will find a way to find a body for himself. This Duoshi's body needs to be very consistent with the original body of the nascent soul ancestor, and must be at least close to the original body of the nascent soul ancestor in terms of talent. Therefore, sometimes being favored by the nascent soul ancestor is not necessarily a good thing. It may be chosen as a spare body to seize the body. Patriarch Wang Zhao came here this time to enter a dangerous place to deal with affairs. So he brought a spare body with him. This was the worst choice. He didn't expect that one day he would actually use his spare body. At this moment, Wang Zhao's ancestor Yuanying increased his speed to the extreme. He needs to reach the spare body in the shortest possible time. His nascent soul was originally injured, and if he stays outside for a longer period of time, the nascent soul will become weaker and weaker, which will reduce the success rate of seizing the body. The nascent soul seizes the spare body, and the success rate of this type of seizing is extremely high. The main reason is that the spare body has already gone through many means and been cultivated into a state that is most consistent with the nascent soul. Li Shiming did not monitor the Yuanying of Patriarch Wang Zhao. The Yuanying is not a body, but is composed of energy. It is not easy to track it through a drone satellite system. Li Shiming was only thinking about the nascent soul body in the computer room space at the moment. He had caused great harm to Patriarch Wang Zhao so much that Tianqing Trading Company would not target him again in the short term. By the time Tianqing Trading Company tries to deal with him again, he may have already grown up. Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul came to a mountain peak. The nascent soul was in a very bad condition. The long sword of the natal magic weapon had been taken into the body by the Yuanying. The only way to carry the natal magic weapon was. Otherwise the consumption of nascent soul is too great, and cannot sustain it to this point. Nascent soul passed through an energy barrier. And no one knew about it except Ancestor Wang Zhao. There is no spiritual energy here. Only a jade coffin that relies on the spirit gathering circle to provide spiritual energy. There is a young man lying in the jade coffin. The jade coffin is a rare treasure made entirely of third-grade materials. Its function is to provide the young man inside with all the energy he needs to survive. The young man's strength is only that of a Changqi monk. And he cannot live without spiritual food. However, the jade coffin allows the young man to avoid eating and maintain his body's functions. Ancestor Wang Zhao's nascent soul looked at the young man. Helplessness flashed in his eyes. Xianya Temple, I will make you pay the price. The voice of Patriarch Wang Zhao's nascent soul was like a baby. But the chill in the tone made the voice full of malice. When Patriarch Wang Zhao saw Li Shiming perform, lotus growing every step, he determined the identity of the monk who had been following and disturbing him. And he was the monk from Xianya Temple. He focused all his hatred on Chiba Temple. Only by giving himself a clear goal of revenge can he have the courage to do it all over again. The nascent soul flew towards the boy's body and merged with the boy's body. During this process, the boy's body continued to tremble. And after a long time, the boy's eyes widened. The young man slowly sat up from the jade coffin. He checked his body, and his eyes were full of loneliness. But soon, his eyes regained their determination. Xianba Temple, I will make you pay the price. With the same words, the boy's voice was full of hatred. Just like before, the young man is the nascent soul of the ancestor Wang Zhao, and was reborn. It seems that this kind of rebirth is very miraculous. Just like being rejuvenated and having a new life. But in fact, this kind of rebirth will not increase the lifespan. Of course, the current lifespan of a young man, with the cultivation level of the Qi Chain stage, is only 150 years at most, which is far from being comparable to the 1,000-year lifespan of the Yuanying ancestor. But even after the boy returns to the nascent soul stage, he will not have the lifespan that this body was originally supposed to have. Instead, he will only have the remaining lifespan of Patriarch Wang Zhao, unless the boy can surpass Patriarch Wang Zhao's previous state in cultivation. In addition, there is only one chance in a lifetime to seize the body. If Patriarch Wang Zhao used this chance, even if nascent soul can escape in the future, he will not be able to regain his life in this way. This is the flaw of seizing one's body. But there are also advantages to seizing one's body. Even though the young man's cultivation at this time was only at the chain energy stage, the nascent soul was integrated into the young man's body, and the huge energy was enough to support the rapid improvement of the young man's cultivation. Coupled with Patriarch Wang Zhao's own understanding of cultivation and his understanding of the main techniques, the young man will not have any trouble before reaching the golden elixir stage. After reaching the golden elixir stage, a large amount of resources are needed to improve. The Tianqing Trading Company, to which Patriarch Wang Zhao belonged, lost its power in the northern Shu continent, which prevented him from obtaining cultivation resources from the Tianqing Trading Company. Fortunately, he still carries his natal magic weapon. At least in the golden elixir stage, he has combat power that far exceeds that of the same level, allowing him to use his combat power to obtain more resources. The most important thing is that he has the experience of breaking through the nascent soul stage, which makes it easier for him to return to the nascent soul stage than other monks, provided that he can obtain adult resources. Overall, the recovery of Patriarch Wang Zhao's strength will be a difficult journey. Ancestor Wang Zhao missed his space ring a little, which contained all his wealth. He just hoped that the person would not be able to open his space ring in a short time. When his strength recovers, he can sense the location of the space ring and find a way to retrieve it based on his connection with the space ring. Of course, this was his best imagination. When he was in the nascent soul state, not to mention the space ring, even his body could not sense it. He didn't know what was wrong, and his situation didn't allow him to investigate. Ancestor Wang Zhao cannot contact Tianqing Trading Company, nor can he return to Tianqing Trading Company headquarters. The ocean cannot be crossed unless he restores the strength of nascent soul. He can only stay in the Beishu continent honestly. He also needs to be careful of the 6 major sects. And it is best to stay away from the 6 major sects. The 6 major sects have the means to detect monks like him, who use the nascent soul to seize their bodies. He does not want to be discovered by the 6 major sects in his current state. Master Li Shimingli has returned to the sect. Nothing happened to Shiming this time. Shiming came back without any trouble? For some reason, the news that Li Shiming returned to Shushan's sect caused many monks in the sect to react greatly, with some shock and some doubts. When Li Shiming left the sect, almost all the monks who knew about it were guessing what kind of situation he would encounter this time. As a result, he returned to the clan safely, and did not encounter any good luck again. Elder Su and Elder Ma, 2 of his masters, were extremely happy. This safe trip showed that Li Shiming's good fortune did not come so accurately every time. If they knew that Li Shiming went out this time, and almost killed an ancestor of nascent soul, they wouldn't think so. Li Shiming returned to the cave in Holding Sword Peak. And then he entered the computer room space. In the computer room space, 3 living dead people were sitting cross-legged, looking extremely strange. The weakest of these 3 living dead is the great elder level body refining elixir, which can resist Li Shiming's full attack with his body alone. Next is the body of the false infant. And then the body of the nascent infant. Especially when the nascent soul's body entered the computer room space, the spiritual energy in the computer room space began to become insufficient. Li Shiming arranged a spirit gathering array in the computer room space. But the function of the spirit gathering array is not to generate spiritual energy, but to gather the spiritual energy in the void. The nascent soul's body is injured and has a huge need for spiritual energy. Although the nascent soul's body cannot independently perform exercises to heal injuries, its instinct to absorb spiritual energy cannot be supported by the spirit gathering array. Li Shiming thought for a while, and put the 4th grade pulse locking plate into the computer room. There is a nascent soul level spiritual vein sealed in the 4th grade pulse locking plate. The spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual vein is enough for the nascent soul body and the fake baby body to absorb. He began to examine the body of the nascent soul. The body of the nascent soul was very similar to the body of the fake baby. However, Patriarch Wang Zhao's body of the nascent soul had very single patterns, all with fire attributes. Li Shiming wanted to copy this pattern, but just as he started copying it with his spiritual mind, he felt a splitting headache. He immediately stopped copying, and the headache disappeared automatically. In fact, the fire attribute patterns in the body of the nascent soul can only be seen clearly if he has micron-level control in the computer room space. The fire attribute patterns in the body of the nascent soul are related to the rules of heaven and earth. As an early-stage golden elixir monk who has not been exposed to the rules of heaven and earth, he wants to copy the rules of heaven and earth, but it only gives him a headache, which is considered an advantage for him. That is to say, his mental power is extremely strong, and he also has the help of his natal magic weapon Z15. Li Shiming thought of the natal magic weapon Z15, and couldn't help but check whether the natal magic weapon Z15 had recorded the fire attribute pattern just now. In a newly created document, there is a file of more than 1T, which records the fire attribute pattern. After calling up the 1T file, he learned the detailed information of the fire attribute pattern. It seemed like it was just a pattern, but it was actually composed of countless small lines, and each small line carried the power of strange rules. He can only view the fire attribute pattern in this way. When he wants to draw the fire attribute pattern, even if he only touches the beginning, he will suffer backlash. He gave up his research on fire attribute patterns, which was obviously beyond his realm. Moving away from Patriarch Wang Zhao's nascent soul body, Li Shiming paid attention to the space ring on Patriarch Wang Zhao's finger, and the robe on his body. The ancestor of nascent soul is extravagant. Each robe is of the 3rd grade. It is not made into a magic weapon, but is just a robe made of 3rd grade silk thread. Li Shiming was not polite at all, and with a slight thought, he took off the 3rd grade robe from Yuanning's body. In order to make Yuanning's body not too ugly, he replaced it with an ordinary robe. He first carefully inspected the 3rd grade robe in the computer room. There is no spiritual imprint on the 3rd grade robe, which is not surprising. None of the 3rd grade robes have been refined into magic weapons. The 3rd grade silk thread used in the 3rd grade robe has its own dust-repelling effect, as long as it is not damaged. The 3rd grade robe will always be clean and will never become stale. The most important thing is that this 3rd grade robe does not have any markings and is a very popular style of robe. Li Shiming didn't mind at all that it was worn by Patriarch Wang Zhao. A robe of this quality would not leave any stains at all. He put on the third-grade robe and immediately felt the benefits brought by the robe. The third-grade silk thread actually had the effect of clearing the mind and clearing the mind. He didn't know that this was just Patriarch Wang Zhao's spare robe. Luxury! It's so luxurious! Even though Li Shiming was a master of alchemy and had a rich income, he still couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the third-grade robe on his body. This third-grade silk thread has two functions. One is to drive away magic, and the other is to purify the mind and brighten the spirit. If this is refined into a magic weapon, it can at least be refined into a top-grade magic weapon with 4 to 5 functions. This was just a robe, and Li Shiming's attention fell on the space ring. This space ring is different from the space rings he obtained before. The style is more primitive, and the space fluctuations are more obscure. His spiritual thoughts wanted to enter the space ring, but found that the space ring was locked by a restriction. That is to say, the space ring is in the computer room space. Otherwise his attempt would be immediately noticed by Patriarch Wang Zhao. Of course, even if Ancestor Wang Zhao sensed it at this time, there was nothing he could do about it. Ancestor Wang Zhao's strength was only at the Chain Chi stage. Even with experience at the nascent soul stage, he couldn't do anything even though he was thousands of miles away. The restriction of the space ring was cast by Yuaning Ancestor, and its complexity and intensity can be imagined. Li Shiming did not flinch. During the foundation building period, he was really helpless. But after he achieved the golden elixir and had the natal magic weapon Z15, he could do many things that the golden elixir monks could not imagine. The restriction of the space ring was explored again and again with his spiritual thoughts, and its composition diagram appeared in the natal magic weapon Z15. Li Shiming's mental power cannot forcibly break through the restrictions imposed by the Yuaning Ancestor. But as long as there is a restriction, there will be a way to open it. Just like a lock, it can be easily opened as long as you have a key. What the natal magic weapon Z15 needs to do is find out how to open it, which requires a lot of calculations, which is the specialty of the natal magic weapon Z15. The main reason why it is so complicated is that Li Shiming has not done much research on this type of prohibition. Restrictions do not belong to the knowledge mastered by Jin Dan, but can only be mastered by Yuaning ancestors. The establishment of restrictions involves the rules of heaven and earth. If Li Shiming uses his mental power to forcefully break into the restriction, perhaps long-term consumption will indeed weaken the mental mark in the restriction, but it will also cause problems in the space ring. In the absence of relevant knowledge, the best choice is to find out the correct opening method through calculation. Li Shiming didn't want to have problems with the internal space of the space ring. He was very curious about what kind of surprises would be waiting for him in the space ring of the Ancestor of Nascent Soul. Chapter 345 Inventory. The interior of this space ring is naturally very large. Larger than the mustard ring that he got from Director Fingy before. What surprised Li Shiming even more is that the interior of the space ring is divided into several independent areas. One is the area of static space. The item stored in it will remain in a static state of time and will not undergo any changes. The second is the life space. Creatures can be placed in this space. This space will also absorb spiritual energy from the outside through the space ring, so that this area maintains a certain concentration of spiritual energy. The third is ordinary space. This part of space cannot contain life and is related to the normal loss of time. In the still space, Li Shiming found 15 jade boxes, each of which contained a 4th grade elixir. The jade boxes are all made of 3rd grade spiritual jade, jointly made by the weapon refiner master and the formation master. They have the effect of locking the spiritual energy and preventing it from leaking out, coupled with being stored in a static space. These 15 4th grade spiritual medicines are in excellent condition, just like the state when they were first collected. When Li Shiming saw 15 4th grade elixirs, his eyes widened. The elixir is of the 4th grade, and each one can be regarded as a first-level treasure of heaven and earth. The 4th grade elixirs in these 15 jade boxes alone can buy him enough resources to advance to the nascent soul stage. Not just for him, but also for his clone Li Yuanba. Even though Li Shiming himself was a master of alchemy, having such a huge fortune in his hand still cheered him up. There was a piece of 4th grade metal next to the jade box. Because the grade of 4th grade metal was too high, he could only perceive its grade. He knew nothing about its actual name and characteristics. This is not surprising. Ancestor Wang Zhao was not from the northern Shu continent. It is normal that the resources in his hands may have never appeared in the northern Shu continent. This piece of 4th grade metal is enough to refine a 4th grade magic weapon. The other things in the static space are some spiritual fruits, spiritual tea, and spiritual water. Together with them, There is a set of third-grade tea sets, fruit plates, and kettles. Li Shiming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he looked at it. Fourth-grade spiritual objects were too high-end for him. But all third-grade materials could be refined into magic weapons. Patriarch Wang Zhao, however, used third-grade materials to make tea sets, fruit plates and kettles, which made him a very wealthy monk in the golden elixir stage. Feel like a waste. What makes him regretful is that there are no fourth-grade spiritual fruits, spiritual teas, and spiritual waters. They are all third-grade spiritual objects. Although there are many in quantity, they are all spiritual objects that he can obtain on his own. In the life space, 10 third-grade spiritual fruit trees and 5 third-grade spiritual tea trees were planted, forming a small garden. The soil used by third-grade fruit trees and spiritual tea trees is full of spiritual energy. It is unknown what kind of spiritual material it is made of. Li Shiming feels that not to mention third-grade spiritual plants. Even fourth-grade spiritual plants can survive in this kind of soil. A large number of spiritual flowers are planted among the spiritual trees. Next to the fruit trees and tea trees, there is a beehive. This is a third-grade beehive magic weapon. There is no need to recognize the owner. Its function is to automatically cultivate spiritual bees. The spiritual bees collect the nectar of the spiritual flowers. The beehive magic weapon automatically separates the honey produced by the spiritual bees for the monks to collect at any time. In the ordinary space, the first thing Li Shiming noticed was the large number of jade slips. The jade slips are divided into categories, including exercises, secret methods, alchemy and weapon formations, as well as the cultivation experience of some seniors, and some travel notes. This is the collection of a nascent soul ancestor. An ancestor Wang Zhao is the supreme guest minister of Tianqing Trading Company. The jade slips he has access to are richer than those of the Yuanying ancestor of a normal large sect. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts turned into more than 100 channels, and he greedily copied all the insides of these jade slips into the natal magic weapon Z15. This knowledge will become the foundation of his cultivation, and will also strengthen the theoretical basis of the natal magic weapon Z15 and facilitate his analysis and research on the knowledge of cultivating immortals. Li Shiming's spiritual thought reached into a fiery red jade slip, and he felt as if he had fallen into a sea of fire. The flames burned his spiritual thought and stung his spirit. The fiery red jade slip judged that this spiritual thought was the monk's complete spiritual thought, and did not absorb the rest of his divine thought into the fiery red jade slip. Li Shiming also discovered that this fiery red jade slip was not an ordinary jade slip on the surface, but a magical inheritance. He has experienced the inheritance of Shinzutong, which is similar to the assessment of Shinzutong inheritance. But this time, because his number of brains has increased to 191, and the one who fell into the test of supernatural power inheritance was only the divine thought controlled by one of the brains, and what was sucked into it was the consciousness of that brain. So this test was not suitable for him. In other words, it's a little weird. No matter how terrifying the test of the fiery red jade slip is, the stimulation brought by the test to Li Shiming is only 191%. In addition, his spirit is not weak in the first place, and he also has the magic weapon Z15, and so on. There is no emotion in the large server sharing, and the test is like child's play. To be honest, the test of the fiery red jade slip is still very strong. The flames in it are a test of the monk's mental ability to endure the flames. If the endurance is not enough, he will not be able to accept this inheritance. The flame is not an ordinary flame, but a flame produced by magical power. Its original purpose is to test the monk's fire attribute talent. This magical power is a fire attribute magical power, so it naturally requires the fire attribute talent as the basis. Only then did Li Shiming discover that the original natal magic weapon Z15 had such functions, and could actually weaken the test of magical power inheritance to such an extent. He couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. If he had known this, he would have learned the inheritance of his mind. The inheritance of his mind is in his body. And the heart-shaped relic was snatched from the Qishan Arhat of Chiba Temple. Considering the risks involved in passing the test of divine foot power, he planned to wait until the golden elixir stage mirror world improved a bit, and then try to pass the inheritance test of the heart-shaped relic of Hushin Tong. In addition, Qianya Temple still owes him a Shinmu power inheritance, and he is planning to ask Qianya Temple for it in the next time. The test of the fiery red jade slip continued, and the difficulty of the test continued to increase. But Li Shiming still had other things on his mind. An hour later, The fiery red jade slip ended the test for him. A spark flew out of the jade slip and entered his body, automatically finding his fire attribute elixir. Another stream of information was transmitted to his brain. Nan Ming Li Hua. This is the name of this fire attribute magical power. Nan Ming Li Hua. And other magical power level flames are considered to be the highest level flames in the world of immortality. This fiery red jade slip is not a mortal object, but a jade slip made of rare things from heaven and earth. The inheritance of Nan Ming Li Hua has been sealed in it through great power. The spark that just flew out is the fire of Nan Ming Li Fire. Li Shiming's mind fell on his fire attribute elixir, and there was a little more spark in the fire attribute elixir. This spark is orange, and the small one seems to be extinguished at any time. But just such a spark made Qiang's spiritual fire retreat to the side. You must know that Qiang's spiritual fire previously dominated the fire attributed golden elixir, and was even ready to merge with the fire attributed golden elixir. However, after the spark of Nan Ming Li Hua appeared, Qiang's spiritual fire obediently stepped aside. Orange is the most basic state of Nan Ming Li Hua, and the next level up is red, which is the Nan Ming Li Hua level mastered by Ancestor Wang Xiao. Nan Ming Li Hua has 4 levels in total: orange, red, yellow and white. When it reaches white, it is the final form of Nan Ming Li Hua. With the resources and years of cultivation of Patriarch Wang Xiao, he could only raise the Nan Ming Li Hua to red, which shows how difficult the cultivation of Nan Ming Li Hua is. Li Shiming tried the method of practicing Nan Ming Li Hua. He mobilized the spiritual power of the fire attribute golden elixir to form a special spiritual power pattern and introduced it into the Nan Ming Li Hua spark. Almost instantly, the spiritual power in his fire attribute golden elixir was drained. If the spiritual power between his 5 golden elixirs had not been converted into each other, his fire attribute golden elixir would have been in danger of collapse. He broke out in a cold sweat. This was not a magical power that monks in the early stages of the golden core could cultivate. Among the magical powers, such as divine foot power, divine eye power, and other mind powers, the requirements for monks will be less. These magical powers are all auxiliary magical powers. Magical powers such as Nan Ming Li Hua are the offensive magical powers among the magical powers, and they are also the most dangerous ones. After a dangerous attempt, Li Shiming discovered that the Nan Ming Li Hua spark had grown by less than 1,000th. He could not imagine how much spiritual energy was needed to raise this spark to a flame. No matter what, he will not try to enhance the Nan Ming Li Hua in the early stage of Jin Dan. In addition to the jade slips, he also saw 2 4th-grade magic weapons in the ordinary space. This is not surprising. As the supreme guest of Tianqing Trading Company, it is normal for him to have 2 4th-grade magic weapons in addition to his natal magic weapon. There are 2 4th-grade magic weapons. One is a flying sword, and the other is a full-body armor-type defensive magic weapon. These 2 4th-grade magic weapons are the backup magic weapons of Patriarch Wang Xiao, and they have his spiritual mark on them. It will still take a lot of effort for Li Shiming to get rid of the spiritual mark. In addition to these benefits obtained from Patriarch Wang Xiao, there is also a 4th-grade array disc, which was also claimed by Patriarch Wang Xiao. However, it is much easier for Li Shiming to crack this 4th-grade array than the 4th-grade magic weapon. In the computer room space, Li Shiming's more than 100 spirits turned into long swords, constantly eroding the spiritual imprints in the 4th-grade array. It took more than 3 hours to destroy the spiritual imprints of Patriarch Wang Xiao. Although Li Shiming can still use the 4th-grade formation plate even if it does not destroy the spiritual imprint of Patriarch Wang Xiao. But with the spiritual imprint of recognizing the master, he can take back the 4th-grade formation plate at any time as long as he encounters Ancestor Wang Xiao. As the spiritual imprint of the 4th-grade formation disc was expelled, and Li Shiming's spiritual imprint replaced the spiritual imprint of Ancestor Wang Xiao, Li Shiming obtained information about the 4th-grade formation disc. Tiangang 4-phase formation. This is not the formation inheritance of the northern Shu continent, but there is relevant knowledge about this formation in the previous jade slips. With the Tiangang 4-phase array, Li Shiming had the ability to block the Yuanying Ancestor for a moment. The Tiangang 4-phase array can block the Yuanying Ancestor for a moment. It is impossible to block the Yuanying Ancestor with the help of the 4th-grade array, not to mention this small 4th-grade formation. Even the Sect protecting formation that the large Sect has experienced for countless years and invested countless resources can only withstand a few more attacks from the Ancestor of Nascent Soul. And it is also unable to stop Nascent Soul Ancestor's destruction. Of course, The real power of the protecting Sect formation is that it cooperates with the formation master and has the control of the formation master. The power of the protecting Sect formation can be increased a lot, but it only delays it for a little longer. For the Yuan-Ing Patriarch, the protecting Sect formation is just to have time to notify the Yuan-Ing Patriarch of this sect to take action. The space ring and everything related to Ancestor Wang Zhao were left in the computer room space by him. Anyway, there is no difference between being in the computer room and putting it on the body, but it will not be discovered by any monks. After accepting the inheritance of Nanming Lihua, Li Shiming once again focused on the nascent soul body of Patriarch Wang Zhao. This time he discovered more. The regular patterns on nascent soul's body were exactly the magical patterns of Nanming Lihua. Ancestor Wang Zhao turned out to be a master of the fire attribute magical power of Nanming Lihua and became an ancestor of nascent soul. When we first encountered the 4th grade seed beast on the ocean, if it weren't for the fact that the ability of the 4th grade seed beast was inherently incompatible with the Nanming Lihua, plus the fact that we were in the sea, Patriarch Wang Zhao would not have retreated easily. This is also the main reason why he was able to escape even when 1 against 6. Only after he mastered the fire attribute magical power could he use the fire escape technique to such an extent. And he completed the fire escape from the battlefield under the eyes of the 6 nascent soul ancestors. If he hadn't met Li Shiming, perhaps the nascent soul ancestors in the northern Shu continent would have been waiting for his endless revenge. Li Shiming summoned the heavenly ghosts, who flew towards the body of nascent soul. Like the body of the fake infant, the heavenly ghost is not afraid of the body of the nascent soul. The combination of the SHL of the heavenly devil and the fierce ghost makes Li Shiming not even know what kind of creature this heavenly ghost is. After possessing the body of the nascent soul, the heavenly ghost felt extremely strenuous. If it was extremely slow to control the body of the fake baby before, then it would be completely impossible to move the body of the nascent soul. Not to mention the body and limbs. Even the fingers could not move at all. But Tian Gui felt refreshed. Possessing the body of nascent soul brought Tian Gui a faster improvement. Although this Yuan-Ing body is injured, it absorbs energy much faster than the fake infant body, and the energy level is completely different. Li Shiming moved his consciousness to Tian Gui's body. Of course, this is only one of the consciousnesses in 191 brains, since the body of the nascent soul contains the regular pattern of Nanming Lihua. He thought of trying to use the heavenly ghost to control the nascent soul body to run the Nanming Li fire cultivation method, in order to restore the Yuan-Ing faster. Injuries to the infant's body. If the body of the nascent soul recovers naturally like this, even with the help of the nascent soul level spiritual veins of the 4th grade pulse lock plate, it will take many years to recover. If the Nanming Lihua technique can be used, there is a healing technique in the inheritance that uses Nanming Lihua to repair the body, which will greatly promote the recovery of the nascent soul body. Chapter 346 Harvest. I have been so busy these days that I forgot to say Happy National Day. Li Shiming controlled the heavenly ghost and the nascent soul body to run the Nanming Lihua technique. But he found that after the nascent soul body lost the nascent soul, it also lost the body of Nanming Lihua. Nanming Lihua left with nascent soul, leaving behind this body. Most of the essence of the nascent soul ancestor is stored in the nascent soul, and the body only serves to protect the nascent soul. When fighting with the nascent soul ancestors of the same level, the nascent soul ancestors rarely use their bodies to fight, but fight through the nascent soul dharma, because the combat power of the nascent soul body is not strong, but its defense is powerful. Of course, what we are talking about here is the non-body refining Yuan-Ing, and the body refining Yuan-Ing monks are another system. Li Shiming's heart moved slightly, and an idea came into his mind. He flicked his fingers slightly, and a spark flew out of his body and entered the computer room space. This spark is his own Nanming Lihua fire, which comes from the Nanming Lihua inheritance. When fire falls on the body of the nascent soul, it should be that the nascent soul body will reject this Nanming Li fire. However, due to the unequal contractual relationship between the possessed heavenly ghost and Li Shiming at this time, everything belonging to the heavenly ghost belongs to Li Shiming, and Li Shiming's Nanming Lihua fire type is also in this contractual relationship with the heavenly ghost. There is a connection. In addition, it is the environment of the computer room space. Li Shiming's breath is everywhere here. Anything that stays in it for a long time will be contaminated with Li Shiming's breath. Therefore, the sparks of Nanming Lihua submerged into the body of the nascent soul. Although there is no core nascent soul, the Nanming Li fire sparks took the place of the nascent soul. The regular pattern of Nan Mingli fire. All over the body of the nascent soul lights up, and the flames rise from the body of the nascent soul, making it feel as if it is being swallowed by flames. A large amount of spiritual energy was sucked into the body, and the operation of the body's martial arts has long been instinctive. It does not require much control from the heavenly ghost, and it can operate the Nanming Lihua martial arts on its own. The spiritual energy was transformed into special spiritual power, and a special spiritual power pattern was formed and flew towards the Nanming Lihua Mars. Nanming Lihua! Mars obtained these spiritual power patterns. The Mars became a little brighter, and a weak energy flowed out from the Mars. This energy flowed to the injured area of the nascent soul body to repair the injury. Unfortunately, Mars is too small, and the energy flowing out is very little, which is a drop in the bucket for the injury. But Li Shiming's eyes were sharp. This Nanming Lihua spark was connected to him, and he could sense the situation of the Nanming Lihuo spark. Just at this moment, the spark of Nanming Lihua has strengthened a lot if he cultivates it himself with spiritual power. Not to mention the impact of draining the spiritual power in his golden elixir on his cultivation every time. He doesn't need to consider this impact. It also takes several months of hard work to achieve the operation of the nascent soul body. Of course, Li Shiming also understands that the enhancement of Nanming Lihua is only part of the practice of Nanming Lihuo, magical power. His body also needs to accept the changes of Nanming Lihuo as it continues to grow. Probably when he is promoted to nascent soul, his body will also have regular patterns of Nanming Lihua, similar to the body of nascent soul. The training of the nascent souls, Nanming Lihua, supernatural power took longer than Li Shiming expected. This practice took 10 days to complete. Only then did he understand why the ancestor of Yuanying would go into seclusion every time he practiced. Such a practice actually took 10 days. And practice like this is usually continuous, so that better results can be achieved. Especially when using some training auxiliary resources. If you stop practicing midway, every moment will be a waste of resources. Therefore, the ancestor of nascent soul will continue to practice until the auxiliary training resources are completely used. Any waste is unacceptable to the ancestor of Yuanying. The resources used by the ancestor of Yuanying are all 4th grade resources. They are so precious that even the ancestor of Yuanying is not willing to waste them at all. In 10 days, Nanmingli fire became a tiny flame, no longer a spark. Li Shiming's smile could hardly be concealed. He took Nanming Lihua back into his body and felt the terror of Nanming Lihuo. To be honest, Nanming Lihua is much more powerful than Qiang's spiritual fire. But this does not mean that Nanming Lihuo can replace Qiang's spiritual fire, at least in a short period of time. Even though he has the help of his natal magic weapons E15 and 191 brains. These are not the things that can help him control the Nanming Lihua. For example, Nanming Lihua in Li Shiming's hands is like a child holding a grenade. If he is against the enemy, he can throw the grenade out to kill the enemy, causing great damage. But if he wants to use the grenade to boil water, the consequences will still be destruction. Nanming Lihua is the grenade in Li Shiming's hand. He can use Nanming Lihuo to attack out of the body. This is the only method he can control at present. He needs to wait until his realm reaches the level where he can control Nanming Lihua before he can truly use Nanming Lihuo. By then, it will not be difficult for him to completely replace Qiang's spirit fire with Nanming Lihua to make elixirs. The Nanming Lihua he possesses now should not appear in his realm. Theoretically, this level of Nanming Lihua should be the flame that existed when the Nanming Lihuo was first practiced in the early stage of nascent soul. He was at the early stage of the golden elixir and used the nascent soul body to cheat and obtain the Nanming Lihua. It was good to be able to use it, so there was no need to consider its precise application. Although he has to separate a brain to control the heavenly ghosts and let his nascent soul body practice the Nanming Lihua technique, which takes 10 days at a time. This does not affect his usual doing other things. He has been adjusting the state of his body for the past 10 days. Although when he received the inheritance of Nanming Lihua, he found that the test of magical inheritance was not difficult for him. But the inheritance of Hexin Tong is a psychic supernatural power after all. And it is also the most dangerous inheritance of magical powers. He waited for 10 days before his nascent soul body completed one round of the Nanming Lihua technique. He needed to wait until his 191 brains were completely free, which would be his best state before he could perform the inheritance test of Hexin Tong. He took out the 4th grade formation plate and the formation in it was the Tiangang 4-phase array. He activated the Tiangang 4-phase array, and at the same time took out several third-grade formation flags. Using his understanding of the formation, the Tiangang 4-phase array has been strengthened. At this time, he took out the heart-shaped relic from the machine room space. The reason for this is to prevent Shibaji Temple from sensing the location of the heart-shaped relic. When he first obtained the Yuzu relic that recorded the inheritance of Shinzu Tong, he discovered that the monks at Chiba Temple had some sense of the inheritance relic and could trace the location of the inheritance relic. Now he is no longer a newbie in the world of immortality, who had little knowledge of immortality before. The knowledge of formations he has mastered can block this kind of induction. Especially after obtaining the 4th grade formation plate, he was confident that he could use the Tiangang 4-phase formation of the 4th grade formation plate to block the Venerable Qianye Temple's induction of the inherited relics. He took out the heart-shaped relic and waited for a moment. With his strong spirit, if Shibaji really sensed the existence of the heart-shaped relic, he would definitely feel it. He smiled. It seemed that the Tiangang 4-phase array, arranged on the 4th grade array plate, was indeed very effective. He sat down cross-legged. Under him was a miscellaneous Putuan found in the space ring of Ancestor Wang Zhao. He didn't pay much attention to this Putuan at first. It wasn't until he sat on it that he realized that this Putuan had implications for cultivation. Special effects. Even if he had received the inheritance of weapon refining, he would not be able to know the characteristics of such rare objects that were not produced in the northern Shu continent. This made him pay more attention to the debris in the space ring. The items that could be placed in the space ring of Ancestor Wang Zhao would most likely not be useless. He was wearing a 3rd grade robe, with the Putuan commonly used by Yuanying ancestors under him. And next to him was a 4th grade pulse-locking disc, with nascent soul-level spiritual veins inside, which made the spiritual energy around him almost as rich as the extreme. This cultivation environment is the cultivation environment of Yuanying Ancestor. It is estimated that not many people in the Golden Core stage can have such luxury. If Patriarch Wang Zhao hadn't been tricked, he probably wouldn't have been able to have such cultivation resources even if he had been refining alchemy for hundreds of years. The Yuanying level spiritual veins in these 4th grade pulse-locking discs alone are not something he can possess. As far as Shushan sect is concerned, in such a large sect, only the Yuanying ancestor is qualified to enjoy the Yuanying level spiritual veins. His eyes were calm, and his natal magic weapon Z15 was in its best condition. He released a divine thought, which was a divine thought controlled by the brain. The spiritual thought entered the heart-shaped relic. As soon as the spiritual thought entered it, the consciousness of the brain was brought in together. From this brain's perspective, he saw himself among the crowd. The crowd seemed endless, filled with people of all kinds, with different statuses, ages, and professions. There were mortals and monks, old and young, men and women. Just when Li Shiming appeared in the crowd, he suddenly heard the voices of the people next to him. A scholar. The scholar's eyes were looking at the woman beside him, and what he was thinking about was his admiration for the woman. There was a woodcutter. The woodcutter was counting the copper coins in his hand, thinking that he could buy some mixed wine when he went back today and give the remaining money to his old wife. There was a monk. The monk was reciting Buddhist scriptures, but he kept looking at the beautiful woman next to him with the corner of his eye. He liked her, but did not dare to show it. A murderer. The murderer was looking at the scholar, calculating how much money the scholar had on him, and at the same time looking at the copper coins in the woodcutter's hand, wondering if he could snatch the copper coins from the woodcutter's hand. An official. The official was sitting in a sedan chair, thinking about a murder in his mind. As soon as the arrest was made, the arrestor looked at the murderer, comparing it with the wanted list, and thinking about the identity of the murderer. Li Shiming first heard the voice of one person, and then more and more, and the voice of everyone in the endless crowd rang in his mind. At the beginning, I was still curious, but when my thoughts became numerous, it turned into an annoying noise. But for some reason, Li Shiming was still able to hear everyone's voice clearly. Hearing the voices of thousands of people at the same time is enough to make anyone feel devastated, especially in such an environment. Every voice carries everyone's emotions, and all kinds of emotions gathered in his heart are enough to destroy a person's mind. Li Shiming does not only have one brain. Perhaps with his golden elixir level brain, it is not a problem to process the voices of thousands of people. But it is impossible to process the voices and emotions of tens of thousands of people in an instant. But he is not good at it. But his natal magic weapon Z15 is extremely good at it. Just when countless voices came into his heart, The natal magic weapon Z15 listed a table. The table clearly clarifies the content of each voice, its emotions, and even analyzes its character. Li Shiming didn't know how to pass the test of his telepathic inheritance. Every time this test passed, many more voices were added to his heart, and the emotions mixed with his voice became more and more intense, especially after adding the monk's voice. His emotions can directly affect the mind of the fellow monk. Fortunately, no matter what the impact, Li Shiming will always bear 191% of his entire mind, and the impact on him is within a bearable range. Unless this test can instantly destroy his consciousness left in the heart-shaped relic, he can allocate the feelings he endured to the other 190 brains, weakening the impact. After an unknown period of time, the heart-shaped relic no longer added any more voices. After that, all the voices disappeared, and the crowd he was in also disappeared. His consciousness was connected to the core of the heart-shaped relic. A heart-shaped pattern flew out of the heart-shaped relic and entered his consciousness, followed by a large amount of information. Other mind power. This kind of magical power is a kind of spiritual power. With other mind power, one can perceive what others are thinking within a certain range at any time, and can also affect the minds of others to a certain extent. There are strict restrictions on influencing other people's minds. The other party's mind needs to be weaker than his to be able to influence their mind through other minds. Although this other mind power is not an offensive magical power, it has the power of an offensive magical power. When dealing with weak existences, the effect of affecting the mind is enough to make the enemy unable to control the body, and his consciousness is trapped in the scene he created. To be honest, this other mind communication is not as powerful as Li Shiming imagined. With his current strength, the only ones he can't deal with are the golden elixir monks at the level of the Great Elder and the Yuaning ancestors with a higher level. It doesn't help at all in this regard. Of course, it still needs to be tried whether the ability of his mind to sense what others are thinking can be effective on a golden elixir monk at the level of Grand Elder. If it is useful, it may be able to help him take the initiative in battle. Li Shiming withdrew his spiritual thoughts, and there was a magical pattern of other minds in his soul. This is the fundamental pattern of other minds. He even discovered that he seemed to have obtained the entire inheritance of other mind communication. The basic pattern of other mind communication was complete. In the future, he only needed to continuously strengthen the basic pattern of other mind communication to achieve the goal. The power of other minds is getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 347 Cultivation. Happy National Day. The pavilion on the top of Jijian Peak is where Li Shiming entertains guests. Li Shiming sat at the main seat next to the stone table in the pavilion. This meeting with the guests was an appointment. It was also the first time he came out of seclusion after more than 10 days of seclusion. With his current status, as long as the status of the guest is not too high, he does not need to go out to welcome the guests as a normal elder of the Jinden sect. A figure flew slowly and landed outside the pavilion. This was a middle-aged Jinden monk, and the mark on his body was that of an elder of Qinhuan sect. Zhu Chong has met Master Li. Zhu Chong showed great respect. He bowed and saluted when they met, not treating himself as an equal at all. In fact, he is one generation older than Li Shiming. Zhu Chong is good friends with Master Luo of Qinhuan sect, and Master Luo is Yin Shirlan's master. But in the world of cultivators, unless there is a true master-disciple relationship, they will not talk about friendship at all. However, it was precisely this relationship that made Zhu Chong qualified to meet Li Shiming. I still have to thank Senior Sister Luo. If it weren't for Senior Sister Luo, there would be no chance of asking Master Li to make alchemy. This is not what Zhu Chong is saying, but what Zhu Chong is thinking. At this distance, although Zhu Chong is a monk in the middle stage of Jindan, his spirit is weaker than Li Shiming's, so his thoughts are sensed by Li Shiming's other minds. Talking to others is not impossible to turn off. But Li Shiming, who is new to taking to others, can't help but want to try the effect of taunting to others. Master Li is so young. This is another idea of Zhu Chong. Obviously, Zhu Chong has no other ideas and his attitude towards Li Shiming is sincere. The world of cultivating immortals is a world where strength is respected. Li Shiming's alchemy level far exceeds that of other alchemy masters. This alone makes all the golden elixir cultivators highly sought after, even if there are few who have a bad feeling for Li Shiming in their hearts. Fellow Taoists, please sit down and talk first. Li Shiming smiled and helped Zhu Chong up, then pointed to the stone bench next to him and said. He poured Zhu Chong a cup of 3-grade spiritual tea. which was the way to entertain distinguished guests. From what Zhu Chang was thinking, he knew that Zhu Chang was extremely satisfied with his reception, and even wanted to give Yin Shiruan some benefits after returning to Qinhuan's sect. The two sides sat down to taste tea, and Zhu Chang was full of praise for the third-grade Lingsha. Li Shiming is so generous. On the one hand, because Yin Shiruan is in Qinhuan's sect, and still needs the care of his uncles, and uncles, like Zhu Chang. On the other hand, he has a few third-grade Ling tea trees in his hands, plus the third-grade tea trees that others usually give him. Spiritual tea is not a particularly precious thing to him. Fellow Taoists, are you ready with the elixir? Li Shiming changed to the main topic after chatting for a while. Zhu Chang had been waiting for his words for a long time, but chatting with Li Shiming before was the best opportunity to make friends. He had heard that most of the golden elixir monks came here and handed over alchemy materials. Not even spiritual tea will prepare. Masterly, the elixir is here. Zhu Chang placed a storage bag in front of Li Shiming. Li Shiming's mind entered the storage bag and saw 3 third-grade spiritual elixir materials used in the midterm cultivation of the golden elixir. In addition, there were 3 third-grade spiritual fruits and a small box of newly picked third-grade spiritual tea leaves. Third-grade spiritual fruit and spiritual tea are gifts in addition to compensation, which can be regarded as an unspoken rule. No monk will say this part of the effort. He is very lucky to be able to invite Li Shiming to take action. Look at how many golden elixir monks in the world of immortality have no chance to meet Li Shiming. Even with the resources in their hands, they cannot invite Li Shiming, the one who made alchemy. Since Li Shiming was promoted to the golden elixir stage, in addition to refining a large number of elixirs at the beginning, he later reduced the interval between elixir refining and opened a furnace almost every 10 days. Moreover, he has not taken much of the elixir refining business in the early stage of Jin Dan. He will only sell the third-grade elixir in the early stage of Jin Dan if it comes from orders from Beishu Trading Company. The more this happens, the more precious it is to ask Li Shiming to make alchemy. Zhu Chang also spent more than half a year to obtain these 3 elixirs, relying on Master Luo's connections to find them. Fellow Taoists, just rest outside the sect for 2 days. After 2 days, I will ask my entourage to send the elixir there. Li Shiming thought for a moment and said, Thank you, Master Li. Zhu Chang bowed with surprise on his face. Under normal circumstances, when the materials are delivered to Li Shiming has the final say when to refine the elixir, even if it takes 10 days and a half. It is normal. Besides, he needs to open 3 furnaces of alchemy here. According to Li Shiming's rules, it takes 30 days to complete. This definitely gave him a lot of face, and he felt more at ease if he got the elixir earlier. Li Shiming smiled. This was not only a face to Master Luo, but also a kind of compensation. He used Zhu Chang to test the effect of Huxin Tong. Although Zhu Chang didn't know it, he needed to give him something in return. After sending Zhu Chang away, Li Shiming smiled and put the 3 alchemy materials into the computer room space, and a brain started to make alchemy in the computer room space. His alchemy refining is not as troublesome as outsiders think. That is, there is only 1 alchemy furnace, so he can only open 1 furnace at a time. He felt the 5 golden elixirs in his body. Due to the previous battle and the consumption of practicing Nanming Lihua, they had been replenished and improved. Nanming Lihua is above the fire attribute golden elixir, and it is continuously deepening its connection with the fire attribute golden elixir, which makes him have to reduce the use of fire attribute golden elixirs. Although he cannot practice it on his own because the Nanming Lihua technique requires too much spiritual power. But as long as Nanming Lihua is in his body, it will subtly strengthen its relationship with the fire attribute golden elixir to achieve the goal of practicing Nanming Lihua, the effect of the Nanming Lihua technique. Although this effect is only 1% of the practice method, it can continuously increase the power of his fire attribute golden elixir. And due to the relationship of the 5 elements receiving chi array, when the power of the fire attribute golden elixir is increased, the power of the other 4 golden elixirs will also be increased at the same time through the conversion of spiritual power in the 5 elements receiving chi array. It seems that the refining of the magic weapon will be postponed for a while. Li Shiming murmured to himself. He got a lot of meteorite gold stones, enough to refine 10 flying sword magic weapons. If he had 10 high-grade flying sword magic weapons that he refined by himself, with the ability of the natal magic weapon Z15, his combat power would definitely be greatly improved. But the premise is that he needs to use the fire of the golden elixir to refine the weapon. The flame of the fire attribute golden elixir is the best flame for refining the weapon. The most important one at the moment is Nanming Lihua, and his plan will be delayed. He looked at the time and saw that it was time for him to refine his body. His body training technique is still the Vajra body protection divine art. Although he has obtained the mountain building hegemonic body skill, the Vajra body protection magic skill is not much weaker than the mountain building hegemony body skill. The most important thing is his Vajra body protection magic. The body divine technique has been practiced since the chi chaining stage, and with the blessing of the true meaning of the technique, the effect of practicing the Vajra body protection magic technique is far superior to other body training techniques. He is already in the minor stage of the golden elixir chapter of Vajra body protection divine art. His body is already much stronger than the early stage golden elixir monks. After reaching the minor completion stage, his body is no weaker than that of the middle and late golden elixir monks. This is something unimaginable. There is a huge gap between each realm in the golden core stage. The problem is that his foundation is too deep. When he breaks through the golden elixir, his body refining in the foundation building stage has reached the level of body refining in the early stage of the golden elixir. Li Shiming was probably the only one who didn't feel this way. The enemies he encountered were all extremely powerful, making him almost forget that he was still an early stage Jindan monk. In terms of body refining, Li Shiming compared it with the great elder level body refining golden elixir that could not break through his full attack. At this time, that person's body was in the computer room space. Every time I see that body, my achievements in body training are simply not worth mentioning. Today, Li Shiming was ready to speed up his body refining process. He carefully took out a jade bottle, and his mind lifted out a drop of milky white liquid. This drop of milky white liquid spiritual energy fluctuated greatly. As soon as it appeared in the air, the whole room was filled with a rich fragrance. Just by smelling the fragrance, he felt his body heating up. The 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk is either given to the Ancestor of Yuanying to strengthen the body of the Ancestor of Yuanying, or it is used to allow the great leader in the secret stronghold of Tianqing Trading Company to break through the golden elixir of body refining. Now it fell into his hands. A total of 20 drops. And he and his clone Li Yuanba each divided 10 drops. He did not dare to let the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk volatilize in the air, and swallowed the Tianlu Immortal Milk in one gulp. A terrifying heat radiated from his abdomen to his whole body, and his skin instantly turned crimson red. His blood energy suddenly increased many times, and a column of air formed by the heat of blood energy in his body rose from the top of his head. He shouted loudly, and the true meaning of angry eyes Vajra appeared behind him, and the golden pill chapter of Vajra body protection magic started to operate. Every movement he makes will cause the sound of wind and thunder in his body, which is the sound of huge energy flow within his body. The energy provided by Tianlu Immortal Milk to the body is pure body refining energy, which can be directly refined by any body refining technique and becomes a material for body strengthening. His body was like a greedy glutton, devouring the energy in his body. The swallowed energy was converted into Vajra power by the Vajra body protection magic art, allowing his physique to increase at an extremely fast speed. To be honest, this 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk should not appear in the hands of early Golden Core monks, or even in the hands of Golden Core monks. Tianlu Immortal Milk and other 4th grade body refining treasures. Even if the Yuanying Ancestor knows about it, he will snatch it away. Although the Yuanying Ancestor does not use the main body to fight, the power of the main body has a great impact on the cultivation effect. Protecting the nascent soul has great benefits. Therefore, Yuanying Ancestor also attaches great importance to strengthening the body. At the level of the nascent soul Ancestor, it is not easy to strengthen the body. There are already very few spiritual objects that can be effective. In other words, Li Shiming's body refining foundation is extremely strong. Otherwise, a drop of the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk would probably burst his body. After stopping the Vajra body protection divine art, Li Shiming felt extremely powerful. Although he was still far from the body refining level of a great elder level body refining monk, he was sure that his current body could at least be compared to the normal late stage golden elixir monk. With his body refining ability, he could fight in close combat with late stage Jindan monks while holding a long sword in his hand. This is extremely important to him. He has the magical power of Buing Lotus. Once he has the strength to fight head on with the late stage Jindan monks, he can easily kill the late stage Jindan monks. In the past, It seemed extremely easy for him to fight against late-stage Jindan cultivators. But that was based on the power of the Thunder method. He used the ability of the natal magic weapon Z15 to activate many third-grade Thunder attribute spells at the same time, which meant that many Thunder methods were shot at the same time. This makes it easier to defeat the late-stage Jindan monks. But now, he can fight against late-stage Jindan cultivators simply with his body-refining ability. Bu Shanglian can get up close regardless of distance, and the natal magic weapon Z15 can help him analyze the enemy's reaction, turning the battle into a close combat. Give him the greatest advantage. This is just one drop of the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk, which has such an effect. When all 10 drops of Tianlu Immortal Milk are taken, what will happen to his body-refining strength? Li Shiming was excited, but he also understood that it was precisely because this was the first time he took Tianlu Immortal Milk that he had such an improvement. The next time he took Tianlu Immortal Milk, the effect would be weaker. He casually cast a cleaning technique, and the sweat stains on his body surface during practice were removed. He walked into the underground factory. Unlike usual, there were 7 figures busy in the factory, and multiple machines were also running. These 7 figures are 7 silver corpses. After the corpse refining strength reaches the silver corpse, the flexibility of the body has been greatly improved, and it can accurately make slight manipulations. Li Shiming used 7 brains to control 7 silver corpses to conduct technology research and development in the underground factory on his behalf. The silver corpse with 3 heads and 6 arms has not become smarter just because it has 2 more heads. Everything still needs to be controlled by Li Shiming and the magic weapon Z15. Silver corpses also have spiritual thoughts. One silver corpse can control machines in an area through spiritual thoughts. The role played by 7 silver corpses is equivalent to 7 researchers with golden elixir cultivation, especially under the command of the natal magic weapon Z15. Every action is purposeful, and there are no redundant operations. Due to the large amount of consumption before, Li Shiming's accumulated explosives were exhausted, and he also had more ideas about the effectiveness of artillery in actual use. I'll find a time to promote all the other iron corpses. I just need to report them to the Sect, Li Shiming said with satisfaction, as he looked at the work of the silver corpses. With silver corpse as his assistant, he probably doesn't even have to come to the underground factory in person. It's just that the scale of the underground factory is too large, and 7 silver corpses are not enough. Anyway, the promotion of 6 consecutive iron corpses has been successful before. With this probability, there should be no problems in the promotion of Neza, Juetu, and the other 4 iron corpses. It's just that the Sect needs to be informed about this situation of continuously triggering thunder. Otherwise it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Chapter 348 Discovery. A young man was riding in a carriage, which was in a convoy. The young man controlled the horses pulling the carriage. The young man's expression was calm, and there was a stability in his eyes that was not for his age. His name is Wang Yi, which is his new name, or the name he arranged for this body. He is the identity of Patriarch Wang Zhao after he seized his body, and he does not want to stay in the sphere of influence of the righteous path. Whenever he thought of the person who was tracking him and the extremely weird tracking method, he felt a sense of creepiness. In recent days, he has been worried all the time. Worried that a refined corpse will suddenly appear and attack him, or that a white lotus will appear next to him and take away his life. This prevented him from concentrating on his cultivation, which was unimaginable for him, who used to be the ancestor of nascent soul. He understood that it was the previous incident that caused him to have inner demons. With his current state, the inner demons had very little influence on him. But if you want to improve your strength, you need to find ways to weaken the influence of the inner demons. After your strength improves, you can then consider how to exorcise the inner demons. Based on some information left by Tianqing Trading Company, he thought of a way to leave the righteous forces. He used some spiritual stones, and through the guidance of intelligence, found the middleman who was related to the Jucheng shop in the mountain city of Shirwanda Mountain. This time Wang Yi transported a batch of goods to Jieshan City as a shop clerk in Jucheng. In this way, he could leave the righteous forces. In the world of immortality, commercial hub cities, like Xiangjia Mountain City, are actually the safest. When he recovers some strength, he can sneak into Shirwanda Mountain, where there are a lot of resources, and he can get them at will as long as he is strong enough. The carriage passed the Jieshan checkpoint without any trouble. After passing the Jieshan Pass and not far from Jieshan City, Wang Yi felt that his inner demon was weakening. It seemed that he had made the right choice. After leaving the sphere of influence of the righteous path, no matter how powerful the Qianye Temple monks, who were tracking him were. They would not be able to go deep into the 100,000 mountains to find him. Who would care about a little boy in a shop? And how would they think that this little boy is the reincarnation of the Yuan-Ing ancestor? Li Yuanbao looked at Yuxing in front of him, who was reporting on the situation in the past few days. There was a playful look in his eyes, which made Yuxing always have the illusion of being seen through when he reported. In fact, Yuxing was indeed seen through. But Li Yuanbao was too lazy to pursue Yuxing for a trivial matter. After the original body, Li Shiming learned the other mind power. The clone Li Yuanbao shared this magical power, and even copied the basic pattern of the magical power in his soul. It's a pity that the magical power of Nanming Lihua cannot be shared. Li Yuanbao does not have a fire attribute golden elixir, and Nanming Lihua does not even have a living space. Not to mention that the Nanming Lihua fire type that attacks the magical power is not like the pattern of the magical power can be obtained by sharing. It was through other minds that Li Yuanbao sensed Yuxing's thoughts. Of course, through the experiments of the original body Li Shiming and the clone Li Yuanbao. Other minds are not omnipotent. If you want to use telepathy to find out what others are thinking, in addition to being mentally weaker than the caster, telepathy can only listen to what others are thinking, and it is impossible to find out what they are not thinking. Just like now, because Yuxing is reporting on his work, he will inevitably think of his own manipulations. Li Yuanbao knows these things through other minds. Yuxing is pretty good, and the advantages he takes are not too great. In addition, Yuxing has good abilities. If Yuxing is missing, would Li Yuanbao have to take charge of things by himself? There have been a lot of things going on recently, so keep an eye on things in the town, Li Yuanbao confessed and waved his hand for Yuxing to step back. After Yuxing left, he was very quiet and thought about it, changed into ordinary clothes, and walked out of the guard house. Ever since he was attacked by Chibaji Temple, he has never taken off the heart band, and has always worn it on his head. This doubled his mental power. As long as he walked around the town, he could scan the entire Jishan town with his spiritual mind. This was also one of the ways he got used to talking to others. Li Shiming, the main body, didn't have so much time to move around in crowded places, so only his clone did it. Without the natal magic weapon Z15, when he activated his mind and walked in the town, countless voices came into his mind, making him very uncomfortable. This is really using one brain to process a large number of thoughts. Fortunately, although there are many people in the town, it has not reached the point where he can't bear it. It also happens to be a good way to hone oneself. If Tongxin is applied well, it is a very practical ability. Since Jishan City is a commercial city, most of the voices he heard were intrigues. After he was able to listen to his voices, he recognized the name Profiteer even more. Like a god from above, he listened to what the world was doing. Because he was the most powerful monk here, he found that his mentality was different from before. In his eyes, these people, whether they were mortals or monks, in his eyes, they are all like ants. He shook his head. This other mind connection actually made him feel like a god. If others knew that he had mastered other minds, he would probably not even have friends. Who dares to associate with a monk who has mastered other minds would not be showing everything about himself. As long as a monk is a monk, he has secrets, and no monk is willing to share his secrets with others. That is to say, when he reaches Li Yuanbao's level, some of the monk's secrets he heard cannot impress him. If his strength is weaker, maybe his mind can really become a tool to seize opportunities. When his spiritual mind swept across the Juchong shop, his figure froze. He heard someone's voice, which actually contained deep resentment towards Qianya Temple. Juchong shop is the property of Qianhuan's sect. There is no conflict between Qianhuan's sect and Qianya Temple. They are both large sects of the right path, and have an alliance with each other. Not to mention, even if the two major sects have conflicts, they have nothing to do with a Qi chain stage monk. It's not that Li Yuanbao underestimates the monks in the chain Qi stage, but that the strength of the chain Qi stage is not qualified to participate in conflicts between major sects. As Li Yuanbao paid more attention to that person, his mind remained on that person for a while longer, and more thoughts came from that person. Li Yuanbao's heart suddenly shook. He knew who this person was. He never thought that the escaped nascent soul would actually be reborn and come to him. Ancestor Wang Zhao. That is Ancestor Yuan-Ing. Ancestor Wang Zhao's body is still in the machine room space of the main body. Li Shiming and Patriarch Wang Zhao had a deadly feud. Although Patriarch Wang Zhao did not hear any hatred against Li Shiming from the voice of Patriarch Wang Zhao, If Patriarch Wang Zhao regained his strength, this matter would still be possible. Maybe found out. The most important thing is that Li Shiming has a lot of 4th grade treasures belonging to Ancestor Wang Zhao. He will use them one day. If he meets Ancestor Wang Zhao then, he will probably know the whole story. There was a hint of chill in Li Yuanba's eyes. But he did not take action immediately. This is the reincarnation of the Ancestor Yuanying. It seems that the realm is only the chain energy stage. But who knows whether the Ancestor Wang Zhao has any means to protect himself. He glanced at the Juchong shops in the distance. Then turned and returned to the governor's mansion. That night, Wang Yi didn't know that his identity had been discovered. The room he was in was a 3-person room. And 3 Qi stage monks lived in the same room. We can't blame the poor conditions here. The Qi stage monks working in Juchong shops are paid a lot of money. Under normal circumstances, as long as they work here for a few years, they will have enough training resources in the Qi stage. Wang Yi is also sleeping. He will start practicing in the early morning. At that time, everyone is sleeping the deepest. He also practices Nanming Lihua. When he first starts practicing, he must use Yang Qi every morning. It is most suitable when you first rise. In the quiet room, the 2 Changqi monks opened their eyes together. There was no emotion in their eyes. Like 2 controlled puppets. In the air hundreds of meters away from Juchong's shop, Li Yuanba closed his eyes tightly. This was the first time he used other minds to control a monk. However, because the monk being controlled was very weak and only in the Changqi stage, he did not feel the resistance of the 2 Changqi monks. Wang Yi's sleep seems ordinary, but it is actually a method of spiritual cultivation. Using sleep can continuously improve his spirit. This kind of secret method is the top secret method in the world of immortal cultivation, and it should never appear in the hands of Changqi monks. Since this body needs to rebuild the Nanming Lihua, he is not in a hurry to improve the body's realm. The improvement of the realm is too simple for him. At least before he was promoted to the Golden Core stage, he had no bottlenecks. And he didn't need any resources to break through the bottlenecks. Of course, if he had training resources, he could regain his strength earlier. What he has to do now is to lay a solid foundation so that the body's spirit and physique can be greatly improved. This is his last body. Even if he reaches the nascent soul stage again, he can no longer use the nascent soul to seize his body. So the foundation of this body is extremely important to his future. Wang Yi suddenly felt danger. This feeling originated from the instinct of a high-level monk. After taking the body, this ability was much weaker, but it still gave him a vigilance far beyond the same level. He opened his eyes and saw 2 fellow monks holding low-grade magic weapons. One of them had a low-grade magic weapon just 1 punch away from him. He didn't have time to think more about why the 2 fellow Qi chain monks attacked him. There were too many such things in the world of immortality. It was just for a look. For some resources. Maybe the spiritual stones he took out for this position. Etc. Anyway, the energy fluctuations generated by the attack by the Changqi monks are extremely weak. And the Juchong shop is protected by the formation. So it cannot be transmitted outside and be sensed by the formation in Jieshan town. As long as the 2 Changqi cultivators move quickly enough to kill him and then dispose of his body, Juchong shop will at most ask, and will not go to war over a small Changqi cultivator like him. Wang Yi opened his mouth and spat out a ball of red flames. The red flames were extremely fast and hit the nearest Changqi monk. The Changqi monk's body, together with the low-grade magic weapon in his hand, turned into ashes the moment it was hit by the red flames. The other Changqi monk was not affected at all by the death of his companion. Under the control of his mind, he still fearlessly pounced on Wang Yi. After Wang Yi spit out a mouthful of fire, his face turned pale, because the Qi chain monk's attack was too sudden. He had no choice but to resort to life-saving measures. The red flame just now was a ball of Nanmingli fire that was retained when Yuanying merged into this body. Using such means to attack the Qi chain monks was definitely like a cannon to kill mosquitoes. But it was too critical just now. Wang Yi turned over to pass the attack of the Changqi monk, and turned his hand to reveal a red long sword. When he held the red sword in his hand, the skin of his entire arm burst open and blood spurted out. This is a 4th grade long sword. Although it is his natal magic weapon, such a 4th grade long sword is held by the body of the Changqi stage, and it is not something that the Changqi stage body can bear. With a sweep of the 4th pink-red sword, the Changqi monk and the low-grade magic weapon were cut open. Before the Changqi monk and the low-grade magic weapon could fall to the ground, they were burned by the flames of the 4th pink-red long sword. Became ashes? The battle begins in an instant and ends in an instant. Wang Yi's face turned pale. White breath came out of his mouth. And the 4th grade sword was thrown aside by him. He forcibly used Nan Ming Lihua and used the 4th grade long sword to hollow out his chi-stage body in one fell swoop. How brave! How dare you fight in Jieshan City? A voice sounded in the sky above Jieshan City. And then the terrifying golden elixir pressure descended. Everyone in Jieshan City felt the power from the air. But they did not feel panic. Because they knew that there was only one person in Jieshan City who could erupt with such power. And that was the guardian Jin Dan of Jieshan City. The powerful Jin Dan sword repair. It is said that this Jin Dan sword cultivator alone suppressed many Jin Dan elders on the opposite side of Jindao. The Jin Dan guarding Jieshan City is extremely powerful. In recent times, few people in Jieshan City dare to cause trouble in the city. Wang Yi looked extremely ugly. What he valued in Jieshan City was the safety here. But he had only arrived not long ago. And before he could really start practicing, he got into trouble. Until now, he had never thought that the 2 Chain Chi monks were controlled by others. The magical power of other minds is the most bizarre magical power. He would not have thought that there were other minds in Jieshan City. The existence of monks. Wang Yi quickly stretched out his hand to grab the 4th grade long sword. No matter what, he had to put away the 4th grade long sword first. Otherwise, once the golden elixir outside discovered it, the 4th grade long sword would not be able to be saved. Just when his hand was about to touch the 4th grade long sword, the terrifying sword intent broke through the formation of Juchong's shop and fell on him, restraining him from making any move. Li Yuanba's figure landed in Juchong's shop with an arrogant attitude and broke through the roof. His eyes fell on the 4th grade long sword. And he put the 4th grade long sword into the space ring with a wave of his hand. Wang Yi wanted to say something, but he didn't say a word. With his status and strength, it was useless to say anything. Chapter 349 Solution. The rules of Jieshan City are that if you kill anyone in Jieshan City, you will be punished. Li Yuanba looked at Wang Yi and said in a deep voice. His spiritual thoughts fell on Wang Yi. Although Wang Yi did not have the 4th grade sword, he still did not intend to take action like this. From Wang Yi's voice, he knew that the other party did not know that the whole incident was related to him. Wang Yi still thought that everything was due to the greed of 2 fellow monks. So he took action and was noticed by the Jieshan City formation. This attracted the guarding Jin Dan of Jieshan City. But what made him secretly shocked was that the swordsmanship of this guarding Jin Dan was extremely powerful. At least among the sword cultivators of the Jin Dan stage. Few could match it. Compared to... Please, sir, please investigate clearly. It was because they suddenly attacked me that I fought back. That treasure will be given to you. Sir, please spare your life. When he knelt down and begged, feeling aggrieved, he was thinking of all kinds of vicious revenge methods. But he didn't know that all his thoughts were heard by Li Yuanba. Come back to the governor's mansion with me first, and I will investigate clearly. Li Yuanba looked at him lightly and said coldly. At this time, the shopkeeper of the Juchong store and several deacons came over and looked at the murder scene in the house, but did not speak for Wang Yi. Wang Yi is not a disciple of Qianhuan Sect, but a casual cultivator recruited. Since something has been committed in Jieshan City, it should be handled by Jieshan City. They are here to seek wealth. And they are not that stupid to turn against the genius Jin Dan sword cultivator of Sun Luo's sect because of a casual cultivator. Since Li Yuanba did not attack Wang Yi on the spot, Wang Yi followed Li Yuanba honestly. When they arrived at the tutelary mansion, Li Yuanba took Wang Yi into the backyard of the tutelary mansion. This was his training place, and the aura was extremely rich. Wang Yi didn't understand why Li Yuanba brought him here. Shouldn't he be put in a cell for interrogation? Wang Yi, tell me, where did you get that long sword magic weapon? Li Yuanba asked as if he knew nothing. Sir, I got it by accident. Wang Yi replied without any hesitation. He had already considered the origin of the 4th grade long sword on the way he was brought there. Anyway, in the world of immortality, there are also monks who encounter opportunities and obtain treasures left by their predecessors. I see that you are very energetic. Have you acquired any other skills along with this long sword magic weapon? Li Yuanba asked again. Now Wang Yi finally understood what Li Yuanba was thinking. It seemed that Li Yuanba wanted to get more benefits from him. Also, a 4th grade longsword magic weapon is very likely to be put together with other treasures. Considering how precious the 4th grade longsword magic weapon is, the other treasures will not be too bad. Wang Yi has practiced the god cultivation technique, and is naturally more powerful mentally than ordinary chi chain cultivators of the same level. Wang Yi was currently deciding how to deal with Li Yuanba's greed. You have a good talent. If what you give satisfies me, I will consider accepting you as a registered disciple. Seeing that he did not respond immediately, Li Yuanba offered him a temptation. Wang Yi looked at Li Yuanba. To be honest, he had no intention of becoming Li Yuanba's disciple, let alone a registered disciple. As long as he is given enough time, he can break through to the golden elixir stage in a few years. By the time he reaches the golden elixir stage, he will be stronger than Li Yuanba in terms of combat power. Of course, when comparing the combat power, he judged Li Yuanba as a normal swordsman. However, the conditions proposed by Li Yuanba were still somewhat attractive to him. If he really became Li Yuanba's registered disciple, then at least he would not have to worry about anything in terms of safety. As long as he lived under Li Yuanba's protection for a period of time, he would have the strength to leave this place and go deep into the 100,000 mountains to practice on his own. What he feels most distressed about is the 4th grade long sword. The 4th grade long sword is his natal magic weapon. Other monks lose most of its power after acquiring it. But in his hands, it is the guarantee that he can be invincible in the golden elixir stage. You must know that monks in the golden core stage cannot use 4th grade magic weapons. But situations like him who have refined 4th grade magic weapons into natal magic weapons are exceptions. In the golden elixir stage, he holds a 4th grade magic weapon. No golden elixir monk's magic weapon can resist the 4th grade magic weapon in his hand. It's not that he doesn't have other methods, but methods such as Nan Ming Li Hua are a bit expensive to use during the golden elixir stage, and cannot be used as freely as the 4th grade natal magic weapon. Sir, when I got the long sword magic weapon, I also got a god cultivating technique. Wang Yi thought about it, and decided to come up with a technique that is enough to impress Li Yuanba. Anyway, when his strength recovers, Li Yuanba was silent. With your spirit, you can use the Jade Slip. You record the skills in the Jade Slip. I will see how the skills go before making a decision. Li Yuanba took out a blank Jade Slip and threw it over. Wang Yi took the blank Jade Slip, put it between his eyebrows, tried hard to mobilize his energy, and recorded a piece of the art of greeting the sky and sleeping in dreams in it. This is a god cultivating technique he obtained through Tianxing Trading Company. This Tian sleeping dream technique is of a very high level, and it is extraordinary to be specially collected by Yuaning Ancestor. Li Yuanba used his spiritual mind to check the Jade Slips. This Tian sleeping and dreaming technique was written down by Li Shiming, who was in the Shushan Sect, and analyzed through the natal magic weapon Z15. The main body Li Shiming found that this technique was not stored in the space ring of Patriarch Wang Zhao, which was an unexpected surprise. Li Yuanba guessed from Wang Yi's sleeping state that he was practicing some special technique. After asking for it, he heard the voice in Wang Yi's head and learned the value of the Tian sleeping and dreaming technique. Although Wang Yi must still have many valuable skills, Li Yuanba is not prepared to force him any further. Wang Yi is like a time bomb. If you push too hard, it may explode. Very good. You stay here, and I will bring you training resources. I will also check your performance in the next few days before deciding whether to accept you as a registered disciple. Li Yuanba said with a smile. Wang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief after Li Yuanba left. He didn't take it lightly. With his current state, he couldn't tell whether he was being watched. He didn't think that Li Yuanba wanted to do anything to him. Without knowing his details, Li Yuanba wanted to kill him casually with his strength as a golden elixir monk. So when he saw that Li Yuanba was willing to take him in, he really believed it. Wang Yi rested for a night, and early the next morning, someone came to him. My name is Yu Xing, and the elder asked me to deliver this. The person who came was Deacon Yu Xing. He looked at Wang Yi with envy in his eyes, and said at the same time, he handed Wang Yi a jade bottle. In his opinion, Wang Yi was so lucky that he was favored by Li Yuanba. Who is Li Yuanba? He is the disciple of Elder Jian, the disciple of Patriarch Lu, and the disciple who is paid attention to by Patriarch Lu. Being noticed or not is an extremely important difference. Many Yuaning ancestors have probably only heard of their disciples by name, but have rarely met them. As for Li Yuanba, Patriarch Lu even fought a battle with the Venerable Master of Qianya Temple for Li Yuanba. Not to mention that Li Yuanba's current position was only due to Patriarch Lu's influence. In the Sinluo sect, how many disciples want to become Li Yuanba's disciples? Li Yuanba has not accepted a disciple since he became a Jin Nin monk. Thank you, Deacon Yu. Wang Yi knew something about Jieshan City, so he knew Deacon Yu Xing. So he bowed and thanked him. When he was alone, he opened the jade bottle and was surprised when he saw the elixir inside. There are 10 first-grade elixirs in it. If they were ordinary first-grade elixirs, as the ancestor of Yuanying, he would not care. But the jade bottles are all top-grade elixirs. Even if they are first-grade elixirs, they are not ordinary chain elixirs. She monks can get it. Top-grade elixirs are all unexpected gains from alchemists. Even the elite disciples trained by large sects will only get them in small amounts. For the first time, he had the idea of becoming Li Yuanba's registered disciple. Perhaps becoming Li Yuanba's registered disciple would be a good choice. This top-grade elixir is very important to him. It has no side effects after taking it, and can quickly increase his strength. It can completely cover up his rapid improvement in strength during his subsequent training. He smiled and took out a top-grade elixir with a grateful look on his face. The reason why he showed gratitude was to show those who might be watching him. A top-grade elixir was put into his mouth, and he thought that it would improve his strength, just in time to show his talent, so that Li Yuanba had the idea of accepting him as a registered disciple. Just as he was thinking about it, a top-grade elixir melted, and he felt something was wrong. First, the poison invaded his inner abdomen. The poison was so violent that he was not prepared at all for the poison to enter his inner abdomen. Even if the poison touched his skin, he could not stop its toxicity. He wanted to use the remaining energy of nascent soul, which was his last resort to save his life, or a desperate measure. But his body lost a lot of vitality in a matter of seconds, and it was extremely difficult for him to survive with the remaining vitality, let alone take action. In just 2 breaths, he was already in a desperate state. He looked at the sky unwillingly, wondering why a sword cultivator like Li Yuanba would treat him in this way. Aren't sword cultivators supposed to be fearless and march forward courageously against their enemies? How could he use such despicable methods on a small chi chain monk like him? Did Li Yuanba know his identity? Full of doubts and extreme unwillingness, Wang Yi, or the ancestor Wang Zhao, died like this, outside the room where he was. Li Yuanba had already laid out the 4th-grade Sumeru mustard seed formation. Even if Patriarch Wang Zhao still had the power to strike, with the obstruction of the 4th-grade Sumeru mustard seed formation, he could stop him from attacking the world. Too much damage to the mountain city. Li Yuanba asked Deacon Yuxing to give Patriarch Wang Zhao a first-class elixir with a little poison injected into it. This poison is taken from the miraculous phantom snake, which is infinitely close to the great demon. Its poison is so poisonous that not only the Chain Chi monks, but also the golden elixir monks will die if it is taken orally. Among the items that Li Shiming exchanged before, there were some extremely poisonous snakes, which were originally intended for Li Yuanba to use when necessary. The first-grade elixir is from the previous inventory. It is estimated that Patriarch Wang Zhao never thought until his death that Li Yuanba knew his identity when his spiritual thoughts discovered him. And that was how he came up with all the methods he would use later. Anyway, Li Yuanba has no intention of fighting head-on with Ancestor Wang Zhao. Even if Ancestor Wang Zhao only has the strength of the Qi stage after taking over his body, it is because the Qi monk reincarnated by the Yuanying ancestor will always have some means to save his life. Li Yuanba waited for a long time, until Patriarch Wang Zhao completely lost his breath and his life breath could no longer be detected. Then, he walked over. His spiritual thoughts swept over the body of the corpse, and his eyes lit up slightly. This corpse seemed ordinary, but there was a special aura inside the corpse, which was the aura of Nanming Lihua. If this corpse is sacrificed and turned into a refined corpse, there is a certain probability that it will be able to control the Nanming Lihua. In addition, he didn't know whether there was still the fire of Nanming Lihua in the corpse. No matter what, Patriarch Wang Zhao would have left the Nanming Lihua fire in Duo Shi's body. I just don't know if the fire will disappear or be extinguished together after being killed. Li Yuanba did not hesitate. He put the body into the space ring, then sent a message to Deacon Yuxing, and then flew towards the Jieshan Pass. In Shushan Sect, Li Shiming also flashed out of the cave. He didn't need to say lo. He turned into a sword light and shot towards the outside of the sect. After leaving the sect, he used the secret technique of charming soul concealment to hide his figure in the shadows of trees, rocks and other objects, and used step-by-step lotus to hurry on. Li Yuanba passed through the Sunluo Sect boundary mountain pass without any obstruction. He did not go to the right checkpoint, but waited in the buffer zone. Li Shiming hurriedly used step-by-step to grow lotus, and it took him an hour to arrive at the Jieshan checkpoint. In his capacity, He just said a word and passed the checkpoint. The two met in the buffer zone. Li Shiming would never have done this if it hadn't been for the corpse of Patriarch Wang Zhao. It is precisely because Li Shiming knows how powerful Nanming Lihua is. If this corpse really has Nanming Lihuo fire, there is a slight possibility that it will still have Nanming Lihuo after being refined into a corpse. It will be a great help to him. For this, it is worth exposing even a little bit of his relationship with his clone Li Yuanba. He and his clone Li Yuanba both had extremely high statuses in their respective sects, so having some contact with each other would not cause any bad associations. Fellow Taoist, we meet again! Li Yuanba saluted with a smile. He took out the body of Patriarch Wang Zhao without waiting for his body to return the salute. Everything is well, fellow Taoist. Li Shiming was more calm than his alter ego Li Yuanba. He returned the gift while putting away the body. The corpse was put into the computer room space. In the computer room space, through micron-level control, he checked the condition of the corpse. He saw the shining pattern of the Nanming Lihua pattern inside the corpse, which had not completely died out. There was still a ball of sparks inside the corpse, which seemed to be crumbling and about to be extinguished. Chapter 350 Bronze Corpse. Li Shiming immediately arranged a corpse refining and transformation formation in the computer room space, and placed the corpse of Patriarch Wang Zhao in the center of the formation. He took a little of his own blood essence and mixed it with a little of the corpse refining blood from the strongest silver corpse, and used it as a corpse refining transformation material. Given his level, it can be said that it is not difficult at all to refine a corpse that only has the strength of the Qi stage. The materials he uses are all the best, and even an iron corpse can be successfully refined on the spot. Li Shiming took over the 4th grade long sword magic weapon from the clone Li Yuanba again. This 4th grade long sword magic weapon is a bit helpless. Its quality is of excellent quality, but as a native magic weapon, after losing its owner, no matter what other monks do, sacrifice and refining cannot achieve 100% chaining. But this is about whose hands it is divided into. If this 4th grade long sword magic weapon is held in the hands of the nascent soul body, it can exert 100% power. You must know that the body of the nascent soul is the original body of the ancestor Wang Xiao. After the nascent soul came out of the body, Li Shiming forcibly took it into the computer room space, which isolated the connection between the body and the nascent soul. However, the body of the nascent soul is still alive. If the computer room space cannot receive the death information of Yuanying, the body of Yuanying will continue to survive. This is the instinct of the body of Yuanying. And this 4th grade long sword magic weapon, the natal magic weapon of Patriarch Wang Zhao, is in the hands of its master. In addition, there is also the refining corpse that is about to be born. I learned from the clone Li Yuanba that Wang Yi in the Chain Qi stage can hold a 4th grade long sword, although he paid a certain price and suffered injuries on his body. This shows that when Patriarch Wang Zhao took over his body and became Wang Yi, he still made some preparations so that Wang Yi could inherit Patriarch Wang Zhao's natal magic weapon. Li Shiming also took some 3rd grade high-grade elixirs and drones and gave them to his clone Li Yuanba. The 3rd grade high-grade elixirs were for Li Yuanba's training, and the drones were for Li Yuanba to help him lay out the drone satellite system of 100,000 mountains. He had always had such a plan, and when they had the chance to meet, they did it together. He didn't stay too long. Anyway, he only needed one brain to pay attention to the refining of the computer room space. He didn't want to stay outside the mountain gate for too long. He was also afraid of the blessings of his main body, and would run into trouble almost every time he went out. When Li Shiming passed the Zhendao checkpoint, he saw 3 Zhendao Jindan elders smiling at him. He nodded to them without saying anything else. Even this made the 3 Zhendao Jindan elders very excited. We can't blame the 3 righteous golden elixir elders. Li Shiming's status in the sect is far higher than theirs, not to mention his great reputation in the world of immortality. They used to beg Li Shiming through Li Yuanba's channels. Alchemy. I met him in person today, so of course I wanted to express my respect. There is news from over there that Li Yuanba also left the checkpoint over there. At the same time, Master Li was not seen passing the checkpoint. Can you tell me if there is a relationship between Master Li and Li Yuanba? Jiang Pu smiled and asked after seeing Li Shiming disappear. The 2 Jindan elders beside him asked. It goes without saying that we should make good friends with Li Yuanba in the future. It is not easy to make good friends with Master Li through Zhendao. It is said that Master Li's order has been queued for 6 months. Unless you have connections and can jump in. Otherwise you have connections. Even if you make an appointment, you have to wait for half a year. Mengsheng continued. This time it was very obvious that it was Li Yuanba who had arranged to meet Master Li. Although I don't know what the relationship between these two people is. I think that they have used Li Yuanba's channels to find Li Shiming to help them refine the elixir. And it is never too late to get the elixir every time. From this we can analyze that Li Yuanba and Li Shiming have a very good relationship and are considered good friends. On the Zhendao side, there are only a few people who can jump in line at Li Shiming's side to make alchemy at any time. And those few who are normally unwilling to speak out are consuming their relationship with Li Shiming. Li Shiming didn't know the conversation between the 3 golden elixir elders of Zhendao. When he returned, he still used the secret technique of charming soul concealment and step by step to live lotus to hurry up. This was safer. In the world of immortality, there are not many people who want to surpass Ubu Shanglian in terms of speed. Step by step. The lotus is just the introduction to the divine foot power. He has checked the higher level, so close to the end of the world, and it requires a lot of spiritual power. With his current spiritual power, it is best to use step by step the lotus. In fact, the difference between lotus every step and south close to the end is not big, especially when Li Shiming uses lotus every step. He has the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, which can use multiple brains to stimulate lotus every step at the same time, making the execution speed of lotus every step reaches the extreme, which also makes lotus every step in Li Shiming's hands no slower than south close to the end. It didn't take long for Li Shiming to go out this time. The monks in the sect were once again surprised. This time, nothing happened. It seemed that Li Shiming's good fortune had weakened. No monk knew that Li Shiming went out twice. Once to make the Ancestor of Yuanying lose his true body, and once to kill the Ancestor of Yuanying even after taking the reincarnation, which was regarded as a complete fall. Back in the cave, Li Shiming sensed that the corpse in the computer room was turning into a corpse. Its fangs made its face extremely ferocious, and its whole body was shining with bronze light. Compared with Li Shiming's current strength, the bronze corpse is basically useless. But this bronze corpse is different. There is also a little red light of flame in the bronze light, especially in the computer room space. Li Shiming used micron-level perception to see the source of the red light in the copper body. It was a little spark, and the spark was surrounded by Nanming Lihua regular patterns. This Nanming Lihua regular pattern was not even condensed by Li Shiming himself. This requires long-term practice of the Nanming Lihua technique and long-term integration with the Nanming Lihuo flame. Li Shiming cannot even practice the Nanming Lihuo technique now. He completely relies on cheating methods to pass the nascent soul. The body is cultivating Nanming Lihua. If you want to condense the Nanming Lihua regular pattern in the body without practicing, it will take too long. At least Li Shiming will not be able to condense the Nanming Lihuo regular pattern in the body in a short time. The regular pattern of Nanming Lihua inside the copper corpse is thanks to Patriarch Wang Zhao. Patriarch Wang Zhao used his own nascent soul to transform this body, making it a perfect fit for the Nanming Lihua. This allowed the Nanming Lihua fire to remain in the body of the monk in the Qi chain stage. Otherwise, the Nanming Li fire alone is enough to melt the body of a monk in the Qi chain stage. Li Shiming's eyes were full of surprise. He had obtained a lot of corpses before, but he had not refined them into refined corpses. The main reason for this was that he had obtained more than a dozen refined corpses from Elder Lu. With Elder Lu's power in the Sunluo sect, none of the corpses that can be refined by him are ordinary. Each one is a corpse with excellent talent. But with so many refined corpses, even if they were upgraded to silver corpses, they would not be of much help to him in battle. But if this copper corpse can be cultivated, its effect will be far greater than any refined corpse today. A refined corpse that has mastered the Nanming Lihua. As long as its strength reaches the level of releasing Nanming Lihuo, its destructive power will be invincible under the nascent soul. If the refined corpse reaches the golden corpse level, then even the nascent soul ancestors will be wary of it. Li Shiming thought for a while, and put the 4th grade long sword, the natal magic weapon of Patriarch Wang Zhao, into the machine room space, and the bronze corpse stretched out his hand to grab it. He put a piece of his mind into the bronze corpse through the contract. He could sense that after the bronze corpse grabbed the 4th grade long sword, the 4th grade long sword did not feel any rejection at all. Not only was there no rejection, the 4th grade long sword even actively cooperated with the bronze corpse, allowing bronze corpse can control a 4th grade sword with minimal strength. No wonder Wang Yi Lian Qi stage can hold a 4th grade long sword. When the Yuanying, who was originally the ancestor of Wang Zhao, was transformed, he added control of a 4th grade long sword to his body. The body of the bronze corpse is much stronger than the original body. So in holding the 4th grade long sword, it did not suffer much backlash. Of course, even if this is the case, Li Shiming cannot let the bronze corpse participate in the battle with a 4th grade long sword. The 4th grade long sword can indeed hurt the golden elixir monks. But the bronze corpse is too weak. The aftermath of the battle can make the bronze corpse, the body was destroyed. However, the promotion of bronze corpse is very easy. At least for Li Shiming. As long as the resources do not reach the 3rd level. Even most of the 3rd level resources that are not too precious can be obtained by Li Shiming. The remaining low-level resources are almost as much as he wants. Shushan Sect doesn't have it. So Saluo Sect can also get it. As well as Beishu Trading Company. And Li Shiming has a large number of Jin Dan friends. As long as he opens his mouth, there will be a large number of Jin Dan monks willing to help. Li Shiming was in a good mood. He came to the pavilion on the top of the mountain and poured himself a cup of 3-grade spiritual tea. He arranged the bronze corpse in the corpse refining space of the space ring. The environment, there was the best environment for the bronze corpse. It would not take many days for the bronze corpse to be promoted to the iron corpse. Once you have mastered the Nanming Lihua, call it Nanming. Refining corpse Nanming. Li Shiming took a sip of spiritual tea and gave the bronze corpse a name that belonged to it. This treatment is not low. In Li Shiming's place, silver corpse is not qualified to have a name of his own. This contains Li Shiming's expectations for corpse refining Nanming. The teapot, teacup, and even the tea box in which the tea leaves were placed in front of Li Shiming were all grade 3, coupled with the 3rd grade magic weapon he was wearing. It was extremely luxurious. After knowing that Ancestor Wang Zhao was completely dead, he took out the loot and used it without any scruples. These 3 grade teapots, teacups, etc. all have their own special effects, which can improve the taste and quality of Lingcha. Otherwise, Patriarch Wang Zhao would not be boring to create these 3 grade daily utensils. Feeling the spiritual tea in his mouth. The 3rd grade spiritual tea he made by himself was the top 3rd grade spiritual tea in the world of immortality. With the addition of 3rd grade equipment, he felt even better. He called up the Tian sleeping and dreaming technique, a god cultivating technique that was deceived from Wang Yi. The Tian sleeping dream technique was not lacking. At that time, Wang Yi was planning to use this god cultivating technique to befriend Li Yuanba and let Li Yuanba accept him as a registered disciple in order to gain Li Yuanba's protection. Besides, although the Tian sleeping dream technique is extremely precious, it is nothing compared to the major event of Wang Yi's reincarnation and rebuilding. Li Shiming read through The Secret of Greedy Heaven and Sleeping Dreams, and found that it is not necessary to sleep to practice The Secret of Greedy Heaven and Sleeping Dreams, but it requires all the mind to practice. Therefore, the best way to practice is to sleep. When sleeping, the mind will naturally be restless. There are other things that need to be done to meet the requirements for practicing the Tian sleeping and dreaming technique. His heart moved slightly, and he began to activate his mental power according to the Tian sleeping and dreaming technique. And at the same time, he let the brain that used mental power rest. His mental power vibrated with a strange rhythm, and his energy slowly increased during this tremor. Li Shiming has a total of 191 brains that he can use. He can practice the Tian sleeping and dreaming technique while awake, and it will not affect his ability to do other things. The only requirement for practicing the Tian sleeping dream technique is that one of his brains needs to be in a resting state and cannot be used. To be honest, the Tian sleeping technique is not very useful for high-level monks, unless they are monks who do not have god cultivating skills. Otherwise, the cultivation method of Tian sleeping technique will make this technique unavailable to monks. Welcome. At the golden elixir stage, monks almost no longer need sleep. And the biggest advantage of Tian sleeping and dreaming technique is that it makes use of sleep time. When practicing Tian sleeping and dreaming technique, it does not enhance the spirit quickly. The advantage is that sleeping time does not take up the usual time. However, in the golden elixir stage, a monk's time at any time every day is extremely precious, and it is not cost-effective to practice the Tian sleeping dream technique through sleep. No wonder Wang Yi took out this technique without any resistance. This kind of technique is not very practical for monks at the golden core stage and higher realms. This technique has a special effect in Li Shiming's hands. He can practice the Tian sleeping and dreaming technique non-stop for 12 hours a day. He felt something in his heart. And the magic weapon Z-15 was connected to the drone satellite system. At this time, the drone satellite system was expanding rapidly. Although there are two large formations blocking the Boundary Mountain checkpoint, they will not block the signal of the drone satellite system. The signal transmitted from Shirwanda Mountain is connected to the drone satellite system over the sphere of influence of Zhendao. This was the clone Li Yuanba who released the drone sent over this time. Li Yuanba did not control the drone, but Li Shiming controlled it. Li Shiming has a map of Shirwandashan, and he has already made arrangements for the layout of drone satellites. The flight of the drone is not very fast, so as not to destroy the stealth. The 100,000 mountains are actually more dangerous than the righteous path sphere of influence. There are many spiritual beasts. As long as the drone leaks the slightest breath, it may be targeted by the spiritual beasts. The drone has no defense and cannot stop the attack of the spiritual beast. Li Shiming estimated that it would take at least a month to complete all the arrangements. He planned to make a trip to the other two demon sect forces in the future to install the drone satellite system. Chapter 351 Divine Eyes. On this day, an extremely important guest came to the Shushan sect. Venerable Hike from Qianya Temple arrived in person, and Patriarch Zhua of the sect received him. The entire Shushan sect became lively because Venerable Huika was visiting publicly. So the Shushan sect must welcome the Yuaning Ancestor. Li Shiming received the news from Zhua Ancestor and asked him to go to Zhua Ancestor's cave. When no other Yuaning Ancestors from the sect came out of seclusion, Zhua Ancestor was the highest authority in the Shushan sect, and Li Shiming had to obey his orders. Zhua Laozu's cave is located in the core area of the sect. When Li Shiming came outside the mountain guarding formation, the formation had already opened a passage for him. He flew into the formation and saw two people beside the waterfall. One of them was Zhua Ancestor, and the other was Venerable Hike. What caught Li Shiming's attention the most was that the water in this waterfall turned out to be spiritual spring water. When the spiritual spring water fell from the waterfall, the entire area was filled with spiritual mist, making the monks inside feel refreshed and relaxed. You must know that spiritual spring water of this quality is used to brew spiritual tea in the hands of other Jinden monks. The generosity here surprised even Li Shiming, who had seen the world. Li Shiming has met Ancestor Zhua and met His Holiness. Li Shiming landed next to the two Yuaning Ancestors and saluted respectfully. The two nascent soul ancestors were tasting tea. Based on the smell of the spirit tea, he could tell that it was the third-grade spirit tea that he had roasted. As Zhua Ancestor, most of the third-grade spiritual tea roasted by Li Shiming and handed over to the sect was probably divided up by Yuaning Ancestor. With the reputation of this third-grade spiritual tea, it is definitely the best spiritual tea besides the fourth-grade spiritual tea. It is enough to entertain distinguished guests. Li Shiming has only heard of the fourth-grade spiritual tea, but has never seen it before. He has obtained the space objects of a fake infant monk and the space objects of a Yuaning Ancestor, but he has not seen the fourth-grade spiritual tea among them. Spirit tea. I think the fourth-grade spirit tea is extremely rare at the level of the Ancestor of nascent soul. Shiming, your strength has improved very quickly. It seems that I will still count on you to make elixirs for me in the future, Zhua Laozu said with a smile and waved his hand to Li Shiming. Zhua Laozu has a very good attitude towards Li Shiming. Li Shiming has discovered this a long time ago. Zhua Laozu does not pay attention to the competition among the younger generations. With his level, perhaps he can only reach the level of the Great Elder. Only at the first level will he be taken seriously. Li Shiming has an excellent talent for alchemy. Such talents are extremely valued in any major sect. Zhua Laozu's attitude also reflects this importance. Thank you for showing off, Ancestor, Li Shiming responded carefully. He restrained his spirit. At this time, he suppressed his mind tightly and did not dare to reveal it at all. There are two nascent soul ancestors in front of him. He knows the limitations of other minds. If he dares to reveal other minds, he will definitely be discovered by the two nascent soul ancestors in front of him. If only Ancestor Zhua was here, perhaps Ancestor Zhua would just laugh it off and regard it as an ignorant act of a younger generation. But the situation is different with Venerable Hike. If he knew that Li Shiming had mastered other minds, he would definitely investigate the origin of other minds. The most important thing is that spiritual powers such as other mind communication are extremely susceptible to backlash. If used in front of a monk who is much stronger than himself, the backlash will be even more terrifying. I'm calling you here this time Because Venerable Huiko of Qinya Temple has sent you the inheritance of Shimu power as promised. You only have one chance. Do you choose to learn now or wait until you are stronger? Decision? Zhuo Laozu smiled and explained the reason for calling Li Shiming over. Zhuo Laozu's words were all about Li Shiming. He was worried that Li Shiming would choose to immediately take the test of the inheritance of spiritual eyes. Because of Venerable Hike. The reason why Venerable Huika came here this time was to connect with each other. Because Venerable Hui Jing of Qinya Temple had inner demons. Qinya Temple's top combat power was greatly reduced. Venerable Huika also thought that the attackers of Qinya Temple were from heaven. Xingshang Bank did this. So he needed to form closer ties with the other major sects to deal with possible attacks in the future. The second is to send Li Shiming the compensation he promised before. Qinya Temple owes Li Shiming an opportunity to inherit the Shin Vision. In this matter, Venerable Hike is a little cautious. It has not been long since Li Shiming was promoted to the Golden Elixir stage. And now, he is undergoing the test of inheritance of Shinai power. The probability of passing is extremely low. Qinya Temple does not want Li Shiming to pass the test of inheritance of Shinmu power. Although magical powers such as Shinmu power are not too powerful, they are also one of the major inherited powers of Qinya Temple. And their importance it goes without saying. Taking advantage of the time when Li Shiming had just been promoted to Jin Dan, let Li Shiming undergo the inheritance test of Shinmu power. It not only fulfilled the promise, but also did not benefit the Shushan sect. So why not do it? Zhuo Laozu knew what Venerable Hike was thinking. So he deliberately reminded Li Shiming. I want to learn the spiritual eyes right now. Please ask your majesty to make it happen. Li Shiming's eyes lit up. He had long wanted to inform Qinya Temple of the agreement. But due to the unstable situation in the Beishu continent recently, he did not without notice. He didn't expect that Qinya Temple would take the initiative to send over the inheritance of Shinmu Tong. But it was in line with his wishes. Ancestors didn't say anything more. The choice of the path to immortality will affect a monk's life for a lot of time. Even if Zhuo Ancestor is a nascent soul ancestor, he cannot make a choice for the monks of the sect. This choice does not matter whether it is right or wrong. It may be correct in the eyes of Zhuo Ancestor, but it may be wrong in the eyes of the monks. Anyway, it is the monk himself who bears the consequences. It is enough for Zhuo Ancestor to have fulfilled his obligations. The little donor is very talented. I think he will definitely be able to pass the test of spiritual vision. Come here. I will protect you. Venerable Huika said with a very kind wave of his hand. Ancestors smiled, and led Li Shiming to the position pointed by Venerable Hike. He did not leave, but stood beside Li Shiming. This attitude is very clear. Zhuo Laozu will protect Li Shiming by his side. The test of magical power is dangerous. If Li Shiming were an ordinary golden elixir monk, it would not matter even if he died on the spot. But Li Shiming is an alchemy master. And he is also the alchemy master with the highest level of alchemy in the Beishu continent at the same level. Once such talents fall, it will have a great impact on the Shushan sect. Big impact. According to incomplete statistics, since Li Shiming became the master of alchemy, the speed of improvement of the Shushan sect's golden elixir monks has more than doubled. Before Li Shiming became a golden elixir cultivator, only the early golden elixir cultivators benefited. After becoming an elixir, the ones who benefited were the middle golden elixir cultivators. I believe that with Li Shiming's cultivation speed, the late golden elixir cultivators will soon be able to benefit as well. Got the benefit. Ancestors was also worried whether Qinya Temple would take this opportunity to take action against Li Shiming. Although this possibility was extremely low, he did not want to take the risk. As long as he is by his side, even if Li Shiming is in trouble, he can let Li Shiming escape safely. Venerable Hike didn't seem to notice Zhuo Laozu's wariness. He maintained a kind demeanor and took out a relic from the space object. This relic is like an eyeball. When Li Shiming looks at the eyeball relic, he always has the illusion that the eyeball relic is looking at him. Under the control of Venerable Hike, the eyeball relic flew in front of Li Shiming. If you put your spiritual thoughts into it, the test will be activated, Venerable Hike said with a smile. Ancestors frowned slightly. He was slightly dissatisfied with Venerable Huiku. Venerable Huiku did not give any hint, which made Li Shiming's chance of passing the inheritance test even lower. Li Shiming listened to Venerable Hike's words, and put his spiritual thoughts into the eye relic. As soon as his spiritual thoughts entered the eyeball relic, the brain consciousness where his spiritual thoughts were located was sucked into the eyeball relic. Then his brain consciousness saw that he was in a strange world. This world was like a kaleidoscope. The world was divided into countless mirrors, and the mirrors reflected each other, forming a strange picture. Every mirror in this world has some kind of special attraction. trying to attract Li Shiming's eyes to look at this mirror. Countless mirrors emit special attractions at the same time, as if they want his gaze to be divided into countless parts. But he does not have this ability, which will affect the spirit corresponding to his gaze. This impact was bearable at first, but when the kaleidoscope world began to turn, the impact on the spirit continued to increase. The kaleidoscope world rotates faster and faster, and the world in countless mirrors slices his eyes and spirit like blades. This is a test. If he hadn't had extremely strong corresponding talents or had done long-term corresponding training, Li Shiming would most likely have quit due to mental damage. This is what Venerable Hike wanted to see. But when he looked at Li Shiming's face, he did not see the expression he wanted to see. You must know that after Li Shiming's consciousness is sucked into the eye relic, Li Shiming will lose control of his body's expression, and all psychological changes will be reflected on his face. By observing the expression on his face, you can know that he is using Shen Eyes situations under test. Indeed, the test of inheritance of Shen Eyes is an extreme mental torture. Without the corresponding talent, even if you train for the inheritance test for a long time, you will not be able to pass the inheritance test of Shen Eyes. On this point, Chiba Temple's countless years of experience can confirm this. But Li Shiming's situation is a bit special. No matter how much torture his brain has suffered, this brain is only one of his 191 brains. With the share of his natal magic weapon Z15, the impact he has suffered does not put any pressure on him. Venerable Hike looked at Li Shiming in disbelief. If Ancestors hadn't been watching from the side, he would have wanted to personally investigate Li Shiming's situation. Li Shiming didn't seem to be undergoing a test of the inheritance of spiritual eyes. This was just an ordinary rest. If the Shinmutong inheritance test was so easy to pass, how could it take hundreds or even more than 1,000 years for Qinya Temple to produce a successor of the Shinmutong inheritance? In the eye relics, the world no longer rotates regularly, but distorts irregularly, which increases the impact on Li Shiming's spirit many times. Venerable Hike looked ugly. Judging from the state of the eye relics, he had reached the final step of the inheritance test. Under normal circumstances, the test of inheriting magical powers is divided into multiple steps. After passing each step, you can obtain a layer of magical powers inherited from the magical powers. Just like in the inheritance of magical power, if you pass the entry test, you can get Lotus growing every step. After passing more tests, you can get deeper magical powers such as South close to the end of the world. Shen Eyes is relatively simple, but it is also divided into multiple levels. Li Shiming only had one chance to test. Originally, Venerable Huika thought that Li Shiming could only obtain the introductory magical power of Shen Eyes. But judging from Li Shiming's performance, I am afraid that Li Shiming will obtain the entire inheritance of Shen Eye power. When Li Shiming's realm is improved enough, he can master all the magical power of Shen Eye power. The partial outflow of Shen Eye power and the outflow of all Shen Eye power are completely different concepts. Part of the Shen Eye power was leaked out. No matter how hard Li Shiming practiced Shen Eye power, he could not achieve greater achievements in the Shen Eye power. But after receiving all the inheritance of Shen Eyes, Li Shiming may one day practice Shen Eyes to great perfection. And then, he can make inherited objects such as eyeball relics on his own. In that case, Shen Eyes Tong is no longer owned by the Chibaji family. Venerable Hike regretted why he had agreed to compensate Li Shiming for an opportunity to inherit his magical power. But fortunately, it is Shenmu power. This magical power can be said to be the weakest of all magical powers, to a certain extent. It is precisely because it is the weakest that Chiba Temple treats it as a weapon against Li Shiming. One of the compensations. Although Venerable Hike had many thoughts in his mind, he did not make any small move. The Zwa ancestor next to him can be said to be rich in experience. No matter what he does, he can't escape Zwa ancestor's perception. If you quarrel with Zwa ancestor and the entire Shushan sect for the sake of Li Shiming, it is definitely not a good choice when Qinya Temple is at its weakest and has internal problems and powerful enemies. Contrary to Venerable Hike's expression, Zwa Lazu had a faint smile on his face. If Venerable Huika didn't have a bad look on his face, and didn't want Venerable Huika to lose face in his own family, Zwa Lazu would have wanted to laugh out loud. Ancestors also saw that Li Shiming seemed to be particularly suitable for this Shen Eye power, and the test of Shen Eye power was not difficult for Li Shiming at all. He thought that Li Shiming was so lucky. Perhaps this was the result of Li Shiming's good fortune. The magical inheritance Qinya Temple randomly selected was the magical power that suited Li Shiming the most. As for the Shinai power. Being the weakest magical power. This is a magical power. Even the weakest magical power will be of great benefit when you master it and advance to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul ancestor who has mastered magical powers, and the nascent soul ancestor who has not mastered magical powers, can be said to be two levels of nascent soul monks. Chapter 352 Magical Powers. 2 rays of light flew out of the eye relics and fell into Li Shiming's eyes. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and complex and mysterious regular patterns were faintly visible in his eyes. After the world inside the eyeball relic returned to normal, his brain received all the information about Shinai's small book booth. His eyes fell on Venerable Huiku, and he saw the complex patterns hidden under the surface of Venerable Huiku's skin. Venerable Hike snorted coldly, and his spiritual power was activated, forming a barrier to block Li Shiming's gaze. Sure, Ming. Don't use your spiritual eyes to observe monks who are stronger than yourself in the future. It is a provocative behavior, and the other party can sense this observation. So Ancestor reminded in a deep voice. It's my disciple's fault. Li Shiming bowed and apologized to Venerable Hike. The glance just now allowed him to see the pattern of Hike's main cultivation technique in the body. If he studies the Qianya Temple's technique, he can analyze the pattern of Hike through the pattern he saw at this glance. The master's main training method. If Venerable Huiku meets a nascent soul ancestor of the same level, and the other party knows his main training method, in a targeted situation, Venerable Huiku's own chances of winning will drop a lot before the war starts. This is only the most basic ability of Shin Mutong. There are many other abilities of Shin Mutong. Of course, the biggest problem with the magical power is that its ability has little effect on combat. The standard for judging whether a magical power is powerful in the world of immortality is its bonus to combat power. Be more careful in the future. The little benefactor is really talented. I hope the little benefactor will not spread the word about the spiritual eyes. Otherwise, he will become the enemy of Qianya Temple. Venerable Hike said with his kind look restored. Huiku. Sure Ming's Shinai power is not what he wants to learn, but is compensated by your Qianya Temple. How to deal with the Shinai power is his business. It's best not to threaten the disciples of my sect in front of me. Lao Zuzwa is such a smart man. He immediately understood the meaning of Venerable Hike's words, and immediately made a counterattack. Ancestor Zwa was very happy. He finally heard that the inheritance of Shinai's that Li Shiming received this time was complete. Otherwise Venerable Huiku would not have such a reaction. Venerable Hike is not stingy. He would have said this if an important inheritance of Shushan sect was learned by monks from other sects. But the reason for Li Shiming's inheritance this time is different. This is part of the compensation given to Li Shiming by Qianya Temple. Qianya Temple has already been prepared for the inheritance of Shin Mutong, and now it wants to interfere with Li Shiming's affairs after he gets the inheritance. It is a bit unreasonable. Venerable Hike didn't say much. His words had already been spoken. He believed that Li Shiming should know the importance of it. Shiming, you go down first. I want to discuss something with His Holiness. So Lao Zu ordered Li Shiming. He was a little worried about Venerable Xi and Hike. These monks said they were compassionate, but they really had no taboos in doing things. Li Shiming bowed and retreated a certain distance, then took off into the air and left here. After returning to Sword Holding Peak, he breathed a sigh of relief. Facing 2 nascent soul ancestors at the same time, especially the Venerable Huiku paid too much attention to him, which kept him depressed. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. This divine eye power may not be a powerful magical power in the eyes of Qianya Temple, but in Li Shiming's eyes, it is an extremely important magical power. He stretched out his palm and looked at it, as the regular patterns of Shin eyes flashed in his eyes. The details of his palms continued to enlarge, and he saw cells. His eyes went deep into a cell again, and he saw the cell membrane. The eyes passed through the cell membrane again, saw the cytoplasm inside, and then passed through the cytoplasm to see the nucleus. He even saw particles of ribosomes on the outer nuclear membrane on the surface of the nucleus. Knowing that the size of a cell nucleus is only a few microns, and that ribosome particles are even smaller, he can be 100% sure that when he uses his Shin eyes for microscopic observation, he can see micron-level substances. This is almost equivalent to the accuracy of his observation in the computer room space, which is of extremely important significance to him. The space in the computer room is not large, and some large machines need to be controlled from the outside. If he can control the machine accurately to the micron level, then his research on the technology of the previous life will have a breakthrough improvement. With his mind moving slightly, he mobilized his spiritual eyes and observed the computer room space through a spiritual thought. He took out a CPU with a precision of 1 micron. This was the highest specification CPU he had ever made manually in the computer room. The machines he had made so far had not yet reached such a high level of precision. These CPUs were used by him in the drone satellite system and played an important role. Although spiritual eyes can be observed through the eyes, it can also be observed through the mind. The mind of the Jindan monk is almost equivalent to the function of the eyes. Therefore, Li Shiming used his Shin vision to enter the computer room space through his spiritual mind to observe, and did not encounter any trouble. He observed the CPU with a precision of 1 micron. Originally, 1 micron was the minimum accuracy he could observe in the computer room space. But under the influence of the Shin vision, he saw a precision even smaller than a micron. 1 micron was divided into 1,000 parts by him. The smallest precision he could observe was 1,000th of a micron. In his previous life, the precision is called nanometers. Of course, this is what the Shin Mutong observed. If he wants to achieve such precision in his control, he still needs more practice. However, with the magic weapon Z15, I believe that although he cannot achieve the control of 1 nanometer, it should not be a problem to reach 20 or 30 nanometers in a short time. He has great self-confidence, and even believes that one day his control will be equal to the observation accuracy of divine vision. Li Shiming also tested other abilities of Shin Mutong, and he found that Shin Mutong also played a good role in formations. Spiritual eyes can observe spiritual power lines and see formation nodes without using spiritual thoughts. This is extremely important data for any formation master. Not to mention that for Li Shiming, once he has mastered these, the formation can be easily broken. There are many other functions of Shin eyes. For example, in battle, it can make his flying sword more accurate, and it can even find the gaps between the enemy's spiritual power. The flying sword can use these gaps to break into the enemy's defense. Of course, this effect is not universal. Even if a monk who masters the spiritual eye can see the gap between the opponent's spiritual power, it is impossible to seize this opportunity. When monks fight, their spiritual power is mobilized extremely frequently. The gaps in their spiritual power appear and disappear almost instantly. The monk cannot seize that moment and take advantage of the gap in spiritual power observed by the divine eye. Otherwise, the divine eye will not be regarded as the weakest magical power. But other monks can't catch it, which doesn't mean that Li Shiming can't catch it. The natal magic weapon Z15 is responsible for processing some data, and Li Shiming doesn't need to think about it. The natal magic weapon Z15 can even analyze the gaps in spiritual power and advance through the observation of divine eyes. Appear. Li Shiming only needs to let the flying sword attack the spiritual gap appropriately at the right time. He is still perfecting this combat skill and needs real combat to practice it. He was like a child who got a new toy. In addition to practicing and refining alchemy, he spent most of his time combining spiritual vision with scientific research. More than a month later, the 6 major sects in the northern Shu continent found no trace of the Yuanying Ancestor of Tianqing Trading Company. The Yuanying Ancestor of Qianhuan Sect, who was proficient in calculations, used expensive materials to do it. After a calculation, we came to the conclusion that the Ancestor of Nascent Soul is not in Beishu continent. After getting this result, the 6 major sects were relieved. However, the 6 major sects were not very happy. This was only short-term security. A cross-continental trading company such as Tianqing Trading Company must not have only one nascent soul ancestor. The 6 major sects need to prepare for the possible revenge of Tianqing Trading Company. But this has nothing to do with the genes and elders of the 6 major sections. This is something that the ancestors of nascent soul need to worry about. The somewhat depressing atmosphere in Beishu continent became more relaxed. It was at this time that Li Shiming left the sect again. Regarding Li Shiming's departure from the sect, the Jindan elders of the Shushan sect no longer had the worries they had before. In fact, nothing happened to him after he went out several times. This was considered to have broken the curse of being bound to encounter trouble when he went out. When Li Shiming left the sword-holding peak, he activated the hiding the sky and concealing the secret technique. There was something special about his aura, and he didn't want to be noticed by his fellow monks. These days, he has taken 10 drops of the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk, which has improved his Vajra body protection divine skill to the level of perfection near the completion of the Golden Elixir chapter. If his energy and blood were not concealed by the sky-covering secret art, he would have been able to sense it from miles away. In fact, this is only because his Withdraw body protection magic art has not reached perfection, but it will not be possible for the withdraw body protection magic art to reach the highest level in the Golden Elixir chapter in a short time. Without the 4th grade, Tianlu Immortal Milk, the remaining 3rd grade body refining spiritual objects have been of very little help to him. Unless he can obtain another 4th grade body refining resource, he can only practice on his own and slowly improve the realm of the diamond body protecting magic. Even if he has not reached the perfect level of the Golden Elixir chapter of the diamond body protection divine art, his combat power is still very different from before, and his close combat strength has almost doubled several times. In terms of defense, strength and speed, it can be compared with the monks who are close to the peak in the late stage of Jindan. He can be regarded as a body refining monk equivalent to the late Golden Elixir. Although his realm is only the early Golden Elixir, resources such as the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk in the nascent soul stage can improve his strength across realms. It was the great improvement in defense that gave him the idea of leaving the sect and completing his previous plan. Without using defensive magic weapons, he can block several attacks from late-stage Golden Core monks with his body alone. As for how many attacks he can block, it depends on the strength of the late-stage Golden Core monks themselves. And taking the 4th grade of Tianlu Immortal Milk had an unexpected effect. When he practiced the Golden Elixir chapter of the Diamond Body Protection Magic Art to a near-perfect level, his physique was greatly improved. And the Sword Demon's secret book that he didn't pay attention to at first produced a special effect. As his physique improved, while practicing the secret code of Sword Demon, the 3rd grade sword base in his body also continued to strengthen. Before the Golden Elixir stage, the 3rd grade sword base of the secret book of Sword Demons relied on the material of the 3rd grade metal itself to achieve power far exceeding that of the same level. At the Golden Elixir stage, after the 3rd grade sword base became a magic weapon, the material effect of the 3rd grade sword base was fully exerted. After that, the special functions of the Sword Demon's secret code itself allow the 3rd grade sword base to continuously strengthen. As long as Li Shiming's physique continues to improve, the 3rd grade sword base will continue to grow. The 3rd grade sword base is like a vassal of his body. When the body strengthens, the 3rd grade sword base will also strengthen. Even though the secret code of the Sword Demon did not contain any content about the nascent soul stage, he didn't know whether the 3rd grade sword base would be able to upgrade his grade to the 4th grade after his body became the nascent soul body. But no matter what, the current 3rd grade sword base is already extremely powerful, almost reaching the ultimate power of a 3rd grade long sword magic weapon. It is a pity that Li Shiming, with his current body refining strength and holding a 3rd grade sword-based magic weapon, cannot break through the defense of the great elder level body refining golden elixir controlled by the heavenly ghost. Although there is only a small distance between him and the great elder level body refiner, this distance is a world of difference. And even further, the golden elixir is invincible. This time when he left the sect, Li Shiming did not hide his figure. He summoned a 3rd grade meteor ink boat and drove it in one direction. Li Shiming, who was sitting in the flying boat, turned on the heart communication. The flying altitude of the flying boat was very low, allowing him to receive the voices of people on the ground. He also uses his Shin Vision to observe the front from time to time. Shin Vision allows him to see everything within 1,000 miles, as if things thousands of miles away are right in front of him. Magical powers need to be practiced. The magical powers he obtained were mostly inherited from cultivation methods and usage techniques. Chiba Temple did not pass them down to him. These all need to be explored by oneself. Perhaps his experience in exploring is more comprehensive than Chiba Temple's experience in using magical powers. At least in terms of using Shenmue Tong. He definitely surpassed Chibaji. He used Shenmue Tong to create the first 27nm CPU in the computer room space. It is estimated that no matter how much Chiba Temple studies Shenmue Tong, it will never reach this point. At this time, he was in the Meteor Majo, and there were hundreds of brains working together in the computer room space to create more 27nm CPUs. He was able to do this by hand-rolling a nano-level CPU, which is the magic weapon Z15, plus the space in the computer room and supernatural vision. If he could return to his original world, his technological level would be much stronger than that of many countries in his previous life. This made him realize more clearly that only combining the means of cultivating immortals with the technology of previous lives is the right way. Chapter 353 Encounter. Li Shiming looked at the mountains in front of him. These peaks had no life at all. They were all deserted peaks with no plants or creatures. Just like a dead zone. This is not true for a single mountain, but for a series of mountain peaks. This is the sphere of influence of the Disha sect. A scene of doomsday. Li Shiming used smuggling to pass through the two formations of good and evil, and entered the sphere of influence of the Disha sect. Small book booth. He also knew something about the Disha sect. The Disha sect was the least popular among the three major demon sects, mainly because their inherited skill, Earth demonic skill, needs to absorb the Earth evil energy during the golden elixir stage, and the Earth evil energy on the mountain peaks is the best. The Disha sect is also protecting its own mountain peak, but no matter how powerful the sect is, it cannot stop the needs of its own golden elixir cultivators. The mountain peaks in front of us have become like this after over-absorbing the earthly evil chi over time, and completely losing their spirituality. Monks who practice the Earth demonic art in the golden core stage need better earth evil chi if they want to achieve success in this art. They extended their hands to the righteous path sphere of influence. But since almost all of the peaks in the righteous path sphere of influence had owners, the other option was the Sanluo sect's 100,000 mountains. It can be said that if the Jindan monks of the Disha sect want to enter the righteous forces, or the Shawanishan of the Sanluo sect, they will be taken extremely seriously. The Jindan monks of the Disha sect will never be given the opportunity to use the chi of the Disha sect to practice the Desha demonic kung fu. Of course, some Jindan cultivators of the Disha sect have succeeded, which has also caused the major sects to have more doubts about practicing the Desha demonic kung fu. The disgust of the golden elixir monk. These things flashed through Li Shiming's mind, and they were beyond his control. The mission he came here this time was very easy, which was to fly 10 drones. Considering the size of the Disha sect's sphere of influence, 5 drones were actually enough. However, considering that it was difficult to replenish the unexpected damage in time, he flew them all at once. 10 drones. Moreover, these 10 drones all use the latest 27nm CPU, and the internal parts are improved to the nanometer level because of their control in the computer room space, which can achieve 27nm control, making the camera lenses and the accuracy of some key light sensing parts has been greatly improved. The energy system of the drone and the spirit stones used in the spirit stone motor have also been upgraded to mid-grade spirit stones. The drone itself carries hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones, which is enough for the drone to stay in the air for more than 20 years. After the drone is connected to the drone satellite system, when the spirit stones are consumed to the set warning line, a prompt will be sent to Li Shiming through the drone satellite system. This ensures the long-term operation of the drone satellite system. In the future, he will update all drones in other areas to the latest version. Li Shiming did not fly the drone here. It was still a bit close to the checkpoint array. He did not hide his figure. There was no life in this area. Not even the figure of the monk was seen. The Disha sect's sphere of influence is not as prosperous as other major sections. Of course, this may be because it is still on the edge of the Disha sect's sphere of influence and has not penetrated deep into the hinterland of the Disha sect. Just as he was thinking about it, his eyes looked in one direction. Originally, he planned to dodge, but after seeing the fleeing monk, he stopped. Why is she here? Li Shiming murmured to himself. Thousands of miles away, a female cultivator flew away with all her strength with sword light. Behind her, 6 foundation building monks were chasing her. Behind the 6 foundation building monks, there was also a flying boat following leisurely. Being able to see situations thousands of miles away is due to the ability of divine vision. Even Li Shiming could see the face of the female cultivator. It was Renfei, whom he met on Tianhai Island. Renfei, who was already a foundation building monk, had a look of panic on her beautiful face. She knew the consequences of being caught up by the monk behind her. So even though there was not much spiritual power left in her body, she still flew away with all her strength. At this moment, she felt desperate. She didn't know how long she could hold on. The monks chasing her were just the man's subordinates, and the man was simply playing a cat-and-mouse game. Renfei suddenly sensed a person appearing in front of her. If that person hadn't blocked her escape route, she wouldn't have discovered that person's existence. She was startled first, then pleasantly surprised. Ever since she came to Beishu Continent, she wanted to meet Li Shiming, but she never thought that the first meeting would be under such circumstances. Big, Masterly. Renfei wanted to call her Big Brother, but when the words came to her lips, she changed to Masterly. Fair, why are you here? Li Shiming asked in a deep voice. He didn't pay much attention to the monks chasing after him. Then the 6 foundation building monks approached the flying boat behind them. He could sense that the monks on the flying boat were only in the late stage of foundation building, and he could just dismiss them casually. Aye. Renfair wanted to answer, but thinking of Li Shiming's identity as the elder of the Shushan sect, she didn't know how to answer. Li Shiming frowned slightly. He didn't want to use other mind communication to explore the thoughts of people he knew, but Renfair's hesitant behavior made him a little uneasy. He activated his mind and immediately heard Renfair's thoughts. It turned out that since Renfair came to the Beishu continent, she wanted to meet Li Shiming but failed. So she met a female cultivator. The female cultivator promised to introduce her to a large sect, but she needed to spend some resources. Renfair's conditions are pretty good. She has 2 golden elixir parents behind her, so she doesn't have to worry about resources for at least the foundation period. But after arriving in Beishu continent, she discovered that Jindan's parents could not give her much. They did not have a background in any major sect in Beishu continent, and their status was low. She also wanted to become a golden elixir monk and wanted to make her parents proud. So she gave some of her resources to the female cultivator. Renfair was not a fool and signed a contract with the female cultivator. The female cultivator is a disciple of the Disha sect and has little connections in the Disha sect. However, Renfair joined the Disha sect and became a disciple of the Disha sect. Renfair was very excited at the beginning. As long as she completed the tasks of the Disha sect, she could use her contribution points to choose the techniques of the Disha sect. The skills there were much stronger than what her parents could provide. But in a large sect, without a certain background, and in a demon sect, it didn't take long for Renfair to be targeted. A true disciple named Chuka wants to make Fair his Taoist companion. But Renfair knows that Chuka practices the magic power of absorbing yin and replenishing yang. Once a female cultivator follows Chuka, all her training will be ruined. To Chuka, Renfair found an opportunity to escape, but Chuka had already noticed her, and Li Shiming saw her running away. What Li Shiming heard from Renfair's voice was only the outline of what happened. It was impossible for Renfair to think of the whole thing in his mind. But what Li Shiming heard was enough for him to guess about what happened. Who are you? My master is the true successor of the Disha sect. Don't meddle in other people's business. The monks behind him caught up, and a foundation building monk warned loudly. The foundation building monk did not detect Li Shiming's realm. This situation is most likely because Li Shiming's realm is much higher than theirs, and Li Shiming deliberately hides his realm. Therefore, the monk did not dare to go too far in his attitude. But he definitely did not mean to be afraid. Obviously, Li Shiming is not a monk of the Disha sect. Within the sphere of influence of the Disha sect, there are either monks of the Disha sect or casual cultivators. No matter how strong Li Shiming was, he couldn't afford to offend the true disciples of Disha sect. Shut up! Li Shiming shouted sternly, with a hint of demons in your ears effect in his voice. This sound caused the 6 foundation building monks to stand stunned in the air. If they hadn't used spiritual weapons to fly, and the spiritual weapons had their own flying capabilities, they would have fallen from the air at this moment. As for Chuku, the true disciple in the flying boat, a jade metal on his body was broken in response to this shout. Chuku was sitting in the flying boat, not even daring to move. Although the power of the heavenly demon in his ears he endured was blocked by the jade tablet. He understood that a single voice could shatter his life-saving jade tablet. It's not something he can provoke. In fact, Li Shiming didn't even use the power of heavenly demons into his ears. If he really wanted to use the power of heavenly demons into his ears, none of these monks would survive. Li Shiming didn't kill these monks because he was considering Renfair's attitude. If Renfair wanted to stay in the Disha sect, then he would kill these monks and end Renfair's path to practice in the Disha sect. In any case, Disha sect is one of the 6 major sects, and Li Shiming respects Renfair's choice. In fact, it is not strange for Renfair to choose the Disha sect. When Renfair was on Tianhai Island, she was a disciple of the demon sect. Fair, have you joined the Disha sect? Li Shiming glanced at Renfair's robe and asked. He couldn't say that he already knew about Renfair's joining the Disha sect through his mind. After discovering that the robe on Renfair's body was the standard robe of the Disha sect, he deliberately guided and asked questions. Yes. Renfair's voice was very soft, and she was extremely worried. This was not on Tianhai Island. She and Li Shiming were both very young at that time, and they didn't care about the difference between good and evil. Besides, the battle between good and evil on Tianhai Island only reached the foundation building stage. The golden elixir stage was just like her parents' separation. The golden elixir monks of the two sects of good and evil have become Taoist companions. But in the northern Shu continent, conflicts between good and evil often occur, and it is normal for the Jindan monks to fall.
Is this true story forcing you to do things you don't want to do?
Li Shiming asked again. Renfair nodded, thinking that Chuku wanted to become a Taoist couple with her. She didn't have much resistance to becoming a Taoist couple with a powerful monk. But Chuku regarded the Taoist couple as a furnace. This was she couldn't stand it. Li Shiming sensed Renfair's thoughts, and couldn't help but sigh that Fair had grown up and became much more realistic. At this moment, he suddenly heard Yin Shirlan's name from Renfair's heart. And Renfair called Yin Shirlan her sister. He originally planned to only solve the current troubles for Renfair. But after hearing that Renfair was Yin Shirlan's biological sister, he was surprised and needed to consider Renfair's future.
Fair, you have two choices. One is to stay in the Disha sect. I can let you practice in the Disha sect without being disturbed by any monks. The other option is to leave the Disha sect. You can choose between the Qianwan sect and the Shushan sect. Choose one of them to join.
Li Shiming thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. When Chuka heard Li Shiming's words, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of sarcasm. He thought Li Shiming was talking big words. He activated a distress talisman on his body, and the distress talisman automatically sent out his location. This is the talisman for help from the true disciples. As long as there are monks from the sect around, they will come to reinforce them. When the help talisman was activated, Li Shiming had just heard the news from Renfair's heart that Yin Shirlan was his sister. His mind was slightly affected, and he did not notice Chuka's actions. In the world of immortality, there are not many things that can affect Li Shiming's mind, and Yin Shirlan is the most important one.
Is it okay if I want to join the Thousand Fantasy sect?
Renfair's heart beat twice. She thought of the days when she was with Li Shiming. Li Shiming was thinking about her. After seeing the horror of the demon sect in Beishu continent, she had no idea about the demon sect. In fact, no matter which sect you are in, it is difficult to have no background. But the danger of the demon sect is greater. And with her sister here in Qianwan sect, she should be able to get more care. It's not that she hasn't thought about Shushan sect, but when she gets to Shushan sect, she will be a generation younger than Li Shiming. And she doesn't want that.
That's good. When we get to Qianwan sect, your sister will take care of her. So your sister will feel more at ease.
Li Shiming heard Renfair's thoughts through.
Is mind communication.
And he directly cut off Renfair's imagination. When he chose Yin Shirlan, there was only room for Yin Shirlan in his heart. Especially as his realm gets higher and higher. His state of mind is also improving. And his heart can no longer tolerate many foreign objects. At the same time, Yin Shirlan became more and more stable in his heart. And becoming a Taoist couple with Yin Shirlan was also his wish besides practicing. When Renfair heard Li Shiming tell her about her sister, her expression froze.
You know,
she whispered,
you stay here with me for a while, and I will take you away after I finish handling the matter.
Li Shiming said with a smile. He looked at the 6 foundation building monks in Evasion, and other minds enveloped them.
Did you send a distress message?
Li Shiming was slightly startled. He sensed Chuka's inner voice, but he didn't expect that Chuka would have the courage to send a distress message.
No matter what your cultivation level is, it's best to let us go. This place is very close to the checkpoint. Elder Jindan will be here soon.
Chuka became more courageous after activating the help talisman. Vocal channel.
Originally, it wasn't a big deal. I just saved people and left. I didn't want to make the matter bigger.
Li Shiming said with a sigh.
Just go ahead and capture me. I will ask the elders to spare your life.
Chuka thought Li Shiming was scared. So he said loudly. In the direction of the level, a mid-stage golden elixir aura was rapidly approaching, making Chuka's momentum surge. Chapter 354 Killing. Li Shiming's aura suddenly increased, and his spiritual power turned into a shield, protecting Renfair within it. As for the other 6 foundation building monks, and Chuka sitting in the flying boat, they didn't care. The aura of the golden elixir in the early stage is nothing. But Chuka's cultivation in the late stage of foundation building can still resist it without targeting him. But what was more terrifying than the initial aura of the golden elixir was the arrogant body refining aura. The substance-like body refining aura caused the 6 foundation building monks to burst into pieces and turn into powder in the air. All the formations of Chuka's flying boat exploded under the body refining breath, without any blocking effect. As for Chuku, although he didn't die on the spot, he still urinated profusely, and most of his bones were broken. Chuku was in extreme panic. Even his father, who was in the middle stage of the golden core, could not give him such terrible pressure with all his strength. That is to say, his foundation was extremely solid, and his cultivation took into account both chaining chi and body refining, which prevented him from dying on the spot. But his current state was not far from death. Zuotai is one of the guarding monks at the barrier between the Disha sect and the righteous forces. He is in the middle stage of Jindan cultivation, and his combat power is in the upper reaches of Jindan monks. Demon cultivators can reach the middle stage of Jindan, whether it is killing or killing. Both experience and combat methods are extremely rich. After he received Chuka's distress message, because he had some friendship with Chuka's father Chu-sun, and because of the distress message from these true disciples, the sect had regulations that required timely help if conditions allowed. The rescue talisman is not something that can be consumed at will. This time, Chuka will not be able to apply for another rescue talisman from the sect without several years of hard work. Zuotai rushed to the location of the distress message mark with all his strength, which was not far from the checkpoint. He saw the two sides confronting each other, but right before his eyes, the 6 foundation building disciples turned into blood mist. This made his eyes extremely sharp. He killed Disha sect disciples here in front of him, but he was his enemy and the entire Disha sect. He even felt that Chuka's aura was extremely weak, and it looked like he could die at any time.
"You are looking for death!"
he shouted, and the power of the earthly evil turned into a yellow light, driving the flying sword to slash at Li Shiming. At this time, Li Shiming turned his head and looked at Zuotai, their eyes facing each other. Li Shiming didn't recognize Zuotai, but Zuotai recognized Li Shiming. Li Shiming's portraits are preserved in all major sects, especially the Jindan elders. Most of them have seen his portraits, so as not to recognize them even if they meet outside. In addition, the Jindan elders of various major sects are even thinking that if one day Li Shiming encounters danger, they recognize Li Shiming's identity and help in time, making Li Shiming owe a favor, which will bring great harm to them. Benefit. But Zuotai would never have imagined that he would actually meet Li Shiming, the alchemy master known as the best at his level. But instead of making friends with Li Shiming, he was slashing at Li Shiming with the flying sword magic weapon in his hand. At this time, it was too late for him to take back the flying sword magic weapon. He was so frightened and angry just now that he sensed the terrifying body-refining aura on Li Shiming's body. So this blow was a full-strength blow without leaving any room for strength. The power of Earth Evil demonic skill is extremely powerful, especially the power of Earth Evil. It will have a strong gravitational influence when attacking, and it will also erode the enemy's spiritual power. With the blessing of a magic weapon, its power can increase the magic weapon. Counting becomes power. After Li Shiming killed these foundation-building monks of the Disha sect, he had no intention of doing anything better. He did not use his best flying sword, but with a wave of his hand, he had a third-grade sword-based magic weapon in his hand. He held the sword in both hands and slashed hard at Zuotai's flying sword magic weapon. There was a loud boom, and where the third-grade sword base and the flying sword magic weapon intersected, the lightning and the power of the earth evil intertwined, making a sound like thunder. When the white lightning sword intent and the yellow earth evil power intersected, no one took advantage. Although the quality of Li Shiming's thunder and lightning sword intention is extremely high, the problem is that his sword intention itself is not strong. He does not major in sword cultivation techniques, so the growth rate of his sword intention cannot be compared with the improvement of his realm. This was because he had a clone of Li Yuanba who majored in top-notch sword cultivation techniques such as sword intention climbing to the sky. He shared Li Yuanba's sword cultivation ability, which made his thunder and lightning sword intention have such power and be able to compete with him. In the middle stage of Jindan, Zuotai's power of earthly evil can compete with it. In fact, it's not that Li Shiming's thunder and lightning sword intent is too weak, but that he is too strong in other aspects. Just like the current battle, although the thunder sword intent is tied with Zuotai's earth evil power, Li Shiming's Badraw body protection divine skill is almost perfect, which makes his power reach the level of a late-stage golden elixir body refining monk S level. At the moment when the third-grade sword base and the flying sword intersected, the flying sword was knocked down by the third-grade sword base and fell downwards with a cry. Zuotai's chest felt tight, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. As soon as he started, he suffered a big loss. He felt that his natal magic weapon, the flying sword, had been seriously damaged, and he didn't know if it could be repaired. There was no time to feel sorry for his own magic weapon, so he quickly stepped back.
Masterly! I didn't know it was you. Stop! This is a misunderstanding,
Zhuotai said continuously as he backed away. He had already scolded Chuku and Chuku's father in his heart. And he actually sent a distress message asking him to deal with Masterly. This is Masterly. A lot of golden elixir monks are begging Masterly for making elixirs. If Masterly now said that Zhuotai was his enemy, I am afraid that Zhuotai's head would be sent to Masterly in a few days as a gift to curry favor with Masterly. As for how Masterly appeared in the Disha Sect's sphere of influence, he must have sneaked over. But so what? If the Sect knew that Masterly was coming, the Sect would never embarrass Masterly for such a trivial matter. Even if Masterly killed Chuku, the most he could do was give him a few words to save his face. Li Shiming didn't know that his reputation had such an effect. His idea was simple. Since he had done something, he should do it cleanly. He didn't say anything to Zhuotai, and he should chase Zhuotai. Since Renfair was there, and he couldn't silence Renfair, he didn't use
building Lotus every step.
But his body refining strength was displayed faster than Zhuotai's. When Zhuotai wanted to retreat, Li Shiming approached Zhuotai at full speed. When the war started, Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 also participated. Through the analysis and prediction of the natal magic weapon Z15 and the
other mind communication
he opened, he could accurately find out Zhuotai's movement direction, and even Zhuotai's movement. The next movement. The movements of the body and limbs are all clear. Renfair is quite knowledgeable. At least her parents are both Golden Core cultivators. And she has also seen the battles of Golden Core cultivators. But the battle in front of her made her confused and couldn't understand it at all. She saw that Li Shiming, the master of alchemy, was directly approaching the enemy, completely inconsistent with his identity. This kind of fighting method is rarely seen among monks. It is the pattern of body-refining monks. What surprised her even more was that the middle-stage Golden Core monk retreated, as if he was flying towards Li Shiming on purpose. Li Shiming flew to where he was first, and the middle-stage Golden Core monk then sent him there on his own. If she hadn't known that Zhuotai was called for rescue by Chuku, she would have thought that Zhuotai was cooperating with Li Shiming's performance. Not to mention Renfair. Even Zhuotai himself was in extreme panic. Under normal circumstances, even if the pursuer is faster than the runner, it is difficult to catch up with the runner without an absolute advantage in speed. This is because the escaper has mastered the choice of escape route, and every change of direction allows him to take the initiative, preventing the pursuer from using his speed. But he encountered something strange. He had extremely rich combat experience, and the retreat route he chose was what he thought was the best. But just as he was retreating, Li Shiming flew in a straight line and arrived on the route of his retreat, making him seem to be in front of Li Shiming. This also shortened the distance between him and Li Shiming to close combat distance. He had no choice but to block Li Shiming's attack before making any plans. The defensive magic weapon blessed by the power of Earth Evil makes Zhuotai very confident in his own defense. He had already planned to use the life-saving talisman to escape when he had no other options. Li Shiming's spiritual eye was opened, and all the spiritual power of Zhuotai's body appeared in his eyes. The natal magic weapon Z15 analyzed the direction in which Zhuotai's spiritual power will be mobilized next. This is the result of Z15's analysis based on previous battles during the battle. The next moment, the third-grade sword-based magic weapon in Li Shiming's hand was chopped out. Zhuotai had already thought about it. He would use the power of this blow to retreat. He also estimated the power of this attack. If it was too strong, he would immediately activate the life-saving talisman and escape. A strange thing about the third-grade sword-based magic weapon that struck Zhuotai was that it was the spiritual gap in his defensive magic weapon. Such a spiritual gap would change in an instant, so it would not become a weakness. But the problem is that Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 predicts the location of the spiritual gap in advance, and the attack of the third-grade sword-based magic weapon is premeditated. The third-grade sword-based magic weapon cut into the gap of spiritual power, and the shield magic weapon attached to the evil force did not play its due role. The third-grade sword-based magic weapon followed the spiritual gap and passed through the side of the shield magic weapon. This should have happened. You must know that the defense of the shield magic weapon is not completely completed by the magic weapon itself, but by the magic weapon stimulating the special patterns inside to form a spiritual defense shield. But this blow cut into the gap of spiritual power, causing the spiritual defense shield to have no effect. With a pop sound, the third-grade sword-based magic weapon struck Zhuotai's body, and the terrifying thunder and lightning sword intent spread all over his body in an instant. Not to mention activating the life-saving talisman. He couldn't even use his spiritual thoughts to take out the life-saving talisman from the space ring.
He never thought until his death that in a head-on battle with an early Jin Dan monk like Li Shiming, he would be killed without even being able to open the space ring. Li Shiming was not surprised at all. If he used other means to kill these middle-stage Golden Core monks, even those from major sects, he might be able to kill them instantly. The reason why he fought 2 moves with Zuatai was to test his close combat ability. The result of the battle showed that he could easily kill a mid-stage Jin Dan monk just by relying on his body-refining strength. This was the result of not using Ubu Shanglian, or the Thunder method. His battle process can be used in public, and Qianba Temple will not know about it because of the budging lotus. Nor will it cause any trouble because of the simultaneous appearance of dozens of lightning techniques that are beyond the understanding of other monks. He waved his hand to put away Zuatai's body, the storage bags of the 6 Foundation building monks, and Chuka's space bracelet.
See if there is anything useful,
he said, as he threw 6 storage bags and a space bracelet to Renfei. Renfei hurriedly accepted the storage bag and space bracelet. She had not yet recovered from the shock of the previous battle. What she saw was that he was a middle-stage Jin Dan monk and a Jin Dan elder from Disha's sect. This Jin Dan elder alone could easily defeat her parents together. And such a powerful being couldn't even fight back in front of Li Shiming.
It seems that only my sister's talent can match him.
Renfei felt powerless in her heart. She is not a genius. She loves to play and has a lot of fun. And she doesn't care about cultivation. But her sister Yin Shirlan is different. Her parents have used Yin Shirlan to educate her since she was a child. Li Shiming didn't care what Renfei was thinking. And he didn't use his other mind at this moment. He took out the meteor ink boat and asked Renfei to rest in the flying boat. He stood on the flying boat and headed towards the depths of the Disha sect's sphere of influence. Chuka's death was immediately known to Chu Sun, who was at the mountain gate of Disha sect. Chu Sun left bloodline means on his son's body. Chu Sun also knew that Zuatai went to the rescue. After sensing Chuka's death, Chu Sun immediately contacted Zuatai and wanted to know what happened. But Chu Sun couldn't contact Zuatai. He guessed that something might have happened to Zuatai. Chu Sun didn't believe that there were monks within the Disha sect's sphere of influence who could easily kill Zuatai. Although Zuatai's strength in the Golden Core stage was not the best. Even if he met a being with the strongest strength in the Golden Core stage, he wanted to escape is also possible. It is possible to defeat Zuatai, a monk in the middle stage of Jin Dan. But killing Zuatai is not something ordinary monks can do. Combined with the location of Chuka's accident, Chu Sun determined that it was a monk who smuggled in from the outside world. He immediately sent a message to the checkpoint, asking the checkpoint to activate the full power of the formation. He also summoned as many close friends as he could contact and gathered at the checkpoint. No matter what the murderer wanted to do in the Disha sect's sphere of influence, he had to leave. The Disha sect's sphere of influence is extremely exclusive, and any outside monk will be very obvious. He is ready to wait for the sect's information at the checkpoint, either to block the murderer at the checkpoint, or to wait for the information to find out the murderer's location and encircle him. Chapter 355 Earth Evil. The meteor ink boat flew in the sky. Li Shiming stood on the flying boat, and Renfei sat in the flying boat. There was no communication between the two. Li Shiming didn't know what to say. He even closed his other mind. Renfei has changed tremendously from the Fei back then. This may be due to Renfei's experiences over the years. Fei's sect was broken, and she and her parents drifted away for many years and experienced too many things. Renfei felt extremely uneasy. This time, her willfulness made her almost step into the abyss. She didn't know how to see her parents after she returned. She didn't even know how to face Li Shiming. Li Shiming was so good that she had no idea. Probably only her sister could be worthy of Li Shiming. Ever since the sect was broken, she has been jealous of her sister. Jealous of why her sister was able to enter a large sect such as Qianhuan's sect and have such a smooth journey. It was only after she arrived in Beishu continent and came into contact with her sister that she realized the gap between herself and her sister. My sister works hard all the time in the sect. In terms of formations and cultivation, my sister is the best among her generation even in a large sect such as Qianhuan's sect where geniuses gather. And there are too many things in her mind. After returning this time, if she can really enter the Thousand Fantasy sect, she will definitely concentrate on practicing like her sister. To pass the time, she took out the trophies given by Li Shiming. There were 6 storage bags and a space bracelet. There were not many spiritual objects in the 6 storage bags that surprised her, but there were many extremely precious spiritual objects in the space bracelet, which made her face feel sad. The color of surprise. She wanted to tell Li Shiming the precious things in the space bracelet. But when she thought about it, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly.
The precious things she considers are only second-grade spiritual objects. With Li Shiming's current status, second-grade spiritual objects have long been ignored. Even ordinary third-grade spiritual objects will probably not be taken too seriously by Li Shiming. Just like Renfair did, Li Shiming was also checking the loot. Normally, he would check the space rings of middle-stage Jindan monks by just scanning them with his spiritual thoughts. Today, just to kill time, his mind stayed in the space ring for a while longer. To be honest, even though this middle-stage Jindan monk is a Jindan elder of Disha Sect, his net worth is indeed not very good, with only 2 magic weapons in total. However, among the 2 magic weapons, apart from the flying sword, which is the natal magic weapon for the monks in the middle stage of the Golden Core, it is a mountain-type magic weapon. This reminded him of the Wanjian Feng magic weapon. The Wanjian Feng magic weapon in the hands of the clone Li Yuanba could suppress a late-stage Jindan cultivator with one blow. Therefore, he was very interested in the mountain-type magic weapon. He took out the mountain-type magic weapon and held it in the palm of his hand. His mind sensed the small mountain peak and carefully examined the situation of the mountain's magic weapon. Soon he became a little disappointed. The mountain magic weapon was far behind the Wanjian Feng magic weapon. The whole body was made of low to no-grade weapon refining materials, with a small amount of first-grade weapon refining materials mixed in. There were only second and third-grade materials in key positions. Refining materials. Even though the clone Li Yuanba's Wanjian Feng magic weapon was made from a real mountain peak. You must know that Wanjian Feng itself was strengthened by a sect for countless years, constantly accumulating various refining materials to transform the mountain. Especially the 10,000 flying swords with sword intent. The penetration of the sword intent into the mountain over the years has made the entire Wanjian Peak itself surpass the ordinary weapon refining materials. And as Li Yuanba's own strength grows, Wanjian Feng's magic weapon will slowly strengthen under the influence of the sword's intention. The mountain magic weapon in Li Shiming's hand can be regarded as the best among magic weapons at best. And it is still far behind the top golden elixir stage magic weapon, such as the Wanjian Feng magic weapon. But the biggest difference between mountain magic weapons and ordinary magic weapons is its own power, which can often burst into power several times higher than that of magic weapons of the same level. Li Shiming himself is proficient in weapon refining, and he plans to improve the mountain magic weapon in his hand so that it can become one of his common methods. He had nothing to like about the other spiritual objects in the space ring. It was just that his spiritual mind swept across a jade slip. His spiritual mind entered the jade slip and probed for a moment. Just when he was about to pass it by, he couldn't help but stop. How is this possible? He scanned the contents of the jade slip again in surprise, and confirmed that what he saw was not wrong. Inside the jade slip is an inheritance of Desha demonic skills. Of course, this is not the original inheritance of the Disha sect. The quality of the jade slip is not high. This inheritance of Earth demonic art reaches the nascent soul stage, and it seems to be comprehensive, and it contains many monks' cultivation experience. For large sects such as Disha sect, their core technique, Desha demonic kung fu, would also be copied. If Li Shiming hadn't already held the technique in his hands, he wouldn't have believed that such a thing would happen. You must know that the major sects are extremely strict in protecting the exercises. With a status like Li Shiming's, in order to redeem the exercises from the sect, he also needs to completely write down the exercises in the sect and hand back the original exercises. Leave the mountain gate. As for transcribing the exercises, once discovered, it is almost equivalent to a serious crime of treason. Li Shiming shook his head. This is the core skill of the Disha sect. It is not surprising that something happens to the demon sect. In fact, he didn't know that the Disha sect's Desha demonic skill had been passed down for countless years, and different cultivation factions had long been formed within his sect. They cherished each other, and thus formed multiple inheritance system. Each inheritance system has its own inheritance, and the recorded experiences of its predecessors are different. Moreover, every inheritance system has produced ancestors of nascent soul now or before. It is precisely because of this that the sect cannot interfere too much in such matters. In addition, the most important thing is that the demand for practicing the Desha demonic kung fu is very high. Even within the Disha sect, there are not many monks who are capable of practicing it. The Disha demonic kung fu is only spread among elite disciples, and the sect will not worry about it. Leakage of law. The reason why this middle-stage Jindan monk has the inheritance of Earth demonic art is because he is the strongest person in their inheritance system. So the inheritance of Earth demonic art is preserved in his hands. Although Li Shiming did not know these things, the natal magic weapon Z15 conducted an exercise, analysis of the exercise, and judged that the exercise was real. With the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, it didn't take long for him to have a detailed understanding of the Earth Demon art. To his surprise, this Earth Demon technique is the purest Earth-based technique. It collects the Earth's Earth evil power, transforms and purifies it through spiritual power in the body, and finally forms a controllable Earth evil power. From this point of view, if this kind of skill does not seriously damage the Earth veins, it may be regarded as the top Earth attribute skill. Li Shiming had seen monks in the middle stage of the Golden Core use the power of the earthly evil. Although the power of the earthly evil had no power in front of him, his attack was carried out with the power of body refining in the late Golden Core. Not to mention the middle stage Jindan monks. Even the late stage Jindan monks would be unbearable if they were struck by his sword. To a certain extent, his strength has long exceeded the constraints of the realm. In the early stage of the Golden Core, it can be said that he is not afraid of any enemies. It is extremely unfair to judge the power of Disha based on his strength. The power of Earth Evil is a manifestation of Earth Attribute spiritual power, which is much more advanced than the Earth Attribute Golden Elixir spiritual power in Li Shiming's body. Li Shiming found out from the inheritance of Earth demonic skills why these Earth Attribute skills are called magic skills. In addition to plundering the power of Earth Evil in the Earth's veins, the Earth demonic art will cause the Earth's spirituality to be greatly lost, thus reducing the environment of a region to the point where humans cannot survive. What really makes Earth demonic art called Earth demonic art is that every monk who practices Earthsha demonic art can plunder the power of earthly evil from other monks who practice Earthsha demonic art. It's no wonder that there are so many factions in the Disha sect that practice Desha demonic skills, because it is easy for each other to plunder the power of the Disha sect. The monks of the Disha sect will find closer monks to form alliances to ensure that they will not fall a cauldron for other monks. When Li Shiming saw this, his eyes lit up. One of his brains had already begun to simulate the training route of the Earth Demon skill in his body, and one of his brains took out the body of a mid-Jindan monk from the space ring. This middle-stage Golden Elixir monk died not long ago, and the power of Earth Evil in his body has not yet dissipated. Operating the Earth Demonic art requires wholeheartedness. Li Shiming uses a single brain to control it, which meets the requirement of wholehearted cultivation. He is probably the only monk in the world of immortality who can do other things while practicing his skills. If other monks did what he did, they would probably go crazy many times. A huge energy flowed into his body from the corpse of the monk in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir. With the help of the special technique of Earth Demonic art, it was converted into his own Earth Evil power and flowed into his Earth Attribute Golden Elixir. Li Shiming has no intention of changing his major in Kung Fu, and he doesn't even want to practice Earth Demon Kung Fu concurrently. He didn't want to absorb the power of the Earth's evil spirits, as that would cause too much damage to the environment. Look at the land of Disha's sect. How desolate it has become due to years of plundering of the Earth's veins. Although he is not an environmentalist, he does have some principles. Even if the power of earthly evil has been transformed, his Earth Attribute Golden Elixir has been completely replaced by spiritual power. This is not surprising. In any case, this Earth Evil power is also the full Earth Evil power of a monk in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir. Li Shiming is only in the early stage of the Golden Elixir, and the Earth Attribute Golden Elixir is one of his 5 Golden Elixirs. The ordinary Earth Attribute spiritual power in the Earth Attribute Golden Elixir has been transformed into the power of Earth Attribute demons after being transformed by the Earth Attribute Demonic art. This greatly improved the quality of the Earth Attribute Golden Elixir, almost comparable to that of the Fire Attribute Golden Elixir. You must know that the quality of the Fire Attribute Golden Elixir has been improved due to the Nanming Lihua. Since the creation of Nanming Lihua, the spiritual quality of Li Shiming's 5 Golden Elixirs has been improved. But this is one drag on 4. In fact, there is still a lot of pressure on the Fire Attribute Golden Elixir, especially when encountering a big battle. The spiritual energy consumption is too large, and there is no guarantee that the Fire Attribute Golden Elixir will have enough power over the other 4 Golden Elixirs. Strength increased. Now that the quality of the Earth Attribute Golden Elixir has been improved, his own spiritual power has become a higher level Earth Attribute spiritual power, such as the power of Earth Evil, which is equivalent to adding an engine to the 5 elements Chi collection formation. Originally there was only a Fire Attribute Golden Elixir as an engine, But now an earth attribute golden elixir is added as an engine. Li Shiming felt that the spiritual power of the 5 golden elixirs in his body was running more smoothly. This was the benefit of practicing the Earth Demon art and absorbing the power of the Earth Demon. What surprised him the most was that the 5 elements chi array in his body was able to convert fire attribute spiritual power into the power of Earth Evil. If the Disha sect could generate the Desha demonic art on its own, there would be no need to go around trying to plunder the power of the Disha in the Earth veins. At least in the golden elixir stage, the Earth demonic art still needs to improve itself by plundering the Earth Evil power in the Earth veins. But in Li Shiming's body, every time the spiritual power of the 5 elements Nai Chi array is converted, the fire attribute spiritual power is converted into the power of Earth Evil through the fire attribute golden elixir. In other words, even if he does not practice the Earth demonic art in the future, the Earth attribute golden elixir can still keep the power of the Earth demon growing as his realm improves. With Li Shiming's level, even if he added the natal magic weapon Z15, he still couldn't analyze the reason. This cannot be blamed on the natal magic weapon Z15. The natal magic weapon Z15 is analyzed and judged based on Li Shiming's understanding of cultivating immortals and his knowledge base. Beyond these categories, the natal magic weapon Z15 is powerless. However, according to the fact that only the fire attribute spiritual power of the fire attribute golden elixir can be converted into the power of Earth Evil, Li Shiming guessed that this may have something to do with the quality of the spiritual power. The fire attribute spiritual power in the fire attribute golden elixir in his body was enhanced by Nanming Lihua, and may be even higher in quality than the power of earthly evil. The spiritual power in the other 3 golden elixirs is much lower than the quality of the earthly evil power. Li Shiming tried to mobilize the power of earthly evil. He was still thinking that if he practiced the earthly evil demonic art, it would still be troublesome to replenish the power of earthly evil in the future. Now he didn't have to worry about it. The power of earthly evil transformed into earth-attributed armor on his body. According to his judgment, this was almost equivalent to a defensive magic weapon in the early stage of golden elixir. With a thought in his mind, he took out the magic weapon from the mountain and simply refined it first. This refining is only a preliminary recognition of the master. But with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, more than 100 of his brains can recognize the master at the same time. Even if one brain can only achieve 1% of the recognition progress, 100 brains can do it. Completely acknowledge the Lord. However, there are some limitations in the recognition process, which made the recognition progress of the mountain magic weapon reach 80% for his first recognition, which was enough for him to use the mountain magic weapon. The mountain magic weapon is called Jialan Peak. He tried to input the Earth attribute golden elixir to summon the power of Earth Evil, and Jialan Peak emitted an earthy yellow light. Although it was his first time to use the power of earthly evil, with his control over spiritual power, a large amount of earthly evil's power did not appear to be swallowed up. This is also related to the fact that the clone Li Yuanba used the same type of magic weapon. Jialan Peak flew out of his hand and landed in the air not far away, turning into a mountain peak. Chapter 356 Arrangement. Li Shiming felt the power of Jialan Peak and couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. He found that using the power of earthly evil to activate the Jialan Peak was at least 50% more powerful than the Jialan Peak was supposed to exert. The power of earthly evil combined with mountain-type magic weapons has such a bonus. Of course, mountain-type magic weapons also have a huge demand for spiritual power. With the power of Disha being difficult to replenish, it would be difficult for monks of the Disha sect to use mountain-type magic weapons as a regular means. Using a mountain magic weapon once will consume a lot of earth evil power in the body. The amount of earth evil power consumed depends on how powerful the mountain magic weapon is to be exerted. But the minimum consumption is extremely huge compared to other magic weapons. As for why the Mid-Jindan monk didn't use Jialan Peak before, it was because Li Shiming didn't give him a chance to use it. What a pity! Li Shiming muttered to himself. He thought of the magic weapon of Wanjianfeng. If the clone Li Yuanba hadn't been metallic, he would have tried to find a way to catch a Jindan monk from the Disha sect who had practiced the Earth Demon technique for Li Yuanba, so that Li Yuanba could also practice the Earth Demon technique. If the Wanjianfeng magic weapon is strengthened with the power of the Earth Evil, then the Wanjianfeng magic weapon can probably suppress a golden elixir monk at the first level of the Great Elder with one blow, making the golden elixir truly invincible. Li Shiming took back Jialan Peak without waiting for Jialan Peak to fall. Although he could restore the power of the earthly demon on his own, he couldn't waste it too much. His spiritual thoughts swept through the meteor ink boat and found that Renfair had fallen asleep at some point. Renfair has suffered a lot these days. Ever since she entered the Disha sect, she has never had a peaceful day. She has been mentally exhausted. Not to mention that she was being chased and ran for her life not long ago. Not long after he settled down. After counting the trophies given by Li Shiming, he was excited for a while, and then fell asleep, no longer able to support himself. Li Shiming smiled and placed a little spiritual power on Renfair's body, letting Renfair sleep for a while longer. With a wave of his hand, Renfair was taken into the computer room by him. This is the second time that Renfair has been taken into the computer room space by him. Except for Renfair, no one alive has been able to enter the computer room space, except for the clone Li Yuanba, who is one with him and can be regarded as one person. Without Renfair as a drag, he put away Meteor Emojo without any scruples anymore. He used the secret technique of charming soul concealment and used step-by-step Lotus to hide himself in the shadows everywhere and rush forward. The speed suddenly increased many times. After going deep into the belly of the Disha sect, he found that the damage to the Earth's veins became lighter the further inward. Thinking about it, if the Disha sect really didn't care at all, the area occupied by the Disha sect would be a dead land. Maybe monks can survive in this environment, but it is completely impossible for mortals. Without the foundation of mortals, how could the Disha sect survive? Golden elixir monks can live for 500 years, and nascent soul monks can live even longer. But no matter how long they live, they will die one day. If a generation of golden elixirs and nascent soul monks dies, a new generation of monks will be needed to supplement them. The origins of these monks are mortals. Mortals may seem weak, but they are the foundation of the world of immortality. Li Shiming judged the distance and found that it was already far away from the checkpoint. He took out the drone. After the drone was running, the formation was activated. The fluctuations of the drone's spiritual power became extremely obscure, and he became invisible. 10 drones flew towards high places. They were positioned at different locations, completely covering the entire Disha sect's sphere of influence. When the drones flew to the predetermined height, one of the drones successfully connected to the drone satellite system of the righteous forces. And then, the remaining 9 drones connected with this drone and joined the drone satellite system. Within, this was considered to be the completion of this mission. He turned around and flew towards the checkpoint. When he was about to reach the checkpoint, he stopped, since the location where he released the drone was the closest to the checkpoint. The first area covered by the drone satellite system was the checkpoint area. The magic weapon Z-15 discovered a figure at the checkpoint through the drone satellite system. The image of this figure forced him to stop his movements. The figure's face could not be seen clearly, and even the images in the area around it were affected, creating a model lake. You must know that the hardware of the camera system of the drone released this time has been upgraded to an extremely high level. There is only one possibility why this situation still occurs. This figure is a nascent soul ancestor. Li Shiming used drones to monitor the Yuanying ancestor before. During the battle between the Yuanying ancestors, this was the image of the Yuanying ancestor that appeared in the drone satellite system. It seemed that the force field in the area around the ancestor of nascent soul was affected. Li Shiming was not so convinced that he dared to pass by even though he knew there was an ancestor of nascent soul in front of him. Without thinking, he turned around and walked in the other direction, away from the checkpoint. This Yuanying ancestor cannot stay at the checkpoint forever. He will leave only when it is safer. Taking advantage of this time, he could travel around the Disha sect's sphere of influence. He took a spiritual elixir and put it into Renfair's mouth. This second-grade top elixir could prevent Renfair from eating for half a month, and slowly strengthens its body. To him, these second-grade top-level elixirs were the work of hand training in the early stages of alchemy. Renfair, who took the elixir and fell asleep, would not have any impact from sleeping for many days in a row. On the contrary, it would greatly enhance her own strength. This kind of benefit is probably wanted by all the monks in the world of immortality. But Renfair enjoyed it without knowing it. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to travel through the sphere of influence of a large sect without more than a month. However, Li Shiming has mastered the magical foot power of building Lotus step by step, and his movement speed cannot be judged by common sense. Just as he thought, when he continued deeper into the hinterland of Disha sect, he found that there were no traces of damage to the Earth's veins. There are mortal towns in these places, and the scale of the mortals is not small. Each mortal country occupies a large area of land. Li Shiming observed these mortals.
Perhaps these mortals have never known what the outside world is like all their lives. They only see things related to themselves. Even officials can only see the fights between countries at most. Probably only a few mortals in the country know about the world of immortality. Just like him back then. If he hadn't come from a relatively high background, he might not have been able to come into contact with the cultivation of immortality in his life. Li Shiming found that all the places here were covered by a simple large array. This simple large array had nodes arranged everywhere, and its only function was to monitor the earth veins. Once the earth line becomes passive, it will immediately be known to the Disha sect. This is also to prevent monks from using earth veins to practice the earth demonic art. I don't know how the monks of the earthen sect practice the earth demonic art. There must be a place to absorb the power of earthly evil in the earth veins in order to practice the earthly evil demonic skill. You can't just absorb the power of earthly evil in other people's bodies. He watched with cold eyes the whole time, did not show up, and did not interfere in anything. He is very aware of the current situation. He is within the sphere of influence of the Disha sect, and has killed many disciples of the Disha sect. Of course, he also understood that if his identity was exposed, the Disha sect might not do anything to him. But in that case, he would be in debt to the Disha sect. In the world of immortality, this kind of favor owed to a large sect cannot be owed. In the future, the Disha sect will magnify this favor countless times and return it. Another possibility is that the Disha sect simply kept him in the Disha sect because of his crimes, and asked him to refine elixirs for the Disha sect. This result would be even more troublesome. He doesn't have much hatred against the Disha sect. It's just a trivial matter. It's impossible for him to form a deadly feud with a large sect like the Disha sect just for Renfei. Sure enough, the nascent soul ancestor did not stay at the level for long. The drone satellite system locked the figure of the nascent soul ancestor and watched it leave the current monitoring range of the drone satellite system. This situation will only occur because the drone satellite system has not yet spread within the Disha sect's sphere of influence. When the drone satellite system is fully in place, only if the nascent soul ancestor is prepared, becomes invisible, and shields his own heat can he avoid the surveillance of the drone satellite system. Li Shiming didn't go shopping anymore. He didn't have a detailed map of this place, and he couldn't even buy some of the specialties here. Fengshi is not easy to come across. Without a corresponding map, it is not easy to find Fengshi. He headed towards the checkpoint, and 3 hours after Yuaning Ancestor left the checkpoint, he approached the checkpoint. The level's spiritual power fluctuates very strongly, and it can be seen that the level array is fully activated. Li Shiming didn't care whether the checkpoint formation was fully activated. With his formation master ability, and the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, he could not even use the 4th grade formation. Not to mention, the formations designed to block monks of the Golden Core and below realms can be cracked easily. To a certain extent, his formation level has long surpassed the ability of the formation master and reached another level. When there were still 20 miles away from the formation, there were no more shadows here. Due to the long-term damage to the earth's veins, this area has almost become a flat gobi. The ground is covered with small gravels. If it weren't for the continuous replenishment of the ley lines in the opposite Jingdao's sphere of influence, this place would have become a desert long ago. When Li Shiming saw this scene, he thought of why the disciples of the Disha sect had absorbed the power of the Disha. It was probably because the earth veins in the opposite Jingdao's sphere of influence were constantly being replenished here. Absorbing the power of earthly evil here is equivalent to the wool of the Jingdao sphere of influence in disguise. Within the 20-mile radius, he could still pass through secretly when he was not being special. However, at this time, not only the elders guarding the Golden Core were present at the checkpoint, but there were also countless Golden Core monks invited by Chu Sun. Li Shiming was sure that there was no nascent soul ancestor here, no matter how much trouble he caused here. As long as he did not expose his identity and left before the nascent soul ancestor arrived. He took out a mask and put it on his face. Although the mask has the effect of isolating the detection of spiritual thoughts, it is impossible for a monk to be unable to recognize a mask. This method was not the only one he could use. The aura of earthly evil's power surged around his body, and a layer of earthly evil's power shield appeared on his body, which also hid his original aura. It is precisely because of the power of earthly evil that he has no worries. He took another robe and put it on. His original robe was a 3rd grade robe, so he put on an ordinary robe. After checking it and finding no flaws, he flew towards the formation.
Senior Brother Zhao, and fellow Taoists, please help. That monk has appeared.
Chu Sun, who was at the checkpoint, saw the feedback from the formation
and immediately bowed to a golden elixir monk next to him, and said goodbye, and then said later. The surveillance range of the formation was more than 100 miles. But Li Shiming's appearance was not discovered until 20 miles away. This does not mean that the other party was preparing to sneak into the country. At this time, a stowaway monk is most likely to be the murderer of his son. Even if it was a mistake, Chu Sun could just say hello to his friends and give him some gifts afterwards. Almost immediately after Chu Sun spoke, all the Jindan monks who had arrived, including senior brother Zhao, all came towards the direction where Li Shiming accurately broke the formation. Neither Li Shiming nor these Jindan monks concealed their auras, and both sides sensed the other's strength. Chu Sun was a little surprised. Li Shiming only had the strength of the early stage of Jindan. So how was Watai killed in the middle stage of Jindan? Li Shiming has the power to hide his identity. He is a bit passionate. He rarely has the opportunity to attack with all his strength. When fighting, he is always restrained because his identity is too sensitive. His identity as an alchemy master meant that he didn't need to worry about cultivation resources. But it also made him unable to do anything in order to protect his identity. When he came, he had conducted a detailed study of the formation here. Even if the formation here was fully activated, it would not take him more than 2 breaths to pass through the formation. As long as his identity would not be exposed and he had a way out, he was ready to fight. The Heart Sword and White Feather Sword cannot be used, and the Thunder Method cannot be used. These will reveal his identity. He has a 3rd-grade sword-based magic weapon in his hand. Although this magic weapon cannot be attacked outside the body, his fighting method this time does not intend to treat himself as a magic weapon. When the distance between the two sides was still 10 miles, his eyes fell on one of the golden elixir monks.
How come there are great elder-level golden elixir monks?
He thought to himself, slightly startled. He seems to have seen a lot of great elder-level golden core cultivators recently. But in fact, in the world of immortal cultivation, the number of great elder-level Jindan monks is very small, and most of them are in the 6 major sects. If you want to cultivate to the great elder level, you need a lot of resources, especially in the later stage of Jindan. If you want to improve your cultivation, you need a lot of resources, and they are even more precious. In addition, one's own talents and skills are all limited to becoming a great elder. Without amazing talents and the most top skills in the Beishu continent, no matter how many resources you have, you cannot create a golden elixir monk at the great elder level. Cultivation of immortality is so scientific. Chapter 357, Continuous Killing. Although a great elder-level golden elixir monk appeared, Li Shiming was not worried. Instead, he was even more excited. His strength had grown a lot compared to the last time he fought against a great elder-level golden elixir monk. He was about to try his hand at fighting against the great elder-level golden elixir monk. The strength gap between the great elder-level golden elixir monks.
Where did you get the power of earthly evil?
After approaching Li Shiming, senior brother Zhao also sensed the aura of earthly evil on Li Shiming. He waved his hand to stop the Jindan monk next to him, and asked in a deep voice. Senior brother Zhao, and the golden elixir monks present may not necessarily recognize every golden elixir monk in the sect. But it is impossible not to recognize the golden elixir monks who practice
Earth Demonic Art.
To get started with the
Earth Demon Technique,
you need to introduce the power of the Earth Demon, especially in the golden elixir stage. The power of the Earth Demon required will be extremely huge. It is impossible to practice it secretly without being known. In addition, monks who can practice the
Earth Demon Art
cannot be unknown in the sect. Although Li Shiming hid his face, for the Jindan monks, they could tell based on his body shape that Li Shiming was not the fellow practitioner of the
Earth Demonic Art.
That they knew. Compared with Chu Sun's death of a son and the death of a Jindan monk from the sect, the leakage of the
Earth Demonic Art
is the most important thing. Even though the Disha sect is not strict about the protection of the
Disha demonic skill,
this is based on the fact that this skill is only spread within the sect. In history, anytime the
Disha demonic skill
leaks out, all accompanied by the crazy cleanup of the Disha sect. Which time did he not kill all the monks from outside the sect who had come into contact with the
Disha demonic art?
Only then did he establish the terrifying reputation of the Disha sect. Li Shiming's earth evil power has almost reached the extreme level of the early stage of the golden elixir. This is due to Zhuatai in the middle stage of the golden elixir. It is also due to the
5 elements receiving chi formation
that uses the spiritual power in the 5 golden elixirs in his body. All the chains have reached the peak of the early stage of Jindan. Therefore, according to Brother Zhao's perception, Li Shiming's earthly evil power cannot be cultivated in a short time, but has been cultivated for a long time. When Senior Brother Zhao asked the question, he made a gesture to his fellow disciples. The fellow disciples spread out in all directions, blocking the direction in which Li Shiming might escape in a semi-surrounding manner. The reason why it is said to be half-surrounded is because the other half is the checkpoint formation. They do not think that Li Shiming can escape from the checkpoint formation under their siege.
You'll know after you catch me,
Li Shiming replied with a smile. In response, his figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the nearest Jindan monk. There are 14 Jindan monks who came this time. It can be said that in such a short period of time, Chu Sun alone cannot recruit so many monks with strength above the middle stage of Jindan. It was Senior Brother Zhao's proactive response that attracted so many golden elixir cultivators. Of course, these golden elixir monks who came will not forget to get an extra favor from Chu Sun. So in Chu Sun's view, these golden elixir monks came here for his own sake. As for Senior Brother Zhao, it was because of the order given by his master, the nascent soul Ancestor. The Ancestor of Yuanying happened to be returning from outside. At the checkpoint, he heard that a middle stage Jindan elder was missing. He was probably killed in the area of influence of the Disha sect. The Ancestor of Yuanying stayed here for a while, and did not wait for the possibility. The murderer arrives. Ancestor Nascent Soul's time was precious, and he couldn't stay here forever. So he summoned his disciple, Senior Brother Zhao. In the view of the Yuanying Ancestor, as long as the Yuanying Ancestor is not here in person, no monk in the Golden Elixir stage can defeat Senior Brother Zhao, who is at the Great Elder level. Just as Li Shiming moved, 10 magic weapons flew towards him, trying to stop him. 10 magic weapons were shot by 10 middle-stage Golden Core monks at the same time. Such power was concentrated on one Golden Core monk, and even late-stage Golden Core monks couldn't bear it. From the perspective of the 10 middle-stage Jindan monks who took action, the magic weapons they drove were activated at the same time, and they would also hit Li Shiming at the same time. But in Li Shiming's eyes, perhaps under the scanning of the natal magic weapon Z15, there is a difference in speed and time between each magic weapon. His 10 brains locked the attack trajectories of the 10 magic weapons respectively, under the observation of his eyes. The Divine Eye allowed the natal magic weapon Z15 to collect the spiritual power operation of the 10 magic weapons, thereby analyzing the 10 magic weapons. The route to be flown. The third-grade sword-based magic weapon in his hand kept swiping during the flight. Something strange happened. When the 10 magic weapons were about to attack him, they were swiped by the seemingly useless third-grade sword-based magic weapon, all of which changed their original attack routes, driven by the Jindan monk. This change of attack route only affected the magic weapon momentarily, but the impact of this moment allowed Li Shiming to easily pass through the attack barrier of 10 magic weapons, and his figure appeared in front of the middle-stage Jindan monk who had been locked before. This middle-stage Golden Elixir monk never expected that even early-stage Golden Elixir monks could face the siege of 10 mid-stage Golden Elixir monks and still have the ability to dodge attacks and rush in front of him. Therefore, this middle-stage Jindan monk did not even set up a defensive magic weapon. Under such a siege, the enemy usually did not even have the power to fight back. So there was no need to activate a defensive magic weapon. Li Shiming's third-grade sword-based magic weapon sent out a sweep, which was equivalent to the body refining cultivation in the late stage of Jindan. It was close to the perfect level of body refining. In addition, the power exerted by the top-notch third-grade sword-based long sword among the third-grade magic weapons. Without any skills, he cut the middle-stage Jindan monk in half on the spot. Cutting in half is the least likely attack method to kill someone on the spot. The powerful vitality of a middle-stage Golden Core monk who can be cut in half by a third-grade sword-based magic weapon has little effect. Li Shiming's thunder and lightning sword intent and the earth evil power driving the third-grade sword-based magic weapon immediately destroyed all vitality in his body after entering his body.
Hurry up and form a formation!
Senior Brother Zhao issued a reminder. But his reminder was still a step too late. Li Shiming had already entered a relatively close distance from the Jindan monks of the Disha sect. For the Jindan body refining cultivator, this distance is completely within the sprint distance of a short-distance burst. The body refining cultivator's short-range burst speed is based on the flying ability of ordinary monks, coupled with the powerful physique of the body refining cultivator, combined together to form short-term extreme speed. Li Shiming sprinted forward and got close to a mid-stage Jindan monk again. This time, the monk in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir activated a defensive magic weapon in time, a copper-level magic weapon. However, under Li Shiming's blow, The bronze-level magic weapon was knocked away by the third-grade sword base. After flying the copper-level magic weapon, the third-grade sword base drew a line. A graceful arc killed this middle-stage golden elixir monk. He was extremely confident in his attacks. As soon as he killed the second middle-stage Jindan cultivator, his body pounced on another target. His fighting style is different from any other monk in the world of immortality. The precise calculation and analysis of Z15, combined with the terrifying computing power of Z15, plus each CPU is equivalent to a brain of Li Shiming, which allows Li Shiming to be in a multi-threaded thinking mode and have the ability to accurately judge the details of the battlefield situation. Ability: Li Shiming's hard communication and Chennai communication, two magical powers that seem to have little effect without fighting, also played a special role. These two magical powers continue to provide Z15 with deeper battlefield auxiliary judgment information, making every shot he takes more deadly. Since the beginning of the battle, his attacks have been extremely purposeful, and the reaction of the target Jindan monk was also within the various reactions analyzed by Z15. When he started to attack the third middle stage Jindan monk, the rest of the Jindan monks also reacted from the shock and attacked him again. At the same time, they began to form formations according to the command of Senior Brother Zhao. Golden elixir monks from the same sect, especially large sects, will all practice simple formations suitable for their sect. Although the formation is simple, when used by multiple golden elixir monks together, it can exert several times more power than the combined power of multiple golden elixir monks. Li Shiming felt the pressure, opened his mouth, and let out a scream. This was his secret mental attack technique. Heavenly Demon into the ear. When it was fired at close range, all the golden elixir monks, including Senior Brother Zhao, froze. The power of Heavenly Demon into the ear varies from person to person. With Li Shiming's mental power, Heavenly Demon into the ear was released, causing most of the golden elixir monks here to suffer a breath of confusion. But Senior Brother Zhao only recovered after a slight sway. This time was not enough time for Li Shiming to rush in front of him and launch an attack. However, one breath is fatal to some of the other Jindan monks. In one breath, Li Shiming held a third-grade sword-based magic weapon and scanned the bodies of the three nearest middle-stage Jindan monks in succession. The Jindan monks of the local Sha sect were freed from the influence of hearing demons, and they found that 5 of their fellow disciples had fallen on the battlefield. These are 5 middle-stage Jindan monks. Even in large sects, they are the most important fighting force. In conflicts between sects, they are the core and main force to participate in the battle. But in the battle against Li Shiming, 5 middle-stage Jindan monks were killed just a few breaths into the battle. Everyone join me and form a tight formation. Senior Brother Zhao's expression changed. If such losses continue, even a large sect like Disha sect will be heartbroken. It takes at least more than 100 years to train a middle-stage Jindan monk. Only one such monk will appear among 1,000 monks who join the sect. With the difficulty of getting started in a large sect, those who can get started are all talented people with outstanding talents. The chance is 1 in 1,000, which shows how difficult it is for monks to appear in the middle stage of the Golden Core. This ratio is the result of the 6 major sects in the Northern Shu continent occupying most of the resources in the Northern Shu continent and can use a large amount of resources to focus on cultivation. In smaller sects, this ratio is hard to say. Even for those sects, having a golden elixir monk is more like luck. If Senior Brother Zhao were not here, no matter how many losses he suffered, it would have nothing to do with him. But he was sent by the Yuanying Ancestor. If too many golden elixir monks were lost here, it would probably affect the Yuanying Ancestor's treatment of him. Perception. The perception of the nascent soul ancestor was related to his adult resources, which had to make him nervous. Li Shiming stopped the attack because the Jindan monks of Disha sect were already very close. And now they were even closer, forming a formation like a turtle SH. L with Senior Brother Zhao as the center. No matter how powerful he is, he can't break through the turtle SH. L formation with the great elder level golden elixir monk as the core. In order to change this situation, he deliberately stopped attacking and used his spiritual thoughts to collect the corpses and space objects of the 5 golden elixir monks that fell to the ground. He originally wanted to use this method of easily irritating the other party to make the other party take the initiative to attack, thus giving him an opportunity. But what surprised him was that there were 9 Jindan monks on the other side, including Senior Brother Zhao, a great elder. But they just watched Li Shiming collect the spoils without making any move to attack. To be honest, not only Chu Sun, a monk in the middle stage of Jindan, but also Senior Brother Zhao were shocked.
Even senior brother Zhao can't kill a mid-stage golden elixir monk as easily as Li Shiming. In addition, and most importantly, during the battle, Li Shiming exposed his body-refining strength in the late stage of the golden elixir. Body-refining monks are an alternative among monks. It's not that body-refining monks are not strong, but that body-refining monks consume too many resources. The resources to cultivate a body-refining monk are enough to train many ordinary monks. And it is difficult to judge the growth potential of a body-refining monk, unless he has a special physique. A large number of sects will try their best to cultivate him. Suppress! Brother Zhao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Not only had Li Shiming secretly learned the Disha sect's core technique, Desha demonic kung fu, he was also an extremely powerful body-refining elixir. Such an enemy could not be let go. With a loud roar, a mountain magic weapon flew out of his hand. The mountain magic weapon turned into a mountain in the air. The indescribable binding force, gravity and spiritual blockade acted on Li Shiming, greatly restricting his body-refining strength. And he became extremely slow even if he wanted to move. This is because his body-refining skills are extremely powerful. If an ordinary Jindan monk is under such a mountain magic weapon, he cannot even move. Li Shiming sensed the power of the earthly evil contained in the mountain magic weapon. And he understood even more how terrifying the mountain magic weapon that was blessed with the power of the earthly evil was. Can't hide it anymore. He sighed helplessly in his heart. In the face of such a magic weapon that locks attacks in a large area, the speed of a short distance burst is not very effective. The moment the magic weapon on the mountain is cast, the entire area is locked. The power of restraint, gravity and spiritual blockade did not only act on Li Shiming, but a large area around Li Shiming was within the scope of its blockade. This is also the reason why using mountain-type magic weapons consumes a huge amount of spiritual power. It is necessary to control mountain-type magic weapons to produce an almost unsolvable attack effect, which naturally requires the support of massive spiritual power. Under the attack of mountain-type magic weapons, ordinary dodge cannot take effect. You can only rely on your own defensive magic weapons, or collide with stronger attack magic weapons, or wait to be suppressed by mountain-type magic weapons. Cultivation of Immortality is so scientific. Chapter 358 Siege. Li Shiming made a decision and no longer hesitated. Just as senior brother Zhao's mountain-like magic weapon was about to envelop him, a white lotus appeared at his feet. Mountain magic weapons cannot limit magical powers, which are at a higher level than ordinary skills, and involve the edge of the rules. Li Shiming's figure disappeared from under the mountain magic weapon, and then appeared next to senior brother Zhao. At this moment, he not only allowed himself to enter the turtle SHL formation composed of 9 golden elixir monks, but also did many things. This is due to his natal magic weapon Z15. The multi-threaded operation allows him to perform lotus growing step by step, and at the same time, he can also perform operations that almost require the full concentration of a brain. Jiao on Peak, a third-grade magic weapon he had just acquired, was infused with almost 2/3 of the earth evil power. After leaving the mountain-type magic weapon blockade of senior brother Zhao, it acted on the heads of the 9 golden core monks, including senior brother Zhao. Similarly, Li Shiming himself is also within the attack range of Jiao on Peak, but he is the master of Jiao on Peak, and the impact he suffers is greatly reduced, allowing him to at least use refining within the attack range of Jiao on Peak. Attack with physical strength. Releasing Jiao on Peak was just one of the things he did. He also released all 13 silver corpses. 6 of these silver corpses were promoted by him on Shushan Sect's sword-holding peak. Fortunately, the 6 consecutive thunderbolts did not have much impact because he had warned the sect in advance. But Shushan Sect had rumors that he had cultivated many silver corpses. If he had not decided to silence them, he would not have wanted to release so many silver corpses at once. Among the golden elixir monks in the Beishu continent, the early golden elixir monks who can possess many silver corpses may easily remind the monks of Li Shiming, the master of alchemy. Li Shiming decided to use lotus growing step by step, and no longer considered anything else. All the golden elixir monks here must be silenced. If the news that he mastered the lotus growing every step leaks out, it will cause great trouble, especially since he easily learned the Chunai power in front of the Venerable Qinya temple some time ago, which will make Qinya, the temple had doubts about many things before. Li Shiming didn't want his body to cause too much trouble, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. The 13 silver corpses did not join the attack. Each of the 13 silver corpses held a third-grade formation flag in each hand, surrounding the turtle SHL formation of the Jindan monks of the Disha sect. Among these silver corpses, there are 11 silver corpses with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of these silver corpses can hold 6 formation flags. In addition to sealing off this area, the formation they formed also blocked communications here. You must know that the Jindan monks here all have identity jade discs, and may also have communication cards, which can transmit what happens here back to the sect or their friends. The main function of the 13 silver corpses is to prevent this situation from happening. Jialan Peak fell, and it was obvious that it was very difficult for a mountain magic weapon to completely restrain 9 monks, who were at least in the middle stage of the golden core. As these golden elixir monks struggled, the decline of Jialan Peak slowed down, and the suppressive force on the golden elixir monks became weaker. However, this did not benefit most of the golden core monks among them. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Jialan Peak to suppress the golden core monks, Li Shiming launched an attack. The first person he wanted to kill was the strongest senior brother Zhao. However, his third-grade sword base swept across senior brother Zhao's body, but was blocked by the power of earthly evil, which was as strong as a rock. It is obvious that senior brother Zhao's control over the power of the earthly evil far exceeds that of other Jindan monks. As a great elder, he has come into contact with a little bit of the mystery of the nascent soul, which makes his power of the earthly evil become even more powerful. After Li Shiming discovered that one blow could not kill brother Zhao, he immediately changed his direction. The third-grade sword base in his hand swept over the other 8 golden core cultivators. At such a close distance, he barely needed any movement to slash the third-grade sword base onto the 8 golden core cultivators. Each of the 8 swords will take away the vitality of a middle-stage Jindan monk. It is estimated that in the battle between the weak and the strong in the world of immortality, such a battle has never occurred. Jialan Peak did not fall, and the process of sealing off the 9 golden elixir monks consumed the earth evil power inside it. Jialan Peak turned into a small peak and could no longer exert its sealing power. However, only Li Shiming and senior brother Zhao were left on the battlefield at this time. Senior brother Zhao looked at Li Shiming and then at the 13 silver corpses. The shock in his eyes was even more serious than before. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice. Li Shiming was about to answer him, but he suddenly swung out his third-grade sword-based magic weapon and attacked him with all his strength. Because Li Shiming saw the nascent soul ancestor coming towards the checkpoint through the drone satellite system. Since the drone satellite system did not cover the entire Disha Sect's sphere of influence. When the Yuaning ancestor was discovered, the Yuaning ancestor was already at a relatively dangerous distance from here. Fortunately, the ancestor of nascent soul did not know the situation of the battle here, and thought that his disciples had the advantage in the battle. He came here just to see which monk dared to do something provocative to the Disha Sect. Based on the judgment of Yuaning ancestor, it is most likely that he is a disciple of the other 5 major sections. He can use this matter to ask for an explanation from that sect. When senior brother Zhao discovered that Li Shiming possessed the Earth demonic art, he reported the situation here to his master. The ancestor of Yuaning came here because of the leakage of the Earth demonic art. After all the other Jindan sects fell, senior brother Zhao wanted to delay for a while by communicating with Li Shiming, just to wait for his master to arrive. If Li Shiming hadn't had a drone satellite system for monitoring, he might have fallen into brother Zhao's plan. In such a situation where they have an absolute advantage, most of the monks who have the upper hand will communicate with the defeated with a proud attitude in order to feel psychologically refreshed. Li Shiming used all his strength to activate the third-grade sword-based magic weapon and launched an attack on senior brother Zhao. Of course, senior brother Zhao also had to fight back. But soon brother Zhao discovered that at this distance, all his attacks could not hit Li Shiming. Before the spell was released, it would be broken by Li Shiming's sword intention. As soon as the magic weapon left the body, it was struck multiple times by the third-grade sword base, causing a great loss of spirituality. Senior brother Zhao's scalp is numb. The only thing he can do now is to use all his strength to protect himself. He couldn't imagine what kind of fighting skills Li Shiming had that made a great elder-level golden elixir monk like him unable to fight back. Although the two sides were in a close combat that was most beneficial to the body-refining monks, he, as a cultivator of Earth Evil Demon, a cultivator with Gong, supported by strong defense from the power of earthly evil, his melee strength is not weak. Li Shiming frowned. According to the analysis of the magic weapon Z15, he could not break through brother Zhao's defense and kill the Yuaning ancestor before he got close to a dangerous distance. "Come out and help!" he ordered in a deep voice. The heavenly ghost appeared with the body of a great elder-level body refining golden elixir, and in his hand was a third-grade giant axe magic weapon.
which was the original magic weapon of his original body. He held a heavy axe in both hands, and a rainbow of blood rose from his body. After Senior Brother Zhao saw the body refining elixir controlled by Tian Gui, countless questions flashed through his mind. Unlike monks like Li Shiming who possessed the golden elixir in the early stage and the late stage of body refining, Li Shiming's true combat power is too hidden. And if the great elder level body refining elixir appears once in the Beishu continent, its name will inevitably spread throughout the continent. Furthermore, the great elder level body refining golden elixir cannot be cultivated by small sections. Without a strong background, at least a sect that has the right to allocate some 4th grade resources can be able to cultivate such a level of body refining elixir. Body elixir. This level of body refining golden elixir, or any great elder level golden elixir, are extremely proud. Unless they are the ancestors of nascent soul, they will not obey anyone's orders. Great elder. This is the golden elixir monk who is preparing to be promoted to the ancestor of nascent soul. Without such an almost invincible mentality, there is no way he can successfully be promoted to nascent soul. But what Senior Brother Zhao saw was Li Shiming giving the order, and the body refining golden pill followed the order and attacked. What makes him feel most incredible is that this body refining elixir is carried by Li Shiming, which means that this body refining elixir lives in one of Li Shiming's spatial objects that can accommodate living creatures. Not to mention the great elder level golden elixir monks. Even monks in the foundation building stage or even the Changchi stage cannot allow themselves to be put into space objects by other monks. That would be equivalent to handing over all their lives and dignity to others. The emergence of the body refining elixir caused Senior Brother Zhao's power of earthly evil to be consumed faster, and the defensive shield formed by the power of earthly evil was under severe attack. The attack power of the body refining golden pill even exceeds that of Li Shiming, although Li Shiming has more attack methods, using thunder and lightning sword intent, earth evil power, and 5 elements of spiritual power in turns. The body refining golden pill's simple full strength attack of body refining exerts a powerful the power exceeds all Li Shiming's methods. This is the attack power of a great elder level, which cannot be compensated for through various means. Li Shiming's mind was still running wildly. With the addition of the body refining elixir, he had the possibility to kill Brother Zhao. But there was still not much time left for him to escape. His mind moved slightly again, and an iron corpse appeared next to him. This is corpse refining Nanming. In just a few months, corpse refining Nanming has been promoted from the bronze corpse to the peak of the iron corpse. With the supply of a large amount of materials and Nanming's qualifications as a corpse refiner, he was able to reach the peak of the iron corpse without encountering any bottlenecks. Moreover, the regular patterns of Nanming Lihua in corpse refining Nanming's body are also increasing as his corpse refining realm improves. It seems that this
Nanming Lihua
pattern is a part of Nanming's body. It is recognized by the rules of heaven and earth. With every promotion, it will be enhanced by the rules of heaven and earth. It's a pity that
Nanming Lihua
has not been strengthened much. Perhaps it can be said that
Nanming Lihua
is getting stronger every day and every moment. But the speed of this strengthening is too slow. It is so slow that you don't want to see it. It takes an extremely long time for Nanming Lihua to become stronger. Fortunately, Li Shiming found a way, which was to use the body of nascent soul to cultivate it. Li Shiming's own
Nanming Li Fire,
because the regular pattern of
Ming Nanli Fire
in his body has not yet formed. So after cultivating it through the nascent soul body for a period of time, he switched to cultivating
Nanming Li Fire
for the corpse refining Nanming Fire. The Nanming Lihua
in Li Shiming's body is enough to increase the fire attribute golden elixir. The current state is suitable for his growth. If it is increased, it may put a burden on the body. On the other hand, after the corpse refining Nanming, after this period of time, the nascent soul's body has cultivated the
Nanming Lihua,
and a ball of Nanming Lihua flame has been formed in his body. In addition, the corpse refining Nanming has the
Nanming Lihua
regular pattern, which allows it to release the flames of Nanming Lihua at the peak level of the iron corpse. Of course, in a real battle, the Nanming Lihua flames used in the corpse refining Nanming are extremely limited. The speed at which it casts Nanming Lihua is so slow that it is almost impossible to hit the enemy unless the enemy stands still. At present, Senior Brother Zhao is standing here without moving. The reason why he is not moving is because he knows that no matter whether he moves or not, Li Shiming and the body refining golden pill are faster than him. It is better to stand still and focus all his energy on the evil spirit. Strength. Senior Brother Zhao was shocked when he saw the corpse refining Nanning. If Li Shiming summoned another great elder-level golden elixir monk to come out, he might not be able to hold on any longer. But after seeing clearly that the corpse refining Nanning was just an iron corpse, he felt relieved. He still had a little hope that he could hold on until the master arrived. He had already tried it just now, and the formation deployed by Li Shiming made it impossible to use his life-saving talisman. As long as Li Shiming is given time, it is not difficult at all to block the use of the life-saving talisman with the formations he can arrange. His level of formations can even allow third-level formation flags to arrange formations, achieving some special effects that can be achieved by fourth-level formation flags. Play a role. Just when Senior Brother Zhao stopped paying attention to Corpse Refining Nanning, Corpse Refining Nanning slowly forced out a ball of flame from his fingertips under the control of Li Shiming's divine thought. At the same time, Li Shiming and the body refining golden pill intensified their offensive. The attack was mainly used to prevent Brother Zhao from moving. Senior Brother Zhao felt the breath of death. The previous attack by Li Shiming and the body refining golden pill made him feel extremely dangerous, but it was still far from the breath of death. What he felt this time was extremely strong. The breath of death. A feeling that would make him fall immediately. He saw a flame, which looked like an ordinary orange flame, but it had a sense of fear that made his soul tremble. Nascent soul level magical attack power. This is not an attack that should be performed at the Golden Core stage, and it should not appear on the corpse refining Nanning, who is equivalent to the peak of Foundation establishment. But the facts are right in front of us. The corpse refining Nanming's body, which was personally strengthened and transformed by Patriarch Wang Zhao, and used to seize the body with the nascent soul, has its own unique and magical features. Nanming Liwa pushed forward with its fingers and sent it to Senior Brother Zhao. The power of earthly evil was burned away, revealing a small gap in its defense. Chapter 359 Leaving. The Nanming Liwa in the hands of corpse refiner Nanming broke through Senior Brother Zhao's defense with earth evil power. But Li Shiming did not let corpse refiner Nanming use Nanming Liwa to attack Senior Brother Zhao's body. With the power of Nanming Liwa, I am afraid that Senior Brother Zhao will die without any bones left. This is too much of a waste. Senior Brother Zhao is a great elder-level golden elixir monk. When his own realm improves, he can try to sacrifice the corpse of a great elder-level golden elixir monk and refine it into a refined corpse. According to Li Shiming's estimation, once the corpse of a great elder-level golden elixir monk is transformed into a refined corpse, its strength will be at least that of the late silver corpse. Currently, he still has the corpses of two great arhats in his hands, both of which are waiting for him to be refined into refined corpses. For other monks, corpse refining is only an auxiliary function in battle. But for him, it has many functions. Especially after reaching the silver corpse, he can control the silver corpse to become a researcher who works on his behalf. He has many research projects, so naturally the more silver corpses the better. The moment Nanming refined corpse retracted Nanming Liwa, Li Shiming's third-grade sword-based magic weapon passed through the small gap in the defense of the earthly evil power and pierced Senior Brother Zhao's body. The thunder and lightning sword intent and various spiritual powers poured into Senior Brother Zhao's body, cutting off his vitality in a moment. Li Shiming swept over Senior Brother Zhao's body with his spiritual thoughts. Put away the space ring, and then put the body into the time-stopping space of the nascent soul-level space ring. The corpses stored here will not lose the power of earthly evil in their bodies. This can be regarded as a reserve of more earthly evil power for later use. He took back all the silver corpses and cleaned the battlefield again. This process only took 2 breaths of time. White Lotus rose under his feet, and his figure disappeared from the spot, then appeared next to the checkpoint formation after a few flashes. After another 2 breaths of time were spent, he broke through a passage in the checkpoint formation, and his figure instantly disappeared from the Disha Sect's sphere of influence. A moment after Li Shiming left, a terrifying force of coercion descended on the previous battlefield. Ancestor Lu Song came to the battlefield. His face was as heavy as water, and he was unable to contact his disciples. Not long ago, he felt a heart palpitation. The palpitating feeling felt by the ancestor of nascent soul was definitely caused by something related to him. The first thing he thought of at that time was his disciple, and he sped up and rushed to the location reported by his disciple. Ancestor Lu Song no longer needs to look for his disciples. He sensed the fighting aura of his disciples here. Not just his disciples, but also the auras of more than a dozen golden elixir monks. There is a lot of death aura in it. This is the withering aura of life produced by the death of powerful monks in a short period of time. Ancestor Lu Song has done in-depth research on death, and is very familiar with this death aura.
It is impossible for him to perceive it wrong. His eyes fell outside the checkpoint. He believed that the Jin Dan monk who possessed the Disha demonic skill had escaped from the Disha Sect's sphere of influence.
I will definitely find you. Your soul belongs to me,
Ancestor Lu Song said in a deep voice through gritted teeth. Only the ancestor of nascent soul will understand how much effort is required to cultivate a great elder-level disciple. Li Shiming, who had successfully crossed the Jingdao checkpoint and penetrated thousands of miles into Jingdao's sphere of influence, suddenly felt his scalp numb.
Did you say something bad about me?
Li Shiming couldn't help but look at the image sent by the magic weapon Z15 and said. The image was of the previous battlefield. The battlefield in the image was not clear, and the entire area was blurry. He knew that this was where the nascent soul ancestor was, and he probably saw that all the golden core cultivators were dead, and was saying some threatening words, which made his scalp numb. He shook his head. Anyway, he would not be in the Disha Sect's sphere of influence for a long time. Even if the other party traced him, he would not be able to find him. At this time, he thought of Renfair. In fact, the best choice to prevent the matter from being exposed was to silence Renfei. Not to mention that Renfair's parents were kind to him. Just because she was Sherlan's sister. Li Shiming couldn't do this. Li Shiming looked at the environment. It was safe here. Even if the Yuaning ancestor chased him, he would not be able to find him. The Jindan monk who participated in the war before practiced the
Earth demonic art.
His earthly power was hidden by the
sky covering art.
In addition, he did not major in the
Earth demonic art.
This made there is no trace of
Earth demonic art
on his body. With such confidence, he summoned Meteor Mojo and put Renfair, who was sleeping in the computer room space, into the flying boat. Renfair felt that she had an extremely comfortable sleep. She had not rested so peacefully for a long time. She woke up and felt the sensation coming from her body. It seemed that her strength had improved after a good sleep. When she opened her eyes, she remembered that she was walking with Li Shiming, and she fell asleep somehow.
Masterly, where are we?
Renfair asked sadly when she found that Li Shiming was still standing on the flying boat, and not inside the flying boat.
We've passed the level. Now go to Niang Mountain.
Li Shiming replied with a smile. Renfair was stunned when she heard this. She didn't know when she had left the Disha Sect's sphere of influence. How long had she been asleep? Then she couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. She fell asleep and didn't care about anything. Li Shiming took her through the most troublesome level. She did not doubt how Li Shiming led her through the checkpoint. As Li Shiming, it was not difficult to do this.
Fair. Don't tell anyone about my rescue this time.
Li Shiming confessed after thinking about it.
Okay. I won't even tell you about my mother.
Renfair nodded heavily and promised. She didn't know why Li Shiming asked like this. But if Li Shiming asked like this, she would definitely do it. Li Shiming smiled, took out his communicator, and contacted shopkeeper Lai of Beishu Trading Company.
Brother Sherming, are you ready to take the order?
As soon as the contact was connected, the voice of shopkeeper Lai came. Li Shiming's departure is not only a matter of concern to the Shushan sect, but also a matter of great concern to the Beishu Trading Company. After Li Shiming goes out, he will no longer take orders from Beishu Commercial Bank, and Beishu Commercial Bank has already accumulated a lot of orders ready to be handed over to him. Shopkeeper Lida is his contact person, so it can be said that the pressure is entirely on Shopkeeper Lida.
I'm going to be out for a while, and I'll take orders when I get back. I have some personal matters with Brother Lai this time.
Li Shiming quickly interrupted Shopkeeper Lai.
Feel free to mention any personal matters.
Shopkeeper Lida responded simply, without asking what the matter was. In fact, Li Shiming, a master of alchemy, really had very few requirements for Beishu Trading Company. Although Li Shiming continued to exchange a large amount of mortal objects, this kind of thing was a very small matter for Beishu Commercial Bank. With Li Shiming's identity, if he did not find Beishu Commercial Bank, many commercial banks were willing to do things for Li Shiming. Apart from exchanging mortal items, Li Shiming rarely asked for anything from Beishu Commercial Bank, which actually made Beishu Commercial Bank a little worried. So when he heard that Li Shiming had a personal request, Shopkeeper Lida was not dissatisfied, but happy.
I want an ordinary early-stage foundation building monk who has not practiced the core skills of Disha Sect to withdraw from the sect. I don't want others to know that this matter has anything to do with me. So I asked the business bank to come forward for me.
Li Shiming said with a smile.
It's a small matter. Send me your name later.
Shopkeeper Lida felt relieved and responded with a smile. Indeed, when an ordinary monk quits the sect in the early stages of foundation building, This is almost a matter of annihilation for that monk. The Disha sect will not allow its disciples to leave the sect at will. The demon sect often has a saying that those who enter the sect will remain a member of the sect for the rest of their lives. However, Evasion Trading Company already has a close relationship with the Disha sect. It is really a trivial matter to withdraw from the sect without involving the core skills and true disciples.
Thank you then.
Li Shiming also understood this and thanked him with a smile.
I'm going to meet you after saying thank you. Let's have tea together when we have time. I've been thinking about your spiritual tea for a long time.
Shopkeeper Lida laughed.
I got some good tea recently. I'll give you some later,
Li Shiming replied. In a heated atmosphere, the two parties broke off contact. During his contact process, he did not avoid Renfair. Renfair in the flying boat heard his conversation with shopkeeper Lida.
Can I really quit the Disha sect?
Renfair asked, not daring to confirm. In her opinion, this was a big deal. She originally thought that Li Shiming would have to pay a huge price if he asked the Disha sect to release him. But she didn't expect that the matter would be solved just by contacting him like this.
Don't worry. The matter with the Disha sect has been resolved. I will contact you again about joining the Thousand Fantasy sect.
Li Shiming replied with a smile. The reason why he let Renfair hear the contact process was to reassure Renfair and stop thinking wildly.
Fellow Taoists!
Li Shiming opened the contact again. And this time, he contacted Zhu Chong, the Jin and elder of Qinhuan sect. Zhu Chong is a good friend of Master Luo and has a high status in Qinhuan sect.
Master Li, how can I help you?
Zhu Chang's voice was full of surprise and respect. Master Li contacted him personally. This kind of thing is extremely important for any Jin monk.
I have a famous female cultivator in the early stage of Foundation establishment here who wants to join the Thousand Illusion sect. I would like to ask fellow Taoists to help introduce her.
Li Shiming smiled and said what he wanted.
No problem. I still have a place as a closed disciple. If you join the sect, you will become a true disciple. You can come over at any time.
After hearing Li Shiming's request, Zhu Chong replied readily without even thinking about it. In his opinion, when Master Li asked to join the sect, he was not looking for an ordinary disciple. Taking Master Li's connections into his sect was tantamount to establishing a communication channel with Master Li. If other Jindan monks know about this kind of thing, they may rush to accept him as a true disciple.
Then it's settled. If you need anything in the future, you can contact Yi Lingyun,
Li Shiming said with a smile. Zhu Chong naturally knew who Yi Lingyun was. Yi Lingyun's cultivation level was only at the foundation building stage, but his status was extremely high. He was Li Shiming's follower, and was responsible for Li Shiming's reception. Being able to contact Yi Lingyun directly is equivalent to having the qualification to jump in the queue for alchemy.
Fair. Qinhuan sect Jin and elder Zhu Chong is the master I found for you. You are a true disciple of the sect. You have to practice hard.
Li Shiming cut off the contact and explained to Renfei.
I know.
Renfei bit her lip, trying hard not to let her tears flow out. And she responded softly. Li Shiming paved the way for her future cultivation, and she could never repay this kindness. What saddened her the most was that she knew that Li Shiming did this not because of her, but because she was Yin Sherlan's sister. After several days of flying, Meteor Black Boat is a third-grade flying boat magic weapon, under the full power of the owner Li Shiming. Although it is far from the magical power of
building Lotus step by step,
the speed is still not slow. At noon 3 days later, we saw Niang Mountain. Because flying boat magic weapons such as Meteor and Mojo were too eye-catching, Elder Yin discovered him as soon as he approached Niang Mountain. Elder Yin rose into the sky and personally greeted the guests on the Meteor Ink boat. The third-grade flying boat magic weapon can be used by at least important members of major sects or major forces. Ordinary golden elixir monks cannot use the flying boat magic weapon.
Shiming!
Elder Yin shouted in surprise after seeing the person standing on the Meteor Ink boat.
Uncle Yin!
Li Shiming showed a sincere smile after seeing Elder Yin.
Daddy!
Renfair controlled the spiritual weapon to fly out of the flying boat and shouted with some flinching. The joy on Elder Yin's face disappeared after seeing Renfei. Because Li Shiming was there, he didn't say much, but the blame in his eyes was very obvious. Renfair naturally knew why. She secretly left Niang Mountain, and her family must have been extremely worried. Her willfulness caused a lot of trouble to the family.
Sure, Ming. Come and sit at home first,
Elder Yin greeted, and winked at Renfei, signaling to follow. Li Shiming looked at Elder Yin with a smile. Elder Yin was very dissatisfied with Renfeir's behavior of leaving home. But after all, she was his daughter, and she still loved her very much. A city has been built on the top of Niang Mountain, and the level of this city is very high. The couple, Elder Een and Elder Ren, are both in the golden elixir stage. Although they are only in the early and middle stages of the golden elixir, there are 2 golden elixir monks guarding them. Coupled with the strong support of Beishu Trading Company, this city has become a prosperous city after it was built. It has become the highest standard market in a large area nearby. Elder Een took Li Shiming directly to the back of Fanshi, where he and Elder Ren lived. As soon as he entered the cave, Li Shiming saw Elder Ren.
"I've met Aunt Ren,"
Li Shiming said hurriedly. In the Beishu continent, the only people who could make him so respectful were probably Een Sherlan's relatives.
"Shiming, where did you bring Thayer back from? I tried a lot of contacts, but I couldn't find her."
Elder Ren glanced at Ren Thayer, who was hiding sharply, and asked Li Shiming. It wasn't that Elder Ren was rude and had a bad attitude towards Li Shiming, but for Ren Thayer, she had paid a lot of favors, and still couldn't find Ren Thayer. The Beishu continent is not the previous Tianhai Island. The Jindan monks there all know each other. The direct descendants of the Jindan monks are very safe on Tianhai Island. Chapter 360 Sent Back.
"I went to Disha Sect on business, and happened to meet Thayer, so I brought her back."
Li Shiming briefly explained the situation.
"Sure, Ming. You don't have to cover up for her. I gave birth to her. Just by looking at her, you can tell that things are not that simple. Is there any trouble?"
Elder Ren waved his hand and said. Elder Ren was called Lamoran when he was on Tianhai Island, and she had watched Ren Thayer grow up, so she could see the problems in every move he made.
"It's okay. I asked someone to help Thayer withdraw from the Disha Sect. The elders of the Qinhuan Sect agreed to accept her as a true disciple."
Li Shiming replied with a smile when he saw Elder Ren showing signs of getting angry.
"Sure, Ming. I'm troubling you again. How can we repay this favor?"
Elder Ren shook his head helplessly. Li Shiming smiled and said nothing, considering his relationship with this family. It was just a trivial matter, so there was no point in repaying it. Besides, when he was on Tianhai Island, it was not because of Elder Yin's influence that he became famous. Elder Ren and Elder Een looked at each other, and they were filled with emotion. On Tianhai Island, Li Shiming's talent was not very good, but he was extremely talented in the formation process, and later showed extraordinary talent in the body refining process. It was such a performance that in the eyes of Een Sherlan's master, Master Luo, the formation master, even joining the Qinhuan sect was extremely reluctant. But who would have thought that Li Shiming jumped across the strait alone, arrived at the Beishu continent before them, and took off immediately. Look at the Niangshan Foundation. Even Niangshan was purchased by Li Shiming for them, and he also contacted Beishu Commercial Bank for cooperation. Niang Shafang City is extremely jealous of many nearby forces. If they had no background, even the 2 Jindan monks would not be able to stop those greedy forces. But Niang Mountain has not had any trouble so far. In addition to the deterrent power of Beishu Trading Company, there are rumors that Niang Mountain is protected by Master Li Shiming. In particular, Niang Shafang City would get some elixirs produced by Master Li from Beishu Trading Company every once in a while, which further confirmed the rumors.
"Uncle Een, Aunt Ren, I don't want to stay too much as I have something else to do. This is a little gift from me to you. Besides, when you are free, please send Thayer to Qinhuan Sect as soon as possible."
Li Shiming took out 2 boxes and put them on the table. Go up, then stood up and said goodbye. His drone satellite system plan has not been completed yet, and sending Ren Thayer back can be regarded as an explanation to Een Sherlan. Elder Een and Elder Ren knew that he was a busy man, so they did not keep him around. After Li Shiming left, Elder Een and Elder Ren's eyes fell on Ren Thayer, which made Ren Thayer shiver. Ren Thayer understood that things were better on her father's side, but her mother had many methods of punishment.
"Mom, look what gift Master Li gave you,"
she said, using the 2 gifts on the table to distract her parents.
"Do you think you can escape punishment?"
Elder Ren said coldly. However, she still opened the box that Li Shiming gave her. In the box was a jade bottle. In the jade bottle, there was only 1 elixir and 1 second-grade elixir. But when she saw the second-grade elixir, she couldn't hide the surprise on her face. That was actually the Yanju Dan that I couldn't even imagine. On the other side, Elder Een also opened his box and saw a box full of spiritual tea. Update without error at.
The 3rd-grade Lingcha was made by Shiming himself.
Elder Een fell into the trouble of happiness. The value of this box of 3-grade spiritual tea was too high. It would be a waste if he drank it himself, and he would be reluctant to part with it if he sold it. Elder Ren also sighed. Her eyes fell on Renfair, and then she carefully put away the jade bottle. After being pleasantly surprised, she thought that with this
facial retention pill,
Renfair could only reach the foundation stage. If she could not advance to the golden elixir stage for a long time, she might not be able to maintain her appearance. As for herself, although her cultivation at the golden elixir stage cannot make her appearance as good as taking the Yinjuan Dan, it can still slow down aging. Poor parents in the world. Elder Ren had already planned to leave the
beautiful beauty pill
to Renfair. But Renfair just made a big mistake, and it was impossible to give the
beautiful beauty pill
to her now. This chapter is not finished yet. After Renfair's performance gets better, Elder Ren will give her the Yinju Dan as a reward. Li Shiming did not expect that Elder Ren did not intend to take the Yinju Dan given to him. Even though he is already a master of alchemy, he has not yet obtained a second copy of the raw materials for the
Juyen Dan.
When he got a
standing beauty flower,
his luck could be said to be incredible. The probability of the appearance of
standing beauty flower
is that it will probably take nearly 100 years for one to appear. If you want to get it easily, you don't have to think about it. If you use one of the
Yinjuan Dan
in his hand, you will lose one. Otherwise, he would not be so stingy and only give out one
Yinjuan Dan.
Of course, the main reason why he gave away a
beautiful beauty pill
was that he did not include Renfair. His help to Renfair had already made up for Renfair's kindness to him. Without Renfair as a drag, Li Shiming activated the
secret technique of charming soul concealment
and used
step-by-step lotus
to become invisible in the shadows. His speed was greatly improved. This time, he wants to go to the sphere of influence of the Yin-Yang sect. The spheres of influence of the three major demon sects are located on three sides of the continent. Bubushinglian can reach it within a day by traveling, sneaking through the checkpoints between Zhengdao and Yin-Yang sect. I didn't encounter any trouble entering the Yin-Yang sect sphere of influence. There is no difference between this place and the outside. It is not like the Disha sect, where the areas away from the boundary are choked by the Disha sect. The Yin-Yang sect is a relatively low-profile sect among the demon sects. Its characteristic is that male monks are generally ugly, while female monks are particularly beautiful. Just by looking at the name of the Yin-Yang sect, you can tell that it is a less serious sect. In fact, this is also the case. Both male and female cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect use the cultivation of furnace cauldrons as a training resource. This is the Yin-Yang sect that Li Shiming heard about. After entering the Yin-Yang sect's sphere of influence, he did not plan to study this sect too much. When he was 1,000 miles away from the checkpoint formation, he released the drone he had prepared. The drone flight was very successful. He waited until the drone flew to a high altitude and flew towards its respective target position before preparing to return. The Yin-Yang sect's drone is connected to the drone satellite system of the northern Shu continent. I believe that in more than a month, he will be able to monitor any corner of the entire northern Shu continent through the magic weapon Z-15. He smiled slightly proudly. But it was a pity that there was no one to share this achievement, which made him feel like he was walking at night in splendid clothes. To be honest, the drone satellite system is the biggest successful example of combining science and immortality that he has done in this world, achieving results that even the 6 major sects cannot achieve. With the financial resources of the 6 major sects, it is not difficult to set up a super formation that can monitor the entire continent. However, for monitoring, the formation materials used do not need to be very advanced. However, the 6 major sects are suspicious of each other, and it is impossible for any party's surveillance to penetrate deep into its own sphere of influence. Even the communication connections are not done by the 6 sects themselves, but through a third party that they jointly certified. That is, the Beishu trading company that they jointly established. Li Shiming's UV satellite system is currently a first-of-its-kind system. Monitoring is only one of its functions, and it has many other functions, especially as he deepens his research on the combination of technology and immortality. He will also upgrade the drone satellites, and then more functions will be realized one by one. For example, with the current drone satellite system, he can conduct video communications within the Beishu continent without the help of any formations. There is also navigation services for ultra-long-range attacks. The last long-range attack on Chiba Temple was an experiment of a drone satellite system. Facts have proved that the drone satellite system can provide accurate data support for long-range strikes. This navigation service can also implement real-time map functions, which is another application Li Shiming was thinking as he turned around. He also saw the image returned by the satellite system of the drone that had just been launched. There were monks not far ahead. He didn't care either. The monks' flying speed and direction should have nothing to do with him.
I don't have a disaster-stricken constitution, so there's no way something could happen to me if I enter the Yin-Yang sect,
Li Shiming said softly to himself. This chapter is not finished yet. The
charming soul hides secret technique
and
step-by-step lotus
were not used here. The drone was not hidden when it was launched just now. This place is not as desolate as the Disha sect. A sudden disappearance is likely to cause unnecessary concern. Just like the monk in front. It was obvious that he also discovered him. But he didn't know how he found him at a long distance. There are many secret techniques in the world of immortality, such as Li Shiming's spiritual eyes, which allows one to see monks thousands of miles away. Li Shiming used his spiritual vision and saw that the monk was a female monk who was extremely charming. He has no interest in the female cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect, no matter how outstanding their looks are. The monks have various extreme perceptions of their own skins. The use of skins by the female cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect is unacceptable to him. Even talking to such female cultivators makes him feel uncomfortable. Just like Fan Lu, the Tianqing merchant who was killed by him, was a female cultivator from the Yin-Yang sect. He originally wanted to avoid the female cultivator, but he found that the female cultivator was actually coming towards him.
What a handsome boy. I see you are no more than 40 years old. Which sect are you a disciple of?
The female cultivator approached Li Shiming and asked in a very seductive voice. The female cultivator is a middle-stage Jin Dan cultivator. She must have practiced some kind of secret method, so that she can tell Li Shiming's actual age. This actually surprised Li Shiming, since he became an elixir. No monk other than the Yuan Ancestor can tell his age. The female cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect have special research on men's bodies, which is also reflected in their judgment of age. Even an open-minded female cultivator does not want to find a companion who has almost reached the aging stage. The reason why the female cultivator thinks that Li Shiming is not a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect is because Li Shiming's face is too handsome. In the Yin-Yang sect, even if the male cultivators who practice the sect's martial arts are originally very handsome, they will become ugly after practicing. This is a special feature of the Yin-Yang sect's martial arts. On the contrary, after practicing the sect's exercises, the female cultivator's appearance will become more charming, and her feminine charm will be revealed in every aspect.
Get out of the way,
Li Shiming said in a disgusted voice. He had already sensed that the female corrector was using mind-affecting secrets and wanted to invade his brain. It's a pity that this female cultivator has no way of knowing that what she invaded is one of Li Shiming's 191 brains, or a brain that is under the supervision and management of the magic weapon Z15. Even if this kind of spiritual magic is aimed at one brain, it cannot shake his mind, let alone 191 brains.
Don't be so heartless. Wait until you see me dance the devil dance before leaving.
The female cultivator did not let his disgust affect her mood in the slightest. She still said with a devilish smile. Li Shiming's impression of female cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect was only from Fan Luna, a female cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core. He sensed a different kind of spiritual power on the female cultivator in front of him. This was a kind of spiritual power that was extremely Yin, which made him somewhat interested. This was the first time he saw Jin's spiritual power in a monk in the world of immortality. When the clone Li Yuanba was in the body refining state, he had the Yin spiritual power in his body. But it was the Yin Ji's Yang spiritual power, which was biased toward Yin and cold. The Yin spiritual power on the female cultivator in front of him made him feel pure Yin. The so-called pure Yin refers to the pure Yin, which is more like the Yin spiritual power cultivated in the human state. At this time, the female cultivator had already started to dance the heavenly demon dance. But as soon as she started, she heard a scream that pierced her soul. Update without error at. The female cultivator received a devil's ear from Li Shiming. If an ordinary middle-stage Jin Dan cultivator received a devil's ear, he would probably be in a brief coma. But the female cultivator is currently using spiritual temptation, which falls into the category of spiritual attack.
The devil enters the ear
is more authentic than the mental attack constructed with beauty performed by the female cultivator. This is the purest spiritual attack secret method. The spiritual temptation of the female cultivator was attacked by the devil in the ear, causing her to suffer a spiritual backlash. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth, and her face aged from that of a girl to that of an old woman. Li Shiming, who had watched her dance the demon dance before, couldn't help but feel excited when he saw her appearance now. This chapter is not finished yet. A sudden chill. The yin-yang sect used methods that were against the laws of heaven and forcibly nourished the appearance of the female cultivator. After suffering the spiritual backlash, the female cultivator's appearance was reversed to what she should have been for her age. And she was even much older than ordinary female cultivators of the same age. This is the price of magic power. It may look beautiful on the outside, but the consequences are often terrible. Li Shiming, who was about to take action, found that the female cultivator had lost her fighting ability. Her eyes flashed with fear, and the injuries suffered from mental backlash were more serious than normal injuries. Li Shiming's spiritual thought removed the female cultivator's space ring, and at the same time sealed the female cultivator's golden elixir with lightning spiritual power, completely turning the female cultivator into an ordinary person.